don't. No.
Good morning and welcome to the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Junior Surfing Championships here in beautiful La Bocana Beach. Waves are pumping. Early morning, 7:30 a.m. start for the boys U18 here at the main podium. Mitchell Salazar with JJ Jenkins, surfer extraordinaire and all-around traveler. JJ, good morning.
Yes, thank you very much, Mitchell. What a pleasure to be here on such a beautiful day, and what a massive 9 or 10 days of surfing we have here at the ISA. I'm really looking forward to it.
So 4 new nations also at the event too. That includes Greece, Finland, Thailand, and Senegal. We've seen Senegal before in the open competition, but not here at the ISA Juniors before.
Yeah, that's right. And those guys represented their countries proudly yesterday at the Parade of Nations down at the main podium down there. That was an exceptional sort of opening ceremony, and really unique to this event, and kicked off the event in style. And the Senegal guys, they're my favourite. They're best dressed already.
Yeah.
That's such a cool spirit, and that whole afternoon yesterday was fantastic, and what a way to kick off.
Great outfits as always, but I have to say that the crowd for the local support, El Salvador, was tremendous, and we're going to see them compete later on today in the Water Boys U18 competition at La Bocana. It does seem a bit smaller than yesterday. We saw the forecast on screen, 4 to 6 feet. But yesterday when we were here checking out the conditions, it was pumping.
Yeah, it sure was. And there are waves coming through this morning. Surfline, our official forecaster, providing a pretty good outlook for the event. It is well overhead out there, left, right, and some of the warm-up competitors this morning were getting some great waves, and I think for sure we're in for a good show there. Just the last couple of days, all the surfers from over 45 countries have just been looking incredible out there. The standard just keeps going up year after year.
And the tide is still quite low. We do have a high tide at around 12:30 p.m. this afternoon. Heat number 1 about to get underway. That's Kaiyan Yang from Encinitas, California, representing the USA, Wang Song Ma from China, and Nicholas Seps from Puerto Rico. So a slow start to the first heat of the morning, first heat of the event, really, but when we're seeing names like the USA out there in the water, you know something's about to go down too.
Oh, for sure, yeah. I mean, there's so many crew down here. It's when I saw the entry list, I was thinking, you know, it gets bigger every year, but to have over 400 competitors is just mind-blowing, and the level of talent is just extraordinary. And, you know, these guys are the future of the sport. They're future medalists. They've got Olympic dreams, these fellas. And the teams in the sport, they've got the sort of the second and third tier generation professional surfers stepping back to coach these guys.
Right.
And it's just such, you know, so many layers of talent, and it's just so many good surfers here. It's just going to be so cool. And I think we might have a paddle now, Mitchell.
We do. This is White, Nicholas Seps from Puerto Rico. And Puerto Rico, you know, we call it the Island of Enchantment, La Isla del Encanto. Some great surfers from there, former competitors. Gabriel Escudero, Havana Cabrero's dad, who is a former competitor out here too, Carlos. And then obviously we can't forget about Alejandro Moreda either. Brian Toth, one of the great representatives of Puerto Rico too in the past. So Nicholas on board. But speaking of one of the new nations in the water, China, with a lot more representatives at this event too, JJ.
Yeah, they're looking to impress. I mean, they had sort of their talent, and guys started getting blooded sort of in the late 80s there. A couple of the US coaches went up into the China region and started developing these kids. And of course, you know, a lot of eyes in that nation, a lot of development, a lot of funds, foundation money, government assistance for the Chinese surfers. So they're the guys like coming from Australia and living in Australia. We don't get a lot of the Chinese guys down there, but we get pretty much every other nation represented. So I'm really interested to see the level of the Chinese team, and through the under 18 boys and girls, and of course the under 16 divisions. I'm very curious. And Mitchell, that's about this event. That's one of the really cool things. There's so many unknown names and first-time competitors here, and we really get to check out who's coming through and keep an eye on the future.
Here goes Kaiyan Yang in red, just a quick one for him. And, you know, you talk about the USA and how diverse they are as a nation too. Kaiyan Yang is actually Korean American, so very proud to represent the United States of America, especially Encinitas, California, which is a great surf town, by the way. Rob Machado, probably the biggest standout out of that region, but you've also seen Alyssa Spencer come out of there in recent years too. And I mean, I can tell you, JJ, just from living in Southern California now, the talent level down there is impeccable.
Yeah, it's crazy how good the kids are these days, the under 18s, and it's so exciting to see. And thanks to the ISA and the depth of the sort of the reach of the ISA and the number of years it's been around. Of course, started in 1964, and you know, all these surfers have such a great chance to represent their countries. And with the Olympics, of course, it's not unusual to see surfers returning to their kind of roots, their country of birth, or obtaining that citizenship to go for gold and go for glory.
So this is the replay of the opening wave. I apologize. This was actually Wensong Ma from China. Comes in at a 4.67, so not a bad start for him in the first 3 minutes. 15 minutes, 50 seconds to go so far, but you know, you're looking at a competitor really that's coming from a country that's not a surfing nation. It's not a superpower in the surf industry. But China, I'm telling you, they have the ability to produce some high-quality surfers.
Right, there's a big coast up there, a lot of waves, a lot of swell, and very beautiful coastline as well. Yeah, so 4.67 is quite a...
It's a decent score out there.
It's a generous score, yeah. I'm a little surprised it was that high. We have seen some overhead sets come through, and but, you know, good feeling there for Ma, these early stages of the heat. So 20-minute heats, we're going to fly through this, and that's the other thing too. We do have the repechage, of course, which will as well for these guys if they don't finish first or second. But just so much surfing to get through. We can see at the top of the screen there in the distance the secondary site. There's two podiums running simultaneously at this event, and
there we are. Richard Salazar, JJ.
There we go. Yeah. And we got a nice view out the back of the window here too. So we got the TV, the replays, and the live action out the window. So, that the other site's running simultaneously. We're going to focus solely on this
at the moment,
the commentary, and we'll be bringing highlights and wrap-ups and special news from the other heats running down there in the distance.
So just over 5 minutes have gone by. Ma with the 4.67, Yang with the 0.83. And the interesting thing here, JJ, is that a lot of countries have not used priority before in many of their, so-called amateur events, competitions that aren't at the professional level. And here at the ISA, you're using priority since round one. Kai and Yang and the USA team know how to use priority very well. Another team that knows how to do that too is Australia, obviously. They're one of the great superpowers of surfing worldwide, but I'm interested to see how somebody like Wensong Ma, who has the highest score of the heat so far, utilize priority to his advantage and maybe play a little defense here.
Yeah, here we go. Little right-hander here, little chip-in, roll-in, take-off there.
Here goes Yang.
Yeah, nice looking wave.
Little down carb to start, and this will be his best score so far. Not going to be a keeper, though, for him. 13:40 to go.
So that surprises me you mentioned that about the priorities, because that's so critical, and that could be obviously make or break for a lot of these surfers. Do you know why that is? I thought that would be a standard protocol for just about every surfer around the world.
You know, some nations opt to use priority in a lot of their smaller events because they know that they're developing their talent for larger things, especially the U.S. They want their kids to go on to the CT and whatnot, but it's also a bit more of your budget. You have to pay an extra priority judge too, you have to pay an extra spotter. It's it can be quite a bit of money just to get priority in there, especially with, your digital board too. It's hard to rotate those discs every now and then and have them establish priority like that. It takes away a lot of focus from that priority judge into the water too.
Yeah, and you mentioned there the budget and the sort of resources and the depth of the resources in these sort of emerging nations. Even I was chatting to some of the crew from the New Zealand team yesterday, and they've been doing a lot of fundraisers. These are kids who've got a lot of sponsors, a lot of support, a lot of backing. They've been competing for a number of years, so they've come a long way to a place like El Salvador after a couple of years, what we've been through with the lockdowns and restrictions. Things aren't as rosy and as easy as they were sort of 5 or 10 years ago. So, and that's what makes so many great stories in this event, all those background stories, people raising money, getting GoFundMes and doing their best to get over here. Yep. So, they're gonna get some hard lessons in priority if they haven't got them already.
Absolutely, and one of them right now is Nicholas Seps, who's holding down priority number 1. Hasn't caught a wave yet. Yang with just a 2.5 as his second, and Wang Son Ma with priority number 2 has the highest score of the heat so far, 4.67. Just under 12 minutes to go here at the ISA World Juniors. And as you can see, it has been raining quite a bit lately, JJ. That is why the water is so brown. We have a river mouth just a few meters away from where this point starts.
Yeah, it's a very distinct line there from the blue to the brown. But we love those river mouths. That's what creates so many good peaky waves here, or these little outlets. And where I've come from Australia, and our whole east coast looks brown at the moment. We've just been inundated with plenty of rain. But don't be fooled, people, that water is still clean. It's just a mixture of fresh and salt and a whole lot of
lot of fun.
Silt off the bottom, yeah. So yeah, great little setup here. I was really impressed here. It's a real punchy wave. I mean, of course, I watched it in 2019. I saw the Olympic qualifying go down here online from Australia, but to be here in person and see these waves and how punchy they are and how much variety there is, and you know, it's good for natural footers, goofy foots, and it's such a good site for an event, you know, especially the setup on the beach too. It's unreal.
Here goes Epps, utilizing that priority number 1, up and riding. Just the one rock and roll floater and can't even hang on. 10 minutes 30 to go. Priority goes to China now. Wang Song Ma, Kaiyan Yang in second. Only has a 2.5 really, and that was not what Epps was looking for, JJ. Just a 1.13.
Yeah, that is probably rattled him a little bit there, waiting nearly half the heat just to get that wave and coming unstuck. Here we go. He's going to swing on the inside here. He's seen something. Doesn't want to go that one. So I'm sure his heart rate's gone up a little bit now. He'll know he's got to pull something out pretty soon. And he's virtually surfing a 10-minute heat here, looking for 2 waves.
I'm about to ask you, as a former competitor yourself at these events, I know back in the day you didn't have priority like these guys have.
No, it was
but
brutal.
Now in this moment, 10 minutes to go, you know that Yang doesn't really have a score. White has a 4.67, which is a decent score for right now. What are you doing after this? Because there is a right on this peak too.
Yeah, I think you need a little backup strategy. I would certainly try and swing on something as soon as possible, because once you get down under 9 minutes, if those guys have still got priority, then they can really put the squeeze on them and sit on them. So, you know, I think if Nicholas right now, he's sitting away from those other 2 guys, that's a smart move, and there's a couple of lines coming in. If he can pick up one of those and, you know, just do 1 or 2 moves, he's right back in it.
Good to see worldwide representation out there in the first heat too. Here goes Yang on the backhand. This is his forte. Beautiful snap to start. And a second one right in the pocket. Cannot hang on though. Just under 9 minutes to go. This should be his best wave so far though. It'll better the 2.5.
Yeah, he's clearly a great little surfer. Deep bottom turns in the backhand there. It's drawing some big wide lines.
And now Epps having a look in yellow. He's also opting to go on the backhand. His second wave so far only has the 1.13. That's more like it from Nicholas. Wraps it back for the second turn and gets a finish. So maybe nothing super critical, but it could be the best wave of the heat so far with 8 minutes and 20 to go.
Yeah, well, that was clean. It was fluid, stayed in control. You could see the concentration there. He didn't want to blow that one. Here we go on the outside now, a bigger wave.
And now the answer back from Ma. This one frothy though. Gets a little stuck on the first carve. Nice positioning on the wave though, and gets the finish. Wow, that was difficult with so much whitewater right there and the section coming at him. So he's got it back up now too, just under 8 minutes.
Yeah, they look pretty evenly matched, I'd say. Kaiyan and Wen Song Ma. So these guys have got a paddle battle back out. And we talked about that priority. We'll see who gets out the back. Here we go, replay now. So this is our heat leader, Kaiyan Yang. Oh no, sorry, this is Ma here.
No, that's Yang.
It is
red,
Yang,
yeah.
That's the one he came unstuck with, right, okay.
That came in as a 3.93 JJ, and this last of Epps coming in as his best.
Yeah, off the top, and a little bit of bump here. We had that wind last night, it's pretty strong. Still showing this morning, but we'll have clean conditions around midday. And of course, yellow there, Nicholas Epps, Puerto Rico finishing that one off. And this was the bigger wave here. So up into the pocket, bit of foam to work with, always makes it a little bit trickier, less stable. But he sticks that one, hangs onto the closeout move. That was a bigger section too, so a few little judges' scores hitting the screen there already, Mitchell.
397 for Ma. Still waiting on Nicholas Sepp's scores. It will be his best though. Just under 7 minutes. And now priority with Yang. He's down the beach, up and riding on the backhand again. This wave standing up well. Oh, beautiful turn right off the top. This wave just shouldering off though, so he really only gets the one, but it was a quality turn. And he's looking for a score right now too.
Yeah, he just whipped that nice and vertical at the last second there, didn't he? It's a shame that one, look at the, you can see the sort of 45-degree angle there of the waves coming in, like really mixing it up and giving those really nice peaky conditions. And I think Yang for sure would have hoped that one stretched off down the beach there, but he did get a nice vertical hit in the pocket.
Quality over quantity all the time, JJ.
That's
and
right, timing is everything. Timing before power.
Next,
he had a little bit of both just then.
Yeah, and next heat will be Reed Platinius from Canada, Juan Diego Rios from Peru, Rendo Sawadanej from the Netherlands, and Elias Cardenas from Colombia. So Latin America represented in the first two heats of the morning here in the boys U18. Scores coming in for Epps, it's a 5:07 at the moment, the best of the heat. Still waiting on Yang's last. It should put him up into the top two though. Ma currently in the lead with a 4.67 and a 3.97. There you see a great angle of where we are, just right up there. And all of our competitors and athletes down there on the beach in the shade.
Yeah, this is one of the best competition setups I've seen. Like, not just for the, for the spectators of the teams, it's for everyone. There's the judges on the right there. We're kind of in the middle in that, the back of that little structure, that main structure. There's a restaurant. But it's just so fair and accessible for everyone. Like every spot's a good spot down here at the setup here of the contest. And all the flags too look so cool. It really is a unique event, but to have so many people here and so many competitors and just have it set up so well, it's just awesome. It's really cool. We've got the restaurants and the cafes, and everyone can see the break from the, every vantage point here on the beach, and the vibe is just epic. Like walking down yesterday, getting a feel for it before the ceremony, it was just so cool, and just so many great surfers with smiles on their faces, so we love it.
Here goes Epps from Puerto Rico. He's needing a score at the moment. At least looking to better a 1-1-3. We can say he's done that so far. A combo of wraps, but this wave not offering up a ton of scoring potential. That's much better from Epps. And gets a little floater to finish. Still waiting on Yang's score, which is an important one right now, because depending on what Cayenne gets, Epps will need a larger amount. 4 minutes to go, JJ.
Yeah, this is pretty critical, this upcoming scores. The overview there. We talked about the second podium right there with that peaky waves breaking in the distance. And that's where we had the opening ceremony yesterday, the Sands of the World, which is a really, really cool tradition where each team brings a little bit of sand from their host country and mixes it in to get a really cool display. It was actually, there's one on display at the airport, I noticed.
Yeah,
and,
from last year.
Yeah, from the minute you arrive, you step off the plane at San Salvador, it really does feel, you can really feel like that Surf City vibe from the minute you get off the plane all the way to the event here. And huge props to El Salvador and all the,
They've stepped up big time.
Yeah, President Bocana at the head of all that. And,
Morena Valdez, the Minister of Tourism too, was with us yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, and you really do feel it. I mean, Australia's a surfing nation, of course, but here you just get slapped in the face with it in every aspect. And in addition to just having the competition here, but they've really sort of imbued it into the culture and kind of making it a way of life, which is fantastic.
Yeah, that is no doubt. 3 minutes to go. Epps in the lead now with a 4.0 on his last. Yang's come in at a 4.6. He's up and riding, needing a score. At the moment, needs a 4.05. Hammers it once. Will that be the low 4 that he needs? China in second with Weng Song Ma. He's looking to better a 3.97. So far, so good for Puerto Rico and China out there. But Yang with a score to drop, it could potentially be his best.
Yeah, I guess a good comparison is that backhand hit he had just a couple of minutes ago. That'll be a good one for the judges just to see if he goes higher against the score he needs. This is live action now. No, replay, here we go. So this is the multi-turn wave there from
Nicholas.
Nicholas, yeah. So this wave put him in the lead.
It did. A 4.0, and this is Yang's last, just the one turn.
Yeah, here we go. This is the beach angle now. Wow, that was bigger, yeah. From the drone angle there, it's a little bit hard to tell how big that wave was, but that was pretty decent, Mitchell. You're right. I think that's really going to come in handy.
Just under 2 minutes to go. Yang having a sniff on the inside again. And another thing that I guess is super important to bring up too, how cool was the haka yesterday from the New Zealand team?
I know.
I always get chills when I see that.
Yeah, it's a war dance, man. It's serious, man. And it's amazing, no matter, and to see, like, we see the football team do it, the All Blacks, and they're, you know, grown men, they're warriors, but the young crew, they can bring it as well, man. There's some passion in that thing, and I love it.
It's even more intimidating when younger people do it, because they're not even at that age yet where they're fully grown, you know.
And they're looking through your soul, like, hang on a minute. It's great. I mean, that was really cool. That was a really nice highlight from the New Zealand team. The Senegal crew just looked just amazing, just so unique, and so good to see those guys here. And just that ceremony was really special. Here we go, some live action. This is Ma down in third, has to get busy.
And a bit of an incident right there with Nicholas Seps paddling for that wave too. So Ma cannot complete the reverse at the end, but Epps paddled too.
Yeah,
I'm interested to see if there will be a priority interference there. Ma did have higher priority than Epps at that moment. We shall see. Did he break down the section? Did he not? 30 seconds to go. I can't tell you that Yang's last was enough for the lead, a 4.83. That drops down Epps to second. So Ma was actually needing a score here. Let's see what happens with this last situation at the end.
Yeah, well, he also didn't have anything to lose. So he knew the clock was ticking. He thought maybe just pull the trigger and go. And could have been a tactical decision to maybe try and get an interference from the surfer. You don't see that very often, but when you got nothing to lose, you got to do it. You come a long way.
So it's a split peak. We don't know if these waves count or not. Literally right on the buzzer. We're sticking with Yang though. Wow, what a combo right there from Kai, and he's pumped up. And Epps right now on the backhand from Puerto Rico. Before this wave, he was in second. We're still waiting to see if there was a priority interference or not. It doesn't seem so. So Yang, Epps.
Man, if that last wave of Kai's counted, that was a banger. That was amazing. That was the best turn of the heat.
So we have the highlights for you of this first heat of the morning. Yang, Ma, Epps going to town out there. Some great waves in the first heat of the event.
Yeah, I don't think Nicholas knows the score yet. Here we go, replay. This is the final stage. Here we go. Oh, this is Wen Song Ma, the Chinese surfer. And he was milking this one. This is one right here at the end where he was trying to save his spot. And he didn't complete that. So it's going to be low scoring wave. So every chance that he's still in third. And check this right-hander, Mitchell. So Kai off the top. This move right here. Look at this section, oncoming section. Heaps to work with, up and over. Times it perfectly. And he's feeling it. So whether that goes in the score or not, that was a great turn and good to watch.
And then Epps from Puerto Rico could also have bettered his situation. Comes in just below, though, a 3.27. So it seems like he will advance, though, in second place, and Yang will take the win in heat number one.
Yeah. And, of course, there is the repechage. There we go. Puerto Rican guys pretty stoked with that.
We are going to go to a quick break and check out the opening ceremonies from yesterday afternoon. Stay with us.
It's the largest World Junior Championship in history, and it's the first one in 3 years. It's 426 athletes, 650 participants, and 45 countries. Let me put in perspective what is going on today. Last year in Tokyo, we had 40 surfers, 20 men, 20 women. 33 of them were participants in the juniors of the ISA, and 16 of them were medalists. So this could be the day where you start surfing towards your Olympic participation. My only hope is that you work less and surf more. And I know this is on the way. Thank you for all your hard effort towards surfing and towards El Salvador.
Surf City, El Salvador. Now I officially declare open the competition. Woo!
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to face yourself. A right time to enjoy pleasures, to make friends. There's a right time to listen. And a right time to make decisions. There's a right time for fear and for success. There's a right time to find your wave, and there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
It's good to be back in beautiful El Salvador for the ISA World Juniors. Mitchell Salazar with JJ. And JJ, Elias Cárdenas, Rendell Sabolanesh, Juan Diego Rios, and Reed Platinius is our second heat of the morning in the boys U18 here at the main podium of La Bocana. We've seen a couple rights that have been great from Kai and Yang in the last heat, and a couple decent lefts too. It did drop off a little bit from yesterday, but still a lot of potential for great scoring waves out there, and these are our first waves of the heat.
Yes, we do have some good conditions on offer, and south-southwest swell with the storm brewing as well to keep us very busy this week. That wave there from Elias, the Colombian, just an opening score coming through, just a short wave for him, 2.67. And yeah, the lefts are pretty much the more popular choice. You sort of get that punchier wall. Some of the rights really sort of sweep away from you. So the lefts is a bit more bowly, kind of comes straight out the judging tower as well, straight into our cameras, which we love. But good opportunities there for rights and lefts. We saw the last wave of Cayenne Yang in that last heat was a belter.
Yeah.
We got a great oncoming section. So plenty of scoring opportunities for everyone out there, and that's what makes for a good event, and consistent too, which is makes it really cool.
And here goes the Canadian Platinius,
Uh-oh.
who's a great surfer, by the way, one of the tallest surfers in the event too, has to be at least 6'3", and the Canadian from the western part of Canada, around British Columbia, Tofino.
Yep.
So outstanding surfers from that area. You talk about the Brewiller brothers, Pete DeVries, also one of the great surfers to ever come out of Canada. And Kevin Schultz been going out to Canada quite a bit recently too. But Platinius just comes undone on that first attempt, on his first wave of the morning so far. Priority is blue, white, then yellow. Interested to see how the two nations from Colombia and the Netherlands also establish priority here, JJ.
Yeah, exactly. You know, Netherlands, that's an exotic place for sure. Colombia, and plenty of waves down there.
Oh, yeah.
I was at the ISA in Panama a few years ago, and we were very lucky. We got to fly over the coastline of Colombia from the event in the helicopter from the Minister of Tourism and check it out. And it was just river mouths, beaches, but a lot of it inaccessible because there's not a lot of roads through there. But, man, there's a lot of surf down that coast.
No, and the cuisine,
Yeah.
everything. You go and travel. It's very like El Salvador. Like you go from the southern part of Mexico all the way to Colombia and the northern part of Peru too. It's very tropical, very exotic, and the food is so good in many of these places. Panama had great cuisine.
Yep.
Here in El Salvador, have you tried the pupusas yet?
I haven't. I've got to get onto that. I hear some of the best pupusas are just outside at the entrance to the event site here. So
got to walk a few meters, and that's it.
Yeah, I'd take me there. I'm going to try that stuff. You always got to try all the local stuff, I reckon. As soon as you ingrain yourself and get in on the local level, that's when you really start to experience a place. So, yeah, Colombia is, I think, a great area for discovery. Just like El Salvador is really opening up now to tourism, you know, and these events and the efforts of the local government officials putting this place on the map, you know, wholeheartedly in 2019. And the SUP events as well. We have the surfing games, the Olympic qualifier. This whole region, Central America, and El Salvador, of course, and I think a lot of these places will follow, you know, in the evolution of the sport, and you know, there's a lot of surfable waves, and really gets swell all year round too. So it's an exciting part of the world for any surfer.
Here we go. Sawalanej had just a look, 13 minutes, 20 seconds to go. Cardenas with a 2.67 at the moment. That's the best wave of the heat so far, and almost 7 minutes have gone by. You do have a superpower of surfing nations out there, though, in Peru with Juan Diego Rios. Here goes Colombia, though. Cardenas up and riding on his second scoring ride. Beautiful carve to start things off on this wave. A second one right in the pocket. I am impressed from what I'm seeing from Cardenas so far. That'll better the 2.67, and now a paddle from Sawalanej in yellow. Just comes unglued right there. That was not an easy wave to ride. Under 13 minutes to go, JJ.
Yeah, it was.
And we also have Shannon Hughes down on the beach with Kyan Yang.
Morning, guys. Kyan, that was an amazing first heat. Well done to string it together in the end. How does it feel to walk away with a win for the first heat of the morning?
Oh, I mean, it feels really good. First event of the contest, so I'm really stoked. Waves are really tricky out there, and just, I don't know, it's just grindy heat, just trying to figure out and find waves, so it felt good to make that one for sure.
And you've already been to El Salvador in the past. How does it feel to be back in such good waves?
Oh, it's so nice. I mean, it's not super warm during wintertime where I live in Encinitas, so it feels nice to get away and wear some board shorts and get warm for sure.
And tell me about representing Team USA for this year's ISA World Junior Championships.
Oh, it's amazing. To be able to, I mean, represent your country is just an honor, and I'm so stoked I was to be able to come down with everyone and just enjoy the time. It's been amazing for sure.
Well, best of luck out there in the next round, and congrats on a big win.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Shannon, and congratulations to Kyan from Team USA. And as you can see there, very nice, polite gentleman, too. Very well educated. His parents, Rob, and his mother also very proud of him. His brother, Caleb, also a great surfer, too.
Yeah, it's there's a, you know, what, fourth, fifth generation of surfing families these days in some cases, and very impressed by Kyan. He's immediately seems super confident, and, well, especially after a win. But you're right, yeah, he's got a cool head on his shoulders.
Yeah. Just over 11 minutes to go. Cardenas in the lead. He does extend and betters his situation. A 3.2 on that last left, JJ. And talking about, you know, one of the developing countries, especially within Latin America, Colombia could potentially be, you know, one of the future surfing nations right here in the Americas. Yeah,
absolutely. Well, you know, Elias is the national champion. And here we go. This is a replay there. Coming unstuck in the foam. But, yeah, I think anywhere who has consistent surf and the way information and media and social media makes everything immediately sort of available to surfers all around the world. Like, you know, these guys, the rate of improvement is just going to be out of sight, you know. If you go back a decade or two, you know, a lot of the information and news took a lot longer to get to all these surfers. But these guys, if someone does something good or they're watching the internet, you know, watching this event, for example, young surfers from Colombia who maybe are not here today, they're watching these guys perform, you know, and if they got the playground right on their, you know, straight out front and the waves and availability to do that and practice it, they're going to improve really, really quickly. And that's why we see it, this ISA event every year. You know, the competitive field increases, the talent level goes through the roof, and you just get more and more surfers and new faces and new names and new talents that, you know, they might be the national champion where they come from, and now we get to see them on the world stage. And, you know, I think this whole central, there's a lot of other spots in the world are so crowded and busy and surfed out, and especially after 2 years in lockdown, like people want something new, they want to travel, they want to get out, they're excited, they want to experience the culture, and especially these young kids too, probably haven't traveled so much, they're getting passports for the first time, and I know, and as an Aussie, I'm excited to get over here to El Salvador, and I want to surf those spots because we've seen a lot of the other ones, and Colombia's on my list, and maybe I'll go down and make friends with Elias and the team, and that's somewhere I want some local knowledge too.
They're gonna smuggle you in.
I don't want to be a white gringo walking into that place, just waving my board around. I don't know how long I'd last.
You need some companionship, don't you? To get around a little.
A few other cultural intricacies.
Here goes Rios from Peru. Only his second wave so far. Nice snap right there, right up in the lip. Ooh, tight second one. Difficult section. Little layback to set things up right here for the finish, and does well. Can't really ride out of that last one, though, but did some work before. Best wave of the heat so far is a 3.2, and with just under 9 minutes, this could be the best one.
Yeah, he milked that to the inside, too, right on the rocks there. The tide's pretty low right now. Of course, Juan, he's been surfing since he was 3 from the northern areas of Peru. He's a national champ as well. So, obviously, winning the honor here to represent Peru.
And here goes Cárdenas from Colombia again. His third wave of the heat so far. Wraps it back once. And mainly beach breaks in Colombia, too. So a lot of these surfers know how to move around quite a bit. Rios, especially in particular from the northern part of Peru, a lot of left-hand point breaks over there. You have Chicama, Máncora, Lobitos, among others. Luca Messinas is one of the best surfers to ever come out of that region, too.
Yeah, that's a really great part of the world. And, a couple of world champions from that region as well in the ISA. And, of course, Surfe is a very famous champion. And
Cristobal de Col.
Yeah. But they used to have the ISA way back in the 60s in Peru in the early 70s. Philippe Pomar was a big wave surfer and an ISA champion back then. So rich surfing history in Peru. I'm surprised we don't hear more of it, to be honest, because they've got a lot of coastline and some of the world's best waves for sure.
A lot of great surfers too. Miguel Tudela, Sol Aguirre, they've been on a tear as of late. You also see somebody like Rios here who has an opportunity to make a name for himself at an event like this, potentially become a champion at the end of the event.
Exactly. Here we go off the top there and around that section up into the foam. Kicks the tail out. That was a tricky section, so we did well here. Little wrapping cut back. We can see the rocks sticking out of the water there. And then inside jams it one more time for good measure. So a smaller wave. It had shape. He kept moving right throughout. And get some scores coming in for White. So 4.67. Highest wave of the heat.
Yep. The Rios on the board. Cárdenas still in the lead with a just slightly better 2-wave total. But here's the Peruvian yet again on another left. Beautiful combo right there from Rios. Cuts it back. Let's see if this wave stands up once again for him. He'll kick out, but did some work before that. 6:30 to go on the clock. Platinius with just a 1.23, and the Canadian so far with priority number 1 has not got a decent wave in his scoreline.
Yeah, so he's 18, Reed, as you mentioned, from Canada, from Tofino there. You dropped out some other names like DeVries, all those guys. I hadn't heard those names for a while. That was pretty cool. He's been competing. This is his last year in the ISA in this division, in the juniors. So he's been to the Azores, Japan, Huntington Beach, now El Salvador. So he's got plenty of ISA experience, and I'm almost certain to say this is not a good start for him, and the amount of experience he has. He's got some work to do with 5 minutes.
Especially he's competed here in El Salvador before. I was here in December at Punta Roca for a Latin Tour event. Yep. Himself and Wheeler Hasberg actually did quite well in the Pro Junior event. Made a few rounds in the Open Men's as well. And here we're seeing the replay of the last of White, Rios.
Yep. So we go from the sky down here to the land angle, cutting back. And we saw him get the 4.67 before this, the highest wave of heat. He's pretty fired up. And it looks like he's just starting to get a bit more confidence there, linking those turns nicely, holding the speed. And he would have been in 4th priority too when he caught that wave, so he's got a couple of backups. So I think Juan's still waiting for another score to come through. Almost certain he'll go to the lead after that.
Smart decision there from Rios. It seems like it's going to be the best wave of the heat so far with just over 5 minutes to go. Cárdenas looking to replace a 2.67. Platinius only has the 1.23, and Sawalanej from the Netherlands, nothing better than a 1.0. The thing that's helping Platinius right now is that he has that first priority, holding it down for around 10 minutes. The ocean has gone quite flat, though.
Yeah, the longer you sit there as well, the more you mentally you kind of tell yourself you've got to get something really good, the best wave, especially in fourth. He's going to have to make the next wave really count. So some low scores in this heat, nothing over a 5. So an average wave is between 4 and 6. There we go, one locks in a 5.17, so that was for that combination of moves on that left-hander. So he's in a commanding position now, and you know, with 4 minutes on the clock, you got to start thinking that the battle is for second. So yeah, Reid Platinis, the Canadian, he's got to pull something out real quick here. He's got to go hard, go big on the next one. Really, really attack it.
It looks difficult out there too, JJ. This beach break moves a lot. It's really a combination of sand and cobblestone rocks too.
Yes, yep.
So whenever the river mouth goes out too, you're getting a shift in that lineup as well. Here goes Platinius. Important score for him. At the moment needing a 4.64 for second. Beautiful combo with the wraps right there from the youngster from Canada. And is able to get a great finish too. That's more like it from Reid.
Yep, paddling boy, one more. That was a great wave. You can see his height's really apparent, isn't it? Straight away he stands up, but he's using that leverage. He's got great technique. A lot of tall surfers have really good styles if they just relax into it. It looks quite natural, and he certainly looked good on that wave. That was a strong finish too.
You know what he has too that I really like particularly about him? He has that springy sensation when he comes off the bottom too.
Yes.
He comes off the bottom and then explodes when he hits the lip.
Tall guys are usually pretty good at airs for some reason as well. Huck those knees up, fellas. Yeah, nice wrapping cut back, a bit of spray off there. Another good cut back there. So this wave didn't look like much, but he timed everything really well. This finishing turn, that really helped him. The judges love that. I call it a good first turn, a nice finishing turn. It's the halo effect. And it's psychologically, it just makes a good impression.
It gets those endorphins going for sure.
Gets the scores up too.
That is no doubt. Rios also with another wave. Scores coming in for Platinius, they look positive. And Rios could potentially better his situation too. So now Sawalanej and Cardenas could potentially be in trouble. Cardenas, who was leading most of the heat, now could potentially need a score with 2 minutes to go.
Yep, for sure. So he's definitely going to be knocked out of the second position now. So the Colombian, the national champion, 18 years old from Palomino. You're gonna help me with the
Palomino.
The good Spanish accent. By 10 days from now, I'm going to be.
You're going to be an expert. Here goes Platinius on the backhand now. Strong first turn up into the lip. Ooh, just slips off for the second one. Just over 90 seconds to score of scoring. Excuse me.
Time remaining, yeah. So crunch time.
Here's Cardenas on his last. So he was looking to improve a low score of a 2.67. This just underneath a 2.37, so not enough to improve his low score.
Yeah, there was potential on that one. Little flurry waves here, so.
And this is Rios' last, a 6.27, his best.
Yeah, we go driving off the bottom, jams it, a little bit of layback. And he did well to get up into the lip late on that second turn, so pulled that layback short, but it was for good reason. Backhand now up into the pocket. Nice little whack. This is where he came unstuck here. Yeah, a little bit slippery. So board a bit flat there. Not going to do his scores too much harm at the moment, but that may have extended his lead. But,
it'll at least better his low score, which was a 1.23 as well.
Yep.
35 seconds to go, still waiting on scores. Sawalanej gets his best, a 3.17. Here's Cardenas, who knows that he might need a score right now. Bangs the lip once. Strong turn, but we did see it from the drone angle, not from the front end.
Yeah, that probably looked a little steeper from the land angle there. Set's approaching. Here we go, 17 seconds.
Ooh.
And scratching it, couldn't get it, didn't stand up.
That was yellow, Rendell. And we're counting this one down. Platinius might be up and riding. No, it's going to be Rios. Just a safety wave to keep Platinius off, but time is up. Now just waiting for scores on the last two of Reid. It seems like he's going to change the situation in this heat.
Reed's going to jump up. Yeah, that'll be disappointing news for Surfer in second. I think this is just a wave to the beach, after the hooter. So
bummer.
Finding form on a nice wave and a really good wave too. So you know what? Even that psychologically, feel take that into the repechage round. So a couple of good opening heats here this morning, Mitchell. It's good.
Definitely.
Some exciting finishes. Canadian flags there.
Nail biters for sure too.
Not being waved too vigorously.
We're going to take a quick break and come back with heat number 3. Martín Núñez, Jaumaná Ateni, Andy Rivera, and Sebastián Rives. Don't go anywhere. These are the ISA World Juniors live from El Salvador.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to face yourself. A right time to enjoy pleasures, to make friends. There's a right time to listen. And a right time to make decisions. There's a right time for fear and for success. There's a right time to find your wave, and there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Welcome back to the ISA World Juniors here in beautiful Surf City, El Salvador. Mitchell Salazar now joined by Jeffrey Baldwin, aka Baldy. Baldy, thanks for joining us here in the booth, and I know you're excited to be down here in El Salvador. Your first time?
It's my first time. I've been in every other country along the coast, but never got to make it here, and it is spectacular. I mean, what a region, and how it's grown, and to have this 18th ISA event, you know, the second one since, well, 2019 was the first juniors event, which some of the kids are repeat surfing here, so there's some comfort zone. And I mean, sitting here in the beautiful Papaya Surf Hotel that's honoring us, what a space we're in.
You're just having a blast, aren't you, Baldy?
Why not? Where we're staying is beautiful. The Gartine, I mean, the culture here, the ceremonies yesterday, and the waves.
And now the surfing, too. This is yellow Andy Rivera from Ecuador. Oh, beautiful combo right there from Rivera. Nice snappy turns, and is able to get a finish, too. So the surfer in yellow on the board. In the water right now in red, Martín Núñez from Portugal, Jaumaná Ateni from Tahiti, Andy Rivera in yellow from Ecuador, and Sebastián Rives from the Dominican Republic, the DR.
Yeah, there's some, you know, surf seeped cultures in this heat, some old surfing countries, you know, and We see the new nations coming where surfing is just fostering itself, which is the great, feeding system of the ISA. And then you've got these very established, long-time surfing history countries with, just ranks of youth that have come through the systems and competed in these and on in different events globally. And this is one of those. I mean, you look at Etienne, and does it get any more seeped in surf culture than, my favorite spot is Chiopu. And I foil and I fish and I look at all these other superstars all day long in the heaviest waves around, and here he is.
And the kind of potential that they have to produce world champions as well. You see Vagina Fierro, you see Michel Burez. How about somebody from your generation, Vetea David, also Poto. And now you're seeing people like Andy Rivera from Ecuador that wasn't really a country of surfing either. And now in the last few years, Dominique Barona, Olympic surfer.
Yeah.
Her brother Israel, Gato Chila, also Jonathan. And now you're seeing all these smaller countries that their population is not big either, turning into Olympic athletes through the sport of surfing.
Absolutely. As before, while you guys were talking, I got to walk the boardwalk, which is amazing. And everybody watching it live, there will be, beautiful video views of how the surf teams are set up along the boardwalk down to where the judges are in front of the surfers. And I got to chat with Team Senegal, the whole team. Amazing. Such beautiful people. And there they are, just loving being here. Yeah, so Team Senegal, although they're not in the heat, one of their surfers is in the U18s coming up later in the round. I don't know, Heat 18 or something like that. But hey, there we are. Good morning, everybody, from beautiful El Salvador. Mitchell Salazar. So nice to be here with you.
Yeah, thanks.
We got 10 days of incredible surfing. 2 surf sites, La Bocana, which we are looking at right behind us, and El Sunzal up the point, the blue water right-hand point, which right now has the U16s going on, the women's all day. And we'll mix it up, but right now U18s, men's all day right here.
Yeah, and it's going to be a long day too, at least for the first 4 or 5 days. But this is what these surfers were expecting. This is what they train for. This is what their expectations are. And you see somebody like Hamana Ateni from Tahiti, as you were saying, they're watermen over there. They're training in the water all day long. But there was Nunes real quick from Portugal, another country which I feel has produced a great amount of professional surfers in the last 10 years. Vasco Ribeiro, one of my favorites. Teresa Bombolo, an Olympian last year too. Yolanda Hopkins, also from Portugal. And you're seeing these smaller countries that maybe didn't have, the same amount of competitors as they did in past years, really develop into having those 2 or 3 key surfers out there. Now here's the Tahitian, Ateni, on a right-hander, nice first carve, goes up into the lip, floats the boat.
Oh.
That'll be his best wave so far, Jeff.
Yeah, and so we were talking, you were saying in the past the judges were positioned in a different area. Now they're right down, sort of over the river mouth, so that right comes into play. They're always going to be in view, so it's a real even split peak scenario, although more of the athletes so far, and in the free surfs we saw yesterday, opting for the left. It was a little bit bigger yesterday by quite a few feet.
Yeah.
And that's going to pulse in and out. There's a nice replay. And this runs down in towards that river mouth that, creates this peak. Nice wave for him.
Not a bad combo there from Ateni. This is the drone angle. This is what they were seeing mostly last year when we were here for the World Games. And I think they realized that the right has so much scoring potential as much as the left does. Why not opt for a better positioning for the judges so they can actually score both of them equally as well?
Yeah, and it's always important.
We're going to go to an interview with Shannon Hughes. She's down there with Juan Diego Rios from Peru.
Thanks so much, Mitch. Juan, congratulations on a big heat. I'm going to ask him the questions in English and he'll answer in Spanish. So Mitch, you can translate on your end at the end. Juan, congratulations on a big heat out there. How did it feel to take away a big win?
Un hit súper lento, no hubieron muchas olas. Empecé mi hit faltando 10 minutos. Nada, contento de pasar primero y a darle con todo.
And Juan is a 5-time national champion, the South American champion. How does it feel now to represent your country here for the ISA World Juniors for your 3rd time?
Súper feliz de representar a mi país. Vengo con todo, con todos los campeonatos que hemos estado haciendo con todo el Team Perú. Se siente increíble poder poner en alto al país y nada, gracias a todos los que me están viendo y arriba Perú.
Congratulations, and we'll go back to you, Mitch.
Gracias.
Thank you, Shannon, and congratulations to Juan Diego Rios. he was saying he's super excited to represent Peru and his northern part of the country as well. Slow heat out there, but he was able to find the 2 waves that he needed to advance. Here's Nunes from Portugal. Nice first carve in the pocket, a second one. Great style there from Nunes as well. And Martin, he's just gonna kick out after that third one. A little repetitive right at the end, but when the wave actually stood up, he was attacking the sections when he needed to.
Yeah, and the waves were offering so much variety. And what I was getting to before the interview with Shannon is it's great because, you know, it's always a comforting feeling in a heat to have the ability to show the judges your backhand and forehand. So with a peak scenario, you know, you can't get repetitive because you might take 2 lefts, 2 rights. The judges see your whole portfolio, so to speak.
You come from a great generation too. You're part of that momentum generation kind of crew, and talk to us about now potentially having another one of those generations out there right now, not only with Team USA, but also developing countries like Portugal, Ecuador, Colombia as well.
And it's just phenomenal to see. And, you know, you talk about developing countries, you know, so Peru's been developing for quite a while, you know, with Sofia Milanovic going back. And then you talked about Portugal, which, like Ecuador, although Ecuador's a little behind, has been infused with sort of surf culture and the economy growing and embracing surf as a focal point for the world to come and visit, and the cuisine and the real estate and just the youth pushing through, you know, and so that's happening all over, and the ISA has a huge part to do with especially the smaller developing nations that, you know, they get the opportunity to come here, have a dream, potentially make Olympic teams, you know, when it's the Summer Olympics, and yeah, France coming up, who can get there? You know, because you know that the Australian, the U.S., the France, there's some established teams that they're going to bring in their top dogs, the top world champions, the elites. Well, Senegal doesn't have that. You know, some of the other countries, the majority of 45 countries competing don't have that. There's probably 10 that do.
But the best part about this event is that it's a leveled playing field, isn't it? Everybody gets the same chance. You have to start from the first round all the way to the finals. And if you lose out, you still have the repecharge too. And we've seen people make it all the way to the final from the first round of repecharge too.
And that's the thing, yeah, winning in the repecharge. So you come into the semifinal and you've lost all these heats, but you've won your repecharge. It's a lot of work, man. And the flag ceremony, the sand pouring, mixing ceremony yesterday just represented how much work it is for these teams when they're on the beach. You know, for people that sort of the inside is the whole team has to be at the beach cheering on their teammate in the water. There's no going home and hanging out by yourself and then coming down for your heat and bailing again. You're here all day long in the sun, waving your flags, beating your drums, whatever the culture brings that your team has. It's exhausting. Yeah. You know, it's a lot of work to be a member of the national team at these events.
Jeff, take a breath. It's day one. We got this.
Come on, Mitchell.
9 minutes, 30 to go. Ateni in the lead with a 4.67 and just the backup of a 1.07. Rivera from Ecuador has the 4.67, the best wave of the heat, tied with Ateni's 4.67 as well. Nunes in third with a 4.1, just a small backup, and Ribas, from the Dominican Republic with just a small score, a 0.4. He does have first priority. Here's the Portuguese surfer, Nunes, on the backhand. This wave quite flat, does well there to get back into the pocket. And you can see kind of more of that point break style as most Portuguese surfers have, and what a finish there from the surfer in red, Jeff.
Man, big exclamation point. It was sort of a slower wave to start. He had to do sort of that fluid, busy work, and then that was the money turn for him. And that, so he needed just a fraction, a half a point score to get himself into second advancing position, and you know, safe to say that's going to happen.
So he'll take the lead with this wave, and looking at the replay, Jeff, from the drone angle, you can't perceive the same amount of spray that he was throwing from the front angle, but what you can see is the difficulty of getting over those hard sections.
Yeah, he had to be patient, and he had to just carry his board speed and, you know, be cautious not to bury a rail on that funny little lump that was across the face, and did well. So Team Portugal is going to be happy. Federico Moraes somewhere in the world is watching on proudly.
Boy, they have had some great surfers in the last few years. Vasco, Thiago Pires, Federico, and here's the surfer from the DR, Sebastián Rives. And one of the youngsters on the U18s as well. Look at the size of
Yeah.
this kid. He is, no doubt, I would have to say, the youngest kid in this U18 division, and he finishes off his second ride. Cool to see this youngster from the Caribbean, the Dominican Republic, who, by the way, Manuel Selman, who represents Chile, but
Yes.
has been a great ambassador for the DR, a resident of the Dominican Republic for most of his life, won a qualifying series event a few months ago, and I feel like the DR has potential for great waves, potential for great surfers. I think they're going to be a threat, especially in the Caribbean in the years to come.
They will be, for sure. And he's so young. So this is the U18, but I saw in the next heat coming up, there's Jorge Vasquez from Guatemala, and it says he's 13 years
Yeah.
old. So what is the rule? He's the U16 boys, but he's just surfing up.
So you can surf in any division you want,
Okay.
as long as you're not exceeding the age limit.
So that's it.
So
you could be 9 years old.
You can
Doesn't-
always go up in age.
Yes.
You can't go down.
But 13, I was like, man, so
Yeah.
he might be the youngest.
He
coming
could
up.
potentially be. Here's White at 10. Ooh,
What?
little barrel. Gets kicked off by the whitewash, though. And now Nunez on the left, 6 minutes, 30 to go. Boy, this has been kind of one of those exotic heats, Jeff, where we've had a little bit of everything. A couple lefts, a couple rights, some wipeouts. And now you saw Ribez's wave, which came in at a 2.6. And some cool moments so far in the first three heats of the morning here at the ISA World Juniors.
So far, kicking off well, and I mean, you know, it's this bay of plenty. El Salvador just seems to always have waves. I had a friend who was here for weeks before, and every day he's like, yeah, it's a little smaller. It's still double overhead. I mean, it's just a wave region, and here is, you know, whatever, 4 foot, 5 foot. Up at the right-hand point, it's a little bigger, and even though it's a decrease in this southwest swell, it's going to be like this and then tick up all next week. I mean, does it ever go flat here?
Not really.
No.
No.
And that's the beauty.
And the best thing about El Salvador, too, is that it's so small, you can get from one point to the other in less than 3 hours. So
Yeah.
you can go from Las Flores all the way to somewhere like Punta Mango or Punta Roca even in, I would say, 2 hours, 30 minutes. And there's waves for different regions of the country, too, different parts of the year. So somewhere La Bocana, it's breaking year-long. You need a west here, you're getting it year-round. Somewhere like El Sunzal, same thing. You go to Punta Roca, it's more of a south swell magnet, so that's more of a summertime spot.
Gotcha.
But with 5 minutes to go, these kids are enjoying La Bocana a lot. Nunez with a 4.6 and a 4.1 in the lead. Ateni gets just a 1.43 on his last, that little barrel attempt. Rivera from Ecuador, only the one wave. He has priority one. Needs only a 1.43, not much. And Ribes from the DR needing a 3.51 in fourth. Just under 5 minutes to go, Jeff.
Small scores, quick heats, 20 minutes. It was interesting yesterday because of the inaugural ceremony up the way. The waves looked so fun in the late afternoon at high tide, and the judges all went out. I saw them having a surf, and there was maybe 5 people in the water.
Yeah.
And here you have 45 nations competing, over 400 competitors here, and there was no one in the water because they all had to be up there with their flags.
I know.
Cheering on.
I was going crazy just looking at the waves.
Yeah.
And seeing that it was empty, especially with no kids around, I was like, oh man, this would have been the best time, but we did our job, Jeff. We
Yes.
were at the opening ceremony.
Which is incredible to witness and be a part of that live, loving energy, you know, everyone laughing and smiling. And then the backdrop of El Sunzal, just
Yeah.
right-hand point firing in the background.
Here we go. Yellow, Rivera from Ecuador. Only needs a mid-1. We can say he's gotten that already. Looking to add more pressure to both the Tahitian and the Dominican Republic surfer. This will help out. Nice little layback carve right there from the Ecuadorian surfer. He'll kick out. 3 minutes, 30 seconds to go. Only needed a 1.43. And now Nunez having a look on the backhand. The Portuguese surfer up and riding. Good angle right there. Nice snap up into the lip. This wave definitely offering up a lot of scoring potential. Beautiful turn right there. And he's able to also get a finish. This should help his scoreline, Jeff.
Well, that was different than the first wave. He had to sort of fight over the lumps and bumps to get the finishing turn. That was the, you know, atypical start with a banger, back it up with another big turn. I mean, that'll probably be his best wave in his scoreline. Look at this youngster.
Ribes from the Dominican Republic, competing in the U18s when he could easily be in the U16 still. And gets a little closeout finish too. Stay on it.
Well, I was going to say, Mitch, yes, some teams don't have the full roster. You can have 12 athletes on your squad. Some teams don't. I know, Senegal I was talking about, they have 3 surfers here. Some teams don't have full rosters, and that must be the situation here. And just think, his future, he gets to compete in the ISAs. When he's 18 and moving on, he'll have however many, 5 years of, I was in the juniors, I was in the worlds. Yeah.
It's cool.
Bright future.
And you can surf in both divisions too if you want. It's a lot of work, but you can.
Could you imagine making the finals day and being in both divisions and then winning and losing?
I think eventually
you'd surf 8 heats.
your heats would probably have to coincide.
Yeah.
Eventually, but at that point you'll have to make a decision on which one's more important to me, the U18s or the U16s. It seems for Nunes, he's focused on the U18s. Just dropped the highest score of the day so far, a 7.83 on that last right. And Rivera gets a 4.3. He's up and riding again. Just an in and out for him. That means that Ateni now from Tahiti needing a 4.3 to go back into second. And Ribes, who just dropped a 2.33, he's needing a 6.37 for second. This is the 7.83, Jeff.
And it was all the way worth it. No wonder it's the highest score. 2 big, 6 to 12 turns in vertical sections. Beautiful finishing, flowing turn. And what was different with his, you've seen a lot of waves that were quite soupy. That one was just green-faced the whole way till he finished.
Definitely a quality wave, right? And if you're on those quality waves, you're most likely going to get quality scores too. Boy, what a finish too. For those that are at home that saw that angle, it's much shallower than it looks right there too. Yeah. Here's Ateni. Important wave for him. Needs a 4.3. So far, so good from the Tahitian, and gets a great finish too. He needed that for sure. 35 seconds to go.
Well, that was so critical right when he needed it in the dying seconds, 30 seconds left in this heat, and he needed that to jump out of third. He wants to represent proudly for Tahiti. But again, third and fourth go into the reprecharge, so they get that next chance.
15 seconds to go, only needed a 4.3. We could potentially see one more wave. It seems like Nunes, the heat leader, paddling for this one. Is he gonna get it? Yep, up and riding again on the right. Looking to improve on a 4.6, but either way, he'll be advancing. This is just gonna be a wave in for him, and going to town right here at the end, Nunes. I'm remembering that name, Jeff.
Yes, and Ateni got the score for Tahiti. He got second officially, and what a way to finish.
5.07, this was the score that he got on this last one. And it seems to me, Jeff, that really the bulk of the score came from this last turn.
Yeah, so fluid right there at the end.
Wow, so Rivera eliminated in the last 30 seconds. It's Nunes and Ateni, and Nunes drops a 6.17 on his last, by the way, so even improves his situation. The highest total of the event so far from the Portuguese surfer. Nunes, Ateni advancing. Don't go anywhere. This is the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We'll be right back.
We're going to Ground Zero Chops in Tahiti. Who would have thought? Nobody. The setup in Teahupo is magic, you know? It's amazing, like the nature is there and the locals are amazing, like the vibe is crazy over there.
Chopu is one of the most incredible waves, probably a wonder of the world.
You go to that end of the road and it's sort of like a whole nother world out there. It's godlike, it's quiet, serene, beautiful, tropical. The colors of the sun hitting that hill, lighting up the palm trees and the mountains and the different hues of all different color spectrum as the day moves on and changes. Then you have this glorious wave that comes off a reef, and it's so powerful and so beautiful.
I think it's gonna be very good.
Welcome back, everybody, to beautiful El Salvador, Surf City, for the 2022 ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Jeff Baldwin and JJ here. We are about to introduce heat number 4 in the water right now. We have got Noah Dupuy from France and Kieran Smith from England, Ocean Gittins from Barbados, and Jorge Vasquez from Guatemala, the youngest possible surfer, JJ, in this under 16, or U18. He's 13 years of age, surfing up. So,
yeah, of course, taking advantage of the multiple age divisions, getting the experience, and as you and Mitch were talking that last heat, Jeff, some of these guys, they don't have a full squad, so you send out your best young superstar of the future, and get them up here, get the experience, get traveling, get on the road, and use the event as a way to get your experience, and especially if it's close to home too. If you're a Central American nation, you got to take advantage of this event now, Salvador. So, yeah, I love seeing the guys step it up, and they're going to be carrying that experience for years to come, and they might just surprise us this week.
Yes, hey, I'm going to throw it down to Shannon Hughes with a beach interview.
Thanks so much. Down here with Eric Kramer, the ISA Technical Director. Now, Eric, we've got a lot going on today for the first day of the 2022 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. What's happening between Podium A and Podium B?
Well, we've got a great first day here at La Bocana, which is where we're at now. And out there right now, we have the boys under 18 heat in the water. And we're going to be running 28 heats of that through the day. We got a 7:30 start, right on target, and we'll be running until about 5 o'clock today. And down at the other area, which is a bit down the beach, is El Sunzal, the famous right-hand point break. And down there we'll be running the girls U16, the first 24 heats, and then we'll be finishing the day with 4 heats of the boys U16.
So much surfing to get underway. We've seen some great conditions on offer this morning. Talk to us about what that forecast is looking like through the rest of the week.
Yeah, I mean, for day one, we're having a great start that we're really happy with. El Salvador was picked for this location because it's such a beautiful environment and it has such amazing consistent waves. When we were down here last year for the World Surfing Games on the exact same dates. So we picked the exact same dates to have similar conditions, and day one is delivering. We've got 3 to 4 foot solid surf out there. The tide's a little bit low right now, but it will be peaking low and then coming back in through the day. So I expect it to improve through the day. The wind may come up a little bit, but it's not going to get too windy. Tomorrow we should have a little bit more drop in the swell, but not a whole lot. Still around the 3 to 4 foot range, but then maybe by the end of the day tomorrow and into Monday, we're going to see a new swell start coming in. So I'm really looking forward to a great event.
Awesome. Thanks so much for the insight. Can't wait to see how the waves continue to turn up for us this week. Back to you guys.
All right. Thank you, Shannon. Yeah, that's some great intel. And like he was indicating, we have the 2 sites. We have El Sunzal up the way, La Bocana right here, where we're featuring the U18 boys. Right now, Noah Dupuy from France got a opening wave of a 5.83. And here we have our surfer in yellow from Barbados, Ocean Gittins. That's his second wave. He opened with a 2.3. We'll see where that one goes. But, boy, yeah, Noah Dupuy, he's the European champion from 2018, lives in Signos, says his favorite wave is Pipeline. So that's pretty amazing that he's, spending a lot of time, so there's the difference in some of the nations have surfers that are going and surfing in those types of environments. And then you've got, fostering countries where the kids haven't gone there yet.
Yeah, man, and if he's saying his favorite wave is pipe, that means he's got a couple out there. He's snagged a couple of big holes, and he's had a couple of good sessions. So he's already got some time in the water at one of the heaviest breaks. So yeah.
Yeah, they show up in full force. The French team. I was lucky enough to be at the world event in Costa Rica, and yeah, they come with the passion and power. That's for sure.
Yeah.
And they have a
and
long.
Berets.
What?
And berets.
And they've got the red berets, their signature, costume. That's for sure.
Yeah, you can't miss those guys walking around with the red berets on.
No. And then in this, Kieran Smith, we are waiting for. He has his second or third wave is a 2.17 Plymouth, Wimbury, England. His favorite wave is Super Tubo, so he spent some time in Portugal, and why not? Why be in blustery, freezing cold England when you could be down in Portugal scoring? So look at this beauty.
Whoa.
Pokes the nose there for Noah Dupuy.
Yeah, I was chatting to Kieran from England, and he straight up said, he goes, no, the waves aren't very good where I come from. So, and of course the temperature too, here being nice warm water helps guys like that who are used to the cold weather. Oh, nice little lip slide off the top there, little fins free. And looking for the link up here.
Well, and that was quick work that he just made because he had that wave right before that he poked the nose on.
Yeah.
And I almost thought it might be a replay, and here he was up again, getting a backup to the 5.83 as his previous wave was going to be a quick throwaway. Ocean Gittians, the Bayesian invasion has been growing across the country. And we're yet to see our young surfer from Guatemala, Jorge Vasquez, here. Surfing in the U18s, beautiful style, right, for our surfer from Barbados. Strong finish. So, JJ, talk about these rights. They've come into play already in the first 3 heats, and here we are in 4.
Yeah, they're not as consistent, but some of the scores, and if you can find a right where you get that oncoming end section boulder hit, Cayenne got one at the end of his heat, and Ocean got a pretty reasonable wave there. If you can pick them and they stand up, it's a really good scoring potential there. And some of the highest scores in the morning, just in the first 3 heats, have come off the right-handers. But the left is a bit more consistent and a bit more regular. So, here we go. This is the Eye of God, the aerial view here, the replay of Ocean, the Barbadian surfer. 17, finishes that one strong. Couple of good sections to work with there. He's representing his country for the 3rd time at the ISA level. So a good team play. Here we go. Finishing move here. Up in the lip. Accelerates off the foam in the front of that one and sticks it pretty cleanly. So looking comfortable on that one. In second, 6.93 for Ocean. Noah still out in the lead at the moment. And 2.54 is all the requirement. Ocean needs to get up in that all-important first place. We do talk about the repechage. 3rd and 4th. Don't disappear. They do get a second shot. And it's another thing that's kind of unique about these ISA events, Baldy, is that a lot of these kids have come a long way. They've got to raise money. Some of them have got to put in a big effort to get over here. And, it's good that they do get a second chance like that when you're coming from all corners of the globe.
You are right. And we're going to throw it down to Shannon for a nice beach interview.
Thanks so much. Martín Núñez, congratulations. That was a huge heat win. You walked away with a 7.83. Talk to me about finding that good wave.
Yeah, thanks very much. It was difficult, first heat of the team, and it was kind of pressure at the beginning, and I fall in the first wave, so it was kind of scary. But then I started looking at the rights. Seems like the rights was good, and then I got the 7.83, and I felt pretty nice.
What do you do in those moments when you fell on that first wave and you have to kind of readjust your thought process to keep it positive in the water?
I just think it's just one wave that was so good, and try to reset my mind and think I can do it. So still time remaining, and yeah, that's what I do.
And it's your first time here representing Portugal for the ISA World Juniors. How does that feel?
Yeah, it feels pretty nice. Portugal, it is a pleasure to represent Portugal, and let's go Team Portugal.
Would you like to say something to your friends and family tuning in back home in Portuguese?
Yeah. A todos que estão a ver, obrigado, aos meus pais, aos meus amigos, ao meu irmão, e é isso, mais um. Já o primeiro está feito e vamos a isso. Bora Portugal.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Shannon. Well, in the meantime, just now, Kieran Smith got a beautiful wave for Team England. We'll see where this score goes, JJ, and talk about he was feeling the pressure that was interesting. You know, first surfer for the team in the event, or at least at this. I'm not sure if there was someone up the way in the women's event, the U16s that's happening at the right point. That's all turquoise and blue and beautiful up the way.
Yeah, that was a good combination of moves there. He's looking strong, finished that strong with a bit of speed, came out of that. We heard a few whistles as well, some cheering from the English team, and that's one aspect, Baldy, of this event that is going to really play a big part of it. We're going to feel that enthusiasm, the support. As we get like deeper into the draw, these guys, their team members are going to be going crazy. And we've got a lot of days ahead of us, but I dare say, like, when we get to that finals day, we're going to be hearing some screams and some cheers when it comes down to medal time.
And even us.
That gives you goosebumps, that stuff. You're going to be cheering?
No, even us. Mitchell was telling me to settle down. He's like, Baldy, it's only day one. Come on.
You can't play favourites here. If you had a team, you're going, like, hometown USA? Is that what you're saying?
No. I was saying he was telling me in the booth to calm down. He's like, it's day one, heat 3.
Really?
Relax. You've got time.
No, man.
And all I was saying
Feel
is,
it.
you know what? Fernando, the president of the ISA, who has been involved from 1996, bringing this thing all along in the last 2 decades plus into the Olympics. His message is it's a passion play. It's love, spread the joy, foster the beauty of this sport around the world. So here we are.
Yeah, yeah. Don't put a lid on it, Baldy. I want it. I want the enthusiasm, mate. I'm stoked to be working there here alongside of you, and I'm fired up. I'm stoked to see all these fresh faces, new kids, some of the people we've seen before surfing around the world in junior events, and you know, with 420 something competitors, I'm happy to see some of these new kids, and I'm stoked to be here. Kieran, that was a great wave of him. We see White paddling back out, the English surfer. So we'll get some standings. Here we go. This is the replay, Baldy. This took off right in a good bowl, straight up into the lip, and a bit slower off the bottom here. This thing fattened up. He did dodge a couple of rocks. Well, that was the earlier wave as well. So 2 waves for the English surfer, and now we're back to live action. Red, Noah.
Using his priority, our goofy footer from France, and he's already had that solid 5.8. It looks like there's he had another wave, I think, that hasn't come in yet. So Team France doing well.
Yep.
Where are we with
2018 national champion?
Yes, that's a big feat in Europe too. It's not like it was just France. So that's incorporating Spain and Portugal and Italy and England and Scotland. It's a big surfing area. That there's a lot of talented surfers from all over those countries.
Yeah. And
here we go.
Yep, there we go. So he's in the lead, 5.83, 3.77.
Beautiful.
Yeah, that's a real feather in your cap as a competitor to grab a national title or a championship over in Europe. Like you said, there's so many hungry crews. Such a variety of surf too. You got to prove yourself in all kinds of waves. Slabs, beach breaks, cold water, warm water, big, small. So Noah waving the flag proudly, a talented young fella.
And that's and again, adding on to that, the European or American championships or Aussie, Australasia titles, but then you get a World Junior title or a world title, or then now we have the Olympics, and you've got Owen Wright, a brass medal, which he said was one of his biggest honors. You got Carissa Moore getting a gold, you had Kanoe Igarashi, all these people who have come through the ranks of the ISA for the last 10 years plus that have gone on to that level. As a professional surfer at the highest mark, that's what we're seeing now. It's kind of fun to be here talking to Chris Cote, who's going to be a co-commentator coming in tonight or tomorrow. He's like, yeah, these are great because you get to see the next waves of kids coming up, and you get to really feel and get a sense of what's happening out there, because every 6 months, and coming off the this pandemic, so a lot of these surfers haven't traveled, nobody's been seeing anything, no one could go anywhere, and it's all new.
Yeah, exactly.
Nothing in between 2019, which happened right here and now.
And we were talking yesterday about the opportunity to travel and the excitement that we were all feeling at the opening ceremony. Like a lot of us, myself included, we haven't traveled for 2 years. And as surfers, that's really tough stuff. You're tied to your home country, and we had the lockdown situation globally. And a lot of these kids being so young, like they're getting passports for the first time, traveling this event, and to compete and be out in the world and just having that experience is so rich. I mean, one of the first ISA events I went to, ended up surfing Chopu back in like the early 90s and played Mutiny on the Bounty, stayed in Tahiti. And I've got friends to this day, Hira Teranatufa. He's probably watching the French surfer Noah. He's won 2 ISA titles himself. And all these kids are starting their journey. Great finishing wave there for Noah. But yeah, you're right, Baldy. There's some rich legacies starting right here this week in El Salvador, I'm sure of it.
Well, yeah, absolutely. I mean, and we're just going to go on and on as it is day one, the stories and the history. But what a two-wave combo there we've got with Noah and Kieran. I mean, so that's going to factor in for Kieran because he had to get rid of a 2.97. Those are the two heat leaders, and this score coming in for Noah. So Ocean Gittians with the 4.5 now is looking for, well, we'll see that requirement might change with 3.5 minutes left. I mean, there's a great overview for those watching the webcast. Thank you for joining us here. La Bocana, where the surfers are competing. You see that the brown water or the orange water from the river that's washed out, and there was no rain or anything. It's just a flowing river from the mountains. You know, maybe there was rain in the mountains that we weren't aware of here on the coast last night. You were saying it was quite breezy last night.
Yeah.
So the central pit of the country could have, flood that out, but El Sunzal, the beach is just pristine and green and perfect, and
the water temperature is just so nice too, and even the sand is really like velvety and silty, and you can see the flecks of the iron ore in there, the silver sparkles, and yeah, it's a pretty exotic place. Replay now up over the foam, the nice little section wrapping the cut back here. So this is Noah, heat leader, finishes that one strong, and kind of smooth, easy flowing wave there for him, timed it really well. This wave here, this is Kieran Smith sitting in second. So Kieran from England, from Plymouth, and he's in second. Ocean, we're still waiting for a score for Ocean to come through. We saw him sitting out the back there in the yellow. Keep in mind that Noah, Kieran, and Ocean, they're all 17, 18. They're in the last years. And Jorge Vasquez down there, he's 13. So he's at least 4 years younger than all these guys. So the Guatemalan surfer there, that makes me feel good on the inside seeing a kid that young get competing at this level.
And look at that beautiful country scene. I mean, that's what we're talking about, the mountains, east of where we are off the Pacific here. It must rain up there all the time, and then, that these rivers blow out. And again, that's what keeps these sandbars so happening and consistent, is there's always flow. You even know at home, when river mouths clog, it kind of messes up the sandbars. Here, it must be always flowing. We are down to a minute and a half left in heat number 4 here at the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Junior Championships. It is just so cool to be here.
That's such a great shot. Drones have such a good technology, and I think surfing might be one of the sports that's benefited as much or more than nearly any other sort of sport. Like, it's amazing, like, to be able to get out there and get these angles of the coastline, see the swell lines and the surf and the topography, the local landscape. It's fantastic, and El Salvador sure is beautiful. I fell in love with it. That's the second I got off the plane. The hospitality has been amazing. The people are so welcoming. And if you're a surfer and you go to Surf City, you expect to feel at home, right?
Yeah, and just come on down because it is a quick flight from a lot of places, and it's beautiful. Nice, beautiful. Blows the tail there. Ocean Gittians from Barbados. He was looking for that. He really needed it because he needs, a minor 3.84 still to jump up into second place and not go into the reprecharge. Yeah, we are 33 seconds left in this heat number 4, JJ.
Yeah, Jorge, young surfer from Guatemala, 13. We're going to keep an eye on him. Maybe he's the youngest surfer in this division for sure. Another wave here for heat leader Noah. I think Ocean there, I think he panicked. He pulled the trigger a little early. I'm surprised to be on that first wave, Jeff, because there was 2 more waves behind it, and 3.84 was not a big score. So maybe a tactical error there right in the dying minute of this heat.
Well, we'll recap this heat because it just finished. It looks like Noah and Kieran advancing France and England into the next round, so they don't go to the reprecharge.
Yep, Ocean's going to get eliminated here, so Jorge as well.
Yeah, and I know. Yeah, I mean, what an amazing heat. We're going to recap this heat and get into all the travel things, for everyone.
All right, we're going to take a break here at the ISA World Surfing Championships. Back in just a moment.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to face yourself. A right time to enjoy pleasures, to make friends. There's a right time to listen. And a right time to make decisions. There's a right time for fear and for success. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Welcome back to the ISA World Junior Championships here in beautiful El Salvador, Surf City. Jeff Baldwin and JJ here calling the action. This is heat number 5 with Luke Swanson from Hawaii, Giovanni Cadenas from Nicaragua, and Elliot Vara from Panama. This is a 3-man heat in the U18s. We have a few of those. I mean, 45 countries represented, over 400 surfers between the men's, the women's, and the multiple divisions.
It's always a good feeling when you get a 3-person heat, I think. If you're a competitor, because that really does change the dynamic, and you think, oh, all I got to do is get second or first.
You're not.
Who's the weak link in the chain here? I got to get out there and make sure I get a better wave than that guy.
Yeah. So I guess on the break, this is a quick replay catching up with our surfer in white, Giovanni Cadenas from Nicaragua. Beautiful, nice finishing turn there. Looks like that dropped in for a 3-point ride. So there you see the 3 surfers in the water, the lefts and the rights. So consistent, JJ. I was saying some of the waves, and we had a good example 2 heats ago where one of the surfers got the highest score of the day, and the wave was just glassy green, no foam, no soup. There's a lot, that's so consistent that a lot of the waves get that soupy face, which makes it a little challenging. There's some cross ribs, some soup.
Yeah, but also provides a lot of opportunity as well, and gives everyone a chance. And we were talking earlier to Mitchell, like forehand, backhand, everyone can sort of go to their strengths, and the consistent swirls and little cross-hatch 45-degree angles. That's exciting, man. You're going to see some ramps too, and especially when it was probably about a foot bigger yesterday, and the whole dynamic of the break shifted. It was breaking further out. There was waves to the right. Also to the left, further down, directly in front of the judges' tower, and it just it's a great spot for a competition, and I can really see why they've chosen this. And to be so close to the beach and have the infrastructure here and the boardwalk and stuff, it's fantastic. So it's good for spectators. It's really good for surfers. Nice little off the top there from Luke, but he doesn't run out of it.
Yeah, so Team Hawaii, we saw Shane Dorian here. We were wondering, we didn't get to speak to him yesterday, so, obviously what an incredible career Shane Dorian had here, supporting his son, who is probably up at the other event site, surfing later, possibly, or tomorrow, but Shane Dorian supporting his son in the ISA.
Yeah. Well, Shane, he kicked off his career. So before we had the ISAs and all these junior divisions, you'll know, Baldy, that there used to be one serious junior event in the world, and that was the Pro Junior at Narrabeen. And Shane Dorian, he got second to Slater in that event, and basically that was the only event back then that sort of telegraphed the future stars of the sport. Now we have the ISA every year, pretty much, and I competed in that event when Shane was in it. So now he is. We talked about the breadth and the depth of the coaching and the earlier generations coming back to help these young crew do well and give them guidance and support. And Shane's one of those guys. We saw Adriano de Souza was down there. He's helping some of the Brazilian crew and also Team Italy as well, which is interesting, coaching some of those kids. And a couple of your buddies from the US are deeply ingrained into the US coaching.
Yeah, Ryan Simmons. I saw Magoo de la Rosa, famous Peruvian surfer. I mean, they're from all over the world. And I don't know if like Mickey Pichon is here for France. I haven't seen him, but he's been involved in the past. And you have the elite surfers coming back in and giving back, and that's what's so beautiful about this ISA and the way it leads and fosters these young athletes, although these are the 18-year-olds or in that division.
Yep. Yeah.
A lot of them, like you said, this is their last chance to go for that title.
Yep. A lot of surnames you recognize when you look through the list of the junior surfers here. You go, okay, I know that surfer. I wonder if their mum or dad's here or whatever, So we saw a split peak situation there. Both surfers getting away of Luke. Came unstuck again. And also Elliot, Panamanian surfer, getting a left there as well. Luke making his way back out into the lineup. Small score so far. This thing's wide open. But these 20-minute heats, they go quick. Here we go. This
they go really quick. Look at this beauty of a left. Oh, nice. Oh, a little slip there. It looks like his back foot came off. JJ will get into it, but he recovered nicely and then sort of, so he gave himself a little finger snap in encouragement.
This was the right from Luke Swanson, the Hawaiian surfer, 18 from the North Shore. And he's come unstuck too. This is unusual. Sometimes when you arrive at a new spot and the temperature change is really different, you can have some slippery wax and all that. But
well, that was the first. We haven't seen anybody have those type, and both surfers slipped simultaneously on the same peak. So I wonder what maybe something came out in the river mouth. Something we were touching on earlier. Obviously, there's the nations that are deeply entrenched and they've been coming to the ISA and they've fostered professional surfing for quite a lot of years. There's the new nations, and that is the impetus. That's the focus of what this is. And we'll sort of unfold those stories as we go along and the interviews get deeper. There was kids, families doing amazing fundraising, to get their teams, their kids, because they don't have the money. So it's the first time they got their passports. It's the first time they've traveled. They, scraped together the funds to come be here in El Salvador for this event with the promise of, I'm going to be involved forever. And it can be life-changing. So we can't ever take that for granted. And that's the beauty of what this fosters. The underbelly, which is actually the real story, is all those countries and those stories.
Yeah, and the last couple of years too have been tough financially for a lot of people. People who had really good sponsorships, good deals, federations, like a lot of stuff's been cut in half, budgets have been slashed. Parents, families, households have all taken a hit in a lot of cases. Nice little foam climb there from Elliot.
Which is even more impressive that against that backdrop of so much financial struggle globally, and we're not going to get into that, and the effects it's had
real
throughout, they're still here more than ever.
Yeah, and how special it is too to make the most of it. And these guys, we had the ISAs in 2013. It was in Nicaragua, so maybe Giovanni Cadenas was there to watch that. And up in the lip there, taking it pretty casual, but he's got in a couple of moves already. Nice little finishing section there, and he hits that. So that's a clean wave, so that'll make him feel pretty good. Almost certainly his best. And also Panama hosted the ISA as well, about 10 years ago as well. So Playa Vanal was at that event there. So, you can imagine Elliot was pretty young then. He might not remember it, or maybe he was about 10 years of age himself, or 8. So here we go, good wave here for Luke, and another strong finish there. So a couple of clean waves here, Baldy, and these guys focusing, getting some decent scores on the board as we come down under halfway.
Yeah, it's amazing, they're halfway through the heat, and that's going to be by far Luke's best wave, and you see his technical prowess. I mean, he's a very advanced surfer, and so he's going to get his best score on the board, back up to 3.37, get himself up into the lead, most likely. We'll see, potentially. Elliot Vada from Panama, he's got a 5.5 and a 2.73. Priority is with our surfer in yellow, and when they're out there, they have the priority monitors, so they know, and You know, you guys were touching earlier, I heard on the, you know, a lot of these surfers and athletes, it's the first time they've been in a priority situation in a heat because, you know, they don't even have sort of amateur surf associations running regular heats. So unless their coaches are doing it or their trainers, whatever that is facilitating their, you know, their education.
Yeah, that was interesting. Mitchell brought that up, and that was something I'd really just take for granted in Australia. You know, it's just standard, and you know that kind of shocked me, and made me pause and think, yeah, well, that's absolutely right. Like when I think about it, you know. So yeah, and that's a big learning curve too for these guys. But you know, if they've got the good coaches in their corner, and they're going to have to learn how to use that because that is such an important element.
Well, it's everything in competitive surfing now. You know, no matter what you're doing. But the other advent that's amazing is now that you can stream live events that are being broadcast from all over the world all the time. You know, regional, world, everything is happening.
Wow, good looking wave here.
Oh yeah, Elliot Vara.
Ooh, just the one move though. Yeah, so yeah, that 3 and 4 man priority, that was adopted from the bodyboarding ranks, the pro bodyboarding, and it pretty much straight away when it was introduced into surfing, it was taken on board and people loved it. Surfers loved it.
Yeah, you know, it
makes a big difference on point breaks, that's for sure.
I mean, it's just changed the game for everything. You know, going. Yeah, Hey, we are going to throw it down to Shannon Hughes for a beautiful beach interview. What do you got?
Here with Noah Dupuy from France. Congrats on a big win out there. Talk to me about your preparation coming into this year's ISA World Championships and some of the spots you've been surfing to get ready for these reef breaks.
Hello, Shannon. Hope you're doing good. So we arrived in Salvador like a couple days ago, surfing a lot this wave, trying to get into the rhythm and stuff. This year I've been in Hawaii for 2 months, trying to surf as much as point break as I could because I'm from Orsegor and only beach break, so it's kind of hard to try and practice for those kind of waves. But I managed to be able to arrive here as ready as I could. So I'm feeling comfortable, and I have a great team behind me, so I'm happy.
And talk to me about that team. I know you're one of the veterans on it, but you got a few rookies in the class here for the ISAs.
Yeah, there's I think only 4 of us that done a couple ISAs before that. So we have many rookies in the team, trying to push them to like take them all the pressure to perform as much as they could. And they're doing good, they're happy, everyone has the smile, so everyone has a good vibe. So yeah, it's good. We have a good team.
And what will your day look like now that you finish surfing and competing, and supporting your teams?
Like, I think like all the team cheering up all the other teams and even my team, because we have like, I think 4 guys surfing more and girls on the other spots. So trying to move as quick as possible to cheer everyone up and looking to go as far as possible.
Huge. Well, congratulations. Would you like to say anything in French back to your friends and family?
À tous, à ceux qui regardent, des gros bisous à tous et je vous aime fort. Bisous.
Thanks so much.
Nice work, Shannon. That is great to hear from the last heat winner, Noah Dupuy. He had a great heat, and like he was saying, JJ, he's spending time. It was kind of funny. He's spending time in Hawaii, the North Shore, to ride point breaks. So maybe he's just surfing rocky rides or backyards, or I'm not quite sure. But
yeah, I was analyzing that comment.
Anyway, that's like, okay.
Yeah. Well, it's working so far.
Yeah, it worked for him there.
Only 5 or 6 more rounds to go, Noah.
And I like that they're fostering the rookies. So he's the 18-year-old. He's not the rookie. He's been in events before.
Here we go, a little peak motoring through. And it's going to be Elliot looking at the left. No, but Giovanni Cardenas from Nicaragua gets this right. And this is one of the nicest shaped waves. Nice little corner on it. If you get a finish move here on the inside, that'll help his cause. Couple of lows, sort of rounded cutbacks here, and he kicks out.
Well, it looks like even though the left's sort of more the consistent or dominant wave, and I don't know the break well enough. The tides yesterday in the afternoon, when the tide looked like it filled in, the left was really bending and cornering in at the surfers, giving it a lot of pushback from midday on. The right almost looks like it's kind of giving them that opportunity. It's bending back into them on each turn. The left kind of runs away and pushes a bit. So different strategies, but it's great that they can show both their forehand and backhand. Another spicy wave for our Hawaiian surfing, Luke Swanson. So he's looking to get rid of the 3.73. another, you know, amazing fact, and it's global in surfing, but at the ISA you see it kind of more, is not only is it their first time they're traveling, they had to raise money to get there. It's just, you know, fostering grounds for surfing, small country. Most of them speak perfect English, and you saw Noah there choosing. He could have spoken in French, but he's honoring, you know, Shannon in that you know, moment to say, hey, I'm going to practice. I'm going to speak in French. I know if I go on to make it, everywhere I go, we're going to be speaking English, and we do have a Latin webcast happening in the booth next to us, which is great. Mitchell Salazar and everyone here perfectly bilingual.
Sorry for letting the team down.
Yes, I know. That's why they put us together.
Thank you, Noah.
We get the dunce caps.
Yep. Ooh, a nice little wave here too for Elliot. Needs a mid-range score to get up into first. So nothing happened for Giovanni on that last one. Outside heat leader Luke Swanson from away now. This section looks bigger, Baldy. Damn.
Ooh, well, and that was it. You know, I liked his sort of laissez-faire timing in that when he just sort of was liquid into the top, but right when he got there, pushed the fins over. Yeah. So there's a lot of really nice surfing happening here in heat number 5. We are down to just under 3 minutes.
Right when you talk about being bilingual, what's laissez-faire?
Well, those are just little one-worders. You know, I got those somewhere along in the
2 or 3. What does that mean? Help me out here. Help us out.
The sort of ease, the laziness, the casualness.
Very good. Okay.
The lack of effort.
Yeah, right. Well, that's a cool word. I'm going to take that one home to Australia after this event. So and of course the ISA, they've got the yearly scholarships that go to the under 18 surfers from the developing nations. They do huge work there, developing the federations around the world, and some programs and certifications for instructing, judging, adaptive surfing in the international surf schools. So
and that's a whole other the World Adaptive Games. I mean, ISA Adaptive Games.
Yeah, you're a part of that. We can catch up on that
once. That was amazing in La Jolla Shores, and that's just a whole nother level of, you know, the adaptive surfers getting into the Olympics, and you know, the Paralympics are massive, of course, and
so much to be proud for the ISA and the development of the sport.
Well, yeah, and even before this event kicked off, we're down to a minute and a half. There was a like a foundation. I gotta get it, but a host of people came from different countries that were invited, paid for through the foundation to get education, surf coaching, you know, mind, body, soul help. I saw, you know, they were doing yoga classes, talking about nutrition, talking about physical training, talking about water safety. You know, it was very comprehensive, more than just surf education. It was lifestyle betterment education, and that's another component that the ISA is always, you know, fostering.
Under a minute now. Good looking wave here. He hangs onto this one. So Elliot from Panama, the Panamanian, getting a few moves here. Scratching on the outside, Giovanni Cardenas from Nicaragua. He's going to go this one. He's got to get around this section here, and he has to get up into the lip. This is the guy in third. He's facing the repechage. This oncoming section, belts it. Needs a 4.71. So a solid move there on a better looking wave. And with 40 seconds remaining, don't know if Giovanni can get back outside, so that wave really has to count. He's going to have to pray that he gets the score there. Luke Swanson from Hawaii sitting pretty out in the lead right now, 12.44, that's a good total.
Yeah, two mid-range sixes, and we'll see if this one comes in for Giovanni. I mean, you saw he sort of like nearly lost it finishing that wave, but he pulled it off. He needed to. Will it be the score? He kept ticking away. 13 seconds left. And, you know, if he loses, he gets the surf again in the repechage.
Yep. So 3 seconds left, 2-1. So I think Giovanni is going to be relegated to third place and that repechage round. The Nicaraguan surfer. We say by at the moment the national champ. He's got another shot at it. So well done to Luke and Elliot, the Panamanian and Hawaiian surfers. So
I know they're flying.
A little slow with that heat, a little smaller. I think, like you said, the tide's coming in, Baldy. So but plenty of action to come. Cool.
Well, yeah, flying right through 20-minute heats, and that was the conclusion of 5. I know we're going to be jumping into 6 here shortly. You see the next heat sort of has already made its way into the water. They have about a 20-second turnaround between the heats, although we have the minute commercial break.
Yep, the red's already looking.
Yeah, all right, everybody. We are taking a break. We are coming back in heat for heat number 6. On the backside, we just concluded heat number 5. Come join us again. See you soon.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. What is transformative? Healing. All distractions on land disappear. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. Swells travel across the ocean, taking days or weeks to arrive, where surfers wait to ride their final destination. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. Surfing has the power to change the world. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to face yourself. A right time to enjoy pleasures, to make friends. There's a right time to listen. And a right time to make decisions. There's a right time for fear and for success. There's a right time to find your wave, and there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
We're going to Ground Zero Chops in Tahiti. Who would have thought? Nobody.
The setup in Teahupo'o is magic, you know? It's amazing, like the nature is there and the locals are amazing, like the vibe is crazy over there.
Chopu is one of the most incredible waves, probably a wonder of the world.
You go to that end of the road and it's sort of like a whole nother world out there. It's godlike, it's quiet, serene, beautiful, tropical. The colors of the sun hitting that hill, lighting up the palm trees and the mountains and the different hues of all different color spectrum as the day moves on and changes. Then you have this glorious wave that comes off a reef and it's so powerful and so beautiful.
I think it's gonna be very good.
Guess where surfing's going to be for the 2024 Paris Olympics? Tahiti, yes, at Chopu. There you saw Fernando Aguirre and his vision to bring surfing to the Olympic Games. We already had Tokyo 2020. Great waves at that beach break. And now we're going to Tahiti. Mitchell Salazar with JJ Jenkins. JJ, I know I'm excited as you are to see the men and women go down at Chopes.
Yeah, I think the world's really going to wake up and take notice once that happens. And there's going to be a lot of viewers seeing something that they've never seen before. And they'll be like, oh my God, is this surfing?
Oh, well, that was surfing right there on your screen from the Republic of South Africa. Luke Thompson, one of the best turns we've seen on the right-hander so far. This is heat number 6, Thompson in red, Jesus Perez from Costa Rica in white, Mario Camp from Belgium in yellow, and Keone Lassa from Venezuela is in blue. There you see the 4 names. 4 different countries, 2 surfers from Latin America, 1 from Europe, and 1 from the continental Africa part 2. And South Africa, I want to let you know, JJ, they've had some great surfers in the ISA in the past, Jordy Smith being one of them. And now here's a surfer from Venezuela, Keone Lassa. This is a replay.
Yeah, hasn't level gone up in this heat already? Big overhead sets, Keone getting a good wave here. We saw that wave from Luke Thompson, that was good. Out the back, so hi-fi surfing at the moment in stereo. You know, so Here we go. This is red. This is Luke. And this was the finishing move here. Up in the lip. Great section.
Boy.
Times it well. And we talked about those right-handers. I think if you're going to go right, you got to make sure you're seeing a full wall in front of you and another peak down the beach. And then you get the really good scores. Those finishing moves have been some of the highlights of the morning, Mitch.
And they're crucial, too, to the actual development of a good score. This was Jesus Perez from Costa Rica. His second wave so far, JJ, has a couple mid-range scores, a 3.5 and a 4.1 in a score line. We might see him again here.
Yeah.
Here goes the Costa Rican Perez on the backhand, going left again. Nice technique, great bottom turn. Second turn right there in the pocket, and fits a finish in too in a hard section. But the real standout of the scores right now so far is the 7.0 of the young surfer from Venezuela, Keoni Laza. And for most people, Venezuela, not a huge surfing country. They have had some great competitors in the past, though. Laza, one of them now. On the backhand, second turn, spicy, and fits one more in. Wow.
That's his second score?
Yeah.
Come through. Wow. He's got off to a great start. 6 minutes, and he's smashing it. Yeah. So very composed, good surfing, strong, good timing. And, yeah, he's sending it so far. He looks like he's in the right gear.
Boy, and you know what, JJ? He's dropping a massive score right now, potentially the best wave of the event so far. This is the replay.
Yeah, straight right in the middle of the peak there. Comes around that section, times well under the lip too. And look at this bowl he's got to work with.
Oh.
And a little capping section. So that thing delivered, and he just gave it right back. So the timing was good. The section's no loss of speed. And that was a gift, that wave. And he all he had to do was really just surf it at 80-85% there and connect the dots, and that's exactly what he did. So that guy is a good surfer with a lot of potential. That wave was fantastic, and he's rocketed into first place. Still the score to come through. That 7's for his first one.
Yeah,
so
the 7 was the left.
Yep.
It's a beautiful carves right there, too, with the combo. 6.5 for Thompson.
There we go.
A 9.33 for the Venezuelan surfer. Highest score of the event. Highest heat total of the event so far. And he's done it in the first 7.5 minutes of the heat. Thompson in second. Perez now needing a 5.24 for second place. And Comp from Belgium in fourth, needing a 7.26. Here's Perez on the backhand. Just a quick one in and out. 12 minutes to go. Yeah, you're talking about developing stories. We got one on our hands right now.
He's already told his story. That's going to feel great for Keoni. It's going to feel good for the Venezuelan team cheering him on. Here we go. This is another good right-hander.
Thompson. Beautiful combo right there on a great right-hander. And like a good South African too, he prefers the rights. Already opting to go right twice this heat so far. Already has the 6.5.
Still going.
And this is a difficult wave to surf right here at the end. He'll finish with that.
Can you hear the Vuvuzela horns in the
background?
I forgot about those things. He lets them bring those on the plane. I love it. All those cultural differences and all those things that make them so unique. It's so rad, man. It's awesome.
Let's go down to Shannon Hughes with Luke Swanson.
Luke, congrats. That was a good heat win at the end, but it looked like a bit of a challenge at the start. What was happening on those rights?
Yeah, I don't know. I started off by slipping on my board a bunch. I think I wasn't anticipating the muddy water to put a little layer of film on there, so I started slipping, which kind of was like a little bit weird. I actually was laughing on like my second wave when I fell. I was like, why is this happening? But yeah, my main mindset after that was just like finish a wave, and I got a kind of little insider double up, finished it, and then just kind of built my confidence from there, and then kept on getting those like kind of mid-range 5.6s and finished out on top. So super stoked.
Definitely a good way to reset and come out with the win. Talk to me about your goals coming into this year's ISA World Junior Championships and what you've been doing to work towards achieving them.
Yeah, well, this is my last year. I wasn't unfortunately able to make it the last couple of years, but I want to win, you know, like I think that I have everything I need to win, and I'm feeling confident. My boards feel good, my surfing feels good, and just training at home, all the sorts of waves that look like this. I was just at Lowers about 2 weeks ago, so getting good reps in there, and yeah, I feel like I have everything I need.
Amazing. And representing Team Hawaii, feeling good?
Oh yeah, the team's on fire right now. We're all super pumped, and you know, we're here for each other, so win or lose, we're all stoked and we're all having fun.
Love it. Thanks so much for the insights, and best of luck in the next round.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shannon, and congratulations to Luke Swanson from Team Hawaii. One of the best representatives there is on Oahu.
Yeah, he's a smooth dude. Next time there's an interview with Luke, shut your eyes. That's John Florence. I swear to God, his voice is a dead ringer for John. It's amazing.
They train together with Ross Williams too. It's Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, Luke Swanson, and John Florence. And you know what Ross has told me in the past is that Sakura actually ends up winning 80% of the heats that they surf against each other, which is crazy, right? Yeah.
Yeah, wow, that's cool. It's oh, what a team. I really enjoy Ross's input and his commentary. It's been so refreshing, and you know, I think he educates a lot of the surfing world. It's fantastic, so it's great having Ross there. And it's pretty clear that he's doing a good thing for the surfers. Man. He's got a very calculating mind. He simplifies things, and these surfers are benefiting. Like Luke's in the zone, man.
No doubt about it. He's one of the favorites to win the U18s as well. And as he mentioned, his last year in this event too. So the biggest opportunity of his life to potentially become a world junior champion here in El Salvador. Just under 9 minutes to go. Laza with a 16.33 heat total, the highest of the event so far. Thompson in second. Let's go down to Shannon with a special guest.
Down with Shane Dorian. Shane, you're here coaching Team Hawaii. How's it been going behind the scenes?
Yeah, it's been going good. It's been interesting. You know, like as a coach, you're kind of a manager as well. And when you have 12 athletes with just so much going on, so many moving parts, it has its challenges, but it's been a lot of fun. We got here early to train, and everybody's feeling good, surfing well, so I'm stoked.
And of course, your son Jackson is in the draw. How cool is it to just see that whole camaraderie coming together with your own son and the rest of the team?
It is, yeah. It's interesting being a parent, you know, to a kid that's on the team and being a coach as well, but it's funny because he doesn't listen to me anyway, so the other coach, Chris Martin, he's Jackson's coach for sure. All the rest of the kids listen to me, so it's all good.
I love that dynamic. Talk to me too, when you were in your junior career, of course you had a phenomenal professional career. You competed at the ISA World Junior Championships. What was it like back then?
Yeah, I competed in England, in Puerto Rico, and in Japan when I was a kid for the World Juniors. And yeah, it was an amazing experience for me personally. It was very formative. For me, I wasn't a very good amateur surfer, but it gave me the fire to pour all my energy into surfing. I remember after the event, I was so fired up. I went home and wanted to surf all day because I wanted to get really good for the next one. So it was really fun.
Incredible. Any words of advice to anyone tuning in that wants to be here maybe next year?
Yeah, I just think it's an incredibly diverse event. It's so deep with just it's so fun to meet all the other teams and find out what they're all about, where they're from. It's really fun, and everybody's here, and I don't know, I just feel like we all have so much in common, even though we're all from different places and we may look different or whatever the deal is. It's just really neat to really know that we're all the same and we have surfing in common, and it brings us all together, so it's awesome.
I love it. Thanks so much, Shane. We'll see the rest of your Groms the next round.
For sure. Thanks.
Thank you, Shannon, and a good chat there with Shane Dorian, one of the coaches of Team Hawaii. And how funny was that when he referenced his son and saying that, yeah, I'm his parent, I'm not his coach, he doesn't even listen to me.
You know how many parents, and especially surfer mums and dads, had a chuckle right then and there all around the world watching that? I mean, every answer Shane gave there was depth and layers to what he was giving back, on the surface there, but there's so much experience and so many different, as a coach, as a mentor, as a former competitor, his experience and him admitting he was a poor amateur competitor, and he's perennial top 10 and clearly one of the greatest surfers ever, especially
no doubt
a leader in big wave arena. So that was a rad interview. That was really cool.
One of the best overall surfers, I would have to say.
Unbelievable. To think, you go back and watch some of those early videos and the airs he was doing, tweaking them out and stuff, and man, he's so steezy, he's amazing, and the stuff he's been doing at Jaws the last few years is just donkulous.
Yeah.
It's crazy. So
here we
see
go.
Shane here.
Yellow comp from Belgium only has a 2:07 at the moment, so that'll help his total out, but he is in fourth at the moment, needing 2 scores, a combination that gives him 14.33 or better, so a pair of 7s will get the job done. Just under 6 minutes, JJ. And how about Keone Laza, who's been on fire? Speak of him, he's up and riding again. Going left, just a quick one.
Priority mistake maybe? Clearly he's in the lead, but that was unusual. He didn't give that one a nudge.
It didn't look like much of a quality wave either, did it?
Yeah, no, he's like he can be selective. Yeah, he's gone down the priority rankings there, having a look on the inside, scratching a bit. It's man, he's had a great heat. Easily two of the best waves of the day, and that 9, that might be a while before that one gets beaten. We'll see.
And how about his wave selection too? He's done it on 4 waves only.
Yep, smashed it. So it doesn't seem too tricky out there to pick a spot, and for sure having a team environment and having coaches on the beach, they'll probably have their lineup points and stuff, and they'll be referencing that from the ocean looking back to the shore. But yeah, he's played the tactical game amazing, and he's made those waves count.
And here he goes again, looking to better a 7.0. Lhasa. Wow, that was beautiful. Can he hold on? No, he can't. But this kid is something to deal with. I'm telling you, once he faces off against those bigger superpowers, we're going to see potentially a final in the making right there.
Yeah, he's clearly experienced. He's smashing it. And one thing that's really interesting, he's representing Venezuela, and he's up in Zeralts in the Basque Country, and there's already been a couple of surfers, you know, residing in certain countries like California, particularly representing, you know, Japan and China. That's not uncommon at all. So it's really, we're on the precipice of the new era where, you know, we're seeing so many nations represented. It's so cool, the development of the sport here, and these guys maximizing their chances to get those all-important medals.
And here goes the South African Thompson, looking to better his low score of a 6.5. What a wave right there. Potentially the best right we've seen all day long. And now White, Perez, who at the moment also needs 2 scores to move up into second. This will help, but it just seems like his wave selection hasn't been on point yet.
Yeah, that was in my mind there. I was saying, no, don't go when he paddled into that one. It was a smaller one. And, you know, that's probably an experience, maybe some nerves getting in the way there too, knowing where you are on the clock and watching it, and your position in the heat, knowing you maybe should play the waiting game. But, you know, if you're going to wait and pick one wave, you've really got to make it count, so there's no room for error. So he might just be building his scores there, Jesus. But many lefts in Costa Rica. I haven't travelled there.
Yeah.
There are lots of lefts. I know it's very peaky, but the rights are the dominant waves that everyone travels for.
Mostly beach breaks.
Okay.
But there is one of the best lefts in the world in the most southern part of Costa Rica, close to Panama.
Yeah.
Pavones.
Yeah, of course.
That's where Noemar Maganago, former ISA champion, and Leilani are from.
Yeah.
This is Thompson's last JJ.
Yeah. What's the finishing move on this one, everyone? Wax it up. The spray, you know, you get a big spray off a turn that indicates good timing, and always impressive. This is the land angle now. Nice little section, just holding his speed. Look, you can already see him looking at the left corner of his eye there, eyeing that end section. And they're the rights that get the scores, that good finishing end bowl, and he timed that well.
I like that kid's style too. Surf's great. Here's Perez from Costa Rica. He has 2 minutes to get 2 scores. Let's see if this will improve and at least break combo. A 4.33 will do it. And Perez just grinding away on this one, tapering off, and perhaps just a bit too small for the scores that he's requiring right now.
Yeah, he's clearly, I mean, for me, that's the first time I've watched him in real life, and he's got technique, and he's got the flow. He's just making it a little too hard for himself, I think, catching those small waves. I mean, they're going to be difficult to surf for a lot of people, those little dribbly ones, so I'd like to see him, Perez, get on a bigger, better wave.
90 seconds to go. Lhasa from Venezuela in the lead. Thompson in second. He doesn't seem like he's going to improve his low score on his last. Might be just under his 6.5. Perez in second, needing that combo. So is Comp from Belgium in fourth. And, you know, another thing that it's good to talk on, too, about those people residing in different countries, to those that they're representing. Keone Lhasa being one of them. He surfs in Zarauz, the Basque Country of Spain. How about a lot of the surfers that qualified last year for the Olympics? Leon Glatzer, he's actually from Costa Rica, but he has both German parents. He's from Pavones as well. Manuel Selman surfs from Chile. He lives in the Dominican Republic.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, any road you can take to get there, I mean, why wouldn't you? And it just speaks volumes for the sport and the work that the ISA have done to open up these pathways and the development in all these countries. And then these surfers, you know, they're making this change now. We've only had one Olympics, and in 2 or 3 generations from now, 3 more Olympics, they're going to be inspiring other surfers from the nations they're representing. And then you get the funding and the sponsorships, and, you know, the legacy comes through, and then you get the support and the governments and stuff. It stands for so much more than you see on the surface in these early days.
Especially when it comes to opportunity, too.
Exactly.
Thompson in and out real quick. We're going to count this heat down. It's going to be Lassa and Thompson advancing into round number 2. You hear the buzzer right there. The heat is over. Perez and Camp will be relegated to the repecharge round. We're going to take a quick commercial break and be right back with heat number 7 here at the ISA World Juniors. Don't go anywhere.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to face yourself. A right time to enjoy pleasures, to make friends. There's a right time to listen. And a right time to make decisions. There's a right time for fear and for success. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. What is transformative? Healing. All distractions on land disappear. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. Swells travel across the ocean, taking days or weeks to arrive, where surfers wait to ride their final destination. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. Surfing has the power to change the world. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
Back at the ISA World Juniors here in beautiful El Salvador. Mitchell Salazar with JJ Jenkins here for heat number 7 in the water. Hugo Hermering from Germany in the red. Teo Rodriguez from Argentina in white. Jie Yahao from Chinese Taipei in yellow. And Eli Temperi representing Finland is in blue. So a diverse heat in the water again, JJ. Temperi from Finland resides in Southern California, I believe in Encinitas. And he is a great surfer. Just came off of a win at NSSA Westerns last weekend too. And he's here looking for a solid finish at the ISA World Juniors as well.
Yeah, he's made a couple of national finals, the Grom Search runner-up back in his day, which was only a few years ago. And yeah, anyone from that little neck of the woods there, that's a competitive environment, and I'm sure he's got all the moves.
And Argentina in the past has also medaled a few times at this event. Santiago Muniz has been a 2-time event champion at the Opel level. And Germany now, with the success of Leon Glatzer from last year, one of the higher seeds of the event. They're in red.
Yeah, so yeah, very stacked heat here, and I'll go on record. I'll say I haven't watched any of these guys surf live before, and these are the heats that really get my attention because an event like this, there's going to be dozens and probably hundreds of competitors we get to see for the first time, and so this is one heat I'd keep an eye on, and they do have a lot of accolades, these guys, so should be a good battle. That last heat was a cracker too, so coming off that one, it's the levels lifted, and those guys, they would have been paying attention, seeing where those guys scored, and seeing them sort of bring the flashy moves in, and these guys will be ready and fired up. Here comes a little set too. Yeah, and Jie Yahao from Chinese Taipei. Great waves over there, by the way. They get some typhoons, and all of a sudden, waves are 6 feet. They have won World Pro Junior Championships over there, World Pro Longboard events too. So Chinese Taipei definitely accustomed to this kind of power just here like La Bocana has. Is that Taiwan? Yes. Okay. It is. I was there for the last juniors event. Yeah. So, yeah, beautiful part of the world and really a wave-rich region. Probably underrated on the global scale. That is no doubt. Yeah. Here's Rodriguez with a 2-turn combo to open up. Let's go down to Shannon Hughes with last heat's winner, Keone Lassa.
Keone, that was an incredible heat out there. There's so much action going down on the beach. How does it feel to be here for the ISA World Junior Championships?
It feels good. It's been like a while since the last junior event, so obviously coming here, it feels a little nervous after a long time. When you go out, there's too much people to catch waves, but you see everyone ripping, so yeah, it's good. The level is really high, so it feels good to compete here.
Well, you managed those nerves so well. You found a 9.33. How was that in the lineup?
I got the first wave too deep, so I fell. But then I got a second one, which was a 7, I think. And that calmed me down a little bit. And then I got a big ride, which felt good. Did like 3 big turns, and yeah.
Incredible. And you're from the Basque Country, but you're representing Venezuela. What does that mean to you?
Means a lot, obviously representing both. I have my mom from Venezuela and all the family. Shout out to everyone who lives there. And yeah, obviously from the Basque Country, so I appreciate you guys watching. Yeah, let's keep it going.
Well, congratulations. We'll see you next round.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shannon, and congratulations to Keone, the highest heat total of the event so far, 16.33 points. There's Theo Rodriguez on his second wave so far. His opener going to come in as a mid-range score, it seems, just under 14 minutes to go. And a good representation of what the ISA is all about. You're representing one nation on paper, but really you're coming from different backgrounds. It's cool to see him appreciate both of them. Yeah, it really is. And like he mentioned, like he was saying, thank you to the people that care about him in both those spots. So you're bringing supporters with you. You're bringing attention from a couple of regions with you as well. And, surfing's about experience. And I think eventually, if you're going to have a winning career, like knowing all the different varieties and breaks around the world is key. So having that travel, that experience is vital. To be able to call a couple places home is only going to help your career. And he's a confident little fella. I mean, he got the 9 and stuff, but you can tell, like he's been to enough events. You can watch the way these guys speak. If they're under 18, under 16, you can see who's confident and has some direction and some clarity about their goals and dreams. Boy, and there goes Tim Perry. I'm telling you, this kid can surf, JJ. Yeah, you're talking him up big time. I want to watch it. Oh, there was one wave last weekend at Huntington Beach, just one section, but he went up one big bottom turn, one big top turn, and he's not afraid to punch the lip when it's coming down on him. But you see him in person, and he's not very tall at all. His father's around 6'4", I want to say. Ellie's probably got to be around 5'5". Is he going to shoot up? Is he going to have that year or two where it's like, hey, whatever happened to Eli? Like you were looking down on him, and now you're like looking up. As long as he doesn't get like the physical complications that sometimes come with that, you have those radical growth spurts. It's hampered some surfers' careers. So, grow slow, Eli. Let's see it. Let's bring the heat. Well, 12 minutes to go. Rodriguez has a 4.5. Let's go down to the beach with Shannon.
Hey guys, so there's obviously a lot of men's surfing going on right out front, but we've got the women's on. The girls under 16 division is happening today down at El Sunzal. Zia Hendricks from Team South Africa is one of the girls competing in it. Zia, how are you feeling going into your heat later today?
I'm feeling quite excited today. I don't have a lot of nerves, and yeah, I'm very amped, and I'm very stoked to be here. It's so nice.
Talk to me about being in El Salvador. It's your very first time outside of South Africa, right?
Yes, it's so nice. The water's so warm, bath warm, and everything's so different, and it's so nice to see the other side of the world. It's so I'm so stoked.
What's it like to be one of the 10 surfers on your team that's gotten a passport for the first time, that's able to finally travel and experience a different place?
It is actually nice, but when I got my passport, it was a little bit stressful because they took long, and yeah, but then when I got it, I was even more excited to come here and to be with my team and have a team event, and it's so nice, yeah.
And you're originally from Jeffreys Bay. That's where you were born and raised, learned how to surf, but you're now living in East London. What was it like practicing to get ready for the contest?
It was nice because I surfed with Adriel a lot, and Wayne Monk, he coached us, and me and Adriel did like 10 minutes heats and stuff like that. So yeah, really put in a lot of work, and yeah.
Well, we're really proud of you for being here. Congratulations, and we look forward to seeing your results for later today.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Shannon, and those are really the stories that we're looking to not only expose, but I think come to terms with how beautiful the sport of surfing has impacted different parts of the globe, JJ.
Yeah, that was just gorgeous. I mean, I'm smiling right now. Like, she was genuinely just bursting out of her skin to be here and appreciating the experience so much. That was so cool. And yeah, that's what that's the stories and the layers behind all these teams, all these competitors here. There's some really cool stuff, and these guys are getting life experiences, which is just fantastic. She was just amazing. I love her.
She was smiling since before the interview actually started.
I know. And that's infectious. It's good.
So this is Rodriguez, his 4.5 JJ, his best wave of the. Oh, excuse me, that was just the one attempt on the left. He does have a 4.5 and a 2.33. And this was Hugo's opener, a 5.27, his best wave so far.
That was a nifty little layback there to finish. I didn't think he was going to ride out as smoothly as he did. This overhead wave now, and a bit of whitewash to hit. Pulls it down in the pocket, up again. Another open face carve there on the backhand. Connects with that foam, and he just pokes the nose under. So he was on his way to a good score, but that was still, in the context of this heat, that was a pretty good wave.
So that was his second wave for Temperi, a 4.6. His opener was a 5.5. That has him in the lead. Just under 9 minutes to go. Rodriguez in second, looking to improve on a 2.33. The surfer in red, the German, gets a 3.67 on his second ride, so that actually pushes him up into second. Rodriguez now needing a mid-4, and the surfer from Chinese Taipei still very patient out the back, only has a 1.13. Here goes Temperi in blue, the Finnish surfer. Beautiful strong carve to start things off. A second wrap just in the pocket. This wave shouldering off. Wow. How was that third one? Quick and deadly.
That's your boy right there.
I'm telling you, he's got something about him where I just see a superstar in the making. And you see these surfers coming out of that Encinitas area. Kyan Yang, Eli Temperi, they all have that same low style. Guess where they got it from?
Oh, Rob.
Yep.
Yep. Slouch master himself, the flow master. Never loses speed, that guy.
Not at all.
What the hell? He's such a great surfer and a good mentor for these guys to look up to in that area. And this is, would it be fair to say, this is a pretty kind of similar conditions to like a seaside day out of Cardiff
almost,
there?
yeah.
Yeah, I reckon. Just the way the waves kind of die out, and then you get little cross-hatch sections on the inside.
And this is Rodriguez's 4.5, his best wave so far. It was his opener. He's currently in third, and this is Eli's last. It seems like it's going to come in as a mid-range score too.
Yeah, wraps that one down, staying just behind the foam ball before he starts his next move. This wave coming in a little straighter. Good finishing cutback there, gives it a bit of a jam. And probably didn't wall up as much as he'd hoped or he thought it might have when he took off, but not a bad wave nevertheless. He's little too, he makes it look bigger than it really is. So.
He definitely does.
Little 1.5 there from the parallax error.
7 minutes to go. Still, the situation's still the same. Blue leads, red in second, white needs a 4.45. And Jie Yahao from Chinese Taipei needing the best score of the heat so far, a 7.81. Let me ask you this, JJ, as a former competitor of these events yourself, did you ever have a feeling that some of the surfers that you competed against, that you saw, we're going to see live action first, as we do have two surfers up and riding. We're going to stay with Jie Yahao. This is going to be his best wave so far. Chinese Taipei on the board, looking for a 7.81. Let's see if you can get a finish. So does well just to fit in a couple turns right there at the end. That'll be his best wave. 6 minutes to go. We also saw the German surfer in red Hugo split the peak with him. I was going to tell you, though, and ask you, if a lot of the surfers that you saw in those past events or you competed against, did you ever think that they were going to become the superstars that they eventually became?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the glaringly obvious one was when there was really only one pro junior, and one of the first years I ever competed was at Narrabeen. That was the year that Dorian got second to Kelly in the final, and 4 or 5 of those guys went on to CT stuff and world titles. But when I was doing the ISAs, I had surfers like Darren Arafty, Lee Winkler, who went on to qualify for the World Tour and make, do 4 or 5 years up there. Toby Martin was another guy. They're all Sydney, New South Wales guys. So obviously I was travelling with the Australian team. And it was really obvious those guys were going to make it. They were so good. Shane Werner was another surfer from the South Coast, Sydney. He got second in the Pipe Masters and top 16 a couple of times. So, yeah, it was really obvious. And, I surfed against Terran Tulfer, and he was big standout Tahiti lifelong friend of mine. He was 16 when I was competing there. And Hira won 2 ISA world titles.
Yes, he has.
So, if you give me a bit more time to think, there's a lot of the female competitors. Chelsea Georgeson was ISA representative too, and she was from her hometown. She won a couple of world titles, WSL and ISA. So, yeah, it was pretty obvious. I mean, but they weren't as young as these guys.
It's noticeable, isn't it? All of a sudden, you're just seeing people that are levels ahead.
And there was less surfers then too. I mean, the ISA nations representative, probably a couple of dozen, maybe 35, 40, but to have the representation from 40 to 50 nations and have the depth and the talent at this level too, it's like under 18, under 16, it's pretty crazy.
Well,
So
the
it's
crazy
harder to pick them.
and I bet, because the crazy thing about this event, record athletes, 419 for this event, for an ISA World Juniors.
Yeah. We had a parade through the capital of Tahiti there, and I think 220, 180 was the figure, and at that time that ISA event was one of the biggest in terms of competitors. So to double that in 10 years, 15 years is pretty crazy.
It seems like each year it's just getting bigger and bigger, and obviously we haven't had an ISA World Juniors since 2019 in Huntington Beach, and it's been almost 3 years. What I'm interested to see now is how will the number of competitors and number of athletes affect the length of the event? Because this is already a 10-day event.
Yeah, well...
Are we doing 2 weeks now afterwards?
Yeah, well, I don't know. I mean, we've got the double podiums. We've got a great setup here in El Salvador, which accommodates this huge number of competitors. So it's quite amazing to have this set up and have it running so smoothly. And it's a great venue. So, a big thank you to the host city and the host country, and the government here for getting behind it. So they're onto a winner here for sure. So
I ain't complaining, JJ. The hotel we're staying at is great. The food's amazing.
Yep.
And I can tell you these kids are enjoying themselves a lot too.
I'll give you one more year. So when I was working in the media on the production side of the event in Tahiti, and there were some names there that went on to become pretty good surfers. Julian Wilson, he won. Owen Wright was a winner that year. It's like 2005, 2006.
Matt Wilkinson.
Matt Wilco smashed it. And
Tori Meister was there.
Exactly, yeah.
That was at Papara, right?
Papanau, Papanu on the other coast. But and I remember seeing Geordie Smith, and I thought, God, this guy is good. He was this South African guy. He probably 17 or 16, and he actually lost in the quarters and the semis or something. And it was really strange to see him get knocked out because he was surfing so good. Geordie went on to surf pretty well. He's got quite a career. So, but that was the era where it was really exploding, and the international regions were really coming on with some bona fide talents, world beaters.
So the 2 years I competed, 2011 in Punta Hermosa in Peru, Felipe won the U16s, Felipe Toledo.
Wow.
And then the U18s was Cristobal de Col beat Vasco.
Cristobal, I forgot about that guy.
He almost beat Vasco on a tiebreak.
What?
It was a very close final between them two. Dylan Lightfoot got second in the U16s.
Yeah, there was 4 or 5 South Africans that came on all at once.
Bianca Buttendog was there too.
Yeah, that's another name.
Nikki Van Dyke had made a final. And now you're seeing all these kids like Lucas Elston, who's coming up in a few heats and stuff like that. You're like, whoa, like all these names that are popping up.
And Felipe, he was so little and skinny, and he had the braces, remember? And he was just this little kid, and he was so quick, and then far out,
And then he qualified for the championship tour next year.
Yeah.
Same thing with Geordie Smith. The year you saw him in Tahiti did not do well. next year in the Opens in Huntington Beach in 06,
Yep.
won that event.
Yep. And then he just went berserk as a wild card at J-Bay, you know. So yeah, incredible list of names. Like I love some of the names you're bringing out that kind of like fade into the recesses of my brain. It's really cool to hear. A lot of those crew working in the industry now.
I know.
Doing coaching, working for the companies, and yeah. I mean, when you have this many competitors, there's going to be
it's eventually going to happen.
A lot of stories. Yeah, good stuff.
So 45 seconds to go. Tim Perry still in the lead. Hugo Hermening from Germany in second. Rodriguez from Argentina needs a 5.21. And Jay Yahao gets his best on his last, a 4.07. Needing a 5.63. He has second priority. But Tim Perry, a great competitor, will probably not let anybody take this last wave. 20 seconds. It's a bit of defense here from Ellie. He's up and riding on the left. Looking to improve a 4.6. Beautiful wrap on the backhand. Just slid the fins a bit too hard right there. 10 seconds to go.
He's safe though.
Rodriguez is the one who needs a score. And Hermening just moving over and blocking him as much as he can. This heat's over though. It's going to be Team Europe advancing Finland and Germany in first and second.
Yeah, your boy came through shining right there. So pretty close between first and second. And Teo and Zhao Yao off to the repechage. That was another great little heat. We've got some good battles here.
So we're going to take a quick commercial break and be right back with the ISA World Juniors live from El Salvador. Do not go anywhere. Waves are pumping.
My name is Fernando Aguirre. I am the president of the International Surfing Association, and I like to surf every day. The ocean is the greatest equalizer. There is no really admission fees, no membership fees. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, gender, weight size, or anything to surf. And the ocean has not been privatized, sold, rented, so we all have a chance to enjoy it. And maybe like a year ago, something like that, one day I woke up and I realized that the dream that I was having when I woke up, it was the reality. From having for the first time all the dream surfing teams of the world together, all the top stars, the guys that I met when they were 15 or 16 as juniors, and I saw them winning medals or gold medals, and they're all together now. Next to, the full team of Senegal. It's like a team from Thailand, Indonesia, American Samoa. I think it's probably, this is a sensitive point, because I carry on my heart my parents, my grandparents, are the people that really made me who I am. And my grandparents on my mom's side were very, limited income. He was a taxi driver and she was a housewife that used to work as a maid on a hotel. I was maybe 16 or 17, and one day my grandma showed up and gave me the most expensive jacket that I couldn't buy. And I knew how life was difficult for them, how difficult life was for them. So I told her, I said, "You're crazy. This is like, why do you do that?" And she said, "I'm not sure you're gonna get it now, but eventually I think you're gonna get it." And giving is much better than receiving, because by receiving, nobody has ever become a better human being. But if you give, you might get a chance.
Oh boy, that little promo gave me chills. Mitchell Salazar with Jeffrey Baldwin here for heat number 8 of the boys U18 at La Bocana in beautiful El Salvador. In the water, Jacobo Trigo from Spain, up and riding in red. A frothy one for him. Gets a 2-turn combo right there on a difficult wave to ride. That'll help him out in his scoreline. In the water, Jacobo Trigo from Spain in red. In white, Eli Boshan from Israel. In yellow, Rivan Roskop from Switzerland. And in blue, Freeman Breivik from Norway. 3 Europeans against 1 surfer from Israel, Jeff.
I know. I was looking at Rivon's name. I'm like, man, that's a tough name. He's got stars written all over it. Rivon Rock. Right?
I just saw The Northman, too, by the way. It's a Viking story.
Yeah.
Those kind of names were in the movie all the time. And it kind of reminds me of those older eras, too, where, like, you're seeing all these names. And I'm a huge fan of, like, Nordic culture and then the mythology.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's cool to see these names mixed in, you know, with the more common names out there worldwide.
That has been shattered over the last decade of the ISA populating the world of surfing, right? When we get the competitor list, you're like, oh boy, I got to have my A game on because there's names from all over the world that, you know, you're not just, it's not Spanish, it's not Latin, you're not just rolling tongues to like fake it. You know, you have all of Australasia, you've got the whole of South Central America, all of Europe. Yeah, we got Russian surfers, although I don't know how many are from Russia. And that's another story that's always happening.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of athletes that live in certain countries that surf for a different flag, you know. Yesterday I was talking to the Swedish kids. One lives in Manly, Australia. One lives in Leucadia, born and raised in Southern California.
Yeah, Grayson Grant, yeah.
Grayson Grant, but his mom is from Sweden, and, you know, they go back and forth. But, yeah, and that's the case in a lot of the teams, but then there are the ones, like I mentioned Senegal earlier. They're from Senegal, they live in Senegal, they surf in Senegal, and like that's a really neat storyline too, because they're not trying to make a different team because maybe they couldn't make the national team for that country. And anyway,
you're just excited, aren't you,
dude,
Jeff? Like
I love the ISA platform all the way.
Here we go,
I'm a big
Jacobo Trigo.
supporter.
I know. I saw you down there with Team Senegal. You were taking millions of photos.
They taught me a dance or two. Like I've already got a robe in my room. I'm ready.
Where's my robe, Jeff?
Dude.
Did you not ask them for me too?
So this is a global thing, right? This is a global sport. Football is a global sport.
Yeah.
Today, Liverpool versus Real Madrid
For the Champions League.
For the Champions League final, and Sadio Mane, who's the main forward, one of them for Liverpool. So that's what we were
It was
talking.
from Senegal, yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't it funny how things connect every now and then, too?
Yeah.
You're like, hey, do you like this football team? And they might like a particular team because of a player.
They do, man. He's a star. And then Senegal went on to win the African Cup of Nations.
And they're qualified for the World Cup
And they
later this year,
qualified.
too.
So there's all that. Look at that.
So let's go to the winner of the last heat with Shannon Hughes, Ellie Temperi.
Ellie, congratulations on a big heat win. Talk to me about the conditions out there.
Conditions are fun. It's a little wonky, a little bit choppy, but there's some fun waves coming through right now.
And you're representing Team Finland. You've only got one other teammate. What's it like for the two of you competing here together?
It's really fun representing Finland, and like first time being here. It's great, yeah.
Competing between the two divisions. You don't have another heat today, but you're going to be maybe bouncing back and forth quite a lot this week.
Yeah, hopefully I'll make some heats this week, and hopefully I'll make it far, yeah.
And you're from Encinitas, obviously representing Finland and your home country, but coming out of Encinitas, how did it feel this morning to see your friend Kyan take a heat win as well?
Yeah, Kyan rips, yeah. He's a good friend of mine, and hope he does well, yeah.
Anything you'd like to say to your friends and family tuning in?
Tervetuloa Suomeen, niin kiitos paljon, että katsotte mun surffaamista, niin kiitos paljon.
Congratulations, Ellie. We'll see you in the next round.
Yeah, thank you.
A man of few words is Ellie Temperi. You can see a little camera shyness right there from him, but the surfing does all the talking, Jeff.
Hey, you get to come to these events and learn those skills of how to talk in public and be a professional and express your thoughts in a short amount of time. And that's another whole side of the surfing world that, you know, you got to perfect your art in the water, but you got to learn how to carry yourself on the land in these situations. And especially when you're representing your country, it's a little, you know, everything's ramped up a lot more. You don't just get to leave the beach with your tail between your legs if you lose. You got to go be accountable with your team, your coach, and hang out.
And I think that's where last year's silver medalist at the ISA World Games is such a perfectionist when it comes to that. Kanoe Igarashi, one of the best in the game at being a professional in the water and outside of it too. 12 minutes to go. Trigo in the lead. He has a 6.43 and a 5.33. Roskopf from Switzerland in second has a 5 and a 2.93. Boshan from Israel only has a 2.6, needing a low 5 to move up into second. And Breivik from Norway, just a small score for him, a throwaway is 0.5. Just under 12 minutes to go, Jeff, and we're seeing the high tide help out quite a bit in consistency with the waves too.
Yeah, yesterday, as the afternoon kept progressing and it was a few feet bigger, you know, all the teams got to surf warm-ups forever, and then they had to go get ready for the ceremony up the beach, and it was empty, and just the judges were surfing. And when that tide was pretty high, the left was roping through consistently with 5 guys, 6 guys. The judges were just having their own heat, so the wave quality should just continue to be good or better all through the afternoon. And the wind, although it does puff here in the afternoons with that northwest flow, doesn't seem like it affects it much. You know, maybe you get a little cross chop, but the face is always remaining smooth.
Right. And it actually might even help out the left. It stands it up even a bit better,
yeah,
too.
It pushes in. That's what I was sort of getting to yesterday. It looked like it just kind of got better and better when all the young surfers had to bail, and the judges had it alone.
I know, and when we were doing the opening ceremony, it was as glassy as it could possibly get, too.
That's right. You were calling it's going to rain because that is the tropical system. You know, when you see the clouds, and I thought I saw lightning or thunder or heard something, and it never really rained here, but yeah, it got real still and it got balmy, which does happen when the breeze stops and the UV's on its way.
I know.
You start getting the lluvia, you get a little clammy.
You're learning a bit of Spanish, Jeffrey. I'll give it to you.
I'm telling, if I went and just stayed somewhere for 3 months, 6 months, and only spoke and immersed myself, because it's all around me my whole life, always, and then traveling my whole life and being in situations. I used to dream in French, and I'm like, what's going on?
You dream? You
I
dreamt
would
in
dream
French?
in French perfectly. Yeah.
Did that come with your travels?
Yeah,
or?
because I would stay in France for 3 months at a time, and it would just all sort of start to lock in.
Wow.
So if you can dream it, I suppose you can do it in your waking
can.
state.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here we go. Yellow Roskopf from Switzerland already has a 5. Uses his first priority. This wave shouldering off. Has to cut it back to the power source once again. And now looking for this wave to stand up. It does. Just blows the tail out a bit too much. And now Breivik from Norway did a paddle for that wave, so priority could potentially switch. It does seem like Trigo is out there and Bochan as well. But just over 9 minutes to go. Jeff, as a former competitor yourself and a world traveler too, was there ever a feeling that you thought that many of these countries that you're seeing in events here right now at the ISA level have surfers that would maybe develop into potential Olympians, like Germany, Leon Glatzer, Portugal with a couple surfers too?
I mean, even going back to, I used to go spend a lot of time in Brazil, and I was doing articles for Nick Carroll, who was the editor at the time of Surfing Magazine. I was writing, and I was down there, and I had this story, and the whole prediction was Brazil is coming. Like, they took the whole ethos of football, soccer clubs, how they mentor their kids from 6 years old, or like walking basically, all the way up to the highest level in Brazil, a dominant force in that sport. They took the same mentality into surfing 25, 30 years ago, and I'm like, this is the nation to watch. And look what happened. Within the last 15 years, here we are, everybody, the Brazilian storm, and it's crazy. The depth is like that, and that's happening globally. And this is just another part of that, because they take it seriously.
Yeah.
There's a place to go, there's a goal to achieve, and with the goal, then there's a means, there's an action plan,
Right.
and that's the difference of like, oh, we want to do it, here it is, set in place. They're wearing the Olympic uniforms for their country, just like they're famous athletes that are at the highest level doing other sports that have always been in the Olympics. So there's a lot of pride, honor, and you talk about the economics globally. You think about a lot of these countries and where they're coming from and how they grew up and the story. It's much different than for the wealthy nations, the wealthy kids that are like, oh yeah, I've got my electric bike and my iPod, I got 5 iPods and iPads, and no, that's not the situation. Like the one boy from here that had a bed doing the mentorship event that was before this even started.
Yep.
What's your favorite thing about doing this? I have a bed. I mean, so, and that's happening in a lot of these countries, and they're here. So they get a goal, they have a vision, and they have a dream that they can activate on. So there's I
think a good word to use to describe this is opportunity.
Yeah.
You're getting a place where you're able to show and display your skills on set. Here's Roskopf from Switzerland. Beautiful 2-turn combo. And he is going to get a finish as well, looking to replace a 2.93, just under 7 minutes to go. It seems like he's going to do that and add more pressure to Bochan and Breivik from Norway. And you're mentioning all these developing stories from emerging countries worldwide. The economics of it is a big part of how they develop into professional surfers eventually too, because they're making a big difference not only in their nuclear family, but in the surrounding areas from where they're from too.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you can look at the highest level. Adriano de Souza is here. He came through the ISAs. He came from favelas in, Sao Paulo or in Rio, and here he, becomes a world champion. He's here mentoring and fostering on the backside after he's retired. You think of Italo's beginnings, Same with Adriano, and you're like, yeah, that's the real deal. They went from rags to riches in the biggest way, learned English, and that's another impressive thing, that almost all of these surfers, a big percentage, speak at least 2 languages.
Yeah.
And,
Well, they have to now.
They have to.
There's Trigo with the beautiful combo on the backhand, looking to replace a mid-5, just under 6 minutes to go. And, I know a lot of people still don't consider Spain to be a surfing nation or one of the better ones in the world. They've had a couple surfers come very close to not only qualifying for the championship tour, but also having won in Naritza Aramburu.
Yeah.
But you talk about Gondi Subizarreta,
yeah,
Jacobo Trigo now. One of my favorite surfers from there, Leticia Canales, also on the women's tour as well. But Spain's super well organized too, Jeff.
And it's a wave-rich country. You get past Santander and you've got Galicia around the corner. There, it's can you get to the waves? There's just no end all the way down to the border of Portugal.
The way you pronounce Galicia?
Come on, bruh.
I know you're like up
Madridista, like
Madridista.
Yeah, the Madrid. They did that. Anyway, yeah. And a lot of the surfers that live out that way, it's a long way to get to competition. So maybe there's a bunch more that we don't know.
Here goes White, Boshan from Israel. He's got his back up against the wall. That's more like it from the surfer from Israel. And a great finish, too. He loves it with the fist pump. That was a necessary way for him at this point of the heat. Here's the surfer from Norway, Tremont Breivik. And this could be one of the best rides he's ever had. Surfing in El Salvador with 3 other people out. This is a dream come true for him.
As I was walking between heats, I just saw him before this heat getting out of the jacuzzi. He was having a little jacuzzi action pre-heat. Yeah.
Just warming up those muscles.
Yeah,
huh?
that's it. Like it's not warm enough out already.
Because in Norway, I would think you got to wear at least a 6'5" with boots, gloves, and a hood.
You got to give it up. Yeah, that's like surfing the East Coast in the winter of America. Snow on the beach up to your knees. They all change in their vans, or Nova Scotia and Maine. And hello, I don't know if I'm in. I love the cold, but that seems like a lot of work.
The cold outside of the water is fine. The cold in the water is a different thing.
That's okay. I was thinking, so Eli, we were talking about Grayson, who's for Sweden, Eli for Finland, another, and they all surf for Katie, our Encinitas board riders. It's funny. But hey, that's great. They've got 2. Sweden's got 2. What? Switzerland? I wonder how many surfers. I know it's in there. How many they have on the team?
Well, Finland only has 2.
2, yeah, and Sweden has 2.
Sweden has 2.
Yeah.
So I guess in a way you're still going to have to represent the board riders club that you represent at home too. Trigo on the backhand, 3 minutes to go. Wow, great style from the surfer from Spain. Oh, and a massive finish from the surfer in red. That'll score well. He's looking at better a 5.5. And Jeff, this kid is the real deal.
The real deal. And you know what I'm getting a sense of too, and when you walk up and down, the equipment, you've got some surfers that have access to the best shapers, the best material, all that, and then you have others that, don't, and the craft you ride makes a huge difference. I mean, you've even seen it at the top level of surfers when someone shifts to a different shaper, and you're like, oh my gosh, that shaper, their surfing is excelling like it never had before, and that's at the top level when they had access to beautiful boards for their whole surfing career. At this level, there's some surfers from countries that don't have that equipment, or they just don't have the education yet.
Or access to.
And that's a whole other level that these guys get to come here, men and women, girls and boys, and look at everybody else and just like absorbing it all, right? They can look at magazines and look at on their pads and go, oh, I want these shapers and that, but if they don't have access to a distributor, how do they get it? It's not like you just call, oh, ship me one.
Yeah.
It's expensive.
Well, and even if you could ship it to that part of the world,
Will they make it? Yeah.
Well, that's where in the future you're going to see more people shape or have opportunities and accessibility within those regions, so that way you don't have to order anything from out far.
Yeah.
There's just going to be those opportunities and availability in the close sections that these people, the countries where they're coming from.
Yeah, and that's, there's the team Ferraris and there's the team Hyundais, so you gotta, if everyone can be on Ferraris, it's kind of a level playing field, but that's not the case because it just is what it is right now. But they get to come here to these events all around the world when they happen, the ISAs, Juniors and Worlds, and do a lot of recon, maybe pick up equipment, buy boards.
So that was Trigo's last wave, came in at his best, a 7:07. This was one of the best days of the best waves of the morning so far, Jeff.
Yeah, boy, what we saw the 1 9-point ride earlier. That set the scale for the day, and that was just such a solid finish. Straight up, 12 o'clock, bangs the tail, comes out with speed.
Bang bang niner gang right
bang,
there.
Niner.
35 seconds to go. It'll be Trigo and Roskopf from Switzerland advancing, unless Beauchamp with priority number 1 can get the 4:13 that he needs in these last 30 seconds. Breivik not out of it either. He needs a massive score, though, of an 8.23 to move up into second place. And these waves offering up this whole morning so far, Jeff.
Yeah, what a day. I'm looking at Israel and I'm thinking the Paskowitz story, their history, in Israel, getting surfing started there, and that was 2 decades ago.
And they had an Olympian last year,
Yeah.
not Le Lior. So the heat comes to an end. Trigo, Roskopf advancing into the main round, into the second round of the main round. And then the other two surfers, Beauchamp and Breivik, relegated to the repechage. We're going to go to a quick commercial break and be right back with the ISA World Juniors live from El Salvador.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to face yourself. A right time to enjoy pleasures, to make friends. There's a right time to listen. And a right time to make decisions. There's a right time for fear and for success. There's a right time to find your wave, and there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Three years since the last ISA World Juniors has happened, and we're back in beautiful El Salvador for the ISA World Juniors here at La Bocana and El Sunzal. Mitchell Salazar with Jeffrey Baldwin in the booth for you. We got another great heat in the water. Heat number 9, Noel de la Torre from Chile, Kai Odriozola from Spain, and Francesco Lazzarini from Italy in yellow.
Oh man, we got to roll our R's and roll our vowels in this one, don't we? This is a beautiful heat.
You want to do play-by-play in this heat and see how you do, Jeff?
No, whatever. I was doing it before.
But Chile, Noel de la Torre in the water, already dropping a 5.33. And these are the heats where it's really make or break since there's only 3 people out there. Easier opportunity to advance or less difficult maybe.
Does it make you feel better or worse when you get third? If there's only 3, you know?
I would have to say worse. It's just
one less person, and it does play, especially with priority. One less, you have more opportunity to be in first priority because with 4, if someone's sitting with first for 5 minutes in a 20-minute heat, you're beholden to them. With the 3, you get that first priority and less rotation. Yeah. Oh, look at that.
This is Chile's first wave. Noel de la Torre, a 5.33, Jeff.
Beautifully done. And again, that foamy finish just couldn't quite ride through it. It kind of clamshelled on him there. Got to finish, and that's the thing, in these short heats, maximizing that opportunity. We saw in the very first heat, Cayenne Yang, who ended up winning for the USA, fell on 2 waves that would have in the first 7 minutes put him out in the lead, and he could have just relaxed. Well, he was stressing because it took him to the end of the heat to kind of like get those next 2 waves that he completed and put him in a comfort zone.
And Odriozola also drops a 5.67 on his opener. Great shot right there of the competitors area down here at La Bocana. One of the premier waves, one of the few lefts actually in all of El Salvador.
Yeah, it's just right points, right points, right points. Yeah, the goofy foots don't come here much, do they?
This is a spot when it's crowded with a lot of the locals, you're not really catching many waves.
Oh, I can imagine. But like you were saying, you can go from the north end of the country to the south in all but 3 hours. I'd say traffic-free or
at
road,
the most, yes.
3 hours. And
here we go. Odriozola from Spain already has the mid-5. And now De La Torre having a look behind him. He's going to opt to go left this time. Beautiful first turn. Grabs his rail just for the float. Wow. Great second one. Wraps it back. And Chile has had some great surfers in the past. Guillermo Sat, Nicolás Vargas, Manuel Selman, who was an Olympian last year. And, I mean, they come from extreme beaches to Iquique. There's this wave in Arica called El Gringo where the WCT was in 2007.
Which is not this. It's just that big slabbing on the rock. So they've got Chile, there's a lot of people that own property down there just exposed to that Antarctic Ocean coming up and slamming deep ocean onto rock cliffy faces, and it looks amazing. Lots of left points, so the opposite down there. Right?
But the opposite temperature water too is much colder. The beautiful thing about Chile though is that you have many waves on a large coastline, and many people still haven't explored the most southern part, which is close to the Patagonia.
That's it. There's orcas coming around. They don't.
You better watch out for some penguins too every now and then.
Yeah, there's orcas here. I saw orcas off of Costa Rica, off of the national campground or the national park. I'm forgetting what it's called, but yeah, big manta rays and orcas sailing. I'm like, this is crazy. I didn't expect that.
So we just saw Odriozola up and riding, and these 3-person heats, they're catching a lot more waves because you don't have to strategize with priority as much as you would during a 4-person heat. Here's Lazzarini. That'll be his best wave so far. A much shorter one, though, smaller wave as well.
This is already going to be a tight heat. You can just see, we're being introduced to a lot of the surfers like the world is right now. First time, first eyes on, unless we saw them at the juniors when they were U16. But all 3 surfers very tight in the quality of their surfing right now,
I would not be surprised that Lazzarini also lives in Costa Rica.
Yeah.
Because Costa Rica has a lot of Italian surfers. Emily Gussoni being one of them. Angelo Bonomelli, who was close to qualifying last year for Team Italy for the Olympics too. 13 minutes to go, Jeff. Odriozola drops a 6.83 on his last. That's his best score. Still waiting on Lazzarini's and De La Torre's last 2. 13 minutes.
I remember at the Worlds in Costa Rica in 2015, a lot of the Canadian team, they lived in Playa Hermosa or, north an hour. And some of the Swiss team, actually. I met them, too. Why not? They're like, we'll just live in Costa Rica. It's beautiful. My parents moved here 30 years ago. I was raised here.
Both years that I competed at these events, Michael and Sven Zog were the two surfers for Switzerland, and they both are from Costa Rica. Yeah. But it's funny because they were the only two surfers for the country.
Yeah.
And they're brothers.
And they're like, no, we live here, but that's our flag. But, you know, Costa Rica was deep, so to make that team, you know, difficult with the McGonagalls and
Tomas King, among others. They have some great surfers.
And Carlos Munoz, I hope he gets better soon.
He's already back in the water surfing, I believe.
I saw some things, yeah, boy.
So De La Torre drops a 5.33, and it seems like his last wave might even be his best, a 6.43, and this is it, Jeff.
Yeah, I mean, just the depth of his bottom turns, the control, the confidence in every turn, you know, no shifting of the feet, shoulders lined up. He executed that wave, and it was a short wave, too. It didn't even offer opportunity down the line. That was the big old jam.
From Odriozola from Spain.
And, you know, he got hung up a little bit. He committed to that turn, but then it all worked out, and he gets this reform. Here's that tide coming up, getting that little extra bonus section under the whitewash before.
And then this is the other angle from the right from Odriozola.
Yeah.
Boy, he hammered that thing, didn't he?
He really slammed it. I mean, that's one of the bigger, more committed turns. We've seen some nicely placed turn. That was full bore.
Somebody get this kid a job at Home Depot because he needs to be in the parts division over there. So just under 11 minutes to go. Odriozola in the lead, De La Torre in second, and Lazzarini in third. He's going to drop his best, but it's going to be a low score. To make it out of this heat, Lazzarini is going to need a couple of sixes, it seems.
Yeah, right now in that combo situation, right? But half of the heat left, and he can get 2 sixes just like the other guys. Is there a score coming in, though? I think there's a score coming in for our surfer.
For yellow, yeah. It's still going to be a low score, not going to be similar to the 5s or the 6s that we've seen in this heat. It will break combo, though. So he's going to need either a high 8 or a low 9 to move up into one of the top 2 spots. 10 minutes to go on the clock. Priority with yellow, Lazzarini, and De La Torre having a sniff right there. It's cool to see Odriozola kind of use that other peak besides just the left, too. It's literally right next to it.
I mean, you know, if you don't have priority, just sneak over or just paddle over there, and you're like, I've got my right by myself. Why not?
So last year when we were here for the World Games, a lot of Kanoe Igarashi's best scores were actually on that further right. He ended up getting second in the event too. So I feel like that has a lot of potential for not only high scores, but also getting away from the pack too.
Yeah, and you know, it's great. I think the judges now are right in front of the peak over there, and the beach announcers on the setup just to the south of us. And look at this beauty there.
Here goes Odriozola. Wraps it back, a frothier wave, but great technique. And is able to get a nice finish too. Surfing with a lot of confidence. And now Lazzarini, this is an important wave, just dropped a 307. Great turn right there, right in the pocket. A tough section too. That should help out his situation.
Well, smart use of, well, the priority switch, but he got that wave, and you know, he gets 2 big turns. It didn't run down the line, but it was a set wave, 2 vertical turns, or a nice setup and a finishing turn. You know, he's just climbing himself back into the heat now. He'll get out of combination situation. And it's such a short paddle out. I mean, with this peak situation, it's a 30-second paddle back out and straight into another one.
It is a short paddle back out, unless you're getting a set on the head.
Yeah, unless it gets bigger again.
Which it will.
Yeah.
Tomorrow's supposed to be around double the size, as we're seeing Odriozola's last wave. Doesn't seem like it's going to come into his top 2. Still, not a bad wave. And here's Lazzarini's. This is an important one, Jeff.
So it was just based on that one finishing turn, which I'm sure straight in front of the judges, we see the side angle as the viewers do, but they got it straight on, so they got to see the, you know, the vertical nature of that turn, how committed he was. But still, he has the 4.7.
The 307, you mean?
Oh, the 307, right. And now we're
total. So recovers second priority, 7 minutes, 30 seconds to go. Let me ask you a question while there's a little lull, too. Back in your days when you had these events, I know there was a lot of hassling going on too.
So much.
When did you ever feel that priority was necessary at certain parts of the event too?
It wasn't even in our consciousness because it didn't exist until certain events. They had the buoy outside, and then you had to work. So you're spending enough energy. There's no skis. You're paddling in and out. It was 3 waves. Short heats, and then there's a buoy outside, like at the OP Pro back when it was there. The classic priority battles. No head judge was like, okay, you passed the line, you get priority. You had to fight. So you're spending more energy. But it wasn't even a consciousness until someone said, why don't we have priority? And you're like, that makes so much sense.
You're exerting yourself, basically.
Yeah,
for
you're like,
nothing,
there's
too.
a buoy 50 yards further out, and you got to sprint around the thing to then come and sit and have priority. So you just wasted 3 more minutes of the heat and a bunch of energy. So again, all the little changes have made surfing so much better. It's about the surfers surfing good waves, right? Not about all this other stuff, although we love a paddle battle because it's fun. And they still do happen when you see 2 surfers ride to the beach at the same time in a critical moment in the heat, and they've got to get back outside to that sort of, whatever that line is for priority, and you do see paddle battles. But
Big
it's
difference.
just so much better. Yeah.
It's actually focusing on the surfing rather than the strategy, correct?
2 waves. Priority is given by the priority judge. Everybody knows the rule, where does priority exist, and if it shifts during the day, even here during this event, if the wave change and priority shifts, like the priority deal might be different up at El Sunzal right now because it's a long right point, so that's great that there's the flexibility for the head judge to change that and then tell the competitors, hey, this is how it works now.
Isn't that crazy too that they also used to count your 3 best waves, and somebody with 3 threes could have beaten somebody that had a 6 and a 2 that should have been advancing?
It always happened. And when it went to 3 waves, you were stoked because all the amateur ranks was 4 waves to the B, so you're like, 1 less wave.
Good luck judging those events.
Anyway, that's all done. That's done. We've moved on from those cavemanish ways long ago.
We're in the happy days now.
Yeah,
aren't
the
we?
golden era of surfing has begun.
5 minutes to go. Odriozola still in the lead. De La Torre in second. And Lazzarini, who drops a 5.13, now needs a 7.23 for second place. And as you see, red and white very close to each other. De La Torre playing a little defense right now, especially because he has higher priority than the surfer that's needing a score.
Yeah, so all these young athletes getting ushered into the best possible situation to learn the game of competitive surfing, then professional surfing, and even to get up to the upper echelon where skis are involved, and it's just great. It's about surfing now. 2 waves, get them out in the lineup, give them the best chance to ride the best waves.
An opportunity.
An opportunity, yeah. That was another one, pre-skis. You watch Sunset or some of those events where the waves are big, or even J-Bay where, they ride so far, or to have a ski assist, they can ride different equipment because they don't need their equipment just to paddle against currents.
So Lazzarini on screen needs a 7.23, breaks away from the pack, surprised that De La Torre let him have this wave, carves it back. It's shouldering off though, does well right there. Nice section, stands up. Is this enough for a 7.23 though? Is the quality there with the wave for him to get the score needed?
Man, he couldn't have done much more with that wave, and it was dreamy how it bent in for him, so he just got to sizzle the fins and the tail into consistent, top to bottom, kind of one fluid motion. If I would have to say critically, if the first section gave him a real vertical opportunity, which it didn't, the money turns kind of happened when it got smaller in the end. But you're right, to your point of they let him sneak away, and that could have been dangerous.
It most could have been, Jeffrey, and as you said, the first section didn't really stand up as much, but did some work at the end. The only issue here is that the big comparison for the score is the 6.83 of Odriozola. Much better wave, higher quality, bigger section. It doesn't seem like he's going to get the score necessary. A 4.5 from Lazzarini, 2 minutes 30 to go. And wow, De La Torre was miles away from him in that situation too. Very surprised to even let him go.
Second white, third yellow nickel, 7.23. We got 2 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. First priority red, second priority
And so far this morning, the majority of the high scores have been on the right-hander as well. We saw the 7.83 earlier, the 9.33 of Keoni Lassa, both on a right. The surfer from South Africa, Thompson, also had his 2 best scores on a right. And now Odriozola, the 6.83 in this heat. That's been his highest score too. Just under 2 minutes. Here goes the surfer from Spain. Odriozola on the backhand, looking to better a 5.67. Great first turn. Attacks the lip this way, frothy though. Doesn't seem like he's gonna improve his low score. 90 seconds. Ooh, could that have been a block?
Yeah, you wonder, but we'll be told what that was.
It seemed like Lazzarini was interested in it. He didn't make a huge committed effort. Priority did switch though.
So yellow, all right.
Lazzarini with priority number 1, needing a 7.23. And this is a committed paddle from him. He's up and riding, needing a low 7. Decent first turn, gets hung up though, and that won't be it. 60 seconds.
He looked a little gassed, but he had the opportunity. Then he was just a bit deep. Didn't get the speed projection he needed off that first section, but funny how that works out. White didn't take it. De La Torre didn't go, and then, it switched real quick, gave him that quick opportunity, but...
and here's De La Torre now, the Chilean, up and riding, goes to the air.
Oh, you knew that was coming. You saw him put the foot back.
Your stance changes, doesn't it, immediately? You can already see it.
It's their foot and where they're looking up the line.
And here's Odriozola. Oh, takes to the air.
So... those are the first 2 sort of above the lip attempts so far?
I would have to say yes.
That I've seen. So there we go. The sun is coming up and the surfers are getting active.
So we're counting this heat down. Odriozola and De La Torre will be advancing in heat number 9. Lazzarini relegated to the repecharge rounds. And that was one of the more entertaining heats of the morning, Jeff. Only 3 people out, too.
Yeah, and solid. I mean, all of them very even in their surfing ability, and just didn't work out from our surfer in Italy.
It was a great heat. Another one coming up. This is the ISA World Juniors live from El Salvador. Don't go anywhere.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to face yourself. A right time to enjoy pleasures, to make friends. There's a right time to listen. And a right time to make decisions. There's a right time for fear and for success. There's a right time to find your wave, and there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Going to ground zero chops in Tahiti. Who would have thought? Nobody.
The setup in Teahupo'o is magic, It's amazing, the nature is there and the locals are amazing, the vibe is crazy over there.
Chopu is one of the most incredible waves, probably a wonder of the world.
You go to that end of the road and it's sort of like a whole nother world out there. It's godlike, it's quiet, serene, beautiful, tropical. The colors of the sun hitting that hill, lighting up the palm trees and the mountains and the different hues of all different color spectrum as the day moves on and changes. Then you have this glorious wave that comes off a reef, and it's so powerful and so beautiful.
I think it's gonna be very good.
Beautiful Surf City, El Salvador. Welcome back, everybody, to beautiful Surf City, El Salvador for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. What a heat we just had. Jeff Baldwin in the booth with JJ. Welcome back. What is happening out on the boardwalk besides all the surfing action in the water?
Yeah, it's hard to know where to look for all the crews down there. All the teams are set up. There's some of the teams looking very serious. Some are looking pretty relaxed. Some have got some time on their hands, and others are already surfed this morning. So it's a good vibe, man. There's all the colors. We've got the flags. We've got the beautiful El Salvadorian coastline. We've got some spectators. We've got all the armed security, which is fascinating for me coming from Australia. And they're really cool dudes, man. I'm just getting some photos. And
so did I. So did I. I did, yes. Smiling. They got together, arm in arm, big smile. There's the white uniformed Navy, but there's also the camouflage uniform, and they are also Navy. But I was asking them, hey, what's the difference? He just said two different uniforms. Then there's the black-clad police, beautiful female police. And,
feel very safe.
Everybody's happy here in El Salvador. Happy that the ISA is here.
And Ixer and Van are doing a great job on the beach broadcast there, the live announcing down there for the competitors. And there's some really cool environmental messages along the beach. They've got some of the sculpture work, the artistic work, some dedications to some of the famous surfers of the area there, some sculptures and stuff. And it's a really cool scene. Some great food too, and some good restaurants. And man, I'm very impressed after a day or two. I'm really loving this place, and it's a great vibe. And everyone's super happy, man. All the coaches and the parents and the kids and stuff. It's good.
I mean, absolutely. You know, the president of El Salvador, said, hey, we embrace surfing. Surfing is our commodity. The ocean is our commodity. Let's create investment in our country around that, and that's what you have.
Yeah, they sure do. It's so much more than the competition. The El Salvadoran president, Nayib Bukele, tip the cap to you, my good sir. Thank you for welcoming us in the event for a couple of years now, a couple of occasions. It's really special. And we saw those dignitaries yesterday at the opening ceremony, and it's good, man. This is a great thing to be a part of. I love it.
We're going to throw it down to Shannon Hughes with the last winner of the heat.
We're here on the beach with Team Spain. Both go first on their heats. I'm talking to Caio Driosola and Jacobo Trigo. Congratulations, guys. That was amazing performance. Talk to us about being here in the World Junior Champions, and after 3 years without competition, how are you getting ready as a team for Spain?
Pues después de este parón de estos campeonatos por el COVID, es muy importante estar aquí representando en la selección porque ha habido mucho parón y después de todo estar aquí otra vez es increíble.
He says it's really important to be back here competing after no competitions of 3 years, and now here be with the team is super exciting and they're super ready. Cuéntanos sobre la preparación que están teniendo como equipo para este mundial y lo que esperan como resultados en lo que se viene.
Pues estamos ahí en la casa, enfrente de la Bocana, que no creo que haya mejor sitio para quedarse. O sea que hemos estado aquí entrenando unos 7 días antes de que empezara el campeonato. Y bueno, pues hemos estado surfeando todo el día y conociendo la ola. Y con muchas ganas de que siga el campeonato así bien, como hemos hecho la primera manga. Y a ver si hay suerte y conseguimos buenos resultados.
They got here 7 days prior to competition. They are staying right in front of La Bocana, so that's super important for them to get ready and get connected to the ocean. They want to go to the lead of this competition for sure, and they now have the first place in both heats with these two participants, so they're super excited. They're probably watching you back home. Do you want to say something back to your family and also your team, your coach?
Pues un saludo a toda la gente que me esté viendo en casa, a mi familia, a mis amigos y toda la gente que me apoya a diario.
Pues lo mismo, gracias a lo que estén mirando y bueno, pues que sigan apoyando y a ver si vamos lejos.
Okay, Spain, keep your eyes on these two kids. Remind to stay connected to the ISA, surf.org. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you. Yeah, that was great. We needed it. So that's amazing. So Jacoby and Kai, two Spanish surfers, went back-to-back heat to heat, and they both got the victory, or they both got first, which first or second, you go into that next round, but still a moral boost, you know, to get first and first, back-to-back. You don't see through the draw a lot of countries that have that sort of situation happening.
Yeah, and not only do those guys feel good, but then they lift the spirits of the team, and the other members of the team are thinking, "Oh, everyone else has progressed through. I got to make sure I'm on my game right now." So it's a ripple effect.
Yeah, and what's interesting too, now that their two surfers on the U18 boys are done, they can go up to El Sasun. They can go over there and cheer on their female teammates over in the U16.
Good point. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good point, and you know what? If they don't do any good in this event, I think they could probably find a job as being one of those armed guards down on the beach. They're serious dudes, and they look pretty big for under 18s. They had that look about them, didn't they?
They did. They were very
they mean
serious.
business. Yeah.
The Spanish surfers very serious. I wonder if they'll be watching Real Madrid later today.
Thank you to Exit too for doing the translation then.
Yeah.
Here we
Yeah,
go,
that's
Baldy.
nice.
We got Juan from Uruguay up and riding.
That's right. Oh, nice. That looks like it sort of surprised him. Got the fins and it released sort of quickly, our surfer from Uruguay.
Deep on the peak there, Kalani. Too deep to get around. Kalani Lewis from NZ. Just down there with the NZ crew having a bit of a chat to Calgary Butler's dad, who's down there as well. And those team pretty focused. They got a good spot there up at the end of the boardwalk, nice and close to the break. Keep an eye on Kalani here. And a fella from New Plymouth.
And in this heat, Lucas McMahon from Finland also. So that's the other that we got an interview with Eli earlier. So that's the two-man team of complete for Finland.
Yeah, the classic example in this heat, and talking to those guys from Spain then as well. All the surfers, it might be growing up surfing in certain regions, but opting to represent the other countries and give the ISA the truly global recognition and find those pathways to eventual Olympic glory. And that's a pretty cool shot there. Is that the Spaniards?
No, that's...
Who we got there, the blue and the white?
Is that El Salvador?
The local crew, of course. They were vocal yesterday.
So for everyone at home watching, and thank you, that's sort of the scene for every heat. There's the whole team basically on the beach with their flags. I haven't seen any instruments yet. Maybe as we get closer to finals day, they'll bring out their guicas and drums and horns.
Vuvuzelas have been going, man. The South Africans have got the vuvuzelas.
Yeah.
You haven't heard that yet. You'll hear them.
Oh, I know them.
Yeah, so those guys getting down there, very vocal. Like we say, some of the crew, the teams are very serious at the moment, focusing. But great setup down there. Everyone's got a little spot there right on the water's edge, and they got some shade. They got some pretty good setups.
Yeah, the hotel's done an amazing job that we're staged at, and in front of it on the boardwalk, all just the bean bags and the rattan sort of woven bamboo or palm chairs that are so casual and it's just so modern and beautiful. The food is delicious. What can't we say? And we've only been here for 2 days, but I think, as you were saying, JJ, you have a one-way ticket to never go home. So you're going to continue your journey and just stay here for a bit.
Yeah.
And why not? Our surfer in red, Kaiser Aberlin from Germany. Oh man, tacked that one and unfortunately did the work up top, couldn't ride out and completing each wave, and we know that the judges were sort of, the rights were the consistent higher scoring waves of all these heats so far. It stands up on the inside there, it doesn't get smaller where the left tapers and tapers. Some of the rights do, but Got to make that finishing turn.
Kai is a great surfer. Of course, we talk about he's lived his whole life on the North Shore. His parents immigrated out, but of course he's got the representation there for Germany, and they've got a good act there. Yannick Durr, the team sports director for Germany, he's got all the whole team up early in the morning. They're up early, they're doing the breathing exercise, the yoga. They've got a good chef at the house, and a lot of those surfers on the team, like there's only there's 2 girls and 6 boys, so there's a total of 8, and some of them they've never met each other before, so they're all in the same house. They've got a really good routine going, and Kai is one of the big hopes here this week. Of course, living on the North Shore, so he's obviously knows his stuff, surfing around Rockies and stuff all the time.
It's always a question: is it a detriment, or an additive living on the North Shore? So you're used to just incredibly powerful, perfect waves, and you've got to sort of dummy down your equipment. And although the waves here do have a lot of push, but I'm sure he's traveling a bunch. Like you said, he grew up there, so he's been over. Yeah. He's been everywhere.
He rips, man. I think it's everyone from the North Shore, they can handle themselves no matter where they go in the world, Yeah. It's,
just surfing.
It's the Mecca still. It's still the proving ground, isn't it? So, scores for Kai.
Yes.
5 and a 3.53. So that 3.53 must have been that last right-hander there. So
that was. So we're still, sort of. So Kalani, Louise from New Zealand, just really, he's had 4 1s. He just hasn't quite found what he's looking for, or they've shut down or shifted. There he is, sort of on the inside with, sitting in 3rd priority. Maybe looking over towards the right, thinking maybe I'm going to get the right towards the river mouth here at La Bocana. I love the graffiti on the wall where we enter into this beautiful estate, the Papaya Surf Resort. With the surf shop full, you were worried you might not be able to find a fin key, and you walk into Surf City. It's called Surf City, by the way, JJ. And you're like, oh, look, there's everything I need. What a beautiful finishing turn there. 1-turn wave for Lucas from Finland. So he should be getting rid of, well, we'll see. He's got 2 3s in his score line, looking to replace the 3, further his 2nd place position.
Yeah, I know when traveling to Nicaragua and Chile, it was important to have all your equipment, because if you needed something, you couldn't just pop down the surf shop and get it. But Surf City, El Salvador as well, there's nothing missing from here.
Not so far.
You need an iPhone charger, you need a brand new set of fins, you need a brand new board. You're completely sorted here.
Well, there we go, a 5.20 for Lucas. That jumped him up into the lead. With just under 6 minutes left here in, this is Heat 10, yes, Heat 10. So we are flying through. I think we've got 28 heats today. We are moving through this entire round of U18s. And while up the beach at El Sunzal, the whole first round, 24 heats of the women's U16, and then 4 men's U16 heats. 2 event sites working, an army of not so much taxi drivers, but van drivers taking all the teams and the different, production crew, the commentators, the caterers, whatever is needing to be done. It's an incredible feat to pull this all off. The org chart is big.
Yeah, it is. There's a few things. There's a lot of logistics to take into consideration, and all these guys, they're trying to win heats and trying to win medals here and represent their countries. So it's important. You got to have your days planned, days organised. You got the weather, the acclimatization, the jet lag, things like that to factor in as well. And we saw the replay there for Lucas. So sitting in 2nd now, Kai out in front. So cool little heat unfolding here as we get under 5 minutes, Baldy. And then I was going to say, even adapting to a 20-minute heat is a change for a lot of these competitors too, So slight shift in urgency and strategy for these events, and there's a lot to consider. And it's over 8 or 9 days. It's going to be extremely satisfying for some of these surfers to get all the way to the podium. But along the way, we're going to have personal goals and the yardsticks met, and people having their personal best experiences too. Whoa, coming undone there. That was 1, Uruguay.
Yeah, and we were, so, you know, having the drivers, having the buses, as we were going back and forth, you see the buses with the German flag, the Swiss flag, you know, whatever country, every team has their own bus, basically.
Yep.
And so they've taken everything off the plate for these teams that they can't, or the ISA has taken everything off their plate. Here's where you're staying, and then they do whatever that is at the place they're staying, you know, the food, but the drivers are in communication. All the surfers have to do is focus on sleep, eat, surf.
We hope so.
Train. Well, yeah. Although yesterday, and we will get back to Kalani comes unstuck there for New Zealand. He needs to complete that. But yesterday, leaving the festival, the opening ceremony, and the excitement, and the hundreds of kids. It is hundreds of kids.
Yeah.
We had some funny side conversations. There was a lot of energy as they were all loading into their different buses and cars and taxis, and off they went.
You know what I noticed? Some of them weren't even looking at their phones.
Can you imagine? So we've achieved a goal. The kids were off their phones. They were having so much fun being a part of this enormous, this beautiful ceremony, you know, to kick off the event here in El Salvador. Yeah, they weren't on their phones. And we already think Team Venezuela, right? Team Venezuela won the event. Team Senegal and Team Venezuela. Those are the two winners. Best dressed.
Yeah, they were representing their cultures and nations proudly. A couple of good backhand moves there for red and white. More action. So these are the replays now. We're down under sort of 2 to 3 minutes remaining this heat. This is Kalani, the New Zealand represent.
Yep, that was that replay.
That was the one where he fell at the end there.
Here we go again. Lucas, our heat leader. Oh, no, he's not. Yeah, but let's see. He is. He's in second now because Kaiser got that other, that last wave of his, so it's a tight battle between them. Now it's lots of opportunity. I mean, these are busy heats. There's really not much downtime between someone going left, going right. So Surf City providing.
Yeah, especially with the high tide too coming in, Baldy. Like these guys are a lot closer to shore.
Than they
There's
were.
There's an outside peak that stands up when it's a foot or two extra swell, or the tide is lower. So these guys are surfing probably another 50 or 80 yards further in this morning. There's the overview there. That's the cobblestones, just where that white water is. So here we go, heat leader Kai, representing Germany, the kid from the North Shore. He's got a section here in front of him to finish. He does 3 clean maneuvers. Nothing too flash, but that is certainly going to help his total. So he's in a commanding position right now, really tight between first and second. This guy, Juan, the Uruguayan surfer, on the backhand here. Couple of moves, swings the cut back around into the foam, and this is a good wave for him. Easily the best wave of the heat so far. Is it a 6? We'll be hoping so. He's still going.
Well, we'll see, and he used priority, and what was interesting is Kaiser, he had third priority, but had moved he was over by the right and got that left that worked underneath everyone, so he's going to push his lead with that last wave. Oh, buries the rail. Throws in a nice little layback, so Kalani from New Zealand, finally, that was the one he'd been looking for the whole heat, right?
Yeah, he needs this one.
With under 30 seconds, 20 seconds.
So scores come through for Kalani. This is his last chance here. Was that enough for 4.51? The NZ crew will definitely be hoping so. It's going to be borderline if it is. So that was a little slower heat in the scheme of things this morning, Baldy. This one ticks away. I'm putting my money on Kai and Lucas to advance. So not going to replay Kalani's wave. Ones, I think for sure, is going to be in the repechage.
All right, well, an exciting finish to that heat. We are ready for the next heat coming up soon. We will be right back with you. Stay tuned.
We're going to Ground Zero Chops in Tahiti. Who would have thought? Nobody.
The setup in Teahupo'o is magic, you know? It's amazing, like the nature is there and the locals are amazing, like the vibe is crazy over there.
Chopu is one of the most incredible waves, probably a wonder of the world.
You go to that end of the road and it's sort of like a whole nother world out there. It's godlike, it's quiet, serene, beautiful. tropical. The colors of the sun hitting that hill, lighting up the palm trees and the mountains and the different hues of all different color spectrum as the day moves on and changes. Then you have this glorious wave that comes off a reef, and it's so powerful and so beautiful. I think it's gonna be very good.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to face yourself. A right time to enjoy pleasures, to make friends. There's a right time to listen. And a right time to make decisions. There's a right time for fear and for success. There's a right time to find your wave, and there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
All right, welcome back, everybody. All right, welcome back, everybody, to beautiful Surf City in El Salvador. Jeff Baldwin and JJ, we are kicking it here, the ISA World Junior Championships. It is on fire. The waves are pumping, 2 event sites, and the action continues to be firing rights and lefts, plenty of swell, beautiful sunshine. The wind is not affecting anything. Swell pumping still.
Yeah, well, it's pumping for what is probably an average day for this stretch of coast, for sure. Very contestable. Cool wave here for Daniel Emsley, South Africa, finishing this one right through on the inside, and bam, watch out for the rocks there. So, yeah, it's super contestable. There we go. The surfers in this heat, Tosh Talbot from Costa Rica as well, Grayson Grant, Sweden, and Marvin Rodriguez from Spain. Oh, no, that's El Salvador. I keep thinking
El
ESP.
Salvador,
Yeah.
ESP.
I promise I will not do that again.
What an opener there for Red, Daniel Emsley, and he's been in these ISA events over the years.
Yeah, he has.
A name we know. Tosh Talbot also, and Grayson Grant, who we got to sit with at the end of the event yesterday, right? Surfing for Sweden. Again, a team of 2.
Yep.
Him and I'm forgetting the other kid, the U16, who lives in Manly, Sydney. So Grayson from Lucadia, born and raised, but mother from Sweden.
Yeah.
Maybe she's watching. Hello, hello. Or maybe she's here. We met the dad. That
Man,
was really
I'm sure
cool.
there's plenty of proud parents right around the world watching at the moment.
And Marvin Rodriguez.
Yeah,
from
there'd
El
be
Salvador.
plenty of people around the world setting their the alarms for 2 in the morning, midnight, trying to stay up late after work. Watching these crew in surf shops all around the world too.
Well,
it's getting up early to check these heats. So thank you for joining us here in El Salvador. And here we go, scratching this one. This is Marvin, the local guy. Couldn't get into that one, the El Salvadorian surfer. We saw their team getting ready earlier, cheering him. All the flags are out there. The whole team was around him down the rocks, and they got so much to be proud of.
Well, and you can imagine like schoolmates and parents and uncles and aunties and the whole thing. I mean, they're at their local beach in their country representing, and it's all about them, their name, their flag, their country. It's incredible. And what an honor.
Imagine you get up this week, Baldy, you get up to the podium, you're an El Salvadorian surfer, you become like the highest ranked junior in the country or something. If they're supporting this event this much and putting on this, imagine what a young sort of hero and what a push you would get from the local, the government, and this surge coming out of this country would be fantastic. So great opportunity for the local crew. Nice forehand hit there, comes unstuck though, pulled that one around a little bit too tight. Red behind him.
Man, Daniel Emsley, he is just like saying, I'm going to tear these waves, 2 pieces, round 1, warm up. Oh, got a little too spicy there at the end. Granted, he's still going to get a nice score. I mean, he had 4 big turns pre the last one. So he opens with a 5.33. This one indicating already somewhere in the high 6s, 7. We'll see where it lands. There we go, a 7.17 for our surfer in red.
And Emsley's a very
South Africa.
well-known name from South Africa.
That's right.
Any surfers followed the tour through late 90s and early 2000s would have seen Greg do very well.
Yeah, and that's the thing, brother of or son of.
It'd have to be son.
That's what I was
I
thinking.
don't know for sure, but
okay,
hi to Greg if he's watching.
Yeah,
he's down there on the beach.
We should know, but we'll figure that out. 5.33 and a 7. So we were laughing yesterday. You know, all the countries at the event, the ceremony yesterday have their different outfits. We are going to get back to those because we're going to throw it down to Shannon with the last heat winner.
Kaiser, that was a huge win at the finish. It came down to that last score on the count back. You were tied with Lucas, and you walked away with a win because you had that high score of a 5.9. What does it feel like to be in heats like that where it's just so tight?
Oh, I didn't even know. It's incredible. I feel so stoked to come out with the win. I mean, I was sitting deep on the rights in the beginning of the heat, and I couldn't even really hear the scores. I wove in the beginning, but I didn't really know. So when it came down last, I didn't even know that left was going to matter so much in the end. So I'm just stoked. Switch it up with some variety, I guess, and I'm stoked to come away with the top score.
And share with us what your coach Martin was just talking to you about.
Oh, we just talking about mindset and, you know, my progression over the week. We came here, you know, super focused, trying to perform. Germany managed to place 7th in the world last time in 2019, so all we're trying to do is improve. My mindset has always been, I guess, kind of a struggle for me, so Martin is the best guy for that ever. We're doing a bunch of different mindset drills and everything, so I think that played a big role in me staying calm in that heat.
Amazing, and coming out of the North Shore of Oahu, obviously representing Germany, but you got some waves similar enough at home to prepare for this.
Oh yeah, I was, the first day I got here, teammate Lisa, we were talking, she spent a lot of time in Oahu this year. This wave is kind of like Haleiwa when it's bigger, if it was a left. You know, a lot of current, it's always moving, so you gotta be on top of it, it's really tricky.
Well, impressive performance, and we can't wait to see what the rest of Team Germany brings through.
Yeah, Dad.
Wow, what an amazing interview. Getting that insight from Kaiser, and you were touching on it too earlier, the German team, you know, the coach, the mind, there we go, mental training, that's the first thing he's talking about there, you know, and he goes, and I needed it, so that's amazing.
Yeah,
so each team approaching it maybe differently, you know, but Germany very serious, and like you said, they were 9th, you know, 7th overall.
Yeah, 2019. Yeah, and I guess that's the job of a good coach, right? You got to work out where the strengths and the weaknesses lie in your competitors, and they can be so vastly different. 2 surfers who surf really good might need popping up, like psychologically, maybe there's anxiety or nerves, and how do you play that, and how do you make it work for them? And I mean, the German crew, they got Didier Pater down there, who's a former competitor, and Martin Waltz as well, coaching. So, you know, they've done their job in this heat. He was in a really great mood there. So if Kai can keep that positivity and that kind of rush that he's feeling right now and take that into the next round, those guys are looking pretty good. Yeah, they had, it was Noah Clapp at Huntington. She was, got the gold medal in 2019.
Very good.
And Rachel Presty as well. So, yeah, good job to those guys. Well done. 12-17, these 20-minute heats.
They do fly
I don't understand. You add an extra 5 minutes, make them 25. You take away 5 minutes, it feels like you take away 10, 15.
It
they
does.
just fly through. So.
You know, and as he was touching on what they're going through in the German team and the sort of, you know, the mind training, the positive mind the training, obviously in surfing, they're taking what's been going on for years in other sports. They're incorporating it and exposing it. And you know, there are still so many kids that aren't exposed to nutrition, to, you know, mind training, to yoga, to physical training the proper way, to diet, to all the things that lead up to how you perform on your board once you're out there. And it's not just surfing, and obviously that's the natural part of it. Yeah, you surf more, you just feel it in your body, but all that other stuff is massive.
Yeah, but yeah, you get a shot there of the judging tower from the drone. The drone angle's doing a good job out there today. I hope it doesn't get too windy. We'll test the skills of our pilot. That was a great shot. Looking back to the contest site. So there we go. Grayson Grant now Sweden finishing there. A couple of good moves. A little bit flashy on edge on rail too, so that's good for him.
Loving the purple board. He's got a bit of his Rob Machado icon at Seaside flavor happening in his style there.
Wow.
Daniel Inslee just said, I'm not going left, I'm going to sit on the right. That was just Mick Fanning-ish.
It was, yeah. This is one of the best waves of the day right now, I think.
So we'll see. What was it in Heat 3, was it? Or was it no? Oh, which, was it Luke Swanson that had the 9? Anyway, or we had a 9.
Luke had a heat win.
Or was it Martin Nunez? I forget. But there was a 9-point ride which set the standard. And we'll see where this goes. Currently, though, Daniel out in the lead with the 7.17. This wave will definitely replace the 5.3. Grayson got a 5.83 on his last wave. This is it on the screen right now. Very nice style, flavorful little tail drift there at the end. Yeah, super steezy. This drone angle they're just beautiful. This was it. Oh, wow. We missed the little drop ball in the replay. That was the Mick turn right there, and that's okay to say. I mean, he'd be chuffed. People were saying my turns look like Mick. I'd be stoked too.
Yeah, you can compare anyone to a 3-time champ, one of the most successful guys ever.
But no, the actual technique, his posture, everything about it looked like it if you freeze framed it for a second.
Well, you were touching on earlier on the coaching and the sort of blooding these young crew and teaching them, bringing them through, and the diet and all the technique and all that. I mean, the way the information is shared so quickly and instantly at the moment, like the acceleration and the development of all the countries and the regions that are not so strongly represented, they're going to catch up way quicker than it would have happened, in the 80s and the 90s, early 2000s. Like now, in the next 4 years, the level is going to be even tighter.
Right.
And they're all benefiting, and they're all watching each other and seeing what they're doing. So.
And that's the big thing. Yeah. They can walk up and down this boardwalk and introduce themselves, coach to coach, and have little, maybe they're not going to share, but they can go, yeah, let's exchange information. To then afterwards, they have this network, this access pool to go, I met all these people, and some of these coaches might be the coaches moving forward all the way up and on into the Olympics. That way they really settle in with the team.
I was thinking more like if you do something and it's on social media, then every kid's copying it around the world within hours.
Well, there's that, but they all get to share information from the top down in how to operate a team, how to structure, their day plan or whatever it might be. I think how to keep the kids in check, because there's a lot of excitement and enthusiasm, young Groms out in the world.
And a couple of things I think too are being copied to obvious benefit is like the HBC Centre in Australia, the government funding that this, the Maricea is set up, Gabrielle and those guys putting their own money into that sort of thing. Those structures and that full-time annual year-round camps are accessible and train off-season, on-season. That's a big part of it. And then you see things like the tag team style format, which is popular in Australia. In the US, it's got a super strong network now. It's been going for a long time. We're talking about bringing that on. It's like international head-to-head. So all those formats, all that experience and stuff, it's just spreading rapidly. And the tentacles of the ISA go far and wide.
Well, yeah. I mean, the Aloha Cup, which has been in many of the ISA games, World Games or Junior Games. This one we won't because we can't, because it's Rock Beach, so nobody can run up and tag their teammate. But here we go. Tosh Talbot, Costa Rica. He is in fourth. He needs to get busy. He needs that 8.83.
That's a good way.
So yeah, he's gonna jump up. He's gonna get rid of the 1.23 in his score line. You were saying, the center in Australia, not only does it have the coaching and the training and all the other things you can access, but it has equipment. It has boards from all the top shapers in the place and all different sizes that are set. And they can go, I'm going to go ride DHD or JS or Simon Anderson or whoever they want, Weber,
And jet skis to practice airs, all that. That's a huge part of it. And they've got the foam pit and the skateboarding and all the recovery equipment, all the exercise equipment, and then the professionals to help guide people through that and help them. It's an amazing setup, and it's being replicated to great effect.
I got to watch. I wasn't commentating in the very first two heats. Then the surfer from China surfs really well, and I'm not sure where he's from because the bio didn't let me know. But I know Pete Townsend spent a lot of time there leading up to the Olympics, and so you can imagine a country like that getting behind it and already having a center for success, and where all the snowboarders, skaters, surfers are all coming. and they're hiring outside influence or sending their surfers far and wide. And it sounds like China has amazing waves. What PT said is that they just can't access it because it's military. A lot of the beaches are non-usable, but waves.
Hainan's a beautiful spot. Super tropical and white sand, and it's a holiday destination for a lot of non-surfers as well. But that's had some good events over there. So flurry of waves here. We'll catch you up on the action. Grayson, we just saw there Sweden in the yellow, trying to get out at front. But some big scores for Emsley from South Africa. He's looking really good now. He's got 2 good waves. Good waves score between 6 and 8 out of 10, and he's looking very comfortable. So the battle really in this last 5 minutes at this stage is for second. We saw Tosh get a wave. That one came in kind of low, 3.73. I thought he would get a little higher score for those 2.
No, he got a 6.
All right, okay, hasn't come in on live yet. Here we go. So Tosh is going to jump. We'll wait for that one to be processed. So here we go, another little wave coming in. So priority with red. So Daniel Emsley surfing a great hit at the moment, and here he goes. So likes to use priority backhand. He's in form. Nice hit off the foam there. Surfing tight in the pocket. Sticking with the power pocket of this wave. Third move is going to finish here off the foam. And this heat's just going his way, isn't it? So great heat for South Africa and Daniel.
Yeah, he's over there on the right, getting his rights. Then everyone goes that way, and he's over, on the left. So this I don't think is going to increase his score line, but he's still feeling good. More waves under your belt at this line.
So we get the benefit of seeing the early judges' decisions here when they lock them in. So is that Tosh from Costa Rica? He's got a 6 coming through?
No, it's already in. Okay. It's in. It's up on there, right?
No, 3.73.
Oh, it hasn't shifted on there. So but
here we go.
So this was that replay. Nice carve, really beautiful style, fluid. I wonder what shape he's riding there. It looks a little not just contemporary.
It looks bladey.
It looks, yeah.
Okay, good backhand surfing here.
Marvin Rodriguez.
A little quiet.
Yeah, well, I mean, and he's in a great position because, so Tosh did go up into third, but Marvin with the opening 5.27, this is a beauty for our surfer from right here in El Salvador. The beach must be going berserk during that. There you see his compatriots, Team El Salvador.
Yeah, that backhand hook was nice. It was critical. The drone angle didn't give away too much. It looks a little flat, but then as soon as we saw the land angle, came right off the bottom, right in the bowl there and cracked it. Nice and vertical, good timing. Whipped it down, so that's a great wave there for Marvin. Another live action, here we go. Forehand now.
Tosh.
So Tosh. Costa Rica takes the air, spins around, back foot comes off. And he knew what he had to do. And that attempt, I'm pretty much guarantee he pulls off those pretty regularly in the free surfs.
Yeah,
so, but he needed that one then. 2 minutes to go, he's still got time. And everyone's kind of bunched right up together at this high tide at the moment, close into the shore. The waves are focused more on that peak. Marvin's trying to get some distance. And
he got a 5.37 on his last wave, so that put him into second. So the local from this beach or from near this beach,
and
up into second.
Too.
Second priority. 2 minutes left, JJ. That is it's a great story, and the surfing deserves it. That's for sure. We saw that.
Wow, he's really created some distance between him and the other guys. So
and he has a
no, that's the surface in the next heat. So there's 2 groups out there waiting. So
he's got second priority. Yeah. So I mean, this is This is
go.
Pretty critical.
Tosh on the inside. Saw him go for the air a second ago. This one, he's got some speed. Wraps that cut back around into the foam. Will he get a little finishing move? No, that one dies out in the channel there. So you can see the V channel in between the 2 peaks. So sets on the outside. Who's going to get this? Grayson in with a chance, perhaps.
Well, the critical thing is second and third, and priorities with yellow.
Daniel.
in third.
In the spot again.
Yeah, we're not even, so Daniel's just ripping things up, so he's just going to maybe push his lead if possible. Oh, big old layback hack under the lip, super contortion. We have 1 minute left. How will this play out between Grayson from Sweden in yellow and Marvin Rodriguez from right here in El Salvador?
Well, he just got a good one on the outside there. 3 moves. If you were watching the top of the screen, there we go. He's got the claim there, Baldy.
Oh,
so that was a sick wave. So that's probably bigger than Daniel's wave. We saw Daniel drop the hammer on the inside, and he's called it a day. And I reckon Marvin might. We've got to see this from the good land angle here, but that was a great wave.
It's Will Grayson representing Sweden get something in the dying 26 seconds with first priority, or priority. It's all.
Yeah. Wait till this wave of Marvin's comes in there. That score, it's going to be pretty solid. Grayson's got 17. He's swinging on the inside. Has to go big on this thing.
He doesn't need to know the score. He just needs to go big on his backhand. 1 turn. Oh, so this is not what he wanted. We are going to count this out 5 seconds here. And Marvin got a 6-1-3, so gets up into second. It looks like that's how this one's gonna finish. The local boy moving on through. Marvin Rodriguez from El Salvador. You see the teammates and coaches. I can't imagine what's going on in other places. And Daniel Emsley from South Africa just started with the lead and continued with the lead. What an exciting heat, JJ.
Yeah, it's a good little exchanges there. It was really cool to watch. Yeah,
so the losers do go into that repecharge round?
Yep.
And
third and fourth get another shot, which is good to see.
Wow, what a beautiful expression for El Salvador. Surfer Marvin Rodriguez, I think, on into the next round. We are going to come back with the next heat after a short break. Stay with us. Thank you.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to face yourself. A right time to enjoy pleasures, to make friends. There's a right time to listen. And a right time to make decisions. There's a right time for fear and for success. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
We're going to Ground Zero Chops in Tahiti. Who would have thought? Nobody.
The setup in Teahupo'o is magic, you know? It's amazing, like the nature is there and the locals are amazing, like the vibe is crazy over there.
Chopu is one of the most incredible waves, probably a wonder of the world.
You go to that end of the road and it's sort of like a whole nother world out there. It's godlike, it's quiet, serene, beautiful, tropical. The colors of the sun hitting that hill, lighting up the palm trees and the mountains and the different hues of all different color spectrum as the day moves on and changes. Then you have this glorious wave that comes off a reef and it's so powerful and so beautiful.
I think it's gonna be very good.
Back at the ISA World Juniors, heat number 12 in the water. We just saw the first Salvadorian make it through in the main event. Marvin Rodriguez advancing with Daniel Emsley from the Republic of South Africa. In the water now, Ippo Suzuki in red from Japan, Jefferson Lopez from Nicaragua in white, and Jose Lopez from Panama is in yellow. So Japan takes the water for the first time. Mitchell Salazar, JJ with you. And JJ, Japan, one of the strongest teams that there always is here at the ISA World Juniors. We're going to stick with yellow right now, though. Jose Lopez from Panama. Ooh, great finish right there from the surfer in yellow. And I know you've been to Panama before, and both coastlines have great waves, the Caribbean side and the Pacific side.
Yeah, very impressed there. Went to the ISA event there around 2015, and similar kind of look and feel to here. The tides were significant, 7-meter tides, was fantastic, and really, such a great experience, good event, and they had the dual banks running, and such a special part of the world too, and embracing surfing, and the ISA again bringing surfing to a region that is not really familiar with professional surfing like it is, and certainly on the map now. It's a great spot.
Let's go down to Shannon Hughes on the beach side.
Just here catching up with Belle Betteridge. Belle, congratulations on making it through your heat for the under-16 women's. How did it feel in the lineup down at Sunzal today?
Yeah, it's a bit tricky. The first few minutes kind of went flat, and then like halfway through I got a alright wave. I think it was like a 4, and then kind of just got my last wave with 30 seconds to go. So it was a bit slow, fat, but it's fun.
And it's your first time representing Team England here for the ISA World Junior Championships. You've got the whole family behind you. How does it feel to have everyone here on the ground?
It's so good having everyone here. And my brother's competing as well, so mum and dad are here. All the coaches, it's so good. It's such a good, the team is so cool, and it's so sick, like watching everyone and everyone competing.
What's it been like for Team England preparing for this? Have you guys been surfing a lot together back at home?
Yeah, we've done quite a few training sessions, and we've been surfing at the Wave a lot in Bristol, and a couple down in Cornwall, and we just had the English Nationals, so kind of just getting together and doing heats and priority drills and stuff together.
Amazing. And is your brother Bo coming up soon?
Yeah, he's in the next heat, I think. Yeah.
We'll let you go, catch up with it, and cheer him on. Well done, and we'll see you in the next round.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shannon. And boy, I could immediately tell the difference in the accents between the Aussies and the English. I thought they were more similar before that interview, and now I have a clear difference.
Mate, what if I talk like this? Does it sound a little bit more similar?
A little bit, right at the end right there.
Doing Russell Brand.
Here's Ippo Suzuki from Japan, and boy, have they had a couple of great years as far as competition goes lately. Amuro Suzuki, Shun Murakami, Hiroto Ohara. One of my personal favorites, somebody that I competed against, Reo Inaba, also a great powerhouse from Japan. And how about Kanoe Igarashi and all the success that he's had in recent years, too?
Yeah, exactly. Those 4 or 5 names you just mentioned, they're doing the nation so proud, and getting some great results at junior level. And, of course, Kanoa at the top of the pyramid there, representing Japan on the world stage, which is just fantastic. And, Hiroto and those guys are just blazing at QS level. And I'm often surprised they haven't had more success.
They haven't broken through, really, yeah.
I mean, they've had their moments, but just, it's so cool to when Kanoa got on tour.
They haven't had that one real win besides Kanoa's success on the championship tour. Last year's silver medalist, by the way, here at the ISA Games.
Yep.
But, you're seeing all of this talent, and I think the best thing about their team is that they're well organized and they're disciplined too. Here goes Suzuki again, his second ride. This thing just bowling out real quick. He's gonna get a few carves in though. Still waiting for his opening score and gets a great finish right there, releases the fins. So Suzuki on the board with already 2 waves. And we're gonna go down Shannon Hughes with Daniel Emsley.
Daniel, congrats on a big win out there. Talk to me about being in the lineup, slightly warmer than competing at home.
Thanks, I know the star's really fun out there. Water's crazy warm, air's crazy warm, but happy to get the win.
And you're back at the ISAs. Back in 2019, you missed out on that medals match just by a single heat, walking away with a 5th. How does it feel to return, and what are your goals?
I'm happy to be back here. had quite good memories from last time back in 2019, so hopefully go a bit further this time.
What have you been working on at home in preparation?
I've been training with my uncle Greg quite a lot on his heat strategy and trying to throw more spray, and yeah, happy with the way it's going.
Talk to me about the boards that you're riding.
Yeah, so I've been working with Graham Smith back in Durban, and he's making really good boards out of Smith shapes, yeah, so I'm loving them.
So well done out there, and we'll see you in the next round.
Thanks so much. So I'm not done.
Thank you, Shannon, and congratulations to Daniel. A great surfing family, the Emsley family. His uncle Greg was on the championship tour for several years, a finalist actually at a CT event too, and you could immediately see the resemblance not only in the way they speak, I feel the way they carry themselves too, JJ.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, he had Greg for a while and certainly travelled to a lot of events when he was doing pretty well at. So yeah, I hadn't seen Daniel before, but we were talking earlier, and with Morley as well. You see all these surnames through the draw, and you're like, okay, here they come. There's the next generation. It's either like son, daughter, or
nephew, niece, anything.
Yeah, it's just so it's really cool to see, and he's put on a good show there. So I'm sure Greg's proud. He's on the G-Force model as well. So yep. Ticking all the boxes for South African surfing right there.
You know what's interesting? Smith Shapes has actually been quite popular in California lately.
Yeah, he's had a good surf as well. Yeah. Remember they did the surfboard test where
Stab in the Dark, yeah.
And they threw one of G's boards, but they didn't tell him, Jordy. And he couldn't pick it because he just didn't think his dad's board would be there. I think that might have played a big role in it.
It's the one that he loves the most now.
Yeah, exactly. But shapers always have their kind of purple patches, like someone will get on them and ride it, and then for the next 6 months or a year, then half the tour jumps on it.
Yeah, that's what happened to Mark Suzuki and Sharp Eye.
Yeah, exactly. Like that's the perfect example of what's happening right now. And all the other shapers who, half the tour was riding their boards a year ago or 2 years ago, they're just going to wait for their rotation to come back around,
Here we go, live action. Jefferson Lopez already has a 617 to his name. A little under lip snap right there and blows the tail out at the end. Can't finish it though. Just over 10 minutes to go. Suzuki with a 5.5 and a 4.5. Here's Jose Lopez from Panama. Has a 5.33. And JJ, I don't know if you've noticed this, but at least in every single heat, I want to say that almost every surfer has had a score above a 4.5, almost even a 5, which before, even in my days 10 years ago, that was a difficult number to obtain.
Yeah, you're right, and judges are pretty cool with their scoring these days too. It's really tightened up, and I feel like they've really every wave's really under the magnifying glass these days, like more so than 5 or 6 years ago. But I mean that is good for a representation of the standard we're going to see from 45 plus nations here. And yeah, you're right. There's some really tight heats. And yeah, it's incredible the standard list. Just we're talking about how that all the eyes are on these events year after year, and it just keeps increasing, and the number of competitors and the learning rate just goes through the roof too. It's exponential.
Yeah.
So, but here we go. Look at the shot from Japan there. That's cool, man. It's such a beautiful place. Look at the colours there, the stone, the cobblestone shoreline, the grass, the little haciendas up in the background there. Some amazing spots. I'm doing virtual real estate shopping every time I go to the beach. Go, oh wow, look at that house.
Did you see the lot that's right next to our hotel, by the way? It's empty right there. You should maybe inquire about that.
Mate, 7 figures is far too beyond my personal budget, especially in US dollars as well.
Just under 9 minutes to go. Suzuki still leading. Lopez in second. He betters the situation. Gets a 2.67 as his low score. And the Panamanian surfer, Jose Lopez, needs a 3.52. Panama now coached under Javier Swain, former competitor from Peru, one of the best to ever come out of Latin America too. And Panama has had some great surfers in the past. Giancarlo Soli Gonzalez, I don't know if you remember him, but great surfer from Santa Catarina, actually, Santa Catalina, where you were at the last ISA there.
Yeah.
Why am I forgetting? Agustin Cedeño, another great surfer that's come through the ISA junior ranks. He's competed at the open level too for them. And it's also an emerging nation. I want to say 11 and 12 in the 2010s. They had back-to-back ISA events there. Then you went in the one in 2015. They were investing a lot of money into Panama too when it came to surfing.
Yeah. It's a fantastic place, and I mean, it's this whole Central American zone. I think and Peru's been on the map for a while, and Chile. And I hate to say it, but it's just sitting there waiting to be discovered for surfers. And I've felt pretty fortunate to experience some of these places. I mean, this is your sort of backyard as well, and now it's opening up to the world. And it's just consistent swirl, a lot of different variety of beaches and breaks and waves. And Panama, exceptional place for a sport, so I'm sure we'll be back there at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm really interested to go. I haven't explored a ton of the most southern part of Central America and the first part of South America. I really want to go to Ecuador, though.
Ooh, yeah.
Waves are great there. Food's good. It's a easy place to access to as far as flights go.
Yep.
And how about Venezuela? There's some sneaker waves down there, too.
Yeah.
There's this little island called Margarita.
Okay.
They used to have a Latin tour event there. Hey Tour Alves actually won an event there.
Hey Tour.
Yeah, the waves are good.
Yeah. That was a cool little shot there we saw of the boardwalk and the staff down there and the security personnel representing proudly down there. It's a great contest setup. Here we go, yellow now, Jose.
Lopez needs a 3.52. Not a bad wave for Lopez, but here's the answer from Jefferson from Nicaragua. Another great surfing nation. If you've ever heard the name Kevin Cortez, now you know it because one of the best surfers to ever come out of those beautiful beach breaks down there in Nicaragua. Kid rips, and now so does Jefferson on a global stage. 6 minutes to go, JJ.
Yes, getting down to crunch time. Let's wait and see these scores locked in. Look at that, less than 2 points between first, second, and third there. So really tight heat. Couple scores to get locked in. Hippo, Suzuki, there he goes. Yeah, I was just going to say, watch out. He's down into second. So
and still waiting on a score from Yellow, too.
Yeah, so he's could be in danger right now. So but, he's sitting there with priority, so that's a really good thing to have in the last few minutes of the heat. Here we go, replay. Driving, cut back there, a few bumps to work with, not the steepest face. Here it steepens up, into the lip. Sticks that one there, so a couple of moves. Willing to put
a little stamp on it, too.
Yeah, exactly. Here we go. This one looks smoother, winding through the cutback. Bit of tail release there. Upside around. Plenty of rail work. So not a bad little exchange there. Not the biggest, best waves we've seen this morning, but definitely important in this heat.
And the comparisons that the judges have had to make today are excruciating, too.
How's the number of waves they're going to
my.
have to focus on the next 8 or 9 days? They're I mean, they cop a lot of flack when things are not perfect, but it's a
hardest job there is.
Silence is a reward for a job well done for those judges, man. They're the hinge for the sport. So, shout out to all the crew representing a lot of nations and focusing on each and every single wave. It's a thankless task, that one.
Absolutely. It's a 4.33 for Jose Lopez, just under what he needs. Still requires a 4.68. Jefferson, though, moves into the lead with a 3.83 on his last. And Suzuki holding down priority number 1 in second now, needing a 4.51 to retake first.
Here we go. Look at this one. Mitchell, left-hander. This could be okay.
Smaller wave, but Jose maybe sees something we don't. Doesn't need ton. And you know what? Only needs a mid-4. That might be it right there.
That was a good closeout smash. That wave doubled in size and he belted it. He was in full control. I would have liked to have seen the backhand foam rebound coming off with that extra speed from the closeout. But I reckon he might get that. That was a cool section. Hang on, look on the outside though.
And even if he does turn it, Suzuki wouldn't need a ton either.
Exactly.
Just under 4 minutes. Here's the heat leader, Jefferson from Nicaragua. A little bit behind the section. Starts off with the carve. This wave's slowing down a lot. It'll close out right here. Slides the fins. Can't pull it. Scores coming through for the last of Yellow. It's going to be razor close. And Suzuki might need a score. And he still has first priority, but the actual question is, when will he be delivered the news of the score that he might require, so that way he can make a decision in these last 3 minutes?
Yeah, I think he's looking in at the beach there, so he'll be getting some direction. Look, it's the third time he's looked around and making sure he's in the critical spot, the best takeoff position. And the team on the beach, they'll have seen those waves from the front. Obviously, Suzuki, he wouldn't have. He would just be with pockets of spray from behind. So he would know exactly what they did. His team would be well aware that he's in a dangerous situation at the moment.
This would be a major upset, too, if a Japanese surfer goes down in the first round of the main event. He's paddling for this, though. He goes down to third. It's a 5 for Lopez in yellow. He takes the lead. Suzuki needs a mid-4. Makes it to the open face. Only has one section. Blows the tail. Can't pull it. 2 minutes 20 to go. And now the heat leader, Jose Lopez from Panama, looking to replace that 5-0 with something better here.
Looking good.
A couple of carves so far. Gets the closeout re-entry, grabbing the rail. He's stoked on it. 2 minutes. JJ, what a heat. Look at the separation between first and third right now.
Yeah, that was we're going to tie at the moment, but their score's coming through. That was unfortunate for Suzuki because he wasn't in a clean takeoff spot. That wave was a little bigger than he anticipated. And if he could have got into that clean, I'm sure he would have put a whole ride together, but he couldn't. He was stuck behind it most of the way.
And here goes Jefferson. He's looking at better, a 3.83. And as JJ mentioned, there is a tie currently between second and third as Lopez does some great work right there with the layback. This wave's important though, Suzuki. Before White's last, needing a mid-4, a 4.51 to be specific. Just over a minute to go. Crucial elements of his surfing in this wave right now, and a great finish. She's stoked on it. What a heat. What a heat. This is what we come to the ISA World Juniors for.
Still a minute too. Look at the flags going as well. They're right next to each other too. That's pretty cool. So, he played it a little conservative on that one. Like, I thought he could have given it a little bit more, but he got the job done. He finished the wave. To make a mistake then would have been the nail in the coffin. Off the top there, a bit of air off the lip there. This is where the wave dies down. This is where I thought he really could have hammered this next section. He had some speed here, just a little cut down, but he did finish it clean, and that's really important at this stage of the heat. Any mistakes there would have been tragic, but he got the fist pump. That felt good. That was a long wave too. He actually traveled some distance and connected, so this is going to be a nail-biter finish right now. What are the judges thinking?
So Jefferson and White doesn't improve. It's a 3.77 on his last. It's going to come down to red and yellow's last. Yellow's in the lead, so he's almost untouchable right now.
I'd say Ippo definitely got more than 4.5.
And everything indicates that you are right at the moment, and this is Jose's last. He's looking to better a low 5.
Surf's good on this, but I just too many cutbacks not enough down the line. Finishing move, not clean. It's a good wave, but it wasn't. Yes, it's tight, man. It's tight. It's good. Good for us. I feel sorry for whoever gets knocked out of this one. Sent to the rebel charge.
So Jose actually gets his best wave on that, a 5.73. We're still waiting on Suzuki's last. It seems like they're thinking about it, but
it's going to push up Suzuki's requirement, yeah?
Well, no, because Jose was in first.
Oh, okay.
So Jefferson was the one that needed to better his situation, but everything indicates that Suzuki will get the score. He takes the lead at 6.67 for Ippo Suzuki on his last.
There it is.
Japan, Panama advancing. What a heat. What an end to heat number 12. One of the best of the day so far. Japan advances, Panama advances, and Jefferson Lopez from Nicaragua relegated to the repechage round, but one of the best of the morning so far. We're going to take a quick commercial break and be right back with more action here at the ISA World Juniors live from La Bocana.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. Surfing has the power to change the world and will now take the next step onto the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognized by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing. The ISA strives to advance the sport of surfing by crowning world champions in multiple event disciplines each year. The World Surfing Games gathers the best national surfing teams to compete for gold. Since Olympic inclusion, the event has become a key part of the qualification pipeline for surfing in the Olympic Games. The World Junior Surfing Championship, which has celebrated surfing's youth since 1980, is a breeding ground for future generations of surfers, spawning the world champions of tomorrow. The World SUP and Paddleboard Championship combines the disciplines of SUP surfing, SUP racing, and paddleboard racing into the world's most recognized event in stand-up paddle sports. The World Para Surfing Championship gives universal access and opportunity to para-athletes to achieve sporting excellence. The ISA also runs championship events in longboard, bodyboard, and masters divisions. The quality and credibility of every competition hinges on the education of our officials. The ISA offers globally standardized certification courses for surf coaches and judges. A global standard adaptive surf certification program ensures instructors and therapists will be adequately trained and have the knowledge and tools to improve the skills of adaptive surfers. Global development of the sport across competitive and grassroots levels is a key element of the ISA's mission. The ISA offers a scholarship program to young surfers who are outstanding role models in their community to aid them in their education and surfing ambitions. Water connects the world, uniting us all. Together, we all create a better world through surfing.
Back at the ISA World Juniors, heat number 13 in the water of the boys U18. Mitchell Salazar with JJ Jenkins, former competitor at the ISA World Juniors many moons ago.
Use that term, listening, don't say it.
But we have quite a stacked field here in heat number 13. Samuel Redon from France, Eric Pineda from Guatemala, Bo Betteridge from England, and Aaron Stanley from Barbados. The Bayesian invasion is for real.
Sure is.
And here goes the surfer in blue from Guatemala, Eric Pineda. And in Guatemala, waves real similar to the ones we're surfing here today at La Bocana, JJ. A lot of beach breaks, a lot of similar colors, a lot of black cobblestone beaches, black sand beaches too.
Very user-friendly, huh? I think you get the cobblestone shoreline. It holds the banks of players. Always, there's probably a few hidden rocks out there, so you get those peakies, take-off zones, which are really defined. And then, the freedom of surfing in trunks and having a sand bottom beneath you is really cool. High performance situation.
And here was the Frenchman, Samuel. He dropped a 6.33 on his opener. And this was the opener of white, Bo, from England. And then the last that we saw, Pineda from Guatemala, a 2.5 on his opener. So small scores to start off for both white and blue. And this is the opener of reds, the 6.33.
Yeah, bigger wave, drives on the section up over the coping there. Times it pretty well. Nice wrapping cutback, so variety. First two moves. Bit of a jam there as well. So great way to start a heat. Sticks that last move, bit of variety. It's a confidence boost for him in the commanding position for Samuel from France.
Well, the last event winner that we had for the ISA in El Salvador was another goofy foot Frenchman, Joan Deroux.
Yeah.
Took out the final against Jeremy Flores. Kanoe Igarashi was in there too. But Joan just had a connection with this wave all week long.
He's tight and coiled, isn't he? He's just got that tension through every move, and he's really precise.
I love the way he approaches a right too.
Just like whips it hard.
He has no fear whatsoever, and I think that France also a bit underestimated every now and then too. They're a great surfing nation, as we're seeing the surfer from Barbados, Aaron Stanley. Beautiful surfing so far from the Bayesian.
Yeah, Joan was similar to Travis Lowe. You remember Travis?
Yep.
Backhand hooks. That would just, I couldn't even make sense of those sometimes.
Low center of gravity,
so
huh?
quick and tight. It's like dreaming doing that stuff. Joan too. He's a cool dude, man. It's great to see him get a fantastic result like that.
Biggest win of his life so far. The worst part about it for him, though, with 13 minutes to go in this heat, was that since Michelle and Jeremy had already qualified for the Olympic Games, Joan couldn't qualify.
Yeah, you'd almost walk past the medal and go, ugh.
Yeah.
Bittersweet.
He redeemed himself with the victory, though, so just as good.
Yeah, great result.
And then this was Yellow's opener, JJ Stanley, comes in at a 3.67.
Yeah, we heard the Bayesian team, we heard the clapping and cheering and whistling. Like, he was busy on that wave, but it was all cutbacks. That wave pretty much came straight in. There wasn't a lot of wall, there wasn't a lot of diagonal action down the beach. So, but he looks like he's in good form and he's feeling it. So let's see if he can get a better wave.
So far, 12 minutes, 25 seconds remaining. Let's go down to the beach. Ben Way with Hippo Suzuki.
All right, guys, thank you very much. I'm here with the winner of that heat number 12, round 1 heat 12, Ippo Suzuki from Japan. まずおめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
まあ今日はもう最初の半分ぐらい、まあ第3ぐらいにいて、で最後の1分でその逆転になった時、緊張しましたか？
超緊張しました。
I was asking him. He was in third place up until about the last 2 minutes of the contest or the heat. And right there, his last wave score came in, and he popped up to first. 最近、静波のウェーブプールができて、波ないとき、あっちでいっぱい練習しましたか？
いや、してないです。もうずっと地元の海でずっと練習しました。
We have a wave pool in Shizuoka, Japan, and a lot of the guys have been training when we don't have any waves. He said he's just been doing it in the regular ocean. じゃあ、それでは、ありがとうございます。次の頑張ってください。
ありがとうございます。
Arigatou gozaimasu. I'm gonna learn Japanese as my next language, JJ.
You got a lot of time on your hands.
I feel like it's gonna be a process, but it's gonna be rewarding, you know.
Oh.
Next thing you know, have you ever seen that movie Fast and Furious, Tokyo Drift?
Yeah, I've seen little snippets of it. It's one with the cars in it, and all the bald, muscly guys, right?
So that's probably going to be me in the next 10 years or so. Back to live action, Aaron Stanley from Barbados.
Coffin ride right there.
Do they score those?
That was my next thought. I mean, if it's intentional, I mean, there's a lot of moves out there waiting to be incorporated. If you really think about it.
It was a joke, by the way, for our audience, but it's good to keep things light every now and then, you know.
Maybe when the ISA kicked off in the '60s, when there was longboarding and headstands.
That would have been a 10.
Yeah, you know. There's a coffin ride of the cockroach. You can wiggle your hands and your feet in the sky, and that's like a dying cockroach.
Reminds me of Young Guns 2 with Jeremy Flores. I think he won the team challenge for that, as we're seeing the replay of Eric Pineda, Guatemala, and then Yellow's last, the coffin ride.
Yeah, it's not the first time a surfer's had a little slip up. We suspected sometimes you get the siltiness in the sand, the black sand especially. It seems more prominent, maybe because it's associated with the central tropical climates. And a couple of the competitors said, yeah, it is a factor. So especially if you're traveling here and you got your original wax on from whatever country you came from, it's a good idea to start fresh, just to be totally sure.
As we saw Blue Pineda from Guatemala, currently in third, needing a 3.77. The surfer from France in red still leading the heat with just one score, a 6.33. Stanley in second in yellow. looking to improve on a 2.6, and the surfer from England in white, Betteridge, needing a 4.37, had a look there, decides to keep priority. And yeah, it's interesting that you mentioned that, because nowadays everything has to be above the lip for it to be an excellent score most of the time. But so far today, we've only had one excellent score, and it wasn't even used with the air. It was all maneuvers up into the lip, and here's Betteridge needing a mid-4. Beautiful carve right there on the backhand. We saw his sister earlier. She surfed at El Sunzal. Got a great interview with Shannon, though. She was all excited, happy. And England tends to have some great surfers in the draw at this event, too.
Yeah, the team's looking stronger and getting stronger every year. And here we go, replay now. A little bit sudsy. This is pretty similar to Aaron's opening wave. He does get the little finishing section. You're talking about sort of the more critical air moves. I think as soon as it's a little bigger, and then we can get the waves breaking to the left and to the right of this main peak, then they're going to have some serious oncoming sections, and I think we'll see some pretty big moves coming off that. Because the last couple of days during the free surfs, like, the kids are going nuts out here.
They go for them, don't they?
And the shore break has that nice ramp too, you know, and some good little sections on the shore. So it's coming. These guys, they've got to pace themselves as well. Get the job done. 8 days to go. Don't pull all the rabbits out of the hat in the first day. Unless you need to, unless you're desperate.
25, 30 years ago, did you have the same amount of physiotherapists and all that stuff that they have here right now with your guys' events?
No way. Like,
was there even one around?
When the Pro Junior, like the main one at Narrabeen was the only real big international event of the year, you're just sitting on the sand in the sun. You go in and get your jersey. There was no live heat scores. You just had to kind of calculate in your head as you went. This is 1990, 91, you know, and Kelly was in that final. And yeah, you just kind of, in your head, you got to kind of do the maths and, you know, the singlet's real stretched out and you tie a knot in the back, you know, depending who'd been wearing it before you, and hope it didn't go over your head and drown you. So yeah, and you come in after the final and they'd sit there and tally up the sheets. And Kalani Robb made a final one year and Bo Emmerton got first. Trent Munro was another winner down there. So you'd be sitting around for 20 minutes while they double-checked all the scores. And then sometimes they'd find discrepancies, like the surfer would go over later and check it out. So things have changed in a lot of ways, like not just the physio and the masseuses and the preparation and all that, but the tech's changed, the performances have changed, the number of competitors has drastically changed.
How are those names that you dropped, by the way?
Kalani Robb.
I love Kalani Robb, like one of my all-time favorite surfers. That's from Jeff's era, by the way, actually. They traveled together a lot. Jeff had a cover photo on Surfer Magazine from Aaron Chang.
Stop it.
And then Aaron Chang was also like one of the best photographers that worked with Kalani Robb all the time too.
Yeah.
As we're seeing Samuel Redon from France. Already has a 6.33. Here's Stanley from Barbados. Just a quick one there for the surfer in yellow. He'll go down in priority. Just under 6 minutes to go. One of my all-time favorite ISA World Junior champions, Ben Bourgeois from North Carolina.
Yeah, Benny Bourgeois, he's a smooth dude. He's ripped, huh? Yeah.
The most underrated surfer in the entire draw, I believe, was 1996. Nobody expected him to win the final, and guess what? Ends up winning in Huntington Beach, California, in home turf, too.
Didn't he get like 45th and just missed the cut? Real close. When they're back when they are 44 men for the CT, for the championship tour level. Yeah. Yeah, some a lot of good guys have come and gone in that period. I was trying to think too in that late 90s, early 2000s. Oh, here we go. We've got live action here. Aaron Stanley, evasion. Doesn't need much to get to the lead. He's already locked in at 267, I'd say, and this one's still peeling, Mitchell.
So just a bit of work done right there. A smaller wave, as JJ was mentioning, just under 5 minutes, but Samuel drops a 4.5, so he extends his lead. Now Stanley needs a 7.16 for first. And Betteridge gonna need something much better if Stanley does improve his situation. He needs a 3.9 now. Pineda from Guatemala needs a 4.4. Here we go, split peak it seems. We're gonna stay with White. Betteridge, can he pull it? Yes, he can. Just one and done. Steep section though. Over 4 minutes to go. Gonna see the replay of Pineda in just a bit, but they're not needing massive scores either though, JJ.
Yeah, look at that. Third and fourth, almost neck and neck there. So just the fact that Bo, he went that right and jammed in a move, it signals that he's just trying to do anything to get rid of that 1.9. So that was a bigger wave. Obviously didn't have priority, couldn't go to the left. So yeah, some really tight situations out here. I guess the equivalent of this event, Mitchell, was the it used to be the Quicksilver grommets over in Bali. They used to hold it at Kuta year after year after year. And so the ISA, like they had the Open Division. And yeah, this used to be, I think Quickie probably held it 4 or 5 years in a row over in Kuta Beach. Yeah, that was it. I think it was just a final. You just send your best surfers across. If you didn't have a qualifying, I think there was probably a few invites happening too.
Yeah, I feel like in the last 20 years, the pro juniors have definitely gotten much better too. Oakley used to do a big thing too in Bali.
Yep. Yeah, Karama.
Oh!
Wow.
Is he okay? That was a bad one right there. It seems like everything's fine though with Betteridge. Still waiting on his previous score though. Pineda drops a 2.6, so goes it up into his top 2. Doesn't move him into second though, 3 minutes to go. And it's enough, a 4.03 for Betteridge on his previous wave. And here's just what we just saw right now. Oh my.
Wow, usually your hand instinctively goes up and you know, your reaction time is so quick, you can normally block the ball, but I think that might have got him in the face. But obviously he's all right.
Seems like he's fine.
Or he's pretending to be.
Oh, he's playing it like a champ right now. 2 minutes, 30 to go.
Nah, he's good.
The Frenchman and the English surfer currently first and second. Stanley now in third, needing a low 3, a 3.37. And Pineda from Guatemala needs a 4.43. The only bad thing here for Stanley and Pineda, they're lower down on priority.
Exactly, yeah, and that's not the safest place. I mean, everyone plays this game pretty smart. These guys, you know, Samuel and Bo, they'll know exactly what's going on out there, so they'll be sitting in the right spot to prevent these guys from getting the wave they need. And I'm just seeing that there's a bit of ruffle on the water too, so that sea breeze has come up, which is pretty typical. You get to about anywhere after 10:30. It's midday here, local time El Salvador. So that wind will be around for most of the afternoon now. Here we go on the inside, Eric.
Pineda doesn't need a huge score, a 4.43. This wave just shouldering off though, not offering up a lot of sections really to work with, especially when it comes to those steep turns. Stanley outside, used second priority right there. Didn't seem like he got a ton. And now Betteridge in second, just having a sniff right there for that wave. A little over a minute. You saw Stanley look back to the water's edge right there, maybe looking at his teammates, his coaches.
Yeah, if I was Bo or Samuel, I'd be straight over onto Aaron right now. Be sitting on him as quick as possible, and he'll know that. He'll be trying to get the hell away from those guys and try and get a decent score. 3.37, that's a small score. It's going to be disappointing for him if he can't get it.
Well, there you see Aaron on the inside. He might be turning for this wave right here. It won't break though. 30 seconds to go.
There's a peak coming.
Needs a 3.37 for second place. Pineda needs a 4.43. Just got a 2.53 on his last, didn't improve. And here's Betteridge on the defensive end, barely holds his edge. That'll help though, looking to improve on a 3. And now red, Samuel. It doesn't seem like Stanley or Pineda are gonna get a chance. It's gonna be France and England advancing in this last one.
Yeah, they played it tidy here at the end, just mopping the floor here. That was a great wave, couple of good snaps, replay earlier. And yeah, these guys are looking on point. So satisfying finish. I'll sleep good tonight knowing they got through that one.
So Samuel will improve his situation. He's gonna better the 4.5. And you talk about a nail biter right there too for Aaron Stanley. Didn't need a huge score, but Betteridge might even improve on his low score of a 3.0. But I can tell you one thing though, JJ, France is looking as a team that's wanting that gold medal as a team.
Yeah, satisfying victory there. A little group hug from the team. Yeah, these guys are always a contender, so they've had some great results in the past, plenty of medals, experienced the taste of gold. And Joan Giroux, you mentioned him, we had a chat about him, he won the World Games, so good job to those guys, and I'm sure.
Gold medals as a team last year,
yeah,
too,
exactly.
for France.
Yep.
In the Opens, now looking for it in the juniors.
Here we go.
Ale, ale, ale. We're going to take a quick commercial break and be right back with heat number 14 at the ISA World Juniors.
We're going to ground zero chops in Tahiti. Who would have thought? Nobody.
The setup in Teahupo'o is magic, you know? It's amazing, like the nature is there and the locals are amazing, like the vibe is crazy over there.
Chopu is one of the most incredible waves, probably a wonder of the world.
You go to that end of the road and it's sort of like a whole nother world out there. It's godlike, it's quiet, serene, beautiful, tropical. The colors of the sun hitting that hill, lighting up the palm trees and the mountains and the different hues of all different color spectrum as the day moves on and changes. Then you have this glorious wave that comes off a reef and it's so powerful and so beautiful.
I think it's gonna be very good.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to face yourself. A right time to enjoy pleasures, to make friends. There's a right time to listen. And a right time to make decisions. There's a right time for fear and for success. There's a right time to find your wave, and there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Welcome back to the ISA World Junior Championships here in El Tunco in El Salvador, and I'm catching up with Antia. Antia, you won your heat early this morning down at El Sunzal, the under-16 women's. How did it feel to take out a win at a right when you normally go left?
It felt really good because I prefer right to left, and I really liked the wave at El Sunzal, and I was really excited to take the win.
And you took a surf trip here last year to prepare because you knew that there were some really good waves on offer. Did you get some good waves that week as well?
Yes, I got some really good waves. When I came here last year, it was like really big, so I could only surf Punta Roca, but I really liked the wave.
And talk to me about representing Team Peru and the dynamic of all your teammates together.
I feel honored to represent Team Peru, and I really like the dynamic of the team because we all know each other, because everyone is either from Lima or from Mancora, and everyone competes in the national circuit. So we all know each other, and this is pretty much the same team that went to the the
South American
Championship in Argentina, and I really like the team.
And you guys took out the win that week?
Yes, we also took out the win in the championship in Argentina, and that was really good.
Amazing. Well, congratulations. You'll be a big threat this week again for Team Peru.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Shannon. And wow, these stories are just like phenomenal the whole time. Like you're seeing everybody smile all the time and just having a great, enjoyable time here in beautiful El Salvador. Mitchell Salazar, joined by the momentum surfer, Jeffrey Baldwin. And I was hyping you up earlier last heat. JJ was even chuckling. He's like, dude, you got to take it easy. He's already hyped up enough. You have too much natural energy. But Jeff, I like it. You bring the sensation. You have almost that Bajan sensation with you.
Oh, I got the flavor. Yeah, I got a lot of energy. I always have. My friends are like, you need more playmates like to play with. You're too gnarly for us. You just go and do your thing. We can't keep up. What a cool interview with the young Peruvian saying that their team's been intact since the South American Championship that they went to. So that's really big too. Like you were earlier, the German team, a lot of them don't even know each other, so they're meeting for the first time here, and it sounds like they got a good coach and good chemistry happening. But Peru, in the hopes of getting, going on to the Olympics, to have that symmetry and that camaraderie, it's massive.
Well, they also have Karin Sierralta, who's also the executive director of the ISA, I believe. He was one of the original founders of the Latin American Tour Association, the ALAS.
So they've got the history.
Yeah. And he's been at the forefront of the Federation for Peru of Surfing as well. So they've got a great crew down there that's running the whole thing. And Peru is definitely a team that you need to watch out for when it comes to medals.
Well, I mean, look at all the men and women coming through through the ranks up into the championship tour and the Challenger Series, and it's all going great for Peru off there. And they're one of those early adapters. Like I was going to Peru long ago, and Cabo Blanco was seriously just a fishing village with little naked children eating mangoes and raw fish, and now it's like surf resort, a lot like how El Salvador has grown. The investment and all the people coming nationwide or worldwide to build beautiful houses and make a life part-time here or whatever, and the fusion of money, it's because the waves are good.
Yep, and it's getting better too. Let's go down to Shannon Hugh with Samuel Redon from the last heat.
Samuel, congratulations on a big win. You found the rhythm early on and got some good scores. How did it feel to walk away first?
Yes, thanks. It feels good to start well the competition, because the first heat is always a big question. You don't know if you will win or not. So the waves were nice, the tide a bit high, but the waves are fun, not too small, not too big, so it's fun.
Talk to me about representing France. It's your first time here at the ISAs. Are you enjoying yourself?
Yes, that's it. It's my first World Junior Championship. So I'm proud to represent France, and it's my last year in junior category. So,
what are your goals coming into this event?
It's my first ISA World Junior, so I just want to go the far as I can, and I will see, but I think I can go very far.
And would you like to say anything in French back to your friends and family tuning in?
Merci à tous ceux qui me regardent, et c'est top ici, il fait chaud, il y a des bonnes vagues, on s'éclate.
Well done, we'll see you in the next round.
Thanks.
Merci, Shannon. And we just saw Kobe Clements on screen right there. Already dropped a 5.5 on his opener. So just settling down in the heat. Around 12 minutes ago, Kobe Clements from Australia in red, Patu Tivao from Tahiti in white, Daniel Flores from Ecuador is in yellow, and Mateo Christodoulou from Greece is in blue. Tight heat so far. Clements with a 5.5, Flores with a 4.33, Christodoulou has a 3.67, and Tahiti, I mean, they've had some excellent surfers from there in the last few years. Michelle Perez, not only the best surfer to ever come out of there, Betea David, Vagina Fierro, another one of my favorites too. And now you have the younger generation in Tivao coming up too.
And Vahini has two sisters competing here right now at the other break, which we will see, coming up in the next few days.
And this was Clements' 5.5, Jeff.
Yeah. That left just continues to keep providing, and it rattled all the way through. Sort of a soft finish, but you got a few turns on the outside, and those mid-range scores have been really important to get their sort of table set. We've seen a lot of that 5 and 6 range,
right.
So
absolutely.
Like always, that's just the way the game works.
And that was Flores' opener from Ecuador. The surfer in yellow, 4.33, and then white got on the board too. The last, a 5.27 for Tivao.
We were talking about Peru, and Mateo's from Lima, surfing for Greece.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
That's what our friend Kevin Moore, Cuneo, by the way, one of our beach announcers, told us that there's a Peruvian surfer who's of Greek descent that is competing for Greece.
Yeah. So Christadoula, Matteo Christadoula.
10 minutes, 20 seconds to go. Tivao drops a 5.27. Clements in the red jersey with a 5.5 and just a 1.1. There you see the beautiful flags of all the nations that are joining us at these ISA World Juniors. Physical therapist down there. There's a hot tub for you to warm up, even though it's warm already. So might as well put some ice in that bath. And how beautiful is that Senegalese flag right next to the South African too. You have Spain, Sweden, goes in alphabetical order right there at the end with Venezuela as well.
Yeah, I mean, how amazing. I saw Fernando Aguirre downstairs on my break in front. And
Shane Doran here with his son, one of the coaches for Team Kauai too. Josh Kerr, his daughter Sierra competing at this event. Jay Thompson, also a coach for Team Australia, one of the great surfers to come out of the eastern part of Australia in recent years too, Jay Bottle Thompson.
Yep, and that's great. I actually was texting or WhatsApping or something with Pete Durbridge before, wondering if he was coming over because he works and coaches, but I think he's saved for the biggies.
He's the big dog, isn't he?
He's the big dog, yeah.
And here's Yellow Flores. Already has the 4.33. This should improve. And Clements just destroys that first section.
Wow.
Maybe the best turn we've seen all day. And this kid is not only the hype, but he can back it up too. One of the most prominent surfers in the junior division right now in Australia. And there you saw why. Wow, just one turn that absolutely destroyed that thing right there.
Yeah, Kobe Clements, right? Narrabeen, he says his favorite place is backdoor. So another, one that's been being groomed since early teenage life, going to the North Shore, spending time. When you're saying backdoor, it's one of your favorite waves. It's not because you went out once.
Especially at the Volcom House.
Yeah,
you got guys like Ty Van Dyke, Kaimana Henry taking care of you.
Yeah, so he's got the right sponsorship, and that's the thing we're always talking about, The established nations have that, those kids that the Volcoms, the Vans, and they're staying at those houses with the equipment, and they can say, oh, my favorite wave's backdoor. And then you have other countries, people haven't ever even left their country.
Yep. So a 6.0 for Clements on just the one turn. A little under 8 minutes to go. Flores in second with a couple of fours. Mateo in third, needing a 5.33. And Pato Tivao has the 5.27, the third best wave of the heat, but he's in fourth, only needing a high 3 at the moment. Interesting to see how certain, countries that are superpowers in the sport of surfing utilize priority and strategize in comparison to somebody from Ecuador and somebody from Greece.
They just don't, Although I would have to say that our surfer from Greece, he's aware
going
of
through
that
the Peruvian
system.
system.
He knows. But you're right. Unless they've been able to do South American, Latin American regional events and really get that priority system ingrained, and you see it at the highest level, people blow it with priority. Still, priority, even though it's there and they can use it, and it's supposed to, there's the rules around it, people that have used it their whole lives still have a little bit of a brain
difficulties. Yes.
What happened?
Here goes Clements on the backhand again. Spicy combo at the beginning. Great turn right there too, right in the pocket. And a deep bottom turn to finish well. The Aussie going to town on that one, Jeff.
Team Australia was deep up on the boardwalk. They had all of their surfers sitting there on the amazing lounges. And as we were looking earlier when they were panning across the beach and all the flags and, this boardwalk, and that's where I was saying I saw Fernando, and I'm like, this is incredible. And he goes, yeah, there's nowhere in the world that has this kind of setup. I mean, maybe there's some natural cathedrals or areas where there's bluffs or places in West Oz where they're up on a cliff or bells or whatever, but this is this beautiful boardwalk with individual stalls and all the luxury furniture.
And this is the last one of Kobe Clements. He's looking to better a 5.5. This seems to be his best wave so far, Jeff.
and a beauty it is. Australia bringing their A game. I heard you talking about, you know, France has come to the party to play, the USA, you know, these are obviously the top seeds. You know, I don't know where he was ranked in the seeding order, but he's top in his country, like you said, in the juniors. So,
and that's a tough country to be a top surfer at, too.
Yeah.
So Clements drops a 6 on his previous ride and a 7.5 on his last. Moves him up, way up into the lead. Flores now in second with 5 minutes to go. Mateo in blue from Greece needs a 5.33 for second. And Patu Tivao from Tahiti now needs a 3.73 for second.
Well, interesting. He's seated 18th in this event, the official. And I don't know how they got that established, but so, you know, earlier we had Kian Yang. Yeah, he's third in the seating. So
remember, it also goes through your country's ranking.
Yeah.
So each surfer will be accurately represented through their own system.
Yes.
So out of the U18s, I would probably think that Lucas Hostin would be the highest seed for the U18s for Team USA, and they're the #1 seed as a team.
We got it right here. He's second. Ryan Huckabee
is first,
yeah,
right.
So it's, anyway, those are all just stats and figures, but it is exciting, and, you know.
It matters, though, in the grand scheme
info,
of things.
Yeah.
As far as seeding goes and advancing into it, it matters who you're going to meet up against
down the
ladder.
road. Yeah, so we love it.
It's all about numbers, Jeffrey.
It's all about numbers.
Don't even focus on that right now, though. It's only day one.
Just get 10s.
We're halfway through
day one.
Our opening day, too. We have 28 heats today. We're in heat number 14.
Yeah, we got a long ways to go. And as we're doing this simultaneously up the beach at the right point, the same exact thing is happening. So lots of action.
Are your energy
in a quarter-mile stretch?
Are your energy levels going to be the same on day one as on the last day?
You will realize my energy levels never drop.
They never drop.
Ever.
Especially with what we've been eating at the hotel too, which is
I'm
awesome.
on a gastronomic tour. Yeah. I never eat 3 meals a day. This is wild. I'm going to just gain 10 pounds. Ever. Literally, since I was a teenager, I just eat like a meal.
Learning something new about you every day, Jeff.
I'm an Eritrean.
3 minutes to go. Here goes Tivao. That's a continuous ride. He went down to his belly after falling on the first turn. Still only needs a 3.73. Even with a little slip up, could potentially get the score he requires. 2 minutes and 45 to go. We shall see. He's looking to drop down Flores to third place. And scores coming in, it does not seem like it will be enough. A 3.07, still needing the 3.73.
Yeah, we've definitely established with the judges what they're looking for, you know, and it was a softer wave. The wind has sort of puffed up a little. He just didn't get the speed, the spice. He went down to his belly or knees, you know, that he wanted to complete the ride, but you already know once that happens, you're imprisoned to a 3-ish wave no matter what.
This is the other angle, Jeff. A lot more wind on it than before, too.
Yeah, you know, and this happened yesterday, and then the later afternoon clouds, and it laid down again. But again, that's the deal with all these events. They know in advance the afternoon winds are coming. You have the heat sheets out early. They know they're going to be competing in those conditions, so they probably had warm-up heats in those type of conditions the days leading up. You know, they didn't surf the glassy morning and think, oh, I have a 2 o'clock in the afternoon heat in the wind. I'm sure the coaches are on all those factors. I mean, if we're getting the updates, they're getting the updates.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Swell, tide, direction, wind.
Ooh, a little bit of paddle action right there between yellow and white. Yellow at the moment in second. Flores with priority number 1. Was that a block on him towards white, though? It doesn't seem like it will be. And we're still waiting on blue's last score, Christodoulou. He doesn't need a huge number either, but it would have to be one of the best waves of the heat so far with just under a minute to go. Needs a 3.73 is Tivao. Christodoulou needs a 5.33. 50 seconds. And Mateo doesn't seem like he's very interested in sitting on the main peak. Everybody's over there. Flores with first priority trying to block Tivao. And that's a paddle from both. So priority's going to switch.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens right here and how they call it out, because that
That
matters.
was first and second paddling, so will third go to first?
No,
was it blue and
yes?
Yeah, it was yellow and white.
Yeah, yellow and white. So red is out there all by himself, but he's comfortably in first.
Yeah, he's like, okay, thank you very much.
You guys do your own thing. I'm over
Yeah.
here by myself. Leave
Yeah.
me alone. 10 seconds to go. It seems like it's going to be Clements and Flores advancing on. Australia and Ecuador, Jeff.
Well, and we don't know the schedules leading into tomorrow, but everyone will surf again.
And at least once in these coming days, too. So that's the end of heat number 14. Kobe Clements, Daniel Flores advancing on in the main event. Tivao and Christodoulou relegated to the repechage. We'll be right back with more action here in El Salvador at the ISA World Juniors.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to face yourself. A right time to enjoy pleasures, to make friends. There's a right time to listen. And a right time to make decisions. There's a right time for fear and for success. There's a right time to find your wave, and there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
We're going to ground zero chops in Tahiti. Who would have thought? Nobody.
The setup in Teahupo is magic, you know? It's amazing, like the nature is there and the locals are amazing, like the vibe is crazy over there.
Chopu is one of the most incredible waves, probably a wonder of the world.
You go to that end of the road and it's just, it's sort of like a whole nother world out there. It's godlike, it's quiet, serene, beautiful, tropical. The colors of the sun hitting that hill, lighting up the palm trees and the mountains and the different hues of all different color spectrum as the day moves on and changes. Then you have this glorious wave that comes off a reef, and it's so powerful and so beautiful.
I think it's gonna be very good.
Back at the ISA World Juniors, heat number 15 of the boys U18 in the water. In red, the Brazilian powerhouse Caio Costa up and riding on screen. The surfer from the South American country. The Brazilian storm well alive here at the ISA World Juniors too. Costa in red, Noah de Cole from Peru in white. Julian Seifert from the Netherlands in yellow, and Kalir Piñeres from Colombia is in blue. Khalil, actually, by the way, Jeffrey, a resident of the island of Maui.
What a nice place to live.
Yeah.
I mean, so many of these, you know, the split homes or wherever, like Peru, Greece, you're like, hey, not a bad place to split your time back and forth. Or Maui and Colombia.
Yeah.
Like, okay.
Two beautiful places to be raised at, that is for sure. As you see the surfer from Netherlands, Seifert, Costa from Brazil, De Cole from Peru, Piñeres from Colombia.
And you wonder if their parents were surfers, because you see that so often, you know, as these children or these, you know, young men or women are raised now wherever they're being raised, but surfing for a different country. Their parents moved there from Colombia to Hawaii, possibly to be surfers and live that dream. And you see that all over. Surfing families, generational now.
Well, Summer Macedo and Ocean Macedo,
Yeah.
their father is actually from Brazil originally,
Yep.
moved to Maui, and that's where they raise the kids. Here's Costa, already dropped a 5.0, and he looks energetic at the moment. And now Yellow Seyfert. Oh, big drop right there with the floater.
The Brazilians, they got their Guaraná and their acai, and they're fired up no matter what. It's just their life, right?
You're like getting into the pronunciation mode now
Always.
too, Jeffrey.
You
Like
travel
Guaraná, acai.
You travel the world your entire life, like literally since I was 15.
Brazil? Can you say Brazil?
Brazil. And yeah, you just become a sponge, right?
Well, that's a good thing to be. Just like SpongeBob SquarePants.
That's it, yeah.
Here's Noah De Cole from the great De Cole surfing family. Wow, beautiful two-turn combo. They're from Noah from Peru. Just under 15 minutes to go. He's on the board now. Costa's going to drop another decent score. Seyfert seems like he's going to get his best. And Khalil also on the board with a wave to come as well. So early stages of this heat, action-packed, Jeff.
It never, I mean, yeah, here we are. We started at 7:30 a.m. We're somewhere around 1 p.m. and it's been action-packed ever since.
It's already 1?
I think. Oh, 12:30, sorry.
Wow.
But,
And there's Sean Evans, one of our water photographers, one of the best in the business.
How did I not see him I've been watching the monitor the entire time, and I haven't seen his head swimming around out there.
He's camouflaged.
He's blending in with the foam, the soup on the peak.
You mentioned that there's orcas in Costa Rica.
Yeah,
I think people thought he was like a killer whale right here too.
Well, yeah, I was saying down in Costa Rica, the crocodiles. I'll surf. I don't know. I don't vibe with that. I'm not into the crocodiles.
So you're fine with sharks. But
Sharks
you're not good
make
with crocodiles.
sense to me. Yeah, no, dinosaurs don't. Although a shark is, goes back the same, but
Speaking of dinosaurs, the
Just
new
not-
Jurassic World comes out pretty
Okay,
soon.
yeah,
So you
just
should
not into it.
go watch the movie, get over your fear of dinosaurs, and you'll be fine. Let's go down to Shannon Hughes. She's with Kobe Clements down on the beach.
And talk to me about surfing here in El Salvador.
Yeah, the waves are epic, the people are great, and the food's great. So, yeah, first time at ISA, and it's nothing like I've ever been before. It's all the teams and all the flags. It's really epic. Stoked to be a part of it.
How special is it for you to be able to be part of a team now, as opposed to surfing generally being an individual sport?
Yeah, it's epic to represent my country and to see everyone so passionate about this sport and this comp. It's epic, yeah.
And back at home in Australia, you've had a very busy year. I think this is your 15th contest that you've entered since January between the qualifying series and the juniors. How's it been going so far?
Oh, 15 comps. Yeah, I'm psyching. I just fell short for the challenge of it. It's kind of fired me up still, and I love doing it, so I'm going to keep doing it.
Anything you'd like to say back to your friends and family in Oz tuning in?
My mum and dad and all the team, long reef board riders, and yeah, stoked on to the next one.
Well done. We'll see you in the next round.
Thanks.
Is that not the coolest kid you've ever heard from in your life, Jeff?
Yeah, he's fired up and such a good attitude, and it's great, that he's here. Obviously, he's competing on all the, the Challenger Series events, or trying to get into the Challenger Series events, and yeah, and was just that close. But he's like, yeah, I'm surfing for Australia. I'm going there. Let's just keep competing. I don't care where I'm competing. It all adds up to the same goal.
15 events so far in just under 6 months of 2022. That's a big number of events for
more than 2 a month.
Young Kobe Clements. Here's
Yeah.
Caio Costa, dropped a 5.2 on his last, looking to improve a 5. Oh, blowtail, almost spun it around. So 11:30 to go, and we see his approach now. He's already got 2 decent scores. He's looking to better something exponentially right there, as Noah De Cole drops a 6.07, Khalil drops a 4.6, Seyfert with a 2.67. Cool to see the Netherlands in play too here.
I know. They've been involved for quite a few years now.
Yep.
The Netherlands. I didn't see Russia. Is Russia here?
I believe that
They
we do
are
not have.
That's right. I understand.
surfers
Okay.
from Russia.
Yes, I gotcha.
We did have some last year, though.
I know. Well, I was trying to do the math. How do you surf 15 events? I mean, I guess the goal is you just have to make the final of every event, and then you can't leave early.
I think
right?
in California they surf like 15 events per month.
Yeah, I see them. Yeah, they're short 2-day events, so that's how it works. Not 1 week or 4 days.
I feel bad for the parents that are like, driving all these kids around all the time. And
how about for every 2 weeks there's a contest at Seaside.
Yeah.
Every 2 weeks.
Oceanside has a ton all the time.
Yeah,
Huntington Beach.
All those spots.
Yeah. I mean.
Hey, that's okay.
It's good for the kids.
You know
I
what?
can tell you that.
Yeah. I wonder how many of these kids from all over the world have electric bikes like the kids up in Cali. The parents just put their kids on the bike in Solana Beach and say, dude, you got a contest in Huntington. Get up there.
I would have to say less than 5%.
If that, yeah.
So just under 10 minutes to go. Costa in the lead. De Cole in second. Piñeres in third. And Seifert not needing a lot. Shannon, you're down there with Matteo Christodoulou. What do you have?
Matteo, congratulations on making it into this event. It's amazing to have Greek represented on the juniors level. How proud are you to be here for Greek?
Well, super happy and honored to represent Greece in this event, the first junior to be here, and super excited to compete with the best juniors in the world.
And talk to me about the other Greek surfers that you've just become such a fan of from the World Surfing Games.
Well, actually, Promessas is one of my inspirations. He's representing USA, but he's actually Greek, so he's a big inspiration to me.
Amazing. And you're living in Peru. Talk to me about the team that you have behind you, your coaches as well.
Well, I live in Peru. I am here with my coach Sebastian. He's also Peruvian. I train with him there. My grandparents are here with me, supporting me. My dad, my mom, and my sister.
Amazing. And you're unfortunately knocked into the rapid charge round. You'll probably be surfing down at Sunzal. Have you been getting some good waves down there?
Yeah, I have been surfing here from a week ago, and there are good waves, and hopefully I go well.
Well, thanks so much for the chat. We're so excited to have you here, and best of luck in the next round.
Thank you too.
Thank you, Matteo. And the surfer representing Greece, I believe here with his coach Sebastián Alarcón, great former professional surfer from Peru. As we see another great surfer from Peru, Noah De Cole, already has a 6:07. Doesn't need much to take the lead. That just might do it.
Well, interesting. Yesterday, because the waves were bigger, we were thinking today with that high tide it might start to reform more, but it's definitely in a slack moment. That inside left not standing up on a few waves in a row that these guys have had.
Kevin Wallace did email us last night, though, saying that there's back-to-back south-southwest swells coming at the beginning stages of early next week. It should be quite big Monday and Tuesday, I believe. Drops down a little bit on Wednesday, but then next thing you know, for the weekend again, picks right back up, Jeff.
And it seems like when it picks up here, it's double and triple overhead, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like a tick up by a foot or two. Yesterday was, 3 foot more face height in the waves from today, and up the point was bombing. I mean, it was well overhead. And this is kind of a small day, flat day.
Yeah, it almost is. A lot of local surfers probably wouldn't have even surfed today.
Yeah, they're like, no.
Best thing about here, though, only need a shortboard all the time. Never need a real step up. Beautiful turn there from the Netherlands, Julian Seifert. Strong turn right there on the backhand from the surfer in yellow. Just under 7 minutes to go. Needs a 6.67 for the lead. It would have to be the best wave of the heat so far. It isn't that, but it's a 3.87, his best. Now needs a mid-5 to move up into advancement. Khalil still in fourth, needing a 4.75. And here he goes, using priority number 2, up and riding on the backhand from Colombia. Tight turn in the pocket right there. Carves it back. This wave tapering off. And this drone angle really shows how difficult it is to surf out there right now on these flatter sections.
Yeah, and it really flattens it out. It'll be interesting to see the beach angle. I mean, that left looks so flat, but he did get a couple turns, but most likely, and he didn't complete it to the inside all the way and get the finishing, but still nicely surfed. This is more the beach angle, so what the judges are looking at. I mean, the drone can make Chopu look flat. It's a trip how you have sunset when it's like 20 foot and you're like, that looks like I'd be out there, it's mushy.
It looks fun.
It's flat and mushy, and they're only riding 6.6s, what's the big deal? And then they come in and everybody's like, oh my gosh, I almost died.
I almost drowned like 3 times in 20 minutes. That's fine.
Yeah.
I came out with my life.
Yeah.
Here's Noah Decole.
Oh.
Currently in second, misses the section right there, dropped in just a tad bit too late. But he is advancing at the moment, looking to better at 3.27. Just over 5 minutes to go. Costa still in the lead, and that early and quick start for the surfer from Brazil in red has kept him in first the entirety of the heat.
Yeah, and what a comfortable position to be in. First from the first minute or two. I mean, that's the ideal, heat strategy. Plus, he backed it up very quickly.
He actually got his best wave on his second ride.
Yeah, or that's it.
And a pair of 5s has him in the lead. Piñeres needs a 4.75. Seifert now in 4th, needing a 5.48. And the best thing about Costa waiting for so long now, he's held on to priority number 1.
Yeah, he's like, well, I've got those. I'll just sit here, let the other guys squabble. No rush. I'm in the lead. Healthily, he knows the scores. He can hear what the other surfers need, and he knows even second place gets him through. 4 minutes, just under 5 minutes, and he finally is utilizing that priority on his forehand.
Going right is Costa. First time we've seen him on a right this heat. Beautiful layback right there. Can he pull it off? No, he can't.
I wanted him to make it.
Here's Seifert from the Netherlands in yellow. Strong turn to open things up. That wave difficult to surf, though, does well to manage a second turn.
Well, that'll be interesting. It seems like he's going to lessen his requirement, better one of those 2 scores wherever they go, but it was a bigger wave, and he got up into the lip twice.
Surfing to the criteria, speed, power, flow. Maybe not as much flow and power as he would have liked. But as you said, Jeff, could potentially better one of his low scores. It seems like it might even be close to his best. Just over 3 minutes. Here's Khalil's wave. This is an important one for him real quick.
Wow.
But he used priority there, though.
Yeah, that was strange. And just either he got slipped, got bumped off. That sometimes you take off in the whitewash a little late and it just bowls you over. Maybe they'll... Who knows what happened, but boy, critical to use your priority in 3rd place in the dying minutes of the heat.
Oh, and Khalil yet again slips, and he kind of got destroyed by that wave right there. Just under 3 minutes to go. Decole also dropping a score right now. It seems like he's going to improve his situation. Actually takes the lead, a 5.43 for Noah.
Okay.
And Seifert's coming in right now, a 4.57, so he does lessen the requirement. Yeah. Now needs a 5.63. Costa in second, and Khalil needs a 5.6 for second place, 2 minutes 30.
So, Mitchell, you've been here before a few times. I wonder if does the river mouth create a slippery aspect to the water?
Yes,
because
it does.
I've seen some guys slip that was really uncharacteristic.
So what I've been telling people all week,
silty, mud, that kind of clayy, sandy, whatever.
And then you add on the natural layer that the rocks have on top of them too, and it makes it even slippier. That was Noah's wave where he improved the situation, a 5.43 on that. And this is Yellow's last, his best, a 4.57.
If only he could have gotten into that section with a bit more speed, but he did well to get the first turn and finish like that. But yeah, so it is like we've seen some funny slips through the day so far.
Yeah, well, you get those little, microbacterias and whatnot, and it gets onto on your wax.
I wax the top of my feet. I used to.
I do that all the time.
I used to wax the top so I could, you can take your bottom of your foot. You see, lots of people do it. Why not?
Don't underestimate the here either, Jeffrey, because next thing you know, if you don't put enough wax on and it starts melting off, you won't have any wax on or wax left on your board. Here's Seifert, important way for him. Needs a mid-5. Has done well so far. If he gets the score and knocks out Costa, it would be a huge upset.
Wow.
Who gets the finish?
Is this the score he needs?
Oh man, he owed himself a fist pump for that. I'm giving him one.
Body language wasn't the best right at the end.
At the end, like, come on.
At least stand
Own
up
it.
straight.
Yeah.
Here's the replay, Jeff.
I mean, he got up high, carried his speed through a lot of spray, engaged a little late to that floater, and then, you know, it seemed like the wave was going to just die out on him. It kept giving him the next section. Obviously, he had to do a little hopping there, but still on the end of the heat, needing the score, gets the wave and maximized.
So at the moment, it seems like it's going to be right around the score he needs. Here's the goal. Just a little victory lap for him. 25 seconds to go. A little defensive play right there. He's in first, though. Costa from Brazil is the person that's in danger of being relegated to the repechage round. Still waiting on yellow's last Seifert from the Netherlands.
No.
And it seems like Piñeres from Colombia is going to run out of time. He'll stay in fourth.
Well, what's going to happen, Mitchell, with that finish? We still haven't gotten Netherlands locked in yet.
We're still waiting on it from Julian.
Wow, that would be amazing. So if he did get it and Caio goes in to third.
Yes.
That would be
He would
wild.
get dropped down. As we see Khalil right there just having a little bit of fun. Still waiting on the score. It's coming through. So the heat has ended. No other waves will count. So it's going to come down to this last wave of Julian Seifert from the Netherlands in yellow. And it's not enough. A 5.2.
Oh, well, so good. Good effort. And he'll be in the repechage round. So that was a mental or a moral victory right there. Got the wave executed, came through, nearly got the score. Well, you know, couldn't have done much more.
So Noah Deco, Caio Costa advancing in the main event. The other two surfers, Seifert, Piñeres, relegate to the repechage round. Lucas Osen, Sihao Wu, Sage Katz coming up in heat number 16. Don't go anywhere.
Going to ground zero chops in Tahiti. Who would have thought? Nobody.
The setup in Teahupo'o is magic, you know? It's amazing, like the nature is there and the locals are amazing, like the vibe is crazy over there.
Chopu is one of the most incredible waves, probably a wonder of the world.
You go to that end of the road and it's sort of like a whole nother world out there. It's godlike, it's quiet, serene, beautiful. Tropical, the colors of the sun hitting that hill, lighting up the palm trees and the mountains and the different hues of all different color spectrum as the day moves on and changes. Then you have this glorious wave that comes off a reef and it's so powerful and so beautiful.
I think it's gonna be very good.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try.
They're empty.
A right time to fall.
Yeah.
There's a right time to face yourself. A right time to enjoy pleasures, to make friends. There's a right time to listen. And a right time to make decisions. There's a right time for fear and for success. There's a right time to find your wave, and there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
This is my go-to, man. Surf City, El Salvador. Welcome back to the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. JJ in the commentary, all the way from Australia, joined by Jeff Baldy Baldwin, all the way from California, mate.
I know, we had 2 long paddles to get here, man. We started weeks ago, didn't we?
Thanks for letting me the foil. One
Yeah.
big long link up all the way.
One downwinder all the
Yeah.
way.
Wow, we've got another fantastic heat here. This is day 1 of competition, under 18 boys division, and we've got over 40 countries being represented here at El Salvador for this event. Out in the water, we just saw there in the yellow, that's Sage Katz. He's from Puerto Rico, and Lucas Alston from the USA is in the water in the red, and Xiao Wu representing China. There's just 3 surfers in this heat, so first and second do advance. Third and fourth have a repechage opportunity. Replay now. Baldy, that was nice off the top there.
Wow, what a beautiful ripping turn, just full laser and spice. That was a very, very well surfed wave, wasn't it? Yeah, so, you know, it shows why he's the number 2 seeded surfer in this event. Lucas Austin in the red.
Yeah, he's you guys put big raps on Lucas, so yeah, starting off with a bang. We'll get some scores back to you in a minute. Shannon Hughes down on the beach. We got a heat winner from just fresh out of the water. Shannon.
Noah Cole, congratulations on a big heat win. It's your first time in the ISAs. You must feel pretty stoked to walk away winning your first heat.
Yeah, I'm so happy. I get a couple of good ones, and I passed my heat. So stoked and good vibes.
It's a little bit different than competing at home as well. Are you getting used to surfing in the hot water?
Yeah, it's different, but I'm connected, and that's it.
And back in 2011, your brother Cristobal was the ISA World Junior Champion. He won the gold medal. How has that inspired you coming into this year's event?
Well, my brother is a total inspiration. I love him, and let's do it.
Would you like to say something in Spanish to your friends and family tuning in?
Saludos a toda mi familia, a la gente que me apoya, y vamos Perú. You.
Well done. We'll see you in the next round.
Unreal. Thank you, guys. Thank you to the younger brother of the Cole family, Peru, representing strong there. And I loved what he said there. Like the English was very matter of fact, but he goes, "I am connected."
I am
was
connected.
cool,
Yeah,
man.
yeah,
Look
why not?
out.
Simplicity.
Don't become disconnected. Yeah.
Oh, okay,
It was
wow.
pretty sick.
We have, it looks like Lucas Austin had is this his opening or this is another one?
Yeah, second wave here for our heat leader, Lucas, from the USA.
He's just surfing seaside.
Yeah,
just
man.
back home, he's like, okay. Or lowers lefts.
Exactly, that was a perfect shape on that left, and he delivered, cracked it 3 times. That was a short wave there for Sage, and in and out. And get some scores coming through. So 6.83 for Lucas, and an 8.57 for that wave just then.
wow.
So in the top 3 or 4.
So he's rallying for I think we've had a 9 and a couple of mid-8s, so he's right up there in the party. Noah Del Cole and his brother Cristobal, who was a past champion.
Yeah.
I got to watch them. They came up for one of the smaller ranked regional events, you know, the qualifying series stuff. It was Morro Bay 2 or so years ago. So they were both younger, and my gosh, impressive. Even then, the coach for the USA team, Ryan Simmons, who's here, we were watching them going, who are these kids? Look at this. They look like, you know, they've already got the whole act.
Mm-hmm.
And here you go.
Yeah,
a champion, and, you know, he's here.
Yeah, man. There's a few sets of brothers that have come through in the past 10 or 20 years and made some serious dents on the world stage, haven't they? So those 2 guys could be doing Peru pretty proud.
It's always a fun conversation.
But it's only day 1, so
I know.
good to start with a win. He'll sleep well tonight.
Yeah. But that whole thing, the brothers connection, the father-son connections, father's daughters, mom, it's all, we love it.
Yeah, it's awesome.
As surfing grows, and, you know, that's what this is doing, the ISA helping growing surfing globally.
All right, well, we've got our heat leader there. We're down just near 8 minutes elapsed. Lucas from the USA, Oceanside. He's, you guys said, keep an eye on this kid. He's come out, he's got an 8.57, so an excellent score. Real solid backup. That's him on screen there. looking pretty calm, cool, and composed.
Well, JJ, you know what I was going to say, and it's amazing. So in the developed countries, the talent pool is so deep, and we've seen sort of peaks and valleys in like who's next, who's coming up. We're kind of at a shortage while Australia's back in a real big resurgence of so much talent, or are they?
Well,
or are you guys in a little bit of a slack time where the U.S. is in this like we have got talent from 19-year-olds down just like storming on the doors?
Yeah, replay here for Lucas. Yeah, well, Australia is in no way dominating anywhere near like they used to, like Brazilian, US, of course, and that the female surfers for Australia doing really well. I guess Tyler and Steph at the highest level, but there's just so many great surfers from so many countries now. It's it's a bit of a who's who.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Even though our talent pool feels like it's just filled up and everyone's on the cutting edge, chomping at the bit and has the potential, everyone else has gotten better. And this way the system works, it's so hard to make the cut, make the grade on that level. So, different than before.
Yeah, and I think the other thing too, there's so many good surfers, so many age groups, so many countries, and we're just getting so much information from everywhere, from the big wave scene, the pro tour, the young junior surfers, events like this, and a lot of it just washes in and out. It's really difficult to stand out, and that information, as unfortunate as it is sometimes, it's hard to digest it all and really keep tabs on what everyone's doing all the time. So it's hard to stand out these days, and these competitive pathways is when the world's watching. You get the focus, you're under the magnifying glass. These are the weeks to do it, but you got to be consistent. You got to keep delivering year after year. So it's there's a lot. There is a lot going on in surfing these days. It's so cool.
And don't burn out. And the travel's all beautiful and all that if you're doing it, and it's dreamy, but it's also taxing. It's hard. It's tiring. It's exhausting. You get injured. There's a lot. You're not just what is it, like hula hoops and palm trees? It's not that.
When you've got 13-year-old girls and 14-year-old boys surfing jaws and doing rodeo flips in wave pools, I mean, come on, like how are you supposed to keep tabs on all that stuff?
No, you don't.
Yeah. So it's time to shine, grommets.
Yeah.
So we saw replays of Lucas from the USA, red. He's clearly in the lead. We saw another wave there of Sage. He's had a couple of pretty average closeouts. He's got to get the wave selection up. Bit of a hassle here. So Xiao Wu from China, left-handed. This wave looks pretty good. Wraps it round. It's got the shape. It's got the bowl. It's got something to push against. On the inside, off the top there, smooth. I'm guessing an epoxy there. It looks like he's real buoyant, and he was focused on that thing. He finished that cleanly. 9 minutes remaining, and 4.17 for Wu's second wave, and another score coming in. I think it'd be a little bit better, Jeff, on that one. That was a pretty cool little left. Good backup wave.
So each Chinese surfer surfed really well, and unfortunately, going into their bios doesn't really say much. They didn't add much info. So
And you don't speak Chinese, do you?
I don't speak Chinese.
Well, this is why we love these events, because there's so many fresh faces and so much opportunity to see a lot of people for the first time, and we've heard countless interviews already just from a handful of surfers, like they're traveling internationally for the first time in this event, and that's what's so great. It's just a discovery week.
Oh, it's beautiful. We love this, but so I'm wondering. I'm like, where are the Chinese? Are they going to Indonesia? Are they spending a lot of time? Where are they going? Like, where are they honing their craft? They have great waves in their own country.
We get PT on the line.
Yeah, PT's number? And he wouldn't know, but I guess. Oh, look at this beauty!
Live action.
Sage cats from Peru.
Yep, wrapping in the little hook there, a little bit of a bowl. And gathering some speed on the inside. He's eyeing off the closeout hit. He does. Kicks it up into the foam. Behind him on the outside, Lucas, heat leader. And gliding over the foam. They're accelerating down. That one closes out. So a better score to come in for Sage. Probably his best wave as well. And 7.5 on the clock. Xiao Wu outside, 4.67 and 4.17. I think Sage is going to get up a lot closer to him after that score comes through.
Absolutely, yeah. I was a little let down. I'm like, I want to know about these guys. They just didn't provide the info. Maybe that was their secret way. They're like, no, we're not going to.
You needed a VPN to tap in to get to.
Yeah, secret source. But hey, it's great to have them a part of this. So this is China's first game, or were they in the 2019 juniors games before? We'll get that info.
It's a question for our tech mastermind over there.
Yeah.
The Salazar. China rep here in 2019? No.
So this is their first game.
Yeah,
so we
fantastic.
have official. Mitchell Salazar has given us the official. Yeah. So this is China's first game, and
He's never wrong.
they are not coming out of the gates disappointing. That all the surfers so far have been surfing very well.
Yeah. And so 6 minutes remaining, and scores through. There we go. Hey, good afternoon. Yes. So Jeff Baldy Baldwin here from California, JJ all the way from Australia, and we've got one of the best offices right now. Good view out here behind us, and the action's been fast and thick all day. Day one of this nearly 2-week event, so pretty cool. We're going to have a look at some highlights, Jeff.
Yeah, well, let's look at some highlights. And just the fact that, you know, we've had this, the beautiful conditions all day, the wind just barely puffing up, but I mean, the performances from Kai Yang, from the French surfers so far, they've come with this game plan. You see USA, you see Australia, France. I mean, hard to pick one or the other. We've had a few, you know, high excellent scores in the mid-8s and mid-9s, so some of those main teams, and then you've got the more fledgling, you know, countries coming in, getting there first, and it's just great to see in this first round all this young action.
And of course, no eliminations yet too. The repechage round is on offer, a second chance for anyone who dips out today. So the under-18 boys taking place at the La Bocana site, and of course, up in the distance there, you can see that white building right in the center of the screen at the top. That's the second event site. So we've got heats running simultaneously all the way through to finals day, and that'll be around June the 5th.
I love how there's the brown water mark, that rock, and then it's blue, and there's the right point. Again, going back to yesterday's opening ceremony, the you know, Parade of Nations, although it wasn't the parade, but it was the mixing of the global sands ceremony, and then the Minister of Tourism coming down to host, and the words from the president, although he wasn't there in person, you know, honorary words. In the background, the right-hand point was pumping. We were both sitting there oogling, thinking, I want to fish. And then there were some waves that you needed a proper shortboard because it was well overhead, and there were some inside sections that were dreamy.
Yeah, if you're ever going to get a surf this week, that was the time to do it.
That was, yeah, while everybody was not out in the water.
Yeah, exactly. And we had the Minister of Tourism yesterday, Marina Valdez. She came down. Yeah. She gave a nice little speech and presentation, and yeah, some local traditional dancing performances, the Parade of Nations with the flags and all that stuff. And of course, our president, Fernando Aguirre, he got up, and he always brings the energy, and that was a really special time. There was a lot of colour there, and it's hard not to be swept up in the emotion. So we thank the Surf City for having us, and that was a really cool way to kick it off.
Yeah, it was ante. Cool. Yeah, I mean, you said color, a lot of color, literally like in emotion and in actual color, every nation dressed and all the flags, but that's why it's beautiful. And we've panned across the beachfront here where you have every country represented, 45 countries sitting here in El Salvador, in Surf City, all week long. And some of them have come longer. I wonder too, and I'm sure this will kind of come out through the interviews over the week, who's going to stay? I mean, geez, why, you know, I'm not sure about visas or who has to go or why, but you're here. Why not stay away? You're not leaving. JJ's going to make residence. Yeah, why not stay a while and surf more and train more? And if the whole team's here.
Yeah. Well, we saw a wave there for Xiao of no consequence. He's sitting on those 2-4s, comboed to try and catch up to Lucas. So Lucas is in one of the most commanding positions we've seen of any heat leader today. Sage did improve on his last wave. He got that 4-2-3. So if he can get something similar, Xiao could be in danger there. So here we go, a little set coming through. Is Lucas going to use his priority? And wow, okay, Sage. So come on, let's see a few moves here. Link it together, up into the lip a second time. And this one runs way down in front of him there. So he jumps out.
It just got a little sleepy and a little fat on him, unfortunately.
Yep, scores coming through already. Outside, a gouging turn in the pocket. That's from Xiao, turning up the intensity there.
Well, you got to say Sage is kind of lucky in the sense that if Zhao's wave opened up down the line, that first turn would have set him into a good rhythm to get a much higher score and put more pressure on the third place surfer. I mean, nice technique and just wrapped and ripped it down, but the wave moved off on him.
So, a few scores on the screen. So, last of Sage Katz from Puerto Rico, a 3.33. So it improves his position a little, but he'll still be down in third. So he's going to be looking for the same sort of score. Here we go. Lucas Alston moving back into position. More of a tactical play here, I think. We both saw Zhao and Sage get waves there. Here we go. Sage is on the inside again. Wrapping turn. He's got to get busy on this. Up into the foam. Still just 2 turns, a little foam climb. So a larger wave. If you can get a wave with 3 turns, I think he's going to threaten Zhao, but not on that one, not on the inside. So still needing a 4.62.
So will that be enough? I wonder.
It's a small wave, just another couple of turns. Pretty similar to his last one, I say.
Yeah.
He's got a 3.33, so it'll be surprising if it goes much further north of that.
Yeah, because it would be his highest score. So he's just like chipping away, just going, come on. And Zhao, what's going to be really interesting, once again, I mean, you know, Lucas is just having the blinder. He's like, I've got first priority, I've got these waves. But second with Zhao in the final closing 30 seconds, so that just makes it so tough. He can go now sit over there on Sage and effectively scrub him out.
Here we go, Lucas. Last wave of the heat, 20 seconds to go. The heat leader's blazing off to the right here. He's got an inside section. Wouldn't be surprised if he tries to go to the air here. Look at the speed he's getting. Off the top, whips it round. Nice air rev there. He's got another section in front of him. Up into the hook and belts it. Man, he's in good form. And he had nothing to lose on that wave, and he knew it. So, bit of a free surfing approach to that one there. And he finished it. He's going to be feeling real good hitting the rocks.
He probably just wanted to test the metal of his board on that right, see how the right moves. I mean, it's pretty amazing. Oceanside. All right. What a nice, I love this drone angle. I mean, he came out of that, he went into it with 1 speed, and he came out going twice as fast. And then to spin and land and hit that last section combo. Well surfed. There's the little pathway, the rock wall, because you've got the river that passes right through there. That's what is creating that brown water wash that we see.
Yep, and there's another little estuary between here and the other event side as well.
Yep.
So, yeah, beautiful scenes here down in El Salvador. Lucas Alston, he's going to probably improve on his score, actually. He's smashed that last wave. Scores are coming in. We've got 8s and 7s across the board. So, well done to Lucas and fans of Lucas and friends and family watching him. Your boy's done good. And behind him, Zhao Wu, and I think Sage Katz in third for sure.
Deceiving JJ, you know, that's the first time they've panned up for us to see it from the ocean back to land of how far, when he took that right, he was well past the other side of the river mouth.
Well, he had that second link up, didn't he?
And
that closing turn. So
yes, he's finally not even back to Team USA on the beach with their flags.
They're not coming over the river.
No, they're not.
Let Lucas come to them.
Well, they can't really. You can't run across the river rock there, and that's what this whole beach is made up of. The whole way, north and south, it's all river rock.
Yeah, good job, Team USA there. So. Bit of a victory for the team. I mean, these guys are going for individual placings, but big group effort here as well.
Oh, they're going for team gold too.
The camaraderie,
for sure.
Yeah,
there's the few teams that are stacked that are going team.
No
gold.
Aloha Cup though this year, right?
It's
that's
right.
Overall tally.
That's
but
right.
There will be the points allocated for the different places throughout the division. All right, well, good job there. Great scenes here from El Salvador. You're at La Bocana and Sunzal, the dual event site here for the World ISA Junior Championships. Thanks for sticking with us. We'll be right back in just a moment.
Ground Zero jobs in Tahiti. Who would have thought? Nobody.
The setup in Teahupo'o is magic, you know? It's amazing, like the nature is there and the locals are amazing, like the vibe is crazy over there.
Chopu is one of the most incredible waves, probably a wonder of the world.
You go to that end of the road and it's sort of like a whole nother world out there. It's godlike, it's quiet, serene, beautiful, tropical. The colors of the sun hitting that hill, lighting up the palm trees and the mountains and the different hues of all different color spectrum as the day moves on and changes. Then you have this glorious wave that comes off a reef and it's so powerful and so beautiful.
I think it's gonna be very good.
Okay, welcome back everyone. You're joining us from wherever you are around the world. We're in El Salvador, we're at La Bocana, the beach break, the river mouth here. And we've got the under 18 boys in the water at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. The tide's come in, the wind has picked up a bit, but it's still very competitive. There it is, Heat 17, Jose Franklin Marroquin from Guatemala, Samuel Hearn from England, Jarvis Earl from Australia, and the Barbados surfer, Rafe Gooding. So a stacked heat, pretty familiar with 3 out of 4 of those guys. Baldy, Jeff Baldwin joining me all the way from California. And it's been action aplenty today, and this is going to be another cool heat for sure.
It is. So this was a little quick action. We had our surfer in white. This is Samuel Hearn from England. You were saying that he's spending time in Portugal, or is that...
Samuel Hearn?
No, sorry, that was a different English surfer.
Yeah,
that's spending time in Portugal.
It's an eclectic mix
of
dual citizenships and traveling grommets.
Oh, beautiful.
So there's Jose, replay of his. So these guys all getting away pretty quickly during that break. Jose coming a cropper on the inside there. It's just slipping off, but getting a few moves in before there. And this guy, Jarvis Earl, the goofy foot. This is live action now. So a little link up on the inside, busy eyeing that section. Clean turn, pokes the nose just a little, but he hangs onto it, so he kicks out. So a few waves coming through. Jarvis looking for a mid-range score, a 1.07 for Samuel from England. Rafe from Barbados, a 3.5 and a 4.67 for Jose from Guatemala. So one more score to drop for Jarvis. And we'll go down and talk to Shannon Hughes. She's got the heat winner from the last heat from the USA. That was an amazing performance, Shannon.
Yeah, that was a great heat, Lucas. Congratulations. Talk to me about that 8.57 walking into the excellent range.
Yeah, it was super fun. I had a good heat. I started off pretty well with the 6. And then, I was just lucky enough to paddle back out and, luck right into an 8, I mean, it was super fun.
Talk to me about Team USA. Everyone that's paddled out today has taken a heat win.
Yeah, totally. USA team's got a super good vibe right now. The place we're staying at's really cool, and we just got really good teams that works really well together right now, so everyone's doing good.
And you spent some time in El Salvador before now. How do you liking the waves?
Oh yeah, I love it. It's just it's a really powerful wave, and my boards are working super good. Thanks to the boys at JS, Heath and Brent. Thank you guys. My quiver's insane, and I feel good right now.
Awesome. Well done out there, Lucas. We'll see you in the next round.
Well, thanks, guys. Thanks, Lucas. Good job. Thanks, Shannon. And it's interesting as we get to the later stages of day one, you feel it all sort of tighten up and all that pomp and fanfare of yesterday, and everyone's free and open. There's nothing had happened yet.
Nothing.
And now you're feeling the division. Some crew have been relegated to the repechage. Some crew are stoked. They got a day or two off. And we're sliding into tournament mode.
Tournament mode,
Get
for
ready.
sure.
It's interesting. Lucas says you've called him. He was good.
Oh, he rips. There's deep talent pool from a lot of the nations being represented, but that is the focus, because a lot of them, this is their last year potentially in it. They're 18 years old, and then they're they're kicked out of the nest, so to speak, and they're off into the big other world of competition unless, but the World Games, but the World Game usually will bring sort of some of the top pros that have already, established themselves, so they sort of maybe get left out of the mix. Well, we'll see.
Yeah. I was chatting to, we were talking about the German crew before, and Didier's down there, and Martin, the team coach and sports director, how it's important that they're here. They get only a tiny bit of funding from the sporting federation in Germany, but how important it is to have that discussion and back these guys, so when they turn 18, 19, 20, they grow out of this division, they possibly could be competing for gold in Australia,
yeah.
LA's after
exactly.
Chopu, and then the Olympics is in Brisbane, Australia, and we all know how good the Gold Coast is. So this is where it starts. This is the road. So if you got the depth and hopefully got the foundation, the backing as well to support these guys, because they're looking 8 years ahead from here. From age 17, 16, they'll be 25, prime fitness. So
it's funny how it's changed too, the aging thing. There was we have to retire by 24 or 26 or something, and now people are just making it on. Yeah. Someone like whatever.
Joe retired at 27 after coming second in the world. Potts retired at 30.
And they've all gone and kicked themselves and said, "Why did I do that?" But
Aki retired and came back and then won.
Well, yeah, there's all that, but we've got Jarvis just definitely surfing well, man. Yet, like you were saying, you're quite familiar with him. Samuel Hearn from England, Rafe Gooding from Barbados. I could say the Bayesian invasion 1,000 times and never get sick of it. I don't know why that's cool so creamy and cool.
That's a beauty, isn't it?
Yeah.
I love the Bayesian invasion. Can we make some up? We'll use our soapbox to...
maybe. Maybe it'll just happen in the blur of speaking for 10 days straight, right?
Yep.
We like radio stations do the bloopers. There's always at the end of a segment, there's kind of funny bloopers. I'm sure we'd have some hilarious outtakes.
Yeah, the Bayesian invasion's it's a beauty. The Brazilian Storm's just been around for a decade or so now. I guess the Australians have like their team name. It's the official name. It's the Irukandjis, which is the stinging jellyfish. It's up north in the wrong day at the wrong time. It can be fatal.
Oh.
So that's their choice. There's the indigenous connection to that. Of course, the Māori Kiwi division have their haka and all that. I don't know if they have a team name, but we're going to keep coming up with some cool ones.
They're just the All Blacks.
Let's do it.
Look at that deep rail turn right there, slicing and dicing it. Before we saw Jose Franklin from Guatemala.
Yep, finishing here on the inside. A little bit of pizzazz to finish there. Samuel Hearn, the English surfer, and that was a good wave for him. A few little scores trickling through. Everyone's sitting on a 4. Jarvis, we're still waiting for scores for him. So anyone out there cheering on for Jarvis, we're looking at our screens. His first wave is around about a 4, but the judges' average hasn't come in, so maybe some sort of technical glitch, but they are working on it. Good score coming through for Samuel as well, 6.33, so that was a beauty. So he jumps into the lead momentarily. So Jarvis is waving his arm. So on our screens, we can tell you there's 4.2, 4.5, 4.5, 4.8, and a 5, but the average hasn't locked in. So someone will be running around frantically up there trying to sort that out.
So Rafe with first priority there, and now Jarvis dropped to the bottom with second priority in 4th place.
With that technical issue. So, probably a little bit of frustration for him, but he's probably one of the higher ranked, more talented surfers in this heat. He's got so much experience. Here we go, backhand now. Jose, Guatemala, hooks in the pocket. A few bumps to deal with here. He's got a little reform by the looks of it. He's going to get a finishing move on the inside or 2. So placing these turns in the hook, pulling it back, and a little floater right onto the rocks down there. Jumps off just in the nick of time. So a long wave, but a small wave, and a high number of maneuvers. He's got a 4, so he's in the mix. Samuel's got a 4 as well. Still waiting for scores for Jarvis. Here we go on the outside here, backhand. Samuel Hearn, current heat leader. It's a smaller wave right hand, but he's getting some deep bottom turns off the top a second time. Winding it through, bouncing the board, trying to stay with it. Look, this little bowl, it's going to push him over, but he kicks out. So that's wave number 4 for Samuel.
So Jarvis is rated 16th in the seeding, where we had Kobe Clement at 18. So that all makes a difference. Moving on down the line, once things get, towards the sharper end. Boy, I was reflecting on, the stories of these. Some places are in civil war. Some places are in unrest, total economic, chaos. And the athletes have made their ways here. I remember in 2015, the Venezuelan team, Venezuela was upside down. They're starving. And the team was there, and this one athlete, big, strong dude, I think his nickname was like Tiger or something, but he went off and he made it so far, maybe into the quarterfinals or semifinals, and he was one of those stories that every nation was gravitating to, because they're like, your world is upside down and you're here surfing for your freedom, not just a gold medal or an award or whatever. It was for life.
Yeah, one shot, let's go.
Oh,
every heat counts, every wave counts.
Yeah. I mean, they were literally looking for, extradition to get into new countries, to stay in Costa Rica or to be able to go here or Nicaragua or Panama.
Like a fighter.
To stay in another country.
Yeah, Samuel Hearn now, this is a replay, so he's very busy in this heat. 4.8 previous score, and we had that 6.33 as well. And I think that's just a different angle of the same wave. So Jarvis, we can say, got a 4.6 for his first score. And this is a replay. This is the wave of Jose, the Guatemalan surfer. So he's in second at the moment. So very close, just 0.07 between Jose and Rafe for the second and third. So a tight heat. Here we go, backhand. This is also a replay. Up in the hook. We saw 3 or 4 maneuvers here on the backhand for Samuel. This is a smaller wave. Thought he was going to leak this one through and get the inside hook up over to that section there, but he couldn't get across. And another wave for the Bayesian. Rafe Gooding, Barbados. So cool little heat. Here we go. Jarvis has for sure got priority. He's been out there for a while. Here we go. Building up, keep him busy. Knows his score now. He knows he's down in some work to do in 4th place. Linking the inside, smooth off the top. Very confident, very experienced, competitive surfer. Seen a lot of this guy growing up.
Well, you got to think, JJ, he wasn't expecting himself to be sitting in the basement right now, would you?
Yeah. Well, he's still got scores to come through, so sit tight. Looks like there's no, they're all out of whack on our screen, so we'll just let you know when we know for sure. So Samuel Hearn, England. Here we go. A flurry of waves. Rafe again, another one. That's a good little roof ride floater, but he doesn't land it. Falls on the hillside. Overbalances, trying to get around that section. So Jarvis's total scores are not matching what I'm seeing. So first wave here on the screen for anyone following Jarvi. He's got a series of 4s and even a 5, and the average is saying a 2.3. So that is definitely not correct.
Well, we'll figure it out.
Yeah, 6.23 for his wave number 3 for Jarvi. And looking like sitting in second overall. So Jose now moves into third. 4th is Rafe Gooding. Yeah, it reminded me as you were telling that story of some of the Brazilian surfers starting on bits of wood and on the inside shore break and learning how to stand up and eventually getting a broken board to ride or joining that together. And
both
the first guy that comes to mind was Adriano.
Yeah, and then Italo also started from pretty small means, so yeah. And there's countless other surfers through the history of Brazilian surfing that came from regions and favelas and other areas. Some of them were on the tour, before, and some have gone on to become coaches or do other things or just get regular jobs after surfing. But
I wonder how long until
they're not all from Marizias and wealthy beaches that are surf zones. And
how long, when you go to Indonesia, the Mentawais, there's a lot of people watching would have been there, and a lot of the surfers in this event probably been there. All the kids that get the broken boards on the inside at Lances and stuff, and they're on the bits of wood. When are we going to see a Mentawaian champion emerge in the ISA.
I've wondered that when I've been on boat trips there surfing, and they come out in their kayaks, in their you know, like little sarong, and they're selling their carved goods, and they're with dad or mom, and they're on the like longboards riding the, what is it, at Lance's right on the inside on that little reef, and
they are literally witnessing some of the best surfing in the world because everyone goes there.
I know.
They're seeing all the free surfers, all the video guys, all the pros.
Well, there was even some, I mean, when I was asked that, there was, I don't remember their names, but there were some local surfers ripping.
Yeah,
you know,
good.
And so then I guess it's a matter of how do they get from there to the main, to Bali, or where the contests are. They're just kind of isolated. It's not like it's a quick, you got to get a boat from all the way across the channel to the mainland and then fly. And
Fernando in the ISC, if you're listening, how about an ISA games at Macaroni's or something like that? That'd be nice. Jeez. So, such a high performance region. And here's another great shot. Speaking of high performance, look at that overview here of Surf City, El Salvador.
And we're just up around maybe 2 or 3 points from there,
yeah,
somewhere like
and
that.
You can see the topography there, the coastline in and out, all these little bays and little bouldery kind of reforms, river mouths, a lot of estuaries flowing out in the ocean. That event site right there, Sunzal. The swells straighten up a bit today as the tide changes as well. It gets really peaky. You've got a lot of crisscrossy waves. You've got lefts, you've got rights, you've got outside sets hitting, inside double ups. It's super high performance.
That was a great aerial view of the other competition site from above.
Yep.
And here we go, right? Our surfer in white.
Yeah, Samuel, the English fella, up over lip. Biggest section to deal with. Bit of water in the face, but pats the cat and he gets out of that one. Rides ahead of that foam ball. Jarvis, the Australian, behind him now. A little more fired up over the roof. Kicks the fins out, but gets delayed.
He was almost too fired up. He over-amped over on that section. You could see him.
Jose.
Deep.
Off the top. This is a bigger wave. He's got a section to work with. He needs a good score here. He's down in third, and he can't get around it. So he kicks out. So all three surfers getting waves there. And here we go, Rafe. All four. Hooks it round on the back end. Up again, eyes the pocket. Whips it.
Yeah.
Cuts back on the fatter section, waiting for this one to reform. Everyone else has kind of stumbled. Maybe Rafe can finish here and close the gap.
Well, that was it. Yeah, we had that four-wave set, right?
Yep.
You know, back to back, so the judges will have their work, but we haven't had always many of those. We've had a few split peaks, but that was pretty busy. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4. Priority will probably remain the same. They'll probably all get back out in the same order. We'll see.
Look at the fight there. White, blue, and red. There was a hustle going down, I think. The arms were like windmills. So Rafe needs a 4.14. Jose, Jesus, super tight. So Samuel's way out in front. Jarvis going to improve on his score as well. So it's anyone's right now. Well, let's just wait and see what the judges put in. Under a minute, 45 seconds. These guys are looking at something. Priority's critical here.
40 seconds.
Whoever gets a wave here, we're still waiting for scores to come in. So whoever catches this thing, they're going to surf it like they need it. On the inside is Samuel, the English surfer, up into the hook. He's blown it. That won't count. It won't change anything. Is there another wave? We saw red. No, it looks like we're probably in the final 30 seconds.
But look at red. Look at Jarvis. Jarvis was paddling him down, but he's not now.
There's nothing coming. So
dying seconds.
Let's see if all our scores are locked. So 10 seconds now. The English and the Australians, the convicts, out in front of the Central American surfers. Samuel swings on the inside. He's looking pretty safe no matter what happens, I'd say, but may as well belt this one to the beach if he can. Whipping it round. Good work there from the drone operator. He's been doing a great job all day. Or her, whoever it is.
They blow me away. They're so good at it.
Check the change in the water there, the gradient.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's like 5 different colors. So Samuel, I think, is pretty safe. Jarvis, we think, is pretty safe as well. That heat is officially over.
I'm saying Jarvis is going to get a little talking to.
Yeah, I think he would do the right thing. I think maybe the delay in the score there left him sitting out the back wondering, but I think he's pretty safely through. So that's heat 17.
Meaning slow start on those opening waves, and then that last wave that he could have maximized, like over fidgeted.
Coach Balding's got some pointers too. Yeah. Yep. All right, we'll take a break. We're heat 17 is just wrapped here. The under 18 boys. We're in El Salvador for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Everything's on isasurf.org. That's where you're watching us. Thanks for joining us. We'll be back in just a moment.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to face yourself. A right time to enjoy pleasures, to make friends. There's a right time to listen. And a right time to make decisions. There's a right time for fear and for success. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
We're going to Ground Zero Chops in Tahiti. Who would have thought? Nobody.
The setup in Teahupo'o is magic, you know? It's amazing, like the nature is there and the locals are amazing, like the vibe is crazy over there.
Chopu is one of the most incredible waves, probably a wonder of the world.
You go to that end of the road and it's sort of like a whole nother world out there. It's godlike, it's quiet, serene, beautiful, tropical. The colors of the sun hitting that hill, lighting up the palm trees and the mountains and the different hues of all different color spectrum as the day moves on and changes. Then you have this glorious wave that comes off a reef and it's so powerful and so beautiful.
I think it's gonna be very good.
Back at the ISA World Juniors. Back at the ISA World Juniors.
So the other surfers in this heat, Birame Gaia from Senegal, Tamahe Tamu from Polynesia, from Tahiti, and Bruce Bergeau from Ecuador. So those are the four guys out there in the water at this stage. And we welcome Mitch Salazar back to the booth, man. Thanks for joining us. It's been an exciting first day. There's the guys out in the water we just mentioned. And I mean, it's a bit of a cliche. Every heat's stacked. This is going to be a tidy affair, as we're getting used to.
It truly is, JJ, and we did have a ride already from Marlon Harrison from Australia, a 4.67, and our surfer from Senegal as well, with a couple small scores, a 2.0 and just a 1.07. This was Birame Gueye from Senegal. And yellow on his opener, Bruce Burgos from Ecuador, a 5.33 here, JJ.
Yeah, that was a cool little foam climb. And this wave presented some nice little sections. He timed them all well, linked them together. It's pretty easily a good wave to surf there. A good feeling to get a wave like that, opening up the heat. And this one here, it's Marlon Harrison, the Aussie.
And I don't know if he's wearing an actual wetsuit top or if that's just a rash guard underneath the rash guard from the event, but wearing a wetsuit top right now with the temperature water we have here in El Salvador is almost a death wish. We're going to have Shannon be down there for the interview with Samuel Hearn from England.
Sam, that was a great heat. Talk me through the victory.
Yeah, it felt good. Picked off the right waves, held priority at the right times, and just tried to catch a few good lefts. I've seen you sit deeper on this wave and the lefts go longer and run through. Managed to end a few turns as well and felt good.
Fantastic. And I know you've been spending a lot of time in the water. You spent some time in Indo preparing for this event. How important is it to you?
Feels good. I trained all in Indo for this event, helped with the hot water. I came back to England for the English Nationals for a week and then straight here, so been training hard.
And what are your goals as a competitive surfer?
I want to make it as far as I can, and then when I've had enough, I've had enough. But at the minute it's feeling good. Just going to keep training, keep going hard and see how it goes.
You got a great crew here with you from Team England, a few of the women's crew around watching you. How important is it for you to just have that whole support system?
Feels good having a big crew. All family and friends are watching online too, so it helps at streaming. But having the family and friends here also is a main goal. It's all a fun event in the end, as long as you're having fun.
Well, a great heat out there. Well done. We'll see you in the next round.
Thank you. Cheers.
Peace.
JJ, how's that mentality? If I've had enough, I've had enough. It's like, whoa, okay, I'm going out there to win, but if I can't, then I'm cool with that too.
Right, that's like some Zen logic right there, isn't it? It is, what is.
I like that.
I love it. Yeah, that's cool, man. That kind of attitude will get you far. A few happy supporters down there.
Yeah, and there's actually one surfer now who's originally from New Zealand that resides in England now. Goes by the name Maz Quinn.
Oh, is that where
Oh
Maz ended
no,
up?
is it? It's Jay Quinn.
Is
isn't
Jay
it?
over there?
I think Jay is. Yeah.
He won one of these events.
Oh.
I think Maz won. Jay Quinn won at ISA.
He's won a few events too. A couple QSs.
Yeah, I used to surf against him.
Yeah.
So he's in England.
I believe so. Yeah.
What's he doing over there? Running a pub, some like tech dude. He must have got a good job.
He lives in Nuki, I believe. And here we go. The Tahitian surfer, his first wave, Tamahe. Couple great surfers from Tahiti have come through this program, through the ISA, Tamaro Macomb being one of them. That's a name you probably haven't heard in a long time.
Yeah, that's yeah, you're right there. Tamahe Tamu. Did you say Macomb?
Tamaro Macomb, yeah.
Tamaro Macomb, yeah.
Remember when he used to live with Dylan Long? Yeah, he lived with Dylan Longbottom.
I checked the heat draw. I thought you were telling me he was in it. Yeah,
no.
He's,
he's older than me. He's got to be 30.
Yeah, exactly. He was one of the man. He was raw talent, man. That guy. If he's watching, to Tamaroa, explosive talent. Came out to Australia when he was 15 or 16, and blew minds. So Birame go out from Senegal. There's the Senegal support crew. And how much colour and enthusiasm do these guys bring to the event? It's fantastic.
And both Baldy's and yours favorite outfits from yesterday's opening ceremony in Senegal.
Like, this is them dressed down. Can you imagine what they had on yesterday?
Oh, yesterday was like...
It's awesome, man.
I thought I was seeing like a music video or something like that. They were like fully dressed.
Yeah, I'm loving those guys. Really cool to chat to as well. Of course, Birame, he's only 17. He comes from like the Nagore, that really good right-hand spot up there. And... he's here with his younger brother, Sita, of course, and he's got another younger brother, Omar, who surfs as well. So, all with big dreams and stars in their eyes, this is the place to make a name for themselves. Here we go, Marlon Harrison, live action.
Yep, surfer in red, the Aussie, getting to work on the backhand. Great combo so far. And just as I say that, I jinxed him right at the end, but did a good amount of work before that. 12 minutes to go. Already has a 4.67. Obtained that score also on the backhand. Burgos, a 5.33 on his opener, a 4.5 on the last, which was the right-hander.
Solid start.
Tamahe with a pair of threes, currently in second. And Birame just can't get out of the 2-point range. Maybe his wave selection hasn't been the best either. But still plenty of time for him.
Exactly, yeah. So here we go, little heat. little scraps and sort of paddle off here to see if someone can get this left hand. It looks like Bruce is in position. So heat leader maybe looking to improve the score here.
Could easily do so. Great looking wave right here. Beautiful carve on the backhand. Grabs the rail just slightly for that second bottom turn. Does well for the foam climb right at the end. 11 minutes to go.
Looking loose, looking fast. That board's pretty skatey and lively. It looks nice. Here we go behind him.
Birame, the Senegalese surfer. That's more like it from Gueye. Needs this wave to really stand up to get a good score though, and that's maybe been his issue so far. Too many waves similar to this one, and he hasn't been able to get out of the twos.
I think that's a bit of a trend from the emerging nations. The crew kind of newer to the scene. They seem to be swinging and catching smaller waves, and although the ability is clearly there and the technique and stuff is, I think that's been the one trend that I've picked up today. So maybe just amping too much, you know, or perhaps worrying about their competitor too much. But you know, there's that cliche that we hear in surfing so often. You just got to be on the two best waves. So we'll see, but it's good to see these guys in action.
Yeah, and last year during the Open, it was good to see Senegal compete here too. Sharif Fall, one of their best surfers. I love his style. He just went to the surf ranch too. Good to see him be able to get a little bit more exposure too, JJ.
Yeah, and of course, his uncle, Mababu, he competed in the World Games in France and Japan too, so they're out there, they're on the stage. We got nice and off the top, pokes the nose, Marlon goes down.
Yeah, but they're getting to that point, you know, where they're getting more recognition. People are seeing them worldwide, and it's like, hey, like, give them a few years and a little bit better competition locally. They might be one of the superpowers in the near future. Here he is, Birame from Senegal. Better combo right there, better looking wave too. And he's able to get a nice finish too. That'll easily be his best wave. Needs a 7.5 for second, but that'll make the requirement less.
Yeah, for sure, and he's fired up too. We love it. He's feeling the stoke on that one. Pretty satisfied with that last move. Paddling back out, this is going to improve his position substantially. So down under 10 minutes now, and plenty of little waves coming through. If he can pick off another good one, he'll be last in priority, of course. He'll go down the bottom of the list. But that was a good little confidence boost there and a good wave.
You know what I really like about these events too, JJ? I was just on the boardwalk. I went down and said hello to Team Mexico, the team that I competed for a couple of times. Talked to their competitors. When I was walking back, I saw Asher Nolan, great surfer, competed in the CT event.
Crazy airs.
You know, of somebody that has an energetic personality. Fernando Aguirre, our president. Is he never at 150%, just like giving it all up?
Yeah,
he seems like he's content all the time.
Showtime, it's game time. He's on, and you know, can you imagine the size and the scale of this event, all the planning that's been involved, and the relief too to get it going, get underway. It was a radical couple of years, and the culmination of so much work and hope and expectations. So, you know, he's been in the surf game a long time in the industry and the corporate side of things, but his passion really is about seeing these kids compete and fulfilling that Olympic dream and that the recognition of the IOC and making that happen is pretty cool, and it's, you know, changing the sport, and it's a legacy to be proud of.
And there we saw Marlon Harrison on the backhand in red. Just under 8 minutes to go. He's looking to improve on a mid-4, a 4.67 to be exact. It seems like somebody split the peak with him on the right-hander. Might have been Tamahe. He's needing a 7.03 currently in fourth. And so far, so good for Bruce Burgos from Ecuador. He's kind of been the silent assassin in this heat, slowly building up his scores, improved on the last one, a 5.1. Speaking of Asher Nolan, there he is, the East Coaster from the U.S., also with another East Coaster that will be competing later on today, Ryan Huckabee, the #1 seed of the event.
Yeah, right. So he's #1, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, right on. Okay.
Silver medalist in Huntington Beach in the U16s.
Yep.
He's one of the people that I think is a great representation of what the USA stands for, not only in competition, but as a person too. Really nice kid.
Man-child as well.
Oh, he's a big boy.
Someone check his birth certificate.
Here's Red Harrison. Just a bit too strong on that second turn, and they are way down the beach over there. Harrison opting to surf the one furthest right, and as you see in the top of your screen, white Tainá Hinckel is even further down.
There's some lefts coming through there, so that could be a good little strategy.
And here goes Bruce, currently in second, looking to better a low 5. Gets one carve in, and just maybe that wave didn't offer up the scoring potential that he was looking for either. A little over 6 minutes to go, JJ.
I'm wondering if that's the colours on that board, the spray, it's really nice, it stands out well. Is that Italy there? And yeah.
Mineirinho, Adriano de Souza on the left.
Yep.
Former world champion. Former competitor of the ISA too.
Uh-huh. Those boys looking, oh, there's Adriano as well. So he's former world champ, Adriano de Souza from Brazil, is helping some of those guys. They approached him to come on, give him some worldly advice, some experience. Of course, Adriano moved to Australia when he was 15 to learn English and lived on the Gold Coast. And back when the World Juniors was at Narrabeen, I remember working on that event and doing some interviews and stuff in the meeting. They said, what do you think, can an international ever take out this event? You think it's, that there's enough good surfers around the world too? Because it was USA and Australia with the dominant group. And then Adriano was 16, 15, he won that event. And I said, well, there's your answer.
He made 2 finals, by the way. Lost the second one to Jordy Smith in 2007.
He was another foreign international winner.
Yeah, so. And you know who the first Brazilian was to win the World Pro Junior Championships? Pedro Henrique.
Pedro Henrique from Santa Catarina.
And he's like 5'4", I would want to say.
Is he a kiteboarder guy now? Like an amazing
He lives in Portugal now.
Yeah.
So he actually competed at a few ISA events, now under Portugal's flag.
Yeah. Right. So
he's been a resident there, I want to say, at least 6 or 7 years now. Mm-hmm. Paulo Paulino, also former 2-time World Pro Junior champion.
Paulino, right, yeah.
I'm bringing all the stats today, JJ.
Is it? Yeah, yep, that's good. I love it. That's my era. And so the long shot, like you said, he's a long way down. He's on like the bank we haven't seen surfed yet.
That's Tainá Hinckel from Tahiti, needing a 6.63 at the moment. He's also kind of had a difficult time getting out of that 3-point range. It seems like this last score also going to be in that similar range. Maybe improves, maybe he doesn't. But either way, he's still going to need something, at least in the 6-point range, to make it up into the top 2.
Yeah, he probably thinks he's at Papara Rivermouth right now. He's pretty comfortable in these conditions.
Watercolor looks almost the same as Papara.
Exactly, similar distance out as well, the paddle, the lefts and rights, little reforms. And there's some of the sculptures we saw. That's a dedication to one of the local
Yep, that is to Catherine Diaz.
Yep.
She lost her life a few years ago. She was paddling out at one of the local spots and unfortunately got struck by lightning.
Whoa.
And but to honor her presence here, they made that sculpture. And Catherine was not only a surfer that represented El Salvador in the ISA events, but a great representative of what surfing meant to this country.
Yeah, that's a pretty touching story. So big floater there, the live action. We saw Berome. That was big roof ride floater, drop down, catch some air there. And I dare say that's going to help him out a bit. He's still in 4th. Wondering if we got all our scores in. Here we go. Drone angle now, Mitch.
Harrison on the forehand now. Oh, great turn right there from the Aussie. And an even better finish, too. That should score well. Looking to better a 5.73. Just under 3 minutes to go. He's potentially going to increase his lead here, JJ.
Yeah. Good time to do it. To tighten the screws. 2.5 on the clock. Counting down heat 18. So looks like Marlon's just building confidence, giving those 2 turns just a little bit more oomph and sticking it nicely. So confidence mounting, scores mounting. His total's probably going to increase. Bruce Burjol, Ecuador. Am I getting that right? Burjol?
Burgos.
Burgos. Oh. I'll just stick to Bruce. Here we go. This is the man now in question.
And as you said, those colors on his board look beautiful. Some decent work so far. Looking to better a low 5. Great finish. Beautiful style. That almost looked like Jeremy Flores here last year. A little bit of spice right there at the end. Just under 2 minutes to go. And it seems like Harrison's going to drop his best. He's up again on another left. Might just go for one maneuver right there. No, going to kick out real quick. And Birame, so far, gets his best at 3.97 on his last wave, the big floater. Now needs a 6.46. But that changes because Burgos increased his hit situation a 5.6 on his last.
Yeah, so Marlon and Bruce, yeah, they're the two guys to beat right now. Tamahe, he'll be disappointed with this performance. He's a great surfer. I expected a little bit more in terms of his performance, but you know, he's still got a little bit of time. 7 though, big ask, but he can do it. He just needs a wave to come to him. There he is, just to the right of screen there in the white, and I think he's seen something.
So 60 seconds to go. It has
priority.
slowed down quite a bit as far as the set waves go, but he does have priority, as you mentioned. 50 seconds, this could potentially be his last opportunity. He won't take it. Oh, he's going right. That was the white from the next heat. Here's Tamahe. Oh, just catches his edge on the rail. He was on his way to the score as well. Great opening turn, and La Bocana just had something else in mind, JJ.
Yeah, that was, I almost wondered if he hit a rock or something there. That was strange. Just hit a speed bump and came straight off. So that could be all done for Tamahe. So 18 seconds left. Bruce in second, finding another little left, and he'll call it a day, I think.
So that'll be this heat. It'll be Harrison and Burgos. Temu just unfortunately catching a rail right at the end. Really unfortunate. He was on his way to the 713 that he needed. And great for Senegal to have representatives here. Sirame, a great number of waves were caught, 9 to be precise. Maybe working on his wave selection for the next heat, but he's got the potential to be somewhere of a superstar in the future.
Yeah, love what those guys bring to the event. So that was a cool little heat to call. And yeah, the results are going to be official. They're moving on through.
Yeah, so we're coming into heat number 19. Now we're going to take a quick break and be right back with the ISA World Juniors.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to face yourself. A right time to enjoy pleasures, to make friends. There's a right time to listen. And a right time to make decisions. There's a right time for fear and for success. There's a right time to find your wave, and there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
We're going to ground zero chops in Tahiti. Who would have thought? Nobody.
The setup in Teahupo'o is magic, you know? It's amazing, like the nature is there and the locals are amazing, like the vibe is crazy over there.
Chopu is one of the most incredible waves, probably a wonder of the world.
You go to that end of the road and it's sort of like a whole nother world out there. It's godlike, it's quiet, serene, beautiful, tropical. The colors of the sun hitting that hill, lighting up the palm trees and the mountains and the different hues of all different color spectrum as the day moves on and changes. Then you have this glorious wave that comes off a reef, and it's so powerful and so beautiful.
I think it's going to be very good.
Back at the ISA World Juniors at Playa La Bocana in beautiful El Salvador. Mitchell Salazar with JJ next to me, former competitor out here. I want to say around 28, 30 years ago, JJ.
That sounds scary. I've competed since, but not more so in like the burley single fin and things like that at home.
And the Brazilian Storm is out there in the water right now in red, up and riding Ryan Cainalo, the superstar phenom from Sao Paulo. He has competed here in El Salvador before, did one of the Latin Tour events in December at Punta Roca, and here's his fellow Brazilian surfer, Leo Casal, the goofy footer with a great style, short, compact, but a great surfer as well. He'll get on the board with his opener. Romeo Chavez from Colombia is in blue, and Storm Van Hattem from the Netherlands also in the water in yellow.
First heat of the day, we've seen two compatriots from the same nation.
Yeah.
Yeah, and competing against one another. Like I expected to see that later in the rounds, but I wonder if they can work together to make it advantageous.
It could potentially be that way, and normally you see people in the final be more strategic about their individuality,
Sure thing.
but in earlier rounds, you're definitely seeing people want to advance, win those medals for the team later on.
Exactly. So, well, yeah, both those guys, as you mentioned, Ryan is a great surfer, huge potential, already making a name for himself. Leo and Storm Van Hattem. That's not someone I've heard of before, because that's a name you don't forget.
I know. I like that name, Storm.
Yeah, man,
It's
I
pretty
love
cool.
it. It's like straight out of a comic book.
I know. I just saw the new Top Gun movie too, and one of the
What?
one of the call signs for one of the pilots was Cyclone.
Yeah,
and,
right.
you know what? Cyclone, if you hear that coming towards you, sounds pretty intimidating.
And did it live up to the...
Oh, it's great. You're going to love it.
As far as sequels go, it was good?
The first one's pretty cheesy.
Yeah.
This one's just a bit cheesy, but it's great.
Yeah.
You're going to like it a lot.
Well,
It's Tom Cruise. How can you not like Tom Cruise?
No, easily.
Yeah. But just under 15 minutes to go, we're going to go down to Shannon with Marlon Harrison on the beach.
Marlon Harrison, you're the flag bearer for Team Australia, and you're one of the captains alongside of Ellie Harrison. That's an incredible job to represent for your nation. How's it going with the team?
Yeah, it's amazing. Team Australia is looking pretty fire at the moment. And yeah, we're in paradise in El Salvador. The water's hot and we're just loving it. And yeah, really good vibes for Team Australia. And yeah, feeling good heat by heat and just enjoying it. And yeah, it's worked so far. And it's really an honor to be captain for such an amazing team. And yeah, loving every second of it.
And talk to me about that heat. You made it look really fun out there.
Yeah, I kind of just was like, from the start, I was just like, just go and have fun and just enjoy myself. And yeah, it doesn't really feel like I'm in a contest. It feels like I'm in paradise, just surfing really fun waves. And yeah, and everyone's so nice. And it's just, yeah. And after the ceremony yesterday, I've just been on such a high. And just, it was such an honor being a part of this. And yeah, it's just thanks to ISA, I guess.
Oh, love hearing it. And talk to me about your competitive drive coming into the event. Of course, there's so much to be able to soak in. New friendships, getting to witness different cultures, but also from a competitive background, you took out a win at the Lake Mac Pro Junior back at home this year. You're now coming into the ISAs with a gold medal on the line.
Yeah, like doing the Pro Juniors and Oz is like pretty heavy competition, but this is on another level. Like I can't believe how intense it is, but so fun at the same time. But yeah, I guess winning some Pro Juniors and just having fun with it is just like a little match, I guess, and it's just really working for me, and I'm enjoying every bit of it. So.
Would you like to say anything to your family tuning in?
Hey, Piper and Dad, hope you guys are watching, and yeah, thanks, Steph and Oz, and yeah, thank you, thanks, Shannon.
Great work out there.
Thank you.
The humble and very nice Marlon Harrison, one of the standouts of the event so far, 12.94 heat total. Not bad for a kid who's coming off a Pro Junior win in Oz.
Yeah, exactly. I was thinking that whole interview, like the team manager, Griff, he'd be like, can your boy hold that board any tighter? He was hugging it and almost blocking his face. So well trained.
So with 12 minutes, 30 seconds to go, scores dropping. Leo Casal, a 5.33. Ryan Cainalo for just the floater, a 4.6. Romeo Chavez with just a 1.0 for the surfer from Colombia in blue. And Storm Van Hattem from the Netherlands in yellow has not got a wave yet, has priority number one. And at the moment, you're seeing the first situation where we see two surfers from the same country surfing against each other, especially in the opening round. We're seeing two surfers from Mexico doing that in the next heat too.
Yeah, well, it's I guess every nation has 12 spots available to them, and that's just fantastic. So it's regardless of the depth of talent or whatever, like it's fair. As we're reminded, it's the United Nations of surfing here at the ISA event. So, but not everyone can field a full team. So I guess mathematically, eventually, a lot of teams have a maximum of 12, a full team. So some of them only have 1 or 2 or 3. So it's going to happen eventually. So let's just see if Brazil can get both these guys through. They'll be very happy with the day 1 result.
And here goes Storm on his opener. Van Hattem from the Netherlands. That's more like it from him. A couple of wraps so far. This wave not allowing a ton of scoring opportunity, but much better right there. Here goes Kainalo in red. Great turn right there from Ryan. And he'll kick out. Tall kid too, JJ.
Yes, I picked up on that as well, and he used the leverage to his advantage there, whipping that off the top. It's pretty quick, and you can just tell if that guy gets a sort of an overhead or double overhead wave, he's going to do some damage.
He just needs to make it out of this round, really, when the waves are smaller. When it picks up, he's going to be a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, the surfline forecast is looking good, isn't it? It's,
positive.
South-southwest. We've got an increase in swell. I think this is as much as what we're going to see in terms of sort of the smaller end of the scale. A storm brewing out there as well, which is kind of, there's plenty to be looking forward to over the next week for sure. Here we go. That's a nice shot of the other event site.
Yeah, this is our backup spot.
El Sunzal, the other spot here, the second podium, and there will be an alternate webcast where you're only going to see one angle of a camera pointing directly at the spot too.
Yeah, that's right. So if you're fans of the other divisions that we're not seeing full time on the webcast, you will be able to go there. There'll be an option to click on the isasurf.org on the competition site, and there will, like you said, Mitchell, there'll be a static cam, and you will be able to follow the live scores and watch the surfers surfing. So 415, 420 surfers to get through, competitors here, and bringing everyone all the action. So if you're watching today, you've got a child or a friend or a relative competing that you're cheering for, tomorrow you'll be able to watch them out there too.
Most likely starting again at 7:30 a.m. too.
Exactly.
Local time.
Yep. So huge event, the biggest event in terms of competitors.
How crazy is that?
Yeah, it's awesome, man. It's fantastic.
Almost 450 people in the event.
Yeah.
Like that is just.
And then you got to factor in the coaches and the team and the friends and family supporting and traveling with them, and that's just purely the guys putting the jersey on, paddling out.
So the economic dropout that this has for the local area is humongous. I mean, look at the way it's impacting not only surfers from this region, but people that depend on tourism. And now El Salvador, Morena Valdez, the Minister of Tourism right here from El Salvador, she's doing great things promoting surfing in a rich and positive area that has only seen surfing get better here too. And I'm gonna tell you one thing, there's a World Championship Tour event coming up right after this at Punta Roca. Yeah. I hope to see local boy Brian Perez in the event too as a wild card.
Yeah, he's good, huh? I've caught glimpses of him here and there, but his reputation precedes him. It's going across the ocean, across the water. He's a good talent, man.
Just wait.
Well, do you reckon he's going to take down some names? Is he going to take some scalps?
I think, what?
Has he got a wild card into the event?
Not yet. It hasn't been announced. I hope so.
Yeah.
But what I will say is that for the level of talent that there's been here in the past, he is by far the best surfer that's ever come out of this country, especially when it comes to competitive strategy too.
Yeah, right. Okay. Yeah. He's a definite talent, and we're talking about the number of surfers here, and it's clear like the people are loving this place too. Like every surfer here is just stoked on it.
Everybody's happy, even the coaches.
Yeah, you get on the social media, everyone's got the infinity pools, the plunge pools, and having some really good free surfs and
the pupusas.
Enjoying the food and the culture and the temperature that's a no-brainer. I mean, it's comfortable, man. It's awesome.
So we're still looking live at El Sunzal right now. This is the women surfing out there at the other spot. Podium number 2, and we have seen some great surfers come through so far in the main event over there. A lot of the women competing at a right-hand point break. Most of them tend to surf beach breaks worldwide, But the good thing about here is that at El Salvador, especially with La Bocana and Sunzal, there's options. You can surf either the beach break or the right-hand point break.
And it holds a bit of size too.
Oh,
Would
yeah.
you say up to about 6 feet?
I would say double overhead over there is still rideable. It's
Sunzal
manageable.
would,
Yeah.
that would never close out, would it?
Not really.
Just break further out to sea.
Yes.
Yeah.
Maybe a bit fatter on the faces, but there's still some deep ones that'll be very good. As we see Leo Casal from Brazil in white just going to town on this.
Whoa.
Wow. I was speaking about Pablo Paulino earlier. Little glimpse of that right there.
Yeah, that was a long wave too. And remember the drone angle flattens the wave out there. So that thing walled up. He had plenty of speed, linking those turns. And I'm pretty confident that's going to be a good score.
Real quick surfer is Casal too. And he's got 2 scores dropping, by the way. He's in the lead with a 6 and a 5.33. His fellow surfer from Brazil, Ryan Cainalo, with a 4.6 and a 3.73. Storm drops a 2.83, needing a 5.5 at the moment. And Chavez in 4th with only a 1.0. He needs to get to work with 6 minutes to go.
Yeah, so distance now between the leaders, 2nd place and 3rd and 4th. Pretty clear distinction. We had some really tight heats. Replay now, right-hander for Ryan. And that was a good wrapping turn. Nice angled wall on that. Plenty of speed. Whips it on the inside, hangs onto that rail too, so jams it a few times. So good wave there for Ryan. This one, a replay now of, is that the Brazilian surfer, Leo. This is the one we saw from overhead. So it was a smaller wave. And whips that on the inside, yeah. A little deceiving from above. I thought that wave might have been better. Or is this the wave that we just saw?
So we had 2 back-to-back, a 4.37, and I believe this is the one.
Yeah, this is the one we saw. Okay, good. Couple of moves off the top. Fins free, foam climb, loose, fluid, snaps it on the inside as well. So accentuating all those moves, looking confident, feet in the wax, no mistakes. Kid's in form.
Boy, and he's quick too, isn't he?
Yeah,
His
he's got that
transitional
whip.
turns, yeah.
Little Kalani spiky jabs.
Boy, you're bringing up Kalani Robb again. I'm just
I was
thinking of
trying
great things all the time.
I was trying to think of someone much younger, but I was trying to think. Then I was thinking Travis, then I was thinking some other goofy foots. There's so many goofy foots. Everyone surfs so good.
That is true.
Yeah.
It just bums me out every time I paddle out to a place like this and I see 300 kids. I'm like, I'm never catching a wave.
He's not quite Italo. He's not jumping off waves. He's not Gabby. He doesn't have that strength.
Not yet.
Not yet.
He
So
could potentially get there, though.
if you got someone whippy and quick who's fits in between 2005 and 2015, I'll take it.
I think Kalani Rob's a good comparison, though. Kind of drives off the bottom the same way,
yeah.
bust the fins.
Yeah. Same sort of cadence to
Yeah.
the moves there.
Almost even Clay Marzo-like, too, every
No,
now and
that's-
then
that's better,
when he kind of busts the fins outside.
Clay would have been up in the clouds. He would have been doing something he couldn't even imagine.
Here we go on the backhand. Casal looking to better a 6.0. His previous wave was a 6.5, his best. Here goes Ryan on the forehand. A difficult wave to surf, just a real quick ride there for Cainalo.
It's funny they're getting desperate, these guys. I'm surprised they're not waiting for some of the bigger sets.
Well,
Like they're in a comfortable position. Yeah.
also with 4 minutes to go, would you be expecting them to be a bit more patient against somebody like Van Hatten and Chavez, who haven't really posted
Yeah.
any scores so far?
And look, now we go. They're all scratching. There are sets coming. They're out of position, desperately trying to get back into position. This one might even break before they get to it. So, yeah, it's a tussly affair out there. Here we go. Someone's going to get it. Romeo, he needs this.
Chavez had a 4.33 on his previous wave, needs a 5.04 to move up in a second. That's more like it. Can he hang on? Yes, he can. This wave really shouldering off, though. Let's see if he can fit one more turn in. A much smaller section right here, but does well just to fit in a few. Doesn't need a huge score, just under 3 minutes. And imagine if Romeo Chavez from Colombia eliminates Ryan Cainalo, one of the favorites to win the U18s in the opening round of the main event.
That was a good wave. He slowed down a little on that last move. He just kind of ran out a bit of steam, but he completed that ride. So he's carrying a 1. It's going to help. Let's see if there's an upset. And those guys have been going at it too. They've been paddling each other up and down, but we've been yapping away. We've got the easy seats. We're in the good spot.
Could you imagine priority right now with the judge being over there? You're just losing your mind.
Well, yeah, you're not looking away for a second, are you?
The good thing about here at the ISA events, there's 3 rotating priority judges.
So it's like you're like a flight controller, huh? You're only allowed to work in short bursts.
You're taking breaks at least. In regular events, you might be doing priority all day long with maybe 1 or 2 breaks at the most. At least here, you know, you're getting continuous breaks, and there is a chance that you're able to actually look away from the ocean every now and then.
Yeah.
A minute 45 to go. Casal in the lead, extends his first place position, a 6.53 on his last. Kainalo doesn't seem like he will improve on his last score. And the important one is Romeo Chavez.
Yeah, nothing on our screens yet. Here we go. This is him again. Backhand, backside. No.
That wave not offering up a ton. It's not enough. A 4.63. It is his best. Now needs a 4.75 for second.
Yeah, so he bumped up there. Ooh, that was close. He's got time.
Just seemed like after that second turn, everything went downhill from there. The wave never offered up another section.
He needed a bit more KR in that last turn, a bit more Kalani, didn't he? Finish it. But he's in with a shot now. He's got a minute. But it just depends if you get any space to maneuver out there.
I got a name for you, JJ.
Bring it up. Let's hear it.
Sean Cansdale.
Oh, wow.
Comes off the bottom the same way, bust the fins.
Yeah, I saw him recently.
Little tail drifts. One of my all-time favorites, by the way.
So they were at Angari, so they made a remake of Pulse, which is and it's called Repulse.
I love that.
So Sean was one of the stars of the first film that they brought back to put in that movie. Justin Gay made that, a good mate of mine. So yeah, that was a beauty, man. I love it. You're the stats guy.
Split peak. Ooh, Kainalo with the best air we've seen all day. Smaller wave, but this should score well. 20 seconds. Chavez did split the peak with him, but that was a massive maneuver right there from the Brazilian surfer in red.
That's sick.
Finishing right on the rocks, too. I mean, he literally stepped off of his board onto the rocks. As good as it gets right there.
I think it's all over for Romeo and Storm. So, wow, that was a cool heat, man. So, Ryan, one of the favorites, Leo as well. The 2 Brazilians, they got the job done, moving on through. The team will be stoked.
It seems this way, and this is split peak, sticking with Ryan's wave.
Wow, perfect little S. It was like I was looking at the wave pool just there. Same angle off the wall. That little ramp was in the same position. Pump, got some speed, pulled that, no worries. But he was not in danger anyway, so that'll just make him feel good as he heads back up to the beach.
And the front angle even better, too. Nice tail high air reverse.
Yeah. And a little wrapping cutback. Fired up, feeling it, trying not to overflex or show too much emotion, but
he tried.
He should feel satisfied. That was a great heat for both of those guys. Good job.
So the Brazilian Storm, both of them ride on into the sunset, into round number 2 of the main event. Leo Casal and Ryan Kainalo. We'll be right back with more action here from the ISA World Juniors in El Salvador.
In red for Team USA, Ryan Huckabee. In white for Team Mexico.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to face yourself. A right time to enjoy pleasures, to make friends. There's a right time to listen. And a right time to make decisions. There's a right time for fear and for success. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
We're going to ground zero chops in Tahiti. Who would have thought? Nobody.
The setup in Teahupo'o is magic, you know? It's amazing, like the nature is there and the locals are amazing, like the vibe is crazy over there.
Chopu is one of the most incredible waves, probably a wonder of the world.
You go to that end of the road and it's sort of like a whole nother world out there. It's godlike, it's quiet, serene, beautiful, tropical. The colors of the sun hitting that hill, lighting up the palm trees and the mountains and the different hues of all different color spectrum as the day moves on and changes. Then you have this glorious wave that comes off a reef, and it's so powerful and so beautiful.
I think it's gonna be very good.
Welcome back to the ISA World Juniors. Ryan Huckabee up and riding for Team USA. Getting to work early in heat number 20 of the boys U18 round 1. And the surfer from the east coast of the United States of America going to town, the number 1 seed of the event. In the water right now in red. My name is Mitchell Salazar alongside former professional surfer Jeffrey Baldwin. Jeff, welcome back to the booth.
Oh, thank you. What a pleasure, and what a pleasure to watch Ryan Huckabee. Just, you know, that's why he's the number 1. So the USA has gone through 3-2-1, the top seeds in this event, and we will see if he will continue on doing what the other 2 did.
And this is Mateo Cadena from Sayulita, Nayarit, Mexico, son of local legend Guillermo. And as you can tell, he's got great talent too. His uncle, one of the best surfers to ever come out of Mexico, Diego Cadena. And now his compatriot in yellow, Alejandro Tonatiu, AKA Toño.
And that's another one of those little spots that's just evolved in the last few decades, you know, surf infusion. Sayulita now, it's a huge destination place, you know, it's crazy, the mansions on the hill, and from the days of just El Tigre, he was the kid that, you know, was sponsored by Hurley back. He's still, I don't know.
So you do remember Mateo's father, yeah?
Oh, big time. And, you know, I remember when he was a Grom coming and staying with Bob Hurley and ripping, living in California. And then he went back and started his own fish. You know, he had his, like, boat tours and the whole thing. Yeah.
And there's the heat draw. Alejandro Tonatiu in yellow, Huckabee in red, and Mateo Cadena is in white. 1 surfer from the USA, 2 surfers from Mexico. Yeah, and Sayulita, one of our co-workers, Cale Carranza, is also from there.
I know.
One of the best surfers to ever come out of Mex as well.
And he was looking up at Tigre going, that's what I want to do. And look, went to the next level, and now he gets to go and do webcasts and, you know, kind of enjoy life. You said he's about to be a father.
Yes, for the first time.
Congratulations if he's listening out there.
With his fiancée, Leah, and this is the opening ride of Huckabee. Competitor here last year at this event for the World Games too, Jeff.
Last year, a year and a half ago, 2 years ago.
A year ago, yeah.
Oh.
So Team USA last year brought a younger team because Kalohi Andino and John Florence were injured.
For the Olympics.
They had already provisionally qualified. So Brett Simpson at the moment was still the USA surf team coach. He's like, why not bring a young team and have them develop their skills against the world's best?
Smart. Boy, that section just gave him the bonus pick, didn't it? It's that little peak opened up for him.
And this is a best day ever from where he's from on the East Coast, too, in Florida. And this is Mateo Cadena, Tigre's son.
You know, and it's funny, you know, because everyone thinks about Sayulita on that right, but there's the left on the other side that goes towards the river mouth and the big houses and the wall on the other side that just fires. The left at Sayulita.
Yeah. El Camarón.
Yeah, but
I'm not supposed to be revealing
all
the local spots.
You didn't have to say the name. I didn't.
Now everybody's going to be texting me, why are you blowing up my spot?
Oh, dude.
And that's just the local one in town. There's plenty waves around there, too.
Oh, I drove around. And now with skis and boats, and then you just go out of Sayulita and go left or right and go find some waves.
And I actually think that this area of Surf City, El Salvador, reminds me a lot of Sayulita,
Yeah, because it's rocky and the big bluff headlands and everything.
You have all the restaurants and the nightlife right here, too, and just a few blocks away from each other. It's a great area to be right here in El Salvador. Here's Huckabee on the left now. Already dropped a 5.83 on the right. The former silver medalist in Huntington Beach in the U16s. Now the captain of the team in the U18s. Great turn right there from Huck. And he'll finish up his second scoring ride, Jeff.
Well, what, 7 minutes, 6 minutes in, he's got 2 really super strong, stable waves. So Coach Simmons doing a great job. You know, he came with his back pocket full.
Oh, he's ready. He's looking to win back-to-back golds.
Yeah, he's like, wait, I'm back in the coach's chair. Let's make it count. He wants to be in Chopu for the Olympics, doesn't he?
Well, you know what? Ryan was close to making the CT a few times too, so he's like, you know what? Maybe if I do surf chopes, not in the heat, but I'm still there with all the guys and girls. Oh, it counts.
No, I'm so happy. You know, I'm glad that he is back with the USA national team.
Yeah, it seems like he's also enjoying his life a lot more too. And by the way, not only Ryan Simmons, coach for the USA Surfing, Seal Beach Board Riders head coach too.
Oh yeah, sometimes. We won't get into that. There's
yeah.
It's a democratic situation in a lot of the board riders. You know, there's not one lead, but.
So just under 12 minutes to go. Huckabee drops a 6.73. Mateo Cadena has a 4.83. Let's go down to Shannon Hughes with Leo Casal from Brazil.
Congratulations on a heat win. You're in the lineup up against your teammate, Ryan. You two battle it out at home all the time. How does it feel to paddle out against him?
Thank you. Yeah, Ryan's a really good competitor and surfer. We learn a lot from each other. I don't even know who wins more, but yeah, it's good to compete with him again.
And you had one of those heats where the right waves were just coming to you. What's it like to be in that moment?
Yeah, I was pretty stoked because I wasn't reading, and that worked in my favor, and happy to make the heat.
Talk to me about being part of Team Brazil. I know a couple of the women that surfed today, Bella and Laura, made it through their heats as well.
Yeah, the girls surfed really well too, and Team Brazil is like kind of strong this year, and we are like learning a lot from Pinga and all the team. So yeah, it's good to be here and with this amazing team.
And it's been nearly 6 months since you all qualified out of the single event that got you into the spot. What's been going on in preparation for the whole team since then?
Oh, a lot of training for sure, and some QS and Pro Junior events too. And yeah, I've been surfing and going to the gym like every day, and yeah, that's a part of the job.
Well, it's paying off. Well done out there, and we'll see how far Team Brazil can go.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shannon, and congratulations to Leo. Nice young kid with a bright future. Great English too, Jeff, by the way. That whole interview did not need a translator. Spoke perfect English the whole time. 10 minutes to go in this heat. Huckabee in the lead with a 6.73 and a 5.83. Mateo Cadena with a 4.83, his only score. He's holding down priority number 1. And Alejandro Tonatiu, also from Mexico, with second priority, only has a 1.0. And he's looking to at least get up into the second spot with 9:45 to go.
Well, you know, just that point that everyone speaks English, or a big majority speak English. So they're already bilingual, probably tri or more lingual. It's just incredible, you know, and they know that that's what they had to do. You think about Jadson and Italo coming on. They had to, Felipe, you know, they had to learn English, or Adriano. Felipe knew English before, but some of the others didn't. Adriano had to start. You go back to Fabio Gouveia with the classic speech winning in Bondi in Australia, and he did not speak one word of English at all at the point, and he was so embarrassed, even though he's the winner. He's like, I'm on stage in Australia International, and I just won an event, and I can't communicate, and he took it to heart, and he grinded it out, and he learned. And then you had Flavio Paterats on the other side, who came from a different economic, you know, background, and he'd been in Australia, going to private school in Australia, and he spoke perfect English with like an English accent. And yeah, I mean, it's just amazing that these youngsters are learning that and taking it seriously from all over the world. The Senegal's team, when I talked to them earlier, all of them spoke perfect English.
And now you have 2 surfers in the water right now representing Mexico, Mateo and Alejandro.
And they
both can speak English. And one of the countries where I am originally from, and you're seeing a development there, which unfortunately the Surfing Federation in Mexico isn't as well organized as in many other places. But the talent level is there.
Yeah.
The waves are there. There's potential to create world champions in the future. And it's just unfortunate that there isn't enough support.
to even send these surfers to a World Junior Championship like this here at the ISA.
Which is so surprising because Mexico being such a nation of sport in other big fields, you know? But it could get there, and the more that this is in their face, in their news, in their papers, in their magazines, you know, rising stars coming out, they're like, hey, let's get behind it. Like, I remember at the World Games in Costa Rica, like Team Chile, they were the first team that the Olympic Association, pre the announcement that surfing was going to go to the Olympics, because that all happened while I was there. So that move was made by the Chilean government and the Chilean Olympic body before they even went, that they were training at the Chilean Olympic facility with all the other athletes. They had the Olympic gear, they had the same stuff that anybody else from Chile
From any other sport.
From any other sport on the Chilean Olympic squads. Yeah. And now a lot of other countries have adopted that same, you know, philosophy act. Right. Look at that.
7 minutes to go still. Nothing has changed. Huckabee was up real quick, and you saw there white Mateo with just a quick one. It seems like he slipped.
Another one of those slips we talked about. That get that wax right. Yeah, Joey Baran was coaching their team at that point.
At Chile,
and Manuel Selman was the one that told me that.
Yep.
He's like, yeah, we got the Olympic gear.
It's
and
outstanding,
they were so
though.
proud.
Yeah, but you would think that Mexico, after having Johnny Corzo become a world champion at the ISA level, you would have seen a bigger push from the local governing body to promote surfing, such a big coastline on both the Pacific, the Gulf of Mexico, and the Caribbean side. One would think that there would be a process to make champions for the future, but unfortunately, it still hasn't happened.
And kudos to, you know, El Salvador, recognizing that surfing is a powerful force in economic growth, because look at what has happened to this coastline here in the last 15 years. It's just booming and blossoming. And so they've adopted it as a resource. Surfing is a resource that brings tourism big time, and we are, you know, sitting in the Papaya Surf Resort Hotel watching it happen.
Now we do need to thank Surf City El Salvador and La Bocana, El Sunzal, as the best surf destinations in this area of Surf City, our official sponsor for these ISA World Junior Championships. And definitely do want to thank our minister, Morena Valdez, for doing such an incredible job of just bringing this event here once again. Since 2019, I've been here 4 times, Jeff, for different events. Also want to thank all our friends over at Action Sports Productions, our production crew, Gio, Dan, everybody, Mike Morrissey, former pro surfer in here too.
That's right.
Our graphics designer, one of the best to ever come out of Laguna Beach. Shout out to Laguna Beach Border Riders as well. Dan Stafford, also a competitor of theirs.
And look, the drone now on the site showing where we are. That is the beautiful Papaya Surf Resort, where we are stationed for the next 10 days.
We could maybe even try to wave and see if they could see us in the window.
I might stay a while longer.
Dude, Jeff,
why not?
I think you should move down here.
I wouldn't
retirement.
Yeah. What does that mean, retirement?
Well,
just surf.
Yeah.
I know. Why not? I need it. I think I need a little more surf in my life.
Buy like the room at the hotel that we're staying at.
I wondered
Come
about
to an agreement and just be like, hey, can I move down here? I'll even work. I'll wash some dishes every now and then.
I'll cook. I'll finagle with the owner. That's right. I'm like, hey, I know some NBA stars. Maybe we can all invest together, and I'll just be the caretaker. They'll buy it, and I'll just loaf.
You're unique, Baldy, and we love it. We're here for it. 4 minutes to go on the clock. Huckabee still in the lead with a 6.73 and a 5.83. He's been selective, but he's also been smart. The #1 seed of the event from the United States of America in red, currently holding down first. Mateo Cadena in second with a 4.83 and a 0.97. Sayulita well represented in the water right now in white. And Alejandro Tonatiu, his compatriot, with just a pair of 1s. Not a big competitive experience for Alejandro, but he's here first time outside of Mexico too, so a big opportunity. We were talking about people that have passports for the first time. This is his story too.
So that's what, you know, the surfing is so big in Mexico, but that's because there's so many travelers there. But as a nation of just surfers, there's the wave quality, and there's those little pockets, but still it's small. in the amount of surfers, right?
It has to change eventually.
Wanting to, yeah. And like you were saying, the bounty, you have everything from grovelly little river mouth things to giant A-frame beach break peaks in Puerto Escondido, and then the right, you have the whole right points and sand bottom, everything south of Huatulco.
And who doesn't love the cuisine there either?
Who doesn't?
Here's Huckabee, hucking the fins, and he'll go down on the attempt for the layback, 2 minutes 40. He's in the lead though, and this should be a heat where he'll maybe want to conserve energy for later heats during this week too. He competed last year here during the Open, just as a reserve basically for Kolohe Andino and John Florence, who had already qualified for the Olympic Games provisionally. And Huckabee was a silver medalist in Huntington Beach in the U16s in 2019. Both of his parents, by the way, teachers.
So he's got the grounded upbringing, no doubt, knows the quality of putting in hard work.
And here's Alejandro in yellow, the surfer from Mexico. That's more like it from Tonatiuh. He needs a 4.74 to push down Mateo to third place. That'll help out. Slides the fins right at the end. 2 minutes to go, Jeff.
So, Mexico.
You're from San Diego. That's almost
I know.
Mexico.
I grew up, yeah, everything. That is my culture, actually. Because that's all I grew up with.
We'll just make you like an unofficial Mexican.
No, but literally, that's all. The food, the names of every street, the architecture of all the houses, going to Baja and everywhere else my whole entire life, and then the music, the food, the whole thing. I'm like, that's my culture.
So when Josh Kerr was still living in North County, San Diego too, his favorite thing to do was to go to Baja Malibu and score barrels in the wintertime.
Right. And why not?
And how do you think Sierra Kerr got so good doing step-offs?
Well, yeah.
Because of that.
Because it's right there.
A 2.67 for Alejandro. He now needs a 3.14 to move up into second. 50 seconds to go. It'll be Huckabee taking out heat number 20 of the first round. Mateo at the moment in second. Doesn't really have a backup score, just a 0.97. But at the moment, it seems like he will be moving through into round number 2 of the main event.
So that makes me think, and this is about to time out, but El Salvador must have some amazing step-off. If the swell is always booming, but where do you launch from and how do you get there? You know,
Diego Naranjo, the coach for Costa Rica, was telling me that some of the best undiscovered waves here in El Salvador are beach breaks.
And you just got to go find them because you can't drive. There's no access. Yep. That's what I'm thinking.
Jeff,
I need to stay. Hello.
I'm telling you, just buy yourself a little condo or something here, and you're gonna love it. Here's Huckabee.
I saw some roosters out front. Nice.
that heat leader. Looking to better a 5.83. Speaking of roosters, how are these rooster tails?
See? What a lead and tie in, bro.
By the
We're
Floridian.
not both on that one.
And he'll take the win in heat number 20. Mateo Cadena advancing in second. And Alejandro Tonatiuh will be relegated to the repechage as Huckabee, the number 1 seed. Easy peasy for him. We'll be taking a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back with heat number 21 of boys U18.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to face yourself. A right time to enjoy pleasures, to make friends. There's a right time to listen. And a right time to make decisions. There's a right time for fear and for success. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Por
We're going to ground zero chops in Tahiti. Who would have thought? Nobody.
The setup in Teahupo'o is magic, you know? It's amazing, like the nature is there and the locals are amazing, like the vibe is crazy over there.
Chopu is one of the most incredible waves, probably a wonder of the world.
You go to that end of the road and it's sort of like a whole nother world out there. It's godlike, it's quiet, serene, beautiful, tropical. The colors of the sun hitting that hill and lighting up the palm trees and the mountains and the different hues of all different color spectrum as the day moves on and changes. Then you have this glorious wave that comes off a reef, and it's so powerful and so beautiful.
I think it's gonna be very good.
Welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Mitchell Salazar with Jeff Baldwin in the booth. We're in heat number 21. Ricky Sato from Japan up and riding. Just a quick one there for the surfer in red. In white is Kuhane Pacomio from Chile. And in yellow from Italy, Rufo Massimo Baita. There you see on your screen 3 surfers in this heat. And another 3-person heat, Jeff. Might be nice to have one of these heats out there at La Bocana.
When I was walking down the boardwalk on my break, I was looking for Adriano as he's the coach for Italy. And I didn't see him, but I'm sure he's down there now.
He's probably having a great time too. I saw him last year in Mex. During his retirement, he was very happy to go up into the sunset with a smile on his face. And I think he still had a few years to go, but he was ready to call it quits, you know. And
I think the injuries, he had those injuries that just ground him down towards the end, you know, and it was like recovery, comeback, re-injure, and that is taxing mentally. And on top of everything else he achieved, the willpower to get himself where he got himself, the focus over all those years, you know, what a grind. And then to have achieved it and get injured and never really recover all the way, that's a hard mental process to go through. Well, everyone's out surfing, you're back home rehabbing again, and then again. And there's 6-month, 7-month rehabs. Tough.
Look at what... Look at what he's doing right now, though, inspiring the next generation of potential professional surfers. Now as the coach for Italy, owns a few businesses, too, in Sao Paulo.
Yeah, no, I've seen some of his posts, some real estate. He's doing some hotel, whatever it looks like. But I want to know how he got the coaching job for Italy. What is going on? Shannon.
Probably just approached him, called him up, and be like, hey, would you mind coaching us? And he said yes. Let's go down to Shannon Hughes with Ryan Huckabee.
Ryan, that was an incredible performance. Coming in as the top seed of the whole event, you've got a little bit on your shoulders to carry through. How did it feel paddling out for your first win?
Felt great. Just wanted to get the first heat out of the way. Doesn't really feel like anyone's a top seed. You know, there hasn't been an event in 3 years, and it's amazing to see how much better everyone's gotten. Like even the Chinese team today really impressed me in Lucas's heat. Not really known as a surfing nation, but they were ripping. So it's just cool to see how much better everyone's gotten.
How's it being here in El Salvador for ISAs and seeing so many other nations, developing nations in surfing that are really starting to shine?
It's awesome. I mean, these events are always so cool. Meet people from around the world and, you know, meet friends that you're going to travel with on the QS and stuff once you graduate to the next level. So, pretty amazing event.
And reflecting back to the 2019 ISA World Junior Championships there in Huntington Beach, you were part of the U.S. team which won gold. You also won the copper medal in the under-16 boys. Where are your goals sitting for this year?
Gold medal. Go 4 spots better.
Awesome. Well, best of luck out there in the next round, and congratulations.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Really nice kid is Ryan Huckabee, and I have to apologize. I was calling him the silver medalist. That was actually Cade Matson who ended up second in that event for the USA, but Ryan did win the copper medal. He also won the gold medal as a team member. So Huckabee looking as one of the favorites for this event. 15 minutes to go. Rufo Massimo Baita puts up a 4.0. Kuhane Pacomio puts up a 3.33. And the Japanese surfer in red, Sato, just with the 1.0. And still early stages of the heat, Jeff. Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to just going back to like, there's been the ebb and flow of how teams make, how the different countries have their teams. Some of the countries have all-star surfers that weren't surfing on the teams going to the ISA games, for juniors or the World Games. And now it seems like that's kind of just settled and squashed. All the best juniors are coming under the umbrella and going to the different games as they journey on to then get out of the into the pro junior, QS and that whole next journey. I don't know it happened in a lot of different countries where the best surfers weren't joining the teams. It happened in America big time with Kanoa and Kalohe and a few others. Tati all at that time, and you're like, why won't they? But that's squashed. The vision of Fernando, it's at the Olympics, and that is here to stay. And so there's incentive. There's a different incentive.
Ooh, that's a good word to use. Here's Yellow, our surfer from Italy, Rufo. And he already has a 4.0 on his opener. Now a split peak, red, white. We're going to stick with the surfer in white. Pacomio from Chile already has a 3.33 on his opener. We did see red go left, though. Right. And there you see the surfers from Chile, the fellow team members of Kuhane. And I don't know if you know this, Jeff, but a lot of the surfers from Chile in the last few years, Danilo Cerda, are from Rapa Nui, Easter Island.
Okay, that's why I was looking at the name and I was thinking, I'm like, this is more indigenous name.
They are.
What's the deal? So they got where we know has spectacular, big, strong surf, right? Easter Island. So if they're going back and forth,
it gets big there too. But another hidden spot worldwide that a lot of people don't know of.
So we won't talk about it. That's okay.
Jeff, don't be scared.
That's okay. I just want to stand under the Easter Island statues and ponder, right? The unsolved.
It would be cool.
The unsolved mysteries
of how those heads got there.
The ancient heads that are 40 feet tall and weigh 8,000 tons. Yeah. So
they probably got built, I think.
Yeah.
Aliens, you think?
3D laser was happening back then. They just popped up out of it.
We're going crazy.
They just carved the mountain down. But
it's been a long day, Jeff. 21 heats so far. We have 28 to finish off this round just on day one. Yeah,
right. Kuhane Pacomio. Yeah. Beautiful.
Yeah, but a lot of indigenous people still in Chile, in Peru as well. The Incas were the first people that inhabited there thousands of years ago. But it's great to see the culture still alive. Here in El Salvador, you see that quite a bit too, especially with the local cuisine. In Mesoamerica, because Mexico was part of that too, you see a lot of corn use. And here with the pupusas, the tortillas that we had earlier for lunch too,
delicious.
All corn-based.
Yes. Enough of that flour fake stuff, right?
You like your corn tortillas too, right?
I do. Come on. Fresh. Love them fresh.
And just wait till you try the pupusas here.
I know. I almost walked across the street earlier to the little shack and got one.
And all you need are like the simple ones, bean and cheese. That's it.
But I was supporting the local economy. Bought some sarongs. I love my sarongs. Collect them everywhere.
Oh.
Sarongs are the only way to go, man. Beach towels. No beach towels. Sarongs.
11 minutes to go. Baita from Italy extends his lead with a 3.43. Pacomio gets his best of 3.83. And so far, Sato from Japan, the high seed in this heat, hasn't gotten anything better than just a 1.17. Early stages, though, just under 11 minutes to go, Jeff.
You know what I was going to say? Team Japan, this seems like they're kind of in one of those almost downward swoop for a while. Like Japan came with the heat for a bunch of years with their talent level. And a lot of those surfers have graduated on, aged past, right?
Well, last year's bronze medalist at the Olympic Games for the women, Amuro Suzuki, one of the best surfers Devrick out of Japan, she already has a ton of accolades.
Yeah, but she's gone on into the.
Yeah, she's definitely evolving.
She's graduated on.
They've all come through this program, though. Shu Murakami, Hiroto Ohara, Hiroto Arai, Reo Inaba, Kano Igarashi, all have been former competitors.
That whole group has gone on.
Yeah.
Moved on.
Where do they start at, though?
Right here. No, that's what I was saying. Just as a team, like right now they're in that, okay, the next
rebuilding stage,
the next generation of our superstars, where those ones all came and aced it and proved it and went on. Hiroto, U.S. Open champion.
Yeah. You were there that year, correct?
I was there. Yeah, that was incredible.
I'm going to buy a ton of cars.
I'm going to buy a car. That was great. So it's from that moment on, you know, I watched him in the games in Costa Rica, and then I see him win in the U.S. Open, and it was like he just went, his star rose.
Yeah.
So instantly I'm a fan, and I've kept up with his career. Now every, you know, event that's happening out there in the world, I'll go and say, when is Hiroto surfing? Because I loved how he surfed.
Got a real compact style, quick too.
Yeah.
Great at beach breaks, and you see a lot of these people from Italy, from Chile, from Japan. I think one thing in common that everybody has at this level, you know how to surf a beach break, because you can come from a point break, you can come from a reef break, but if you don't know how to surf a beach break, you're not adaptable to the point that you're going to be able to surf a wave like this at La Bocana well.
Yes, that is so true.
Just got some info handed right there from our technical director, Eric Kramer. What did he give you, Jeff?
I think tomorrow's schedule and some heats. So we don't want to get that mixed up with the rest of the pages we have in front of us in our technical area.
You're funny, Jeff.
Oh, I've only just begun. I'm going to make you laugh. And then
I don't know if I'm going to be able to like stand you for a whole week. Like it's going to be a long time. So we saw.
Well, the feeling's mutual.
It is? Okay. We saw Kuhane Pacomio from Chile up there real quick. It seems like he's going to improve his situation in white. And here's a surfer in red, Sato from Japan. Got the 2-for-1 right there in a tough section to manage.
And surfing culture is old in Japan, and they've got every kind of wave from the, you know, from what, Miyazaki to the south, Kyushu and all that, the tropical waters, point reefs, tropical reefs, coral reefs, all the way up to Tokyo, and then up into Sapporo, where it's like black rocks, freezing cold, North Pacific Arctic water swells.
So here's the last wave of Pacomio. It seems like it's going to be his best so far, Jeff, a 4.63. Great finish right there from the surfer from Chile. And Sato is going to drop his best. It seems like it's going to be in the 3s, so it won't be a huge score. But so far, this heat hasn't really surpassed any of the other ones as far as scores go.
No.
The best so far has been a mid-4.
And we were talking about just a little bit earlier, those 5s and 4s. So the judges know their scale. They're like, we know there's still the clean, good wave out there, that the potential for the 8s lives. It's still there. They just haven't connected the dots yet.
7 minutes to go. Sato score coming in right now.
You can see that wind when they did that top view. It showed the cross chop that's coming across. So yeah, it's challenging to ride the waves. There's a lot of bump and lump in the way, going both right and left.
You know what's even more difficult out there right now? It seems that identifying the right waves
because they're
the trickiest thing.
They're moving off in front of them. Yeah.
The tide's dropping. Swell is decreasing still today, and then all of a sudden tomorrow afternoon it starts picking up again. So it should be quite big by around 4 to 5 p.m. tomorrow. And this is Sato's best, a 3.9, Jeff.
Yeah, you can just see there, he got a little stuck under it. It didn't give him the opportunity to get up in the lip on the first section. He wanted to get that second turn, and it flattened out. Still, Riki Sato making the best of that wave.
So just under 6 minutes to go. We've been using this angle a lot this heat, and it really shows you the perspective that a lot of people staying up here in these kind of little resorts, the hotels right in front of the spot, are seeing from their hotel rooms or even from the balconies. And the cool thing about here at La Bocana and Surf City is that there's really the one peak that you can surf here at La Bocana, You can also surf the other peak at El Sunzal, and there's a little beach break in between both of them too that a lot of people have been surfing this week. Here's the surfer in white, the Chilean, Pacomio. He's in first, looking to better a 3.33, and so far so good for the surfer in white. He's kind of bettered his scores under everybody else's priority.
Yeah, kind of just quietly building house right there.
And tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow all day long, starting at 7:30 a.m., there will be a single webcam. So there's going to be an alternate webcast for El Sunzal starting tomorrow morning at 7:30 a.m. all day long. And this is El Sunzal right here with the women surfing this afternoon. Seems a bit slow out there too, Jeff.
Yeah.
But a lower tide is definitely beneficial for that spot over there. Reminds me a lot of Malibu.
Oh boy, yeah. Well, yesterday we saw there was because it was so much larger, there was those big ones pushing wide that almost looked like, you know, fishy type waves, but there's a lot of power in the wave.
Yeah.
You could see when anyone was doing a cutback, you could bury your full rail at high speed, but it was that inside when it all formed up, there were some runners.
And we do have 2 different podiums for 9 days of competition. One at El Sunzal, which you are seeing right now, and where that blue kind of tower is with the white tents, that is where the opening ceremony was yesterday afternoon. Up and riding live action here at La Bocana, Rufo Massimo Baita from Italy. He's in second at the moment, looking to improve on a low 3. Won't do it there. It's Sato from Japan who's in trouble right now, needing a 3.54. Here's the surfer from Chile. Just a quick one there from Pacomio, the heat leader. And where is Red? It seems like he's in position to catch a wave. Sato, who needs a score of 3.54 to be precise. That'll help.
As you spoke, he got the wave, utilized that priority, and this is one of the better waves, clean, and 4 or 5 turns, and you could see that was one of the sort of happy, confident kickouts underwater. He was doing a little fist pump, knowing he needs a 3.5 point ride to get into second. This could even be enough. We'll see how much it was to jump up into first, but what a wave. It's like it all just came together for him. So fast, quick, nice redirect, good technique, deep off the bottom. And that was the wave that just kept giving him goodness. There it was, the mini claim.
How's his base too? The low center of gravity, very common of Japanese surfers too. And that is also right here on the boardwalk between El Sunzal and La Bocana. Great drone angle there from Action Sports Productions, our production crew. And all these little areas, Jeff, this is where you can find your pupusas too, even on the beach with the beach view.
And your coconuts, fresh cut coconut juice. You saw the coconut trees. There's no shortage of coconuts and mangoes.
Not at all.
Our hotel littered with mangoes. Right?
Really? I haven't seen that yet.
Oh, yeah,
Over by the pool?
Yeah, no, on the entry side.
Oh, okay. I'll check that out. I like mangoes.
Oh, yeah.
And this is where we are, right there in the little blue building. Then you see all the flags in alphabetical order, finishing with Venezuela. And this was the last wave. The surfer in yellow, Rufo Massimo Baita. He's looking to better a 3.43, Jeff.
Well, so that's going to be touch and go. We'll see where the judges go. He had the space on the wave. He had the face. He got the turns. It was a bit horizontal. Didn't get to sort of get that vertical section, and there was 3 similar turns.
Tough wave to surf, too. And I see the river mouth right here at La Bocana, too.
And that tower's where the judges, they're sitting right in front of La Bocana's peak. And that's also where the beach announcers are spitting out the information for the athletes.
Ben Way and Ixa.
That's right. You think I'm crazy, but what if you had been in here?
Oh, my. He's a lot of work, isn't he? We love you, though, Ben. We do love you. Here we go. Sato from Japan, 45 seconds to go. Gets a 7.5 on his previous wave, so takes the lead off of 1 score, and now goes to town. It seems like he also needs a job at Home Depot. Hammers it down right at the end. 30 seconds to go.
that could even better the 3.9, the set wave with the two vertical attacking turns.
On the right, and it seems like it will, Jeff. You're spot on. 2-turn combo here.
Yeah, you know, and that's it. It's not 4 to the beach, 5 to the beach. It's all about quality over quantity and the variety, speed, power, flow.
Wow, so Kuhane, who was in the lead for most of the heat, gets dropped down to third because Rufo drops a 5.03 on his last. And now Kuhane eliminated and relegated to the repechage round as Sato takes the victory with a 5.6 on his last. We're going to go to a quick commercial break here at the ISA World Juniors. Be right back with Heat 22 of the boys U18.
We're going to ground zero chops in Tahiti. Who would have thought? Nobody.
The setup in Teahupo'o is magic, you know? It's amazing, like the nature is there and the locals are amazing, like the vibe is crazy over there.
Chopu is one of the most incredible waves, probably a wonder of the world.
You go to that end of the road and it's sort of like a whole nother world out there. It's godlike, it's quiet, serene, beautiful, tropical. The colors of the sun hitting that hill, lighting up the palm trees and the mountains and the different hues of all different color spectrum as the day moves on and changes. Then you have this glorious wave that comes off a reef and it's so powerful and so beautiful.
I think it's gonna be very good.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to face yourself. A right time to enjoy pleasures, to make friends. There's a right time to listen. And a right time to make decisions. There's a right time for fear and for success. There's a right time to find your wave, and there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Welcome back, Surf City, El Salvador for the ISA World Junior Championships. We know it's 2022. We are rocking through the heats all day. Jeff Baldwin with JJ. JJ, a long trip for you from Australia. We are glad to have you here. It's a short trip for me. It's literally not far at all. I mean, it was 6 hours with a delay. So, I mean, you could go direct and be here in almost the same amount of time. We are on to Heat 22. Pele Burmeister from Germany, Cora Cooper from New Zealand, Alfonso Roel from Uruguay, and German Gonzalez from El Salvador.
Not Germany. Not
ESA.
Yeah, exactly. El Salvador, the local surfer, and yeah, so a fantastic mix here. We've only seen a couple of heats with compatriots in there. We had
two so far, I think.
Brazil and Mexico, the surfers. And there's our names up in the corner of the screen. A couple of low-scoring waves already. Baldy from Jaman and Gonzalez and Alfonso as well. 2.23. Small scores at this point.
Small scores,
but,
yeah.
Today's been a fantastic start. And the waves have kept coming. A couple of kind of slowish heats, but everyone's getting opportunity. And it feels like a very fair kind of competition site.
Yeah. I always kind of laugh that, I mean, it doesn't matter what level of event, from the lowest amateur to the highest pro, there's always a slow heat. There's always, you know, and it doesn't matter if it's perfect 10-foot pipeline, someone always gets a 1, you know? Like, that's what it is. So even though you can say, oh, the waves are perfect or the waves aren't perfect, you can still get a 10. The scale is set for a 10 in these waves right here today, and it changes from the morning to the afternoon, you know?
Yeah, it's been a great first day of action there. Looking northwest-ish, so we've got a south-southwest swirl here, had northerly winds this morning, and you can see those flags are kind of this at the moment, they're just hanging low, so the wind's backed off, so we might see a bit of a Lego, a late afternoon glass off.
It's that, yeah, I think that's the sort of the way it works. We saw that yesterday, you know, so you have those northeasterly trades that are sitting on, like the side offshore in the morning, and then it goes to the northwesterly, blows a bit onshore, which is nice because it keeps it cooler. And then in the afternoon, the clouds come over, the wind dies, and it gets balmy. And that's when you get a little sweaty, a little clammy, heat up. But yeah,
don't get too clammy on me.
No, but it does glass off. So that is the pattern that exists here down in El Salvador every day. It seems like, along with waves that never seem to stop, swells that never get small.
Alfonso here from Uruguay, getting the inside reform, tries to kick out the tail, a little bit of air, got caught in between two different maneuvers there, I think. Decided between hitting the lip and busting the fins free. So you'd expect another small score coming in. A jamming turn there from German.
I'm just going German.
I like to put a little bit of inflection on it.
I know, if there was a little hyphen or something. Yeah. Give us a reason to spice it up. German Gonzalez.
Okay, Pele now swings on this one, backhand around the section. Can he get up into the pocket there? Pulling it low, waiting for the opportunity. Another low turn this way, not walling up completely. He's running out of wall here, totally into the channel there. Getting a few moves there, so everyone's got a score now. And of course, that fella right there from Germany, Hamburg. Not many waves in Hamburg. Of course, you got to get out to the coast. He gets up to Denmark to catch waves and spends his time on the road traveling to a lot of different destinations.
Well, you've had the fortune, as I, to go up and down Europe and spend time in the summer times, or the summer into fall in France. All those beaches from Lacanau south to Biarritz, and it's like, and to San Sebastian, and it's the whole of Europe descends on those sandy, those sand dune beach breaks up and down, and campers full of everyone from every country. It's beautiful. So you'd think a lot of the German surfers and Italian surfers and Norwegian, Scandinavian, all of them, they're spending time in France in the summers.
Yeah, well, he has to drive 5 hours to get to the nearest beach break, so that's a level of commitment that a lot of Australians would have put up with. So Pele going the extra yard here, and so cool to be representing Germany. 5 hours local surf.
Hey, well,
and,
I was going to say, I mean, even at home, Courtney Conalog, World Championship Tour surfer. She didn't grow up close to the beach. She grew up 45 minutes, which isn't 5 hours, obviously, but 45 minutes is as the crow flies. That's not LA, Anaheim traffic to get to Huntington.
She lives 4 blocks back from the beach, does she?
No, now, growing up, though, she lived in Anaheim. She lived way far inland.
That was a traffic congestion joke.
Yes, yeah, exactly. Okay, so yeah, she had her mom and dad, getting her to the beach. Quite a few surfers like that. But that's commitment.
All right, so we've got an interview. We're going to cut down to the beach there and have a chat to one of our competitors. Take it away.
All right, thanks, JJ Baldwin. Here with Japan's Ricky Sato, winner of the 17th heat of our round 1. おめでとうございます。かなり危なかった。最初の14分ぐらい、もう点数が1点ちょいぐらいだけ。そしたらやっと 3.90 取って、その必要スコアかなり下がった。どんな気分だった？スコア聞いたら。
いや、もうめっちゃ焦ってたんですけど、決めれてよかったですね。はい。とりあえず上げれてよかったです。
その後7.50 取って、まだ全然安心な感じじゃない。もうすぐまたアウトゲッティングした。もう全然リラックスができなくて。
そうですね、もっとちゃんとやらないとダメだなと思って、最後まで諦めないで頑張りました。
All right, so I was saying he had scores in the low ones all the way 14 minutes into the heat. Finally got a score to drop his need score down to something reasonable. He got a 7.50, but he rushed right back out to the lineup, said he couldn't relax, and he just had to get out there. どうもありがとうございました。次も頑張ってください。
ありがとうございます。ヤーマン。
ヤーマン。
All those guys.
Beautiful.
Unreal.
Yeah,
Thanks, Ben, man. He's a triple threat. Ben has got the Japanese, he's got the fluent Spanish and English, and it's a handy fellow to have at an event like this with all these kids from so many different countries.
Yeah, he's lived a great life and spent quite a few years, over 9-10 years in Japan, so speaks fluent Japanese along with Spanish and English, resides in Oceanside now and was before.
LA, he's got a good wave here. This third turn, this one walled up nicely. He's picked a good one. Bit of bump to contend with on the inside, and he's got a finishing move. He goes down, but look at him. He's literally right there on the sand. So that was a good long wave from the German representative. Down in fourth place, doesn't need much to get up into first, so that was pretty cool. And we're talking about how far he has to travel to surf, 5 hours.
Well, I'm wondering if he spends time, in another country or if he's just there all the time.
Yeah, he does.
True blue.
He's been around. He's been living in Australia before, France, Canary Islands, Spain and Portugal, Indonesia.
So he's kind of...
Yeah, he's getting out there.
Yeah, he's getting out there. He's a tall lad, it looks like. He's no short fella.
Yeah, so German Gonzalez here, the local surfer El Salvador, kicking the fins out a little bit. He's come unstuck as well.
I wonder what the beach is doing. They were supporting all their other athletes big time.
And here's Alfonso. Baldy.
Nice. Good finish. Sort of a cruising. Wow. Oh, this is the replay. I was thinking he was back out and getting another one.
Yeah, so this is LA. Very nice stuff from Hamburg, Germany again. And wrapping it through on the inside, this is where the wave got steeper, but he came unstuck on that finishing move, but still not a bad score. Live action now from Gonzalez. El Salvador, deep bottom turn, just gets a little laid up into that lip. That's a cleaner turn in the bowl. Winding through, another cut back off the foam this time. And 3 moves for him, so out in the lead at the moment. There's the team down there waving the flags.
That's right. They're looking
not
very...
Not letting anyone up or down those stairs until their boys finish performing.
They're looking sharp, so I know this is a country of rights. Like, there are very few lefts in El Salvador that I've heard. And so I wonder for the goofy foots, if they just... It's hard to find if they have to go other places. I mean, they can surf here at La Bocana and get this left, but other than that, I don't think there's many options.
Well, there's a lot of peaky beach breaks around by the looks of it, so yeah. I don't know, if you're kind of alluding to any secret spots, I'll gladly I'll gladly hear that information.
I'm not. And obviously in front of where we're staying, we saw that there's a little sand beach, but even the owner of the hotel was saying it's kind of rare that there's sand on this beach, which is creating those little peaks, but Mitchell was telling me that, that, the coastline 3 hours from one end to the other is mostly rights.
We got a wave there for Alfonso as well from Uruguay. And we saw Cora Cooper from NZ, the Raglan surfer. He got a wave there too. So he's got a healthy lead at this stage, 5.17 and a 4.5.
I'll never get that. NZ. I love it. Akadaka, NZ. It just doesn't make any sense, but it's perfect.
Right. New Zealand's the word's too long.
NZ. That's it. NZ.
Cut to it. Here we go. Swinging on the inside. Jermaine Gonzalez, local surfer. Bit of a wall here. Wraps back into the foam. Is this thing going to connect down the line? It does. It's a little section there. Roundhouse cut back. Little foam climb here. And on the outside, so lots of waves in this heat. It's really got consistent. Pele, Germany, up over the roof, kicks the fins out, hangs onto it.
Oh,
yes.
There
Whoa,
we go.
Don't go head first, brother.
He was
That's shallow.
That was a good finish there for him, and maybe he exceeded his expectations.
Skating off the lip.
Yeah, blew the fins a little bit, lost control, regained it, rode out with a bunch of momentum. So that could jump him up into second with the only 5-6 minutes left. Yeah, needed a 3.51, small score, and that was a set wave, and he got a clean combination of turns. But yeah, JJ, it's turned around. We had a few, like anything, you have a few slow heats always. Tide does what it does, but this heat getting quite a few waves.
Yeah, that was a good little exchange, little flurry there. So Cora still out in the lead, scores to drop though, so this will probably shake things up a little.
I saw the coach for South Africa, who I worked with, Tash, and I worked with her during the World Games. She was over, but now here she is over with the South African team. They're coming up next.
Cora, great couple of turns here, and a third one. That was a really clean wave. Tight, the team love it. There's those guys cheering him on. He's competed at Huntington Beach before, and Matt Scoringe down there on the coach, Calm Butler as well. We saw them with the cap on. His dad, he's had great success at the World Juniors and at ISAs and on the QS Tour as well. Michelle Relish, she's down there, the physio, looking after the team. So
was that Finn?
Those guys were pretty stoked with that last wave, and I think Cora's going to lock in a massive score.
Yes.
Argentina there, straight in front.
On the screen though, they were showing it looked like Finn Vet.
Oh, that was Finn getting ready for the next heat.
So this is another one of those where this heat has one of their surfers, U18 from New Zealand, and the next, so they're back to back.
Yep. So they were. I thought they were cheering for the last wave, but they're getting Finn psyched to go out.
They were getting Finn psyched. That's why I was looking and I'm like, wait, what's going on?
Cora's getting the job done, so he'll get that when he comes in if he keeps this up, the standard, and.
So that's our little area. That's the boardwalk that crew was walking down. I think that was two of the girls from the Colombian team.
Yeah, here we go. Alfonso down in fourth position now. He's got some speed here on the inside little section.
Petting the kitty. He came out.
Exactly. So got some work to do. Scores coming through for Cora on our screen, 6-5 there. So Baldy, that extends the lead for the Kiwi surfer there. He's looking real comfortable right now, and that last wave of Pele Burmeister's too was pretty solid, 4.93. So
beauty.
Did that expression, patting the cat, did that come out of like the Huntington kind of trying to get through the
I don't know.
Or was that just, I think some
Huntington not petting the kitty,
I think some Aussies started saying that.
Who knows? Yeah.
Just trying to ride your way out of the phone.
So here is the situation in the water right now.
Yeah, so of course Cora, he's got some good waves here at home. The rag section of the coast has been pumping the last month or so. Had some good swells down there. And he wants us to give a shout out to his boss, Jack, JC from the Raglan Surfing Forum. He made me say that. So I was happy to chat to those guys earlier. So there you go, there's your shout out, boys.
I was getting messages from a friend of mine, Rick Lash, that I grew up with that surfed professionally, and then he lives in New Zealand now. He lived there for a long time and came back for a little bit, but he's back there. So he gets to surf all these amazing waves. He surfs in the New Zealand, scene, whatever, the over 50s competitions, and loving life in New Zealand.
I'm not sure if the locals want it or not, but it's one country with the enough breaks that should have a permanent spot on the World Tour, I think.
You wonder. Well, they tried. Did they? Yeah. No, they tried.
Yeah, they had the
just now.
PR event, I think.
So yeah, and then I heard you guys talking to the Maz Quinn, in England. Why would you go live in Newquay from New Zealand? I just wonder. Like, come on.
My first thought is Jay's fallen in love, or he's got a really high-paying job or something.
Oh, yeah, maybe. Yeah, but
good day to Jay and Maz as well. Here we go. Live action now. The German surfer Pele Burmeister. Jeez, he's had really good wave selection, man, this guy, and he's found another sick little bowling left. And I'm just loving it. He's putting himself in solid second. The team are loving it too. So, I mean, this is a great performance for someone who lives 5 hours from the beach. He probably surfs more than me, and I live a minute away.
I know, slacker.
Yeah.
And yeah, you're like, I'm in Australia. I live at Angary, and I surf once a week, once for an hour, and he's 5 hours. And then he goes home and works. He drives 10 hours a day for his 2-hour surf.
Yeah. Well, he works as a surf instructor, so maybe I don't know. Maybe it's a long trip to work. That's a lot of commuting every day.
Yeah. Well, the German team was going nuts on the beach. I wonder if that will surpass he. Well, Cora's wave up the ante for what Pele needed.
Yeah, Pele.
And another wave on the inside. Floater, comes a cropper, comes unstuck. Another. This is really consistent this afternoon. The tide's obviously gone out a bit. This has been non-stop this heat. So good signs for the remaining 4 heats. We're going up to heat 26, under 18 division today. So.
Oh, we're not going to make it all the way through? We're going to stop at 26?
What have we got up to, 28?
28. I thought we were...
We got enough sunlight. Yeah, we're going the whole way.
I thought we were running right on through.
That makes sense.
Dead ahead, Fred, I hear.
Yeah, we're going the whole way.
Yeah.
Here we go. Look at this one. Cora on the outside. Is this one going to stand up? Good little right goes begging there. But Cora's in a good spot. Doesn't need it. So the work now to be done by Alfonso from Uruguay and German from El Salvador, the local guy.
I know he was up a bit higher in the heat. Now Pele is just magnetic, charmed the ocean. He's just gotten wave after wave, and what a heat for him. But that's how it's going to end. But that was the El Salvadorian Germain, but it doesn't work out for him. I love the scenes. That piece of art in the background there, JJ, that is all made out of, trash plastic. So it's an eco statement because it's just old milk bottles and detergent, food things.
Yeah, the unfortunate thing is you probably do a new one every day. But anyway, we're going to go to a break now. That was a great result there for the New Zealand surfer. Cora will be right back in just a moment here at El Salvador.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to face yourself. A right time to enjoy pleasures, to make friends. There's a right time to listen. And a right time to make decisions. There's a right time for fear and for success. There's a right time to find your wave, and there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
We're going to ground zero chops in Tahiti. Who would have thought? Nobody.
The setup in Teahupo'o is magic, It's amazing, like the nature is there and the locals are amazing, like the vibe is crazy over there.
Chopu is one of the most incredible waves, probably a wonder of the world.
You go to that end of the road and it's sort of like a whole nother world out there. It's godlike, it's quiet, serene, beautiful, tropical. The colors of the sun hitting that hill, lighting up the palm trees and the mountains and the different hues of all different color spectrum as the day moves on and changes. Then you have this glorious wave that comes off a reef, and it's so powerful and so beautiful.
I think it's gonna be very good.
Surf City, El Salvador for the ISA World Junior Championships. We are ripping through the heats. We are on to heat number 23 of the men's U18 in the blue. Brandon Mendoza from España, Leonardo Pasano from Uruguay, Connor Slidgepin from Republic of South Africa, and Finn Vett from New Zealand. Another stacked heat with these four surfers. We just saw our surfer from New Zealand in the last heat. Cora Cooper take the win. They're looking to, do the same. Although there's no team event in this year's junior event, it's all about individual gold medals. And Jeff Baldwin and JJ, sorry, forgot to introduce us again.
That's all right. I'm still here. I'm loyal, sticking through to the end here. 28 heats in the under 18 division today. We just saw Finn Vett from New Zealand getting an opening wave there. So he's locked in a 4.23. Cora Cooper doing a great job down there. We might catch up, and there's us. So
That's right.
the storm clouds or the afternoon clouds behind us are darkening. We've got good forecast, good weather, and a good swell report on the way. Southwest swell coming through. in the next couple days.
Sort of a mixed combo, and we're hoping that we don't get any rain. But it's funny. It did this yesterday too. Behind us, you see the cloud cover. It looked almost like 6 in the evening at 3 in the afternoon, and then by 5, it was all sunshine and glorious again, and everything was sparkling and happy. So that is what we are living here in beautiful El Salvador in Surf City. I'm going to gain 10 pounds. I'm going to eat my way home like a rat. I'm just going to eat and eat and eat. The food is amazing, so please come on down and visit this place. I'm kind of blown away.
All right, little hassle there on the peak. Brandon gets the better of that wave with Connor Slipen in the red. So Brandon, El Salvador, a couple of moves off the top, does the hand drive fist pump, and I hope that means it was good. Check this wave out. This is a 7.5 from Connor, the South African surfer. Good, clean section up into the pocket. Another wall, bang off the foam there. And that was a really cool little ride. There's a good scores if you can get them. And this one, Baldy, this is Finn Vett, the Kiwi.
There we go. So will he back it up for them? South Africa came out with the guns ablazing on their ride. Boy.
Yeah, he's, of course, we've got more live action. Here we go. So off the top there from Brandon. Again, pulls that one down. And he's got a nice closeout section there to hit too. Right out of it, brother. Oh, he's come unstuck on the belly.
Oh, he's committed. We know that Team El Salvador would just be losing it on the beach. It looks like we're going to go down to Shannon Hughes on the beach.
I'm here with Cora Cooper. Cora, great heat out there. Talk to me about finding your way to a win.
It was pretty difficult at the start, a bit of bum, but found my way, got the feet in the wicks at the end and got a couple good ones, so yeah, stoked.
You got a great team behind you supporting from New Zealand. How does it feel to be on the road away from home but having some good friends around?
Super cool to be overseas since COVID and that. Super stoked to be in the warm water and yeah, loving it.
And at yesterday's opening ceremonies, the whole New Zealand team performed the haka. Can you share what that tradition is about for us?
Yeah, it's could say a dance or it's for big in New Zealand, and it's real cool when the whole team gets up there and goes hearty as. Yeah.
Amazing to see that celebration, and you got your good friend Finn Vetty also in the lineup now. How do you think he's going?
I reckon he's going to do good. Hopefully he smashes it, brings it home. Yeah.
So cool, great performance out there, and we'll see you in the next round.
Cool, thank you.
Yeah, good job there from Cora. And
you know what I was just flashing on? So yeah, I mean, even though it is the first round, there are serious threats. There's obviously the top-seeded surfers throughout the event from all the different countries, and if you can get them knocked into the reprecharge round, and you've gone in advance into the winners round, they have the potential to lose in that reprecharge, and then they're just gone, and you don't have to stress on them, right?
Yeah, well, the winners take the spoils. So, and the reprecharge road is a long road to the final. If you get knocked out early, it's different. If you make it through in the main progression, it's sort of 4 or 5 heats to the final, and through the reprecharge, it could be 7, 9, 10.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if you get knocked out in the semis, instead of making it straight to the final, then you've got to surf another 2 times to get back in that final. There's a reprecharge final. So it's a long road home, but man, if you're traveling from the other side of the world and something just doesn't go your right, which happens in surfing all the time, the best surfer doesn't always win, or you want that opportunity. Yeah, look at this. Was a nice overhead wave.
It sure was. That bottom. I mean, it went from regular angle, or the drone was low, and you saw the size of the wave. Look at this stuff coming through right now in the red. Connor, spanks it. kind of just like got knocked out into the flats. Almost got the double rebound. Didn't pull that off. That would have been a good wave for him.
Yeah, of course, Connor, everyone in his family surfs, comes from Cape Town, which is a beautiful part of the world. And, you know, his sister Mary's a good longboarder, whole family of surfers. And he was saying, of course, with the COVID since the last couple of years, he's been homeschooled, so he's been surfing a lot. So,
Yeah.
as we all have, I haven't surfed so much in my life. But, you know, that's one good thing. A lot of parents discovered how quickly you can get what you need to do every day. It just takes hours. And a lot of the kids had a good time the last couple of years, especially if you live near the beach for styling. So Connor was one of those guys.
Yeah.
So a lot of variety waves too down that neck of the woods.
The education went down and won't ever recoup for 5 years, but kids got to surf some more.
That's the least of
all
our
the
worries.
all the next world champions are at Seaside every day.
Yeah. So
joking.
He's loving it over here. Cool view there from the bird in the sky. Looks like it's coming back in for a battery recharge to me. Someone's hit the home button. It's the judging tower there. One of two, which are operating full time here at this event. Baldy, here we go. This is Finn.
So a very good use. He has priority, needing the 4.5. Yeah, you can just see how it's glassing off, and those ribs that were in the waves kind of wreaking havoc for a few heats in a row have smoothed out. The sheets tightened again. Will this be the 4.5 that Finn needs to get himself up into second? It's kind of, you know, you love a Cinderella story. You got to say it's great to see, although we don't have favorites. It's good to have El Salvador surfer advancing in second position right now. The team's there, you know. This is a big deal as the president of this country has endorsed surfing in the biggest way possible, and the Minister of Tourism was part of the presentation.
I guess it's not so much favourites, but the underdog stories, which is really cool, hey? And they're one of those teams who, you know, one of the underdogs, so we want to see that success.
We're going to chuck it down to Shannon for a beach interview. Thank you.
I'm down here with Tamaya Murphy. Tamaya is part of Team Costa Rica. She competed in the under-16s girls division down at El Sunzal earlier today. And Tamaya, you made it through your heat. How were the conditions?
The waves are so good. The girls were ripping, and yeah.
What's the vibe been like down there with all the girls in the lineup today?
Oh, the vibes were so good. Everybody was surfing so good. It was a pretty tough heat. The waves were good. Yeah.
Awesome. And you're not too far from home, being here in El Salvador, just from Costa Rica. Is it nice to be surfing somewhere that feels a little bit familiar for you?
Yeah, definitely. Costa Rica is awesome waves. We have all different kinds of waves. You have point breaks, beach breaks, awesome beach breaks. Yeah.
And talk to me about your goals coming into this year's ISA World Junior Surfing Championships.
Oh, well, this is my first ISA event, and I'm so happy to be representing Costa Rica, and I just want to do the best I can, get to the final.
And we got another one of your teammates, Axel. He's coming up in a couple heats here. What's the team doing to support him behind the scenes?
We're watching him on the beach, cheering him on, doing the Costa Rican chant. It's everything. Yeah.
Awesome. Thanks so much, and go Costa Rica.
Thank you.
All right, Shannon, thank you. Para vida, but they even say that here. I was walking up the alley the other day, or early this morning or yesterday, and all the workmen were saying para vida. So I guess, you know, it works here in El Salvador too. Costa Rica doesn't own it solely.
The first thing I think of when you say that is Carlos Munoz.
Of course, because he brought it. Well, now you've got Brissa, you know, Brissa Hennessy, right? On the women's side. Costa Rican leading in the yellow jersey. But here we are.
Carlos says that every day, all the days.
Yes.
He's injured, huh? Feeling up.
Well,
I hope to see him back at top level.
So, Connor out in the lead from South Africa in the red. Finn from New Zealand got the score he needed and got up into second. So now Brandon from El Salvador drops into third, but only needs the, what is it, a 4.81 or something. But with first priority and 7 minutes left, it's a cat and mouse. This heat has flip-flopped a bit. You know, each position has changed.
Yeah, it has. Here we go. Let's see what Finn can do. Talk about changing positions, flip-flopping. He wants to get back in the lead. Great section there, real quick and precise over that foamy lip line. Bogs the cut back a little, but that was a strong turn there on a pretty flat section. So the NZ team, they're pretty happy with it. And was it better than a 4.57? We'll find out in just a moment. Here we go, another set coming through. Brandon, he needs this thing to stand up and wall up. Doesn't want it, doesn't look good. A little deeper would have been a nice spot. Good left. But
I saw these kids walking down right outside of our booth when I went to get lunch. The kids on the beach right there, the El Salvadorian support crew. They were chuffed. They got their uniforms, they got their passes, they had their flag, and they're like, yes, in our hometown, you know, who knows where, if they live right here or nearby, but good to see the support. So Brandon still with first priority, needs 4.81, but again, New Zealand up and out, no harm, no foul. He had the fourth priority. Yeah, you know, and that's another thing. You want to advance, you want to get first or second, just because then you do get at least one day off. You know, most likely, because there's a lot of rounds of that rep recharge to go through tomorrow. Yeah, so I actually do have, I think, the schedule here.
Yeah, you certainly, the more wins you get, the better your confidence goes. Psychologically, if you come up against any of those other surfers again, if they beat them later in the draw, you know you've already beaten them once, and give some opportunity to cheer on your team or just have some free surfs up around the way. Losing's always just having fun, especially early on. There we go. These guys making their way out here.
It's tricky. The rock dance. Yeah, the rock dance, JJ.
That's nothing, mate. When you live in Australia, that is...
Oh, I know, but
that's wheelchair access in Australia.
Yeah, right, exactly. but this is when it's small. When it's big, those boulders that look big are rolling because the surf just tosses them about. No joke.
In Australia, we're put 2 months of rain and the slipperiest moss and algae you've ever seen on those rocks.
I've eaten
and jumped straight into a 5-foot set.
I've smashed. I've seen people at
some barnacles.
Yes. I've seen it Burley. I've always had successful jumps off Burley. I've seen some people get thrashed. Serious.
Your odds are stacking up against you with every session.
That's okay. I probably won't ever surf it again. I hope I do, but
it wants you back. Come back.
I had somewhere in the Central Coast, I forget, but yes, here we are. Brandon, this was the critical wave. Will he get this score he needed? Because his requirement went up from when we last checked on I think it was Finn's last wave. So now he needs a 5.5. Here we go, Ecuador, or El Salvador.
Yeah.
Yes, so tomorrow, 7:30 bright and early, we kick off with the last 4 heats because there are 32 heats in this first round.
Here's a good looking wave. Nice forehand gouge there from Finn. It's bowly too. A couple little sections to hit. It's cutting back. Nice little foam rebound there. Getting that board on the acute angles. Finishing with a little whitewater tap on the inside. A complete wave from start to finish. Held his speed pretty nicely on that thing. Just had just the right amount of bowl to keep him pushing him through onto the inside, one turn after another. So good wave there from Finn, the NZ fella.
Yeah, beautiful. Beautiful. We'll get the replay. That was the money turn. Is this the one? Then it just became roundhouse, although very stylish and fluid.
It's a smaller wave. I just pretty impressed. He just held his speed through a lot of those turns. So he's the under 18, 2021 national champ. In 2020, he was the under 16 national champ. So that says a lot. There's a lot of good talent in NZ. The South Island Open men's champ. Don't know how prestigious that is. The population, the number of events really drops away once you get down to the South Island. It's a lot of the actions up in the Northern Island, a lot more events, but I know Ben Kennings from Surfing New Zealand's working hard to change that, mix it up a little bit.
And there's just less population down there too, right?
Yeah.
So all the kids from the South Islands have to come up.
Yeah, a little bit of travelling for sure, but plenty of waves. The weather's a factor too, but NZ's not that populated, and they've got a lot of empty coastline and good setup. So
I know. What is the population? I'm wondering. If Australia is so small.
Half of them live over in Sydney and Bondi, so that's all I know. And Byron. Here we go.
And Byron.
Look for the air section here to finish. Ah, got stuck just punching through that lip there. So Connor Slipen, South Africa, an incomplete wave there, but he's got the 7.5 ballie, so he's sitting pretty at this stage.
You could tell he was just a little, it's almost like he gave up before he even got there.
Yeah, as soon as they're missing 3 or 4 sections to pull the air, you know they're either in the lead or they're going for a Hail Mary because they're coming last.
Yeah.
So he's got a bit of freedom there psychologically to play around a bit. And some sets on the outside, here we go. Brandon needs a bigger one than that, but time's ticking away. And it's going to be all she wrote, I think, for Mendoza, the El Salvadorian surfer. So Brandon will be off to the repechage. Leandro, I think, 787. I think he's out the back. So unless he gets something in the next 30 seconds, let's see what's coming with those sets. But Connor and Finn, they're definitely 1 and 2 here. Looking pretty solid, those two guys. Well, here we go. Here we go, Baldy.
Well, yeah, this could be it. Make or break with 20 seconds left.
Get up there.
Looking for a 7.87. Well, yeah, that won't be it. But, hey, it's great. You know, nothing like riding the last wave in. He gave it everything.
Best wave of the heat for him?
Yeah. Beauty. So this is just a victory lap in. Our surfer from New Zealand, Finn Vet, stretches it out right there. He's done. The Ecuadorian team still giving out, or Elvis Salvadorian team. Sorry, I'm looking the wrong direction.
Yeah,
cheering on their compatriot, their teammate. They surfed well. So they had 2 surfers back-to-back, 2 heats in a row. German Gonzalez and Brandon Mendoza.
Yeah, cool heat there. So well done to Connor and Finn. South Africa and New Zealand representatives progressing on through. Leandro from Uruguay and Brandon, the local surfer there on screen. Those guys will hit the repechage, so don't give up on them yet. They've got another opportunity here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We'll be right back.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to face yourself. A right time to enjoy pleasures, to make friends. There's a right time to listen. And a right time to make decisions. There's a right time for fear and for success. There's a right time to find your wave, and there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
We're going to ground zero chops in Tahiti. Who would have thought? Nobody.
The setup in Teahupo'o is magic, you know? It's amazing, like the nature is there and the locals are amazing, like the vibe is crazy over there.
Chopu is one of the most incredible waves, probably a wonder of the world.
You go to that end of the road and it's sort of like a whole nother world out there. It's godlike, it's quiet, serene, beautiful, tropical. The colors of the sun hitting that hill, lighting up the palm trees and the mountains and the different hues of all different color spectrum as the day moves on and changes. Then you have this glorious wave that comes off a reef and it's so powerful and so beautiful.
I think it's gonna be very good.
Welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. Mitchell Salazar with JJ in the booth here. The surfer in red, Tenshi Iwami from Japan. One of the powerhouse surfers in the U18 division in the red singlet. Victor Cortez from Chile in white. And Brando Giovannoni from Italy is in yellow. As you see there, Italy, Japan, Chile represented heat number 24 of the boys U18 round 1. We are Playa La Bocana, one of the better beach break, cobblestone reef breaks here at in beautiful El Salvador. And JJ, Luke Slipen, and Finn Vette in the last heat really found their comfort zone out here in a wave that's been changing quite a bit throughout the day too with the tides.
Yeah, that last heat, pretty consistent run of waves, and both those guys did pretty well on it. And yeah, it's good to see Finn. He's an accomplished surfer from NZ, and yeah, he's progressing on through. NZ had a couple of surfers get through the row there, and of course before that the 2 Brazilians progressed. So those last 2 heats were pretty cool, pretty exciting, and the tide's heading out this afternoon. The wind's died off, so I think we'll see these next closing heats for day 1, all with plenty on offer.
And this was the opener of yellow, Brando Giovannoni, just a 2.5, and then the opener of Tenshi on the right, a 4.5 for him.
Yeah, nice little foam climb there. That board's looking pretty good for him. Tenshi off the foam there, just mistimes that. So, yeah, a couple of cool little waves there.
Let's go down to Shannon Hughes with Connor Slipen.
Connor, that was a great heat. Talk to me about finding your way in a brand new lineup.
Yeah, it was super fun. I was super nervous in the beginning, but my teammates were just helping me to just calm down and try to have fun.
What's it like when you're out in the lineup, but you got your teammates on the shoreline here? Do you guys have any like special signals going on?
Yeah, it's super. It just makes you want to surf even better and better every time. When they're blowing the vuvuzelas and supporting, it's just such an awesome vibe.
And your brother Luke's had a big influence in your life. He's competed at the ISAs in the past, and this is your first time here. How does it feel to represent for the family?
It's awesome. My brother gives me lots of drive and power to do better and better like him. So yeah, it's awesome.
And talk to me about being out of the country. It's only the second time in your life outside of South Africa?
It's so nice and tropical, because where I live is super freezing, so this is like paradise.
Lundundo is definitely one of the coldest places on the planet.
Yeah, it's very cold.
Well done out there, and we'll see you in the next round.
Thank you so much. Job not done.
I like it, sending a message to the rest of the field. Connor Slipen, his brother Luke has competed at the ISA before. Another great surfer from South Africa, and I don't know if you've ever seen the movie Invictus about the Springboks when they won the
Matt Damon and
and Morgan Freeman as Nelson Mandela. But I love their outfits too. Shannon was actually telling me, because she lived in South Africa for a few years, she was telling me that it's like such an honor to wear the Springbok jacket. You're wearing it in any kind of weather, regardless, because it's such a big honor to wear that green.
Yeah, well, I think those guys were sweating it out yesterday during the opening ceremony. Yeah, it comes with a handkerchief in the pocket to wipe it off your brow. Ooh, nice little closeout smash there from Brando.
Yeah, the Italian surfer Giovannoni already has a 2.5. That should be much better than that score. And 14 minutes, 20 seconds to go. Italy has had a decent start so far in this opening round of competition.
Well, they got a good coach. Yeah, this is a good wave here. Yeah, and I guess we all know Italy so well on the international stage because of Leonardo's success, but they get really good surf over there. There's a spot kind of similar to this. It gets like a trestle style setup, mushy waves, yeah, that Leonardo's mentioned a few times. So inside the
Mediterranean,
that's
yeah.
right, yeah. So that's a pretty unique kind of arrangement there for surfing. But yeah, they've had a good start, and well, they're sending the best of the best. So who else is up in Italy waiting? It was just all they've got. But these guys are talented and cool, and they've got a good vibe, good approach, and they're very fun and enthusiastic crew, I think.
Within the Mediterranean.
They're not shy.
No, not at all.
No.
And as you were saying, they have different training grounds. A lot of them actually go to France and the northern part of Spain, excuse me, to go train every now and then as well. But I feel that within the Mediterranean, it hasn't really been exposed to social media and maybe a lot of film and video as other spots have. Yeah. Because if you think of it, Spain on the Mediterranean side has to have waves too over by Barcelona, all that. Greece, for sure. Italy. What about Cyprus, too? It's an island in the middle of the Mediterranean Sea that every now and then has to have waves.
I think if the wind's strong enough, you only need a 2 or 3 mile fetch to create a rideable wave. So, yeah, anywhere you can generate storms. I mean, you can get surf in the Great Lakes in the US, in Texas. Obviously, that's a huge body of water in there. So, yeah, I guess, there's some good spots in there.
Much warmer.
When they turn on,
Much warmer in the Mediterranean than like the Great Lakes in Michigan and all that in Chicago.
And we heard that Slipen in that last interview there is talking about how nice it was to get out of Cape Town and come here, and you hear that a lot, and as a surfer you feel it when you come from a cold climate like NZ or South Africa to a really warm tropical place like this. But I think that acclimatization, it's not just, it does so much. Like, you not only are you excited because you don't have to wear a wetsuit, but physically you're much freer, and I think immediately, no matter what board you're riding, you feel sharper and looser, and it's kind of the senses are really expanding. You get out of that rubber, and it's almost, I think, sort of an advantage in a way to drop down into the trunks. And I think the only disadvantage might be getting sunburned because you're so white. You haven't got your base coat happening. But
you do have to take care of your skin, though, because that is an issue that it's like if you don't take care of it during the first session, you're going to be paying the price afterwards. Here's the Japanese surfer in red, Iwami. Wow. Great carve to start things off right there. This wave going funky on him, though. Really hard to surf. Navigates well, and then just slams the section shut right at the end.
He just accelerated when I thought he was going to lose that section altogether. That was incredible. And then even in that last turn, the form and technique was pretty sick.
He exploded through it, too, which was the best part.
Yeah, he just gave that. He sent that way to the hospital.
That's what Japanese, he did send it to the hospital. You got to send that to the ER right there. Just under 11 minutes to go. What Japanese surfers do really well is they adapt to beach break conditions like almost any other person cannot. As here's white, Victor Cortez from Chile, and they mostly surf left-hand point breaks down there in the South American country. Quite a few beach breaks too, but less surfed. People like to surf at the point breaks a lot more.
Yeah, well, of course. And they get plenty of swell, lots of good setups down there, and cold water as well affects those guys. So he's probably stoked to be up here too.
Let's go down to Shannon Hughes on the beach.
I'm here with Team Canada with 2 of the girls that won their heats today down at the under-16s at El Sunzal, Erin Brooks and Osha Green. Osha, it's your first time surfing without a 5'4" wetsuit on. What's it been like competing here in El Salvador with that big of a change?
It's really fun. Your board suddenly is dangerous because it can hit you and stuff, but I'm really enjoying it, and it's been such a fun few weeks here.
How was your heat today? Did you get a few good waves?
Yeah, I did. It was really tricky. It was pretty small, but I found a few fun ones.
So good. And Erin, you actually walked away with the highest heat total of the day so far in the under-16s. Congratulations.
Thank you. It was so much fun.
Talk to me about your best wave.
It was counting down the last few seconds of our heat, and the girl who had first priority actually was right next to me, and she didn't go, and I snuck it underneath her and then got the wave, and I was pretty stoked.
Oh, that's so good. And you've done a few trips down here to El Salvador. What has that been like you've been traveling with?
The first time I ever came here, I came with Bethany Hamilton, and we had a good time. We didn't really come to this area. We surfed here once. And then I came here with Bella Kenworthy and Katie Simmers, and we surfed here a couple times, and it has just been a fun experience.
That's amazing. And you girls, you're here to support Team Canada for the rest of the afternoon. Who else is coming up in the lineup?
Levi Young.
Stoked. Well done out there today, and we look forward to seeing more of your surfing this week.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Was that not the coolest synchronized thank you right there at the end by those 2 ladies?
Yeah, far out. It's rad. So many cool stories around this event. Those guys are the cutest. It's unreal. That's funny. We were talking about the climate, the weather, and how freeing it is to get out of a full suit.
And all of a sudden you get Team Canada right there.
She's never surfed without a wetsuit. That is crazy.
I don't think you can in Canada.
Yeah, but it's just a fascinating thought, isn't it? To think that's the first time ever.
And then
out of the 4-3, not just rubber, but the thickest.
The worst ones.
Probably booties as well, I'm guessing, and maybe even gloves, depending on the wind and stuff. So, Yeah, that's pretty rad.
Noah Cohen's probably watching abroad as a proud Canadian saying, yep, I went through that too. Brando Giovannoni from Italy, just a quick one there for him, looking to improve on a 2.5. It seems like Cortez might have gone on the left, just under 8 minutes to go. And let me tell you, watch out for Erin Brooks too, because she's got some skills.
I've heard that name a few times, and you know, she's traveling around with Bethany. Then she's got a.
Just check out her clips at the Waco Wave Pool at the BSR Surf.
Yeah. Oh, that's her. Is it doing those airs and stuff? Yeah. I thought, yeah.
The
stab high stuff.
She did very well during the stab high. Her, Molly Picklum, Sierra Kerr, among others. Yeah, no, but she is definitely going to be one of those potential superstars in the future.
Yeah. She's already surfing the way I wish I could surf. So
she dropped the highest total of the event so far, the women's.
I'm going to run down and get some tips on some airs and loops and hop shovels and red arrow flips and alley-oops.
I feel like you could do a couple of those maneuvers you just mentioned.
No.
Not as well as they can?
That's a loaded question. I'm not answering that.
So
plead the fifth.
A 5.5 for Iwami on his previous wave, a 3.33 on his last, just a shorter wave. Just under 7 minutes to go. Giovannoni in second, looking to better a 2.5. And Cortez from Chile needing a 3.6 at the moment. And look at the separation between all three competitors. It seems like Iwami is really putting his effort, the eggs into the basket, towards the right-handers.
Yeah, he's just running his own script right now, isn't he? Just nothing really to do with priority or whatever. He's just catching waves, and he's in good form. Here we go, scratching. He really wants this one. Brando couldn't get it.
So he'll stay in third priority, though, at least. And I got a question for you, JJ. When it came to adapting mid-heat for you, did your strategy change much as far as the way you actually approached the lineup, or did it just change as far as the waves you were actually hunting?
I guess it depends on the scores and how much the people in third and fourth needed. If you're in second, or if you're trying to get away from someone and they're hassling you, you just got to do whatever you can to get the best wave. But ideally, it was always about getting a good start and trying to catch a wave. In a 20-minute heat, time goes quick. But I also was surfing when it was best 3 and best 4.
I still can't believe that.
Yeah, so, I mean, I haven't competed for ages, for 15 years type of thing. But, yeah, best 3 and best 4 really changed the dynamic. And I was just an average surfer, really. So when you're looking, to get 3 or 4 average waves, then you'd often, if you had a good heat, a good act, and you were fit and healthy, there was no jet skis or anything, you really played out, used the clock a lot more.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was a big difference. Best 2, man. That's one of the most probably.
It's the best thing that happened in competitive surfing.
Probably one of the single most influential aspects of the sport that's been changed. Besides the good venues and jet skis,
and priority too.
It's changed everything, because you have to perform on the best 2.
And here goes Iwami, beautiful first turn for the Japanese surfer in red. Has one more section. Drops the hammer right there at the end and gets a little rebound on the whitewater too. 4 minutes and 30 seconds to go. That was a great way to potentially improve on the 4.5 on the right. I'm
loving Iwami. He's good, eh? He's low, compact.
Great style.
Quick, he's focused. And, he looks like he's got the full repertoire there. Looks like he can pull something out backhand, forehand if he needs to, huh? So he's slicing and dicing right now.
And it seems like Cortez did go on the left. We'll see where that scores drop in for him. But he's needing a decent number at the moment. Here's Iwami's last.
Up in the lip, whips it, tight. Yeah, this guy surfed a lot of waves. He's finishing here strong up in the foam. Look, even fitting in the foam rebound on the backhand. So.
And this is Cortez. He actually moved up in the second, got a 4.03 on this last one.
Yeah, winding the bowl there, up into the hook here, whips it round. The board looks pretty skinny and raky. I think the wider fishy boards would help out here. Looks like he's the tallest competitor too for an under 18, so strong fella. finishing off on the inside. Got a few sponsor stickers on the board there. He's doing good just to have the stickers at this stage, eh?
It seems that way.
It's a competitive marketplace right now.
And the best part about it is that score moved him up into second too, so there's still some real estate on that board that he could lease to somebody else. 3 minutes to go. Giovannoni down to third now, needs a 2.94 to retake second place. Iwami drops a 6.17, extending his lead. That was the best way with the heat so far. And with just under 3 minutes to go, the Italian, who has the potential, we saw him kind of destroy one right, only came in at a 3.53, but doesn't need a huge score, just under a 3-point ride.
Yeah, exactly. So Victor's got to know that if he's listening to the scores, he's on a wave right now. I would be sitting more so on the Italian surfer than, trying to do stuff on the inside. Unless he's bettering a 2.43, he doesn't need to catch anything. So it'd be either sitting on Brando or making sure you're making that a requirement a lot higher.
So just over 2 minutes remaining. Scores coming through for the last of the Chilean in white. Could potentially improve. It seems like he will. Yellow might need just a bit more than the 2.94. Yep, it's a 3.17 for Cortez. That means that Giovannoni now needs a 3.68.
It's a shame he missed that one. That was a nice A-frame peak, right, left, caught both those guys. Iwami was caught inside too, so that was a heat-winning wave going begging right there. But he knows it as well. Even Iwami's moving over to the right, like following that whitewater trail. This wave's smaller, but it's hitting the same line.
And here goes the Japanese surfer in the lead. A quick wave right here, speeding down the line. Gets to that section right there, and just maybe a little bit too much effort down the line. Didn't focus on the section that he had at hand. And with a minute to go, all pressure on Giovannoni in yellow. Needs a mid-3 for second place. And he's not even moving, JJ. He's staying in the same spot, sticking to his guns, and maybe waiting for another set wave.
Yeah, what's the frequency like? I think there's something I'm going to tell everyone at home. I'm looking over my shoulder out the window. So if you're a Brando fan, he's got a shot here, I think. There's a couple little lines coming through. Victor swings again on the inside. So Brando's got priority, so that's okay.
Ooh, and it seems like there was something outside.
Here we go. Here he's got one.
Giovannoni up and riding. Gets stuck on the first turn, and it seems like that'll be it. 30 seconds.
Well, he needed to get around that section to really show the judges, impress them, lock some more maneuvers in. Is that enough?
Doesn't seem so. Scores coming through right now.
It's another set too. Look at that one unridden. Out of position, these guys. So scoring opportunity goes begging for some of those crew there. So I don't know, Brando's scores coming through now.
It doesn't seem like it's gonna be enough. Ooh, and it's gonna be borderline if he does get it. So the heat is over. Giovannoni needs a 3.68 to move up in a second. Kind of a mixed panel right now on whether he should get it or not. A lot of people saying, the majority at the moment saying no.
There's a 4 in there, but of course, highest and lowest get scrapped.
It could potentially be the score we're seeing, and it doesn't seem like it's going to be enough. It's going to be a 3.37.
0.3 short.
Well, 3.5 actually, not enough for the surfer in yellow, Giovannoni. So Cortez and Iwami advancing in 1 and 2. We'll be right back with the rest of the ISA World Juniors from El Salvador.
My name is Fernando Aguirre. I am the president of the International Surfing Association, and I like to surf every day. The ocean is the greatest equalizer. There is no really admission fees, no membership fees. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, gender, weight size, or anything to surf. The ocean has not been privatized, sold, rented, so we all have a chance to enjoy it. And maybe like a year ago, something like that, one day I woke up and I realized that the dream that I was having when I woke up, it was the reality. from having for the first time all the dream surfing teams of the world together, all the top stars, the guys that I met when they were 15 or 16 as juniors, and I saw them winning medals or gold medals, and they're all together now. Next to, you know, the full team of Senegal. You know, it's like a team from Thailand, Indonesia, American Samoa. I think it's probably, this is a sensitive point, no, because I carry on my heart my parents, my grandparents, so the people that really made me who I am. And my grandparents on my mom's side were very, you know, limited income. He was a taxi driver and she was a housewife that used to work as a maid on a hotel. I was maybe 16 or 17, and one day my grandma showed up and gave me this, the most expensive jacket that I couldn't buy. And I knew how life was difficult for them, how difficult life was for them. So I told her, I said, you're crazy, this is like, why do you do that? And she said, I'm not sure you're gonna get it now, but eventually I think you're gonna get it. And giving is much better than receiving, because by receiving, nobody has ever become a better human being. But if you give, you might get a chance.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to face yourself. A right time to enjoy pleasures, to make friends. There's a right time to listen. And a right time to make decisions. There's a right time for fear and for success. There's a right time to find your wave, and there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Back at beautiful La Bocana in Surf City, El Salvador. Mitchell Salazar with JJ. And we have in the water heat number 25, Kai Martin from Hawaii, Brian Cadenas from Nicaragua in white, and Kai Galegrani from Panama in yellow. The Galegrani brothers, they are from Argentinian descent, by the way, but they've lived in Panama their whole life, representing Panama super well. And there you see the Hawaii surf team, Shane Dorian, his son Jackson to his right, and Kai Martin's father, Chris. Great surfers, all three of them, and Kai, one of the strong surfers coming out of the Hawaiian Islands in most recent years. You're going to be impressed with this kid.
Yeah, well, that's really saying something coming from Hawaii. I mean, it seems like everyone's good at something over there, and especially surfing. And to be representing Hawaii here at ISA level, World Junior Championships, you got to knock off a lot of good local talent to get your spot on the team. So
no doubt.
Let's check it out. So good flurry waves. We talked about the wind dropping off, Mitch, and it has. It's smoothed out a bit. The tide's gone out a little bit. Some of the bigger sets caught our competitors in that last seed off guard. They were caught inside. So that's a good sign. And let's hope three-person heat, three-man heat right now. So let's hope we get a flurry of waves and these guys get to give us a show. It's been a good day one. I like it.
It has been a great day so far. This is heat 25, 28 that we're going to run in day number one. And we do have last heat's winner, Tenchi Iwami, one of the great heats. He's downstairs with Ben Wei.
Slab Baldy, here I am with Tenchi Iwami. おめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。Thank you.
すごくいいサーフィンもどんどんさすがと思った。もうどんどん点数が上がって、最初の1本から 4.50 どんどん点数が上がって、でもう全然みんな知らなくて板が折れた。
いや、はい、3本目にフィニッシュした時にちょっとテールのフィンの上が折れちゃってちょっと焦りました。
それ折れて、それで一番ハイ点数が取った。
そうですね。
おかしくない？じゃあこの前天地のホームポイントしだしたオリンピック会場になりまして、で最初の初のオリンピックサーフィンになって、天地は地元の千葉でオリンピック選手の夢がありますか？
そうですね。やっぱ あそこで見たことをすごい刺激をもらって、で僕もやっぱイタロのように一番てっぺんで金メダル取りたいなと思いました。
All right, so we didn't know before his highest score, he'd actually buckled his board. He got his highest score with a buckled board. He got that 6.17. That was amazing. And I was telling him we just had the first Olympic surfing at his home point, Shirashita Beach in Chiba. And him seeing the Olympics, I said, hey, do you have a dream of being an Olympic competitor? He said he definitely does. Watching the Olympics at his home point gave him a lot of stimulation, and he said he wants to go at it just as Italo did and take the gold. まあ、それ未来になりそう。
はい、絶対取ります。
応援してるね。ありがとうございます。
Arigato gozaimasu. Thank you, Benway. And congratulations to Tenchi Iwami. Live action up and riding. Brian Cadenas from Nicaragua. Ooh, great little dagger right there. And a nice finish to end his first wave off. Here's Kai Martin from the island of Oahu on the back end. Goes up twice into the lip. And that's a decent start for Kai Boy. 16 minutes, 35 seconds. Here's Kai Galegrani from Panama. Carves it back. One more wrap, and this wave closing out. Gets a re-entry to finish. Just over 16 minutes to go, JJ. And for the people that are asking, what does JJ stand for? Jonathan Jenkins, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, not to be confused with John Florence. Not at all, so yeah, that's right. So that was a great little exchange there. All those surfers getting pretty reasonable waves. Kai Martin's score locked in, that's 3.5. That's his first wave, so another to come. And we mentioned the tide going out a little bit. We saw a bigger set. There was a few waves went underwritten there. So all these guys got a chance to show us their stuff there. And Brian's looking pretty good. Nicaraguan, Kai as well. Panama, 2 Kais. So yeah, probably pretty similar. All those waves, a bit hard to differentiate. So we'll see what the judges come up with. But all those guys finished their waves pretty strongly, off to a good start in the first 4 minutes.
Good thing we have replay. And there's Kai's dad, Chris Martin on the right. Shane Dorian, one of the coaches for Team Hawaii as well. This was his opener, the 3.5.
Yeah, up off the lip there. Didn't get around this section, so that's why the score stayed low. His second wave is better. Here we go, white now. So this is Brian. And this is where he got going. This thing just peeled right down the line. He got a lot of turns here. And one of the longer waves of the day, I'd say. 5 maneuvers is pretty good out here. So finish off that one clean. And then this was the second wave, and it looks like it's going to come through at a pretty good score, around 5 to 6 range. And mainly for that turn there. Good timing off the top, whipped it down off the foam. And the sets continue to pour through. This is a big one, up into the hook. And this is our other guy there from, is it Panama?
Yep.
Panamanian surfer, so finished that one strong. That's probably the best of the exchange, I'd have to say. That was good. Looking at that again on replay, you got the outside move, it was a bigger wave, finished strongly, and so I'd say Kai from Panama has to be pretty happy with that one.
So it's a 4.57 for Cadenas in white. Waiting on Galegrani's score. Kai Martin gets a 5.33. And now Galegrani in yellow, potentially going to drop the best wave of the heat so far, as you were mentioning. 14 minutes to go. And now Martin, who's in the lead, has priority number 1. And that's something that you notice, as you were mentioning, difficult to make the Hawaii team. I competed against several of their members. Actually, a couple of great friends of mine. Koa Smith one year, Kaimana Hakias the year before. And
you competed against Kaimana?
Yeah.
Yes.
Kaimana is just a year older than me.
Yeah.
He's 93. But one thing that you'll see from them quite often is that they'll finish their waves, and immediately after, they're looking to recover priority as soon as they can get out there.
Yeah, exactly right. And those guys, when you surfed against them, was up in Mexico, or was it?
I surfed against Kaimana in Peru, and then I surfed against Koa in Panama.
In QS?
In ISAs, actually, both of them.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Cool.
So it was cool times. Our seating usually matched up that way, as far as team rankings went. So it was nice. It was nice to share the water with them a couple times.
And Now do you use your powers for good or evil when you're commentating their heats and dictating their futures?
Never.
Oh, he fell off again. He always falls off. He's never had a good contest act. Even when I used to beat him, he used to struggle.
Actually,
he's selected again. What are they thinking?
I would say that one of my all-time favorite styles is Kaiman Hakia's. His dad, Kaipo, I always loved the way he surfed too. And Ko Smith is still doing his thing, you know, like all these vlogs and edits that he drops. The trips that he does with his brother to Skeleton Bay, Namibia, are some of my favorite things to watch.
Yeah, Ko is amazing. You know, the first time I ever watched a surf event was Kaipo Hakias in the finals at the Pro Junior at Narrabeen. Michael Mungabarri won that final. And I went down there, I was with Bo Young and Nat Young. I'd never been to a surf event before, I think I was about 13 or 14. And I couldn't believe how fast Kaipo was surfing.
Yeah.
He had that low center of gravity, and he was so quick. I remember the Town and Country still on his board, and he's from Hawaii, and I was just amazed. It was going that quick. But Munga ended up getting the final. That was in the four-wave scoring system of the day. But yeah, that was the first time I ever watched the surf event. Michael Munga Barrett, the Pro Junior.
What year was that?
I don't know, maybe 1987 or something like that.
Yeah, because they were young, because Kaipo's got to be at least early 50s. I would want to say early to mid 50s around there.
Yeah, that would be right, because I was about 13 and he would have been 19 or 20.
Wow.
So I think that was the cutoff, or I was 12 or something, so yeah.
Here goes Kai Martin in red. A big section ahead. Wow. Layback hammer. Turned down for what? 11 minutes, 20 seconds. He's only looking to better a 3.5. Easily going to do it there.
Yeah, he belted that thing. So, yeah, some good memories. And, you know, we talk about the generations here. We're watching the future stars of the sport and all these coaches and dads and industry kind of figureheads and corporate crew and stuff. Got a lot of reason to cheer. That was a great turn. Yeah, especially from the land angle there, the drone angle. Here we go. Let's have a look at it again.
That was nasty.
He wanted that wave.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he saw that. He really wanted that wave, and he made it count.
And here goes Cadenas now from Nicaragua. Just a quick one there for Brian. Here goes Kai Boy again. Dropped a 6.27, his best on his last.
It's just free surfing now.
Just a quick one there for him. And as you were mentioning, to make the team out of Hawaii is a difficult thing to do. And for Kai to be one of the co-captains of the team, pretty incredible at his young age. Here's Kai Galegrandi now from Panama. Already has the 5.83 in a scoreline. This is going to help his situation too and extend at least that second place position for him with 10 minutes to go. And JJ, there you see the beautiful Panamanian flag. I don't know if you enjoy baseball at all, but
it's not real popular in Australia. No,
Panama has some great baseball players. One of the best baseball players of all time, Mariano Rivera, is from Panama.
Yeah, cool. And yeah, it's not huge in Australia. I think basketball's bigger, but even that it doesn't get a lot of mainstream coverage. I guess it's the football codes just smash it out of the park.
You love the NFL though.
Yeah, well, I lived in California when I was young, and man, I could talk about NFL all day, every day. Surfing in NFL, bring it on.
So it's just a 2.5 for Kai Martin. Galegrandi gets his best, a 5.9. And Cadenas now in third, needing a 7.03, would have to be the best wave of the heat. Big opportunity for Brian, though, coming from Nicaragua, a small country. Great waves around there, though. Popoyo, where Valentina and Candelaria Rezano are from. They're in the event representing Nicaragua as well. Their father, Manny Rezano, big wave surfer. He moved to Popoyo, right there in Nicaragua, many years ago.
Is that left and right piece?
Yes.
And a little river mouth?
And there's a spot outside that breaks when it's huge,
yes,
too.
there is. You're right.
And that's where he charges almost on his own.
Yeah, but it holds like 15 foot, right?
Oh, maybe even bigger than that. Yeah. But he goes and surfs Mavericks and stuff like that. And that's why Candelaria, Valentina, and Maxima, who's in the event now too, they're comfortable in like almost any kind size surf.
But Nicaragua, it's famous for offshore winds most of the year, and friendly surf, 3 to 5 feet is pretty typical, 4 feet.
Playa Colorados, yeah.
Yeah, all that. So how often do you get those giant swells in the Popoyo?
Anytime a big south swell comes through, the way it angles at that spot, it's a bit more exposed, I want to say, Colorados. The size there doesn't really differentiate that much year-round, but I would say out of the 365 days out of the year,
Maybe 345, 350 are offshore.
Yeah, yeah.
There's a lake right there, that's why, behind, so that's why it's offshore most of the time.
So when we consider the evolution of the sport and the kind of the lineage of places like Nicaragua and here in El Salvador, what would you compare it to? Would you say it's like Australia in the 80s or California in the 70s and 80s? Like how far in the development and the, wow, this is a crazy wave. We can come back to that.
He's going to town on this one. Kai Boy only needs a 5.46, and
wow,
as his uncle Freddie Patacci would say, give me my money.
Fellow 49ers fan.
Yes, sir. And Team Hawaii very content on that one. 7 minutes, 20 seconds to go. This is probably going to be his best wave. But to answer your question, I would probably say more around the 40s, 50s of California. They still have a long ways to go.
Yeah, well, yeah, okay, early days then for surfing and tourism.
I would say so.
Yeah, traveling surfers.
The good thing about here in El Salvador is that we're obviously seeing Surf City become something huge. When I was here for the first time 10 years ago, big change to where it is right now. Even 3 years ago in 2019, when I was here for the paddleboarding event for the ISA as well, there's been a massive difference as far as the influx goes for tourists, for people that are coming here just to surf. One of them being Kai Galegrandi on board. He's got a great style, this kid from Panama, and he's comfortably in first at the moment. Hold the phone though, because Kai Martin is about to drop one of the best scores of the entire day. It's going to be an excellent wave. Only needs a 5.46 for the lead. And here it is coming through.
It's a really cool exchange.
Boy, and he found that wave out of nowhere, too.
Yeah, he's shut me up pretty quick on that third backhand hook.
You're like, okay, live action.
Yeah, great looking section there. That thing just walled up perfectly, and he went to town on it too. It's tight, precise. He knew it as well. The Hawaiian team knew it. The scores are going to be good to excellent, you would imagine. It's one of the better waves I think we've seen today, for sure.
At least in the way he put it together, he connected everything super well.
Yeah.
No hesitation whatsoever in any section.
A lot of that was just the wave too. Like every time he came down off the top, looked over his shoulder, the wall was still standing up in front of him, and he did what he needed to do.
And it's an 8.43. Here's the drone angle from Kai Boy.
Up into the hook there, look, straight up into another turn. Comes down around, the wall's waiting for him with the lip, times it perfectly. And just projecting and pushing and cutting back all in the right moments. Even this little section right on the shore. Look at the foam line on that. It's a 45-degree angle, and this is how you really see how critical he was. This turn eventually projects here.
I love that third one.
Yeah, he could have got stuck there if he wasn't such a good surfer, but he knows, he read that thing perfectly.
And just like Freddie P, I also feel a little bit of Sean Moody in that kind of style too,
yeah,
you know,
man.
top to bottom real
Absolutely.
quick.
Yep.
And then another big influence on him too, Kekoa Bam Bam Bacalso.
Yeah.
Low center of gravity, real quick with those transitional turns. And Kai Boy gets one of the best scores of the event so far, an 8.43. That drops Galegrandi down to second. And now Cadenas in third, needing a 7.16 with 4 minutes and 30 to go.
Did Kekoa win at Narrabeen?
He did.
Yeah, so
he beat Michel Perez in the final.
He's a World Junior champ too.
Yeah.
In the other,
at the Pro Junior level, yeah.
Yeah, Kekoa, if you're watching, man. And I think watching Kai Martin there on that wave too, like, he's obviously in great form. He's an experienced surfer, but it looks like his board's working. And, you know, as long as he doesn't overamp too much, he's in a great position to push right through a lot of heats in this event. I mean, everything was coming good there. You know, his feet were bolted to his board. Obviously, he's got the wax. We've seen a few people slipping today, but he's centered, he's focused, he's good. He's got the team behind him, so straight away, I reckon one to possibly do some damage.
And he's riding a Slater Designs too out there, so something much more buoyant, especially for today.
Does that
might be the best decision.
Automatically make me think it's an epoxy?
Yeah, it is.
They're all epoxies, or are some at PU? I mean, I love epoxies. In these kind of waves, I'm surprised more surfers don't use them.
I don't think, do Slater Designs make PUs?
That's a good question.
I don't think
That's
so.
what I'm thinking. Just because he's on that board, does that mean they're all epoxy?
I believe so, yeah.
That's part of their gig. Might have to clarify that. But yeah, they're light, fast, and if you're a surfer out there, you haven't tried one, check it out. Small conditions.
So you encourage people to ride maybe something more buoyant in a wave like this?
Well, it's all personal, whatever works for you, difference you might like a round tail, smaller tail, square tail, concaves, whatever you got to find it. There's so much to work out. But I just think epoxies in small waves, for me, they just feel lively. The cellular structure of the fiberglass and the foam, it's got like a better memory. You can pick an epoxy up a year or two later and they still perform. So, but there's so many good surfers who don't ride them. I just don't know if they attract people who haven't tried them to do that, to use them and try them. And, you can say Kelly Slater's so good, nothing that he does is necessarily going to work for everyone, but he's riding them and they mean something to him. So, but just give them a crack, I think. It's better to have a go when you're younger and try them in small waves, and if you don't like it,
then that's fine.
Yeah,
you at least tried it.
But that for some surfers, I think it can really boost their performance because they're just so much more lively. If you get a good shape in an epoxy, they just fly. And that you get a good board, the life expectancy in the life is a lot longer than a PU, I think. PUs just don't handle day-to-day bumps and knocks too well.
Well, Michel Perez, one of the Olympians last year, strictly only rides firewires. Another person that's great at using those things as well is Raul Machado, one of Jeff's former surf partners as well. And I think when you see a great surfer commit to a board that works for them, they won't really change it whatsoever.
Yeah, well, it could
be psychological too, right? Because Taj Burrow rode firewires for the longest time too.
Yeah, he really liked him. He used to get his indentations in the deck as part of his template. So he'd get a brand new board, already had the foot wells from because he liked that. He didn't like a dead flat deck. He liked them sort of worn in a little bit. So that was part of his thing. Yeah, but I think epoxies are more common now for sure because you can get the models and the templates and pop them out one after the other. But
I'm a huge fan of them.
You do, yeah.
I love them, yeah.
There you go. So, yeah.
I didn't bring any with me on this trip, but I actually just ordered an epoxy right before I left.
Yeah. Get it in the year.
With the way things are looking, it might be that way.
Yeah.
35 seconds to go. Martin in the lead. Galegrandi in second. Cadenas in third, needing a 7.16. The bad thing for Cadenas, he has second priority, and Galegrandi keeping him off this wave. Goes to the air, pulls it.
Saved his best for last.
The little air revo just to finish things off. Could potentially better a 5.83 if the judges really like it. Either way, he's still advancing, and Martin and Galegrandi will take this heat out, and Cadenas, the surfer from Nicaragua, will be relegated to the repecharge round. And it seems like Galegrandi will improve his situation. Gonna be his best wave, and here's the replay.
Yeah, this was just the last wave. Nothing to lose there, nothing to gain really. So nice little air rev to finish on. Return to the beach. Yeah, it's nice. We'll be seeing more of that the next few days. When the competition gets really tight, the guys got to put it all on the line. So it's a good field for surfing, a sign of good things to come.
All or nothing. And we're back at the ISA World Juniors at La Bocana in beautiful Surf City, El Salvador. Mitchell Salazar with Jeffrey Baldwin in the booth. This is heat number 26. In the red jersey, Levi Young from Canada. In white, Axel Castro from Costa Rica. In the yellow, Arthur Van Leerd from Belgium. And in the blue, Nelson Enrique Leon from Venezuela. Here's Levi Young. The surfer from Canada, lives on Maui though. His older brother Cody, one of the best surfers to ever come out of the Valley Isle of Maui. And Levi here in El Salvador, competing for the first time, representing Team Canada.
amazing. I love it how they just, you know, that's great that they get the opportunities because, like we were saying, you guys were saying before, Hawaii, you know, it's a tough road to make the Hawaii team. It's a tough road to make, you know, the California, the Australia team or whatever. And so, hey, go where you can build your career, right? And that's the great opportunity in fostering grounds. But, you know, the trick is if you pick a flag, you can only change once. So you know, either stay with the country. And talking to Grayson when he was surfing for Sweden, he chose that. He could opt out, but then he's done a bunch of events for him and he's comfortable. It's like, well, okay, I could bail that and then try to make the U.S. team. And if I don't ever make it, there's my opportunity to go represent, you know, my country
somewhere else.
Yeah, or make it to the Olympics.
And here's the surfer in white, Axel Castro from Costa Rica, one of the most beautiful places in the world, the land of Pura Vida. And Castro, great bottom turn right there, snaps it off the top, takes the low road on this wave, and let's see if he can fit one more in. He can, smaller section, but does well right there at the end. 16 minutes to go, Baldy. That should be the best way of the heat.
That is Mitchell Salazar, the land of Pura Vida, but they're saying it here. Some of the locals said it to me here.
Pura Vida, man.
Yeah, and I'm like, okay, it works here too. Salvador, they get it. Why? How could it not be? I just keep walking along the streets. I'm like, I love this lazy vibe, the paved streets, the colorful shacks, the palm trees, the roosters. When I get my shack, I'll just, you know, get some roosters.
Oh, so you decided on it?
Oh, yeah, I'm getting a shack, some roosters.
So scores coming in for Castro seem positive, a 4.17. And, you know, got a little hung up at the beginning, Baldy, but did well here to connect with the lip.
Oh, man, that last turn, yeah, the nice banger at the end there. All right, it looks like we're going to throw it down to Shannon with our last heat winner, Mitch.
Yep, Kai Martin down on the beach. Shannon, take it away.
Talk to me about waiting patiently for that right wave to come through.
Yeah, I feel like didn't really wait for it, but it kind of just came my way, and luckily I had Cryo, and yeah, my board just felt really good and had a good line on it, and yeah, good score.
Talk to me about the Tokoro under your feet.
This is kind of like my magic board right now. Like my new quiver is, they all feel really good, but this one was perfect for the waves today. Yeah.
And representing for the islands of Hawaii, how does it feel to be able to represent for home?
Oh, representing Hawaii is really big for me. It's especially here, being able to just compete for something kind of bigger than yourself, and you have teammates, and it's definitely different, but it's a really good experience.
And as a three-time national champ, what are your goals coming into this year's ISA World Junior Championships?
We're definitely going for gold as a team, but yeah, we have a really good team, and I think we could do really good.
Well, a great performance out there, and we look forward to seeing the next round. Thanks.
Pretty quiet kid is Kai Martin, the former three-time national champion.
So I wonder if he was riding an epoxy there. It's
Yeah.
hard to tell.
So that is a Tokoro with, I believe, Slater Designs equipment or material, you could say. But Wade Tokoro, one of the best in the business as well. And here goes Levi Young, as we saw Leon from Venezuela up and riding before him. Levi on the backhand, up into the lip. Solid turn right there for the youngster from Canada. Can't get the finish, but did some work before that. Just under 14 to go, Jeff.
That wave was cupping out. The waves are, the tide dropping, starting to stand up more and more for these surfers, wave after wave. Yeah, it's interesting, that whole debate, epoxy, PU. I actually like the combination. It's amazing because it is a personal thing, but flex patterns are so different in a PU blank compared to an epoxy blank. But the epoxy resins, there's really good green, environmentally friendly resins, but we'll get back.
Here's white, Axel Castro from Costa Rica. Already has the 4.17 in his name. That's more like it from Axel. And then goes up into the lip once more, but can't pull off the last turn. Was on his way to a big score, Jeff.
That was a money wave, yeah. So the last three that we've seen, the guys that were in the position, those things are just lining up perfect. It's not a perfect wave, but they're lining up with so much potential. Just got to execute. I saw some cool things on Instagram from the other event site. It looks like there were some really good heats happening up there at the women's under 16.
I bet it's been a great day at this podium too, as we're seeing Levi. He dropped the best wave of the heat so far, 5.5 on this one, Jeff.
Yeah. And that's a soupy one too, but he just manhandled it. I thought he was going to get stuck right there, but somehow he had enough speed. It just pushed him up the beach to get that last little foam climb.
And this was Axel's last.
And it's like he put the money turn in there, and then when he came unstuck, it was like, oh, double darn.
Drops his best though, a 4.83. Here's the surfer in blue, Nelson Enrique Leon from Venezuela. Already has a 2.97 to his name. Let's see if he can add to his total with this last one. Could potentially be his best wave. And then the surfer from Belgium in yellow, Arthur van Leerd, has a couple of scores in the 2-point range as well. Belgium, I mean, it's not a surfing country either. We've seen a good surfer do well in the past for them, though. Dean van de Waal, who resides in Costa Rica, and now competing for Belgium, seeking the Olympic dream, is Dean, and now inspiring kids like Arthur to potentially be Olympians in the future themselves.
And why not? I mean, and there's so many parents that have traveled years and years and years ago and set up their new home life in other tropical places. They're like, enough of this cold. I'm going to go get to the warmer parts of the world and put my stake in the ground and raise my child. And that's what you got in so many of these athletes.
Not a bad way to do it, is it, Jeff?
No, and yeah, I mean, this format, the ISA format, has paved the way and like opened the door for all these young men and women for now a decade or more than a decade, 20 years, but really we're talking this new surgence and what we see on the World Championship Tour and all of them that got fostered through. And now we're in the Olympics. All these guys, they get that vision, they get that dream. And like if you pick the right, if you do pick the right flag, and you could just keep on going up the ladder, wind up at Teopu.
And
for the Olympics
for Paris
done.
2024, yeah, absolutely. And you see the past names too that have been champions here at the ISA level. Alejo Muniz won in 2008 for Team Brazil. Owen Wright's been a champion. Julian Wilson, Jordy Smith, Sally Fitzgibbons, Jadson Andre. The list can go on and on. So not only do you have the prestige of representing your country on a worldwide stage and becoming a world champion, but the names that you're going to add your own to, that list is impeccable, Jeffrey.
Like Lucas Macinas and Miguel Rodriguez, like there's other guys that haven't achieved the world title status or like top 10 all the time, but
they've competed here.
They've competed and they've won World Junior or, ISA champions. And
yeah, Luca was a Pan American Surfing Games champ.
Yeah, it's amazing. And on the women's side too, you look at the list. It's all the who's who.
Stephanie Gilmore, Sally Fitzgibbons,
Tyler Wright. I mean,
Tatiana Weston Webb.
Yes. And then you've got the young like Tia Blanco, two-time gold medalist here in the ISA games. I think U16 or U18.
I believe one in each. Yeah.
In each, and now cutting her chops. Alyssa Spencer. Did she win gold? Alyssa?
I don't think she did, but
she won everything else.
She's done quite well
yes.
at this level too. Here's Levi on the right-hander, just under 9 minutes. Going right for the first time in this heat. Nice snap right there in the pocket for the Canadian. One more, slides the fins. This wave standing up well right here on the inside and just can't hold on to the last turn, but did some great work before that. It seems like Surfer in white split the peak with Levi on the left, and we're probably going to have a replay of that in just a bit. But the land of Pura Vida, they've been champions themselves in the past. Normar McGonagall has been an open men's champ at the ISA level. That was in Popoya, Nicaragua. Leilani McGonigal as well. And man, they are just a powerhouse of a country for how small they are too.
And a powerhouse of brother-sister combo. I haven't seen Leilani's, at all the events. Neumar, I don't know, is he working? I haven't heard anything. Did he get injured? I mean, he was on such a charge for so long.
So looking at the replay of Axel, but yeah, wow, that was a great finish by the Costa Rican surfer in white. Yeah, Noe is actually working in the Maldives right now as a surf guy.
Okay.
So he got hired by one of the boats, and he's out there basically teaching people that
go on these surf trips how to surf.
Well, good.
So he gets paid basically to instruct people and then to surf in his downtime too.
Yeah, he's like, all right, this is pro surfing too. And I don't have to stress out. I get paid to surf better waves all day long every day.
And for 3 or 4 months out of the year too, so not a bad life there for Noah Mar.
Yeah, and then comes home to his
pumping pavones.
Pumping pavones left point break, yeah.
What a life. As we saw the surfer from Belgium, Van Lierde, in yellow, and now Levi up again in red. Now he has 2 scores that are owed to him, the one before this, and now this one, 7 minutes to go. Jeff, we're not getting a rest. These guys won't let us rest.
It's so consistent. It's so consistent. I just think we got 9 more days of it. 9 more days of consistent surf. That's okay. Oh, 8 more days. Okay. Wow, right. And coming up next, Portugal, Argentina.
Chinese Taipei.
Chinese Taipei. So that, I was looking earlier. I think that's the individual surfer, or at least on the men's side. Is that for Chinese Taipei?
Yeah, they've had a couple surfers though today. Ming Zhang Liu. He'll be in the next heat. As Castro dropped a 4.83 on his previous. And now his last wave coming through, it seems like it's going to be his best. And Levi is going to improve his situation. Seems like he's going to take the lead. As the surfer from Venezuela has been quiet so far. Nelson Enrique Leon. Just a couple of scores in the 2-point range. So Levi Young drops a 6.17 on his previous right. And his last coming in right now, that's going to move him up into the lead though. Just under 6 minutes. Jeff, I do have one thing to say though about this event right here. Not only is it the ISA World Junior with the largest amount of competitors, it is also the ISA World Junior with 4 new nations, Greece, Finland, Thailand, and Senegal.
Yes.
This also means that it's going to affect Surf City El Salvador in the most positive way, because you talk about the nearly 500 competitors in all 4 divisions, but the amount of people that traveled with them too.
Yeah, it's amazing the economic boon that this creates right here, and it's amazing that the president years ago, and before pre-2019 for those games of the country said, I endorse surfing, I want to bring surfing, let's have a partnership with surfing. Surf City, the Minister of Tourism speaking at the event yesterday, and look at it grow. Even you were saying, I think when I wasn't on air, in the past 3 years, and you could say, yeah, the past 10 years it's grown, but really it's since 2019 it's exploding. And in a week and a half you have a World Tour event coming too. So not only the World Juniors from all over coming, you have the international cream of the crop in the professional ranks. Amazing.
And I have a feeling that we're going to be here a lot more in the next few years too.
Yeah.
You're already buying your place here,
know.
Jeff. Just stay down here whenever they call.
Well,
ISA calls you up, you're just going to work anyway.
Yeah, a 10-foot square lot and a tent from REI. No. Maybe I can just rent from someone. There's a lot of people that come on down and have places. Where we're staying is kind of nice.
Oh, I love that place.
I'd love to just say, yeah, can I just buy my unit? But that's a pipe dream. I'm sure they're quite expensive because they are deluxe.
I really enjoy coming here though, not only because the food's great, the waves are great, the people are friendly, but it's also really easy to get here from almost anywhere in the world too.
Yeah, it's or at least for us, or if you're in Mazatlan or in Mexico, or if you're in SoCal, if you get a direct flight out of LA, it's 4 hours?
4.5 hours, almost 5. Yeah,
it's
easy. It's accessible.
Yeah, it's not far.
Here's blue. This is Nelson Enrique Leon from Venezuela. That'll be his best wave, no doubt. And Venezuela has had some excellent representatives here at the ISA before. Francisco Lolo Bellorin, Rafael Nono Pereira. One surfer that he might be around your age, Jeff. Justin Mujica.
Yeah.
He moved to Portugal many years ago, but he's originally from Venezuela. Derek Gomez, also a great representative of Venezuela in the past. Saeed and Ahmed Perez. I mean, the list could go on and on. People don't really think of Venezuela as like a country that's produced many great surfers. They're around.
At the 2016 games there in Costa Rica, their team, one of the guys went on and just had a phenomenal run, and he made it, I think, into the semifinals. He took down Brett Simpson. He was just taking down superstar after superstar. Big stud. I think his nickname was like the Panther or something.
I think it's Lolo Ayorin. That's Francisco.
Oh, okay, yeah. Regular foot.
Yeah.
Big, tall. Anyway, he ripped, and at the time, and still in Venezuela, like, it's unrest, political turmoil. It's tough there.
And we can't forget to mention either the best of them all, Magnum Martinez, former Masters champion at the ISA level.
That's right.
He beat Sonny Garcia in the final too, and Magnum is.
I love Magnum. I loved it when Magnum lived in SoCal. We surfed a lot. Now I get to just be in touch with him via all the social media. And
he lives in Puerto Rico now.
Yeah, say hi and like things back and forth. Yeah. He seems like he's doing really well. Magnum, if you're out there, he's a surf junkie. Meaning he's a fan of surf and watches it all.
Surfs all day, every day, too.
Yeah. I heard you guys bring up Ben Bourgeois a while earlier, and I'm like, that's all he does, too.
Former ISA World Junior Champion, Ben Bourgeois.
And tour surfer, on the tour, then off the tour, then back on the tour, and he just cruises. He surfs alone wherever he goes, it seems. Where is he? The British Virgin Isles. Like, he just has it. He's living a good life.
Yeah, he loves to come to Central America, too. I believe he's been to El Salvador quite a few times before. So down to the wire here, just over a minute to go. Levi Young still in the lead. Castro in white in second from Costa Rica. Van Leerd in fourth, needing a 6.76 for second place. And Leon from Venezuela in third. Got his best on his last, a 3.37. He's up and riding. Needs a decent score, though, a mid-6 or better. That'll help out. 45 seconds to go. Let's see if he can actually get back to the lineup and potentially get one more score. Time is his enemy right now, though, Jeff.
Yeah, would that have been a 6.56? We will see.
It doesn't seem so. It's a 5.0, but now the requirement is less, a 4.94, what is needed for him.
Maybe the sneaky little wave underneath.
Boy, and that wasn't a big wave either. No. That was way inside, got a 5. He doesn't need much. 15 seconds to go. We can't even see him on screen.
And it's amazing. None of the guys above or White with first priority isn't even looking at him, hunting him down, but he feels confident. It's over.
Yep, time is winding down, so it's going to be the Canadian Young and the Costa Rican Castro eliminating Leon and Van Leerd into the repecharge round. Great heat there by the Canadian and the Costa Rican. Heat 27 coming up after this. Don't go anywhere. These are the ISA World Juniors live from Surf City, El Salvador.
This is heat number 27 of the round 1, boys under 18. In red, we have Francisco.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to face yourself. A right time to enjoy pleasures, to make friends. There's a right time to listen. And a right time to make decisions. There's a right time for fear and for success. There's a right time to find your wave, and there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
We're going to Ground Zero Chops in Tahiti. Who would have thought? Nobody.
The setup in Teahupo'o is magic, you know? It's amazing, like the nature is there and the locals are amazing, like the vibe is crazy over there.
Chopu is one of the most incredible waves, probably a wonder of the world.
You go to that end of the road and it's sort of like a whole nother world out there. It's godlike, it's quiet, serene, beautiful. tropical. The colors of the sun hitting that hill, lighting up the palm trees and the mountains and the different hues of all different color spectrum as the day moves on and changes. Then you have this glorious wave that comes off a reef, and it's so powerful and so beautiful.
I think it's gonna be very good.
A World Junior Surfing Championships. Mitchell Salazar with Jeffrey Baldwin in the booth for heat number 27. Francisco Queimado from Portugal, Ignacio Ruggiero from Argentina, Sebastian Reed from the Dominican Republic, and Mingjang Liu from Chinese Taipei in yellow. Jeff, all international field.
Oh, everything. Yeah, it is. But so I was looking through everything, and I think, well, I haven't gone through the women's or the other, but at least in the men's U18, he's the sole surfer.
From Chinese Taipei?
Chinese Taipei, because there are the Chinese surfers under the CHI, whatever banner. But, yeah, TPE, Chinese Taipei, Mingjian Liu.
As we saw the surfer in white, Ignacio Ruggiero with his opening ride from Argentina. Got a 4.17, now looking to back it up as well. During the break, though, our surfer in red, Francisco Queimado, got a 5.5 on his opener. Not a bad way to start off the heat. Just over 16 minutes to go, and the surfer from the DR, just a 1.67 for Sebastian Reed. You having a great time so far, Jeff?
I'm loving it. And Reed or Ming Liu had the 4.47
or 4.57. Yeah.
So yeah, there was a few waves in the break ridden, and maybe we'll get those recapped for replays. But tight heat already. How can we not be having a good time? Private buses.
The food this afternoon was
the food
amazing.
The little eclair they bring us, the quiche. I'm getting fat. I love it.
Jeffrey, I don't think you've seen yourself in a mirror lately. I don't think you could get fat. I don't think in the 6 or 7 years that I've known you, you've ever been heavier than you look right now. Well, here's the replay of the surfer in red, a 5.5, Baldy.
Well, one-turn wonder, and those become potential, in the scoreline if it's big enough. We had one of the surfers 3 heats ago, that 2 big turns, it turned the heat for him. There we go, our Chinese surfer. That was the replay.
Chinese
Taipei, yeah.
Yep. Mingjang Liu, a 4.57. Not bad.
Yeah.
I mean, they definitely have waves in those regions. JJ's been there in the past, but you get those typhoons, and all of a sudden, waves that were flat before are 4 to 6 feet now.
Yeah. Well, I mean, at some event, Peter Townend was working with the Chinese government or the Surf Association years leading into the Olympics. Knowing that they wanted a team to be able to compete, they wanted to start the generations of surfing, and he was saying, there's incredible waves all over the place, but inaccessible. Military, private, and you can see them, but can't touch them.
So all these waves going ridden, basically, as we're seeing.
It sounds like it.
The Portuguese surfer, Francisco Queimado, backing up the 5.5 he got in the first stages of this heat, 14 minutes to go. And now the surfer in blue, Sebastian Reed from the Dominican Republic, up and riding. His second wave so far. And that is a bright green board right there from Sebastian. And now a split peak. We're going to stick with yellow, the surfer from Chinese Taipei, Mingjang Liu. Just the one snap on the right. He'll kick out. It did seem like the surfer from Argentina, Ruggiero, did split the peak with him, though. We'll see if we get a replay on that wave. 13:25 to go, Jeff.
Yeah, look, I mean, I'm just impressed. I don't know who. I think it was one of the South African surfers was saying how impressed they had. Shannon asked, "What are you impressed with?" He said, "I'm so impressed because I was interested to see how the Chinese surfers surf, and so far every one of them surfs really well."
I have not been disappointed either, I can tell you that. I think a lot of countries that I maybe wasn't expecting to do that well are exceeding my expectations for sure.
Same, completely.
So this is the last of White. This was a split peak from Ignacio.
So him looking like he got the better of that exchange with, the 2 solid turns and the almost finishing foam climb. But no one running away with it yet, Mitch. This is the right. Our surfer from Chinese Taipei. He just had to carry the board speed, but right there, I wanted his tail to really just slap it a bit more. Maybe he's thinking he might slide out and just complete the ride early in the heat, 12.5 minutes, or at that point there was 14 minutes left. But look, so with his second wave, so that was
still waiting on the score. It's coming through right now.
Still waiting on the score, and he only needs a half a point. So there he goes into the lead
at the moment,
because we have other scores coming in. I know.
It's crazy, Jeffrey.
This screen doesn't show the score waiting thing. That one might be.
So we're seeing the surfer in white, Ruggiero, now up and riding real quick there for Ignacio. They call Ignacio's in Spanish Nacho is their nickname.
That's so much easier. Can we just call him Nacho?
No, we can call him Nacho if you want.
I like Nacho. You know which name I was really getting down with was oh, hold on there. Just wait a minute. I'll come back to it.
You saw a name that you enjoyed?
Oh, I enjoyed just listening to you say it over and over, actually. I'll find it. There's a lot of them.
There's a lot of names that you like.
Yes.
Oh, Jeffrey. 11 minutes to go.
Rufo Massimo Beaito is a good one. Any of the 3 names.
The Italian
name.
The
3 names.
And here's Mingjiang Liu from Chinese Taipei up and riding on the backhand. Got a 3.0 on the right before this. A 4.57 on his opener. Beautiful carve straight up into the lip for the second turn as well. That'll definitely help out his situation. Just under 11 minutes to go. Queimado in the lead in red. Ruggiero needing a 4.98, but looking to better a 4.17 in second. And Reed hasn't gotten anything better than a 2.83. Here he is up and riding, though.
They just keep on coming. A quick up and out. No, it was Nelson Enrique Leon.
Nelson Enrique Leon.
That one just rolls like butter. You know why? It was hidden.
That was the last heat.
I know, but it was hidden because it was hidden.
Oh, you have separate pages
the
for the heat
Yeah,
draw.
I'm like, where the heck did it go? I swear. Nelson Enrique Leon.
You're getting better. I'm even like when you're speaking in English, you almost have that Latin accent now too.
Hey,
you're like,
I'm not in Rome. I'm in El Salvador.
El Salvador?
Let's do it.
You're a true San Diegan, aren't you? You're like trying to get into like the rhythm of things, and I'm telling you, Jeff, I can just see you living down here at Surf City in the future.
Hey, all I need is a benefactor. I'll live anywhere. I am a citizen of the globe.
Was that something that inspired you to travel as a professional surfer too? That you enjoyed other cultures so much? Because you lived in France for a while.
I'd stay with Maurice in France for months at a time. Then I'd go visit friends in London and Australia. I moved there when I was really young and lived there by myself. This is pre anything like write a letter, call a collect number. And I just moved to Australia when I was 17 and lived there for almost a year. I was sick of amateur surfing and went there and just surfed.
So did you just show up on somebody's doorstep and be like, hey, I'm moving here?
I had one friend. There was one friend that had gone to high school, junior high and high school for a little while. Then they moved to Melbourne, and that's whose contact I had. And I landed in Melbourne and began the adventure. Next thing I knew, I was like living in Torquay, working at Rip Curl Surfing for the Bells Angels, and that was the journey.
Wow.
It began.
Well, here goes Mingjiang Liu from Chinese Taipei. We're still waiting on his previous score. It comes in at a 4.43, and he is surfing great.
And this could better one of those, so he needs another
mid-4 range, and he had been in first. Those other scores came in from other competitors, and now he gets that left with priority, and that was his best wave so far. The other waves, he had the 2 turns, the 1 turn.
Well, they agreed with you, a 5.27. That moves him up into second with just over 8 minutes to go. Queimado in the lead, Liu in second, Ruggiero in third, and Reed in fourth. Let's go down to Shannon Hughes with Levi Young.
Thanks so much. Levi, you had a great heat out there. It was a little bit tight on scores. How did you feel walking away with the win?
Yeah, I felt great. Definitely didn't perform the way I wanted to, but I still got the scores and got the job done, so I'm stoked, yeah.
What do you do in that moment when you're not performing quite as you like, even when you're taking the win, to keep your mindset in the right space?
Just breathe, calm down. You know, there's so much time in the heat that you can catch so many waves, so just staying calm and know that there's more out there to be caught, yeah.
Coming from the island of Maui, you and your brother Cody Young representing Canada as well. How does it feel to have Team Canada behind you this week?
It's amazing. Everyone's so cool. Got the really good coach and all my friends from Canada, and it's awesome, yeah.
Well, congratulations on a big win, and we'll see you in the next round.
Thank you so much.
You, Shannon, and congratulations to Levi Young, older brother Cody, also a great representative for Canada on the world surfing stage. And few surfers really from the island of Maui also have maybe surpassed the expectations that people have of them, Dusty Payne being one of them, Clay Marzo another. But besides that, I want to say Kai Barger might have been the last person to really, you know, exceed expectations from that island. But these two young surfers are doing it right now.
And Dusty never exceeded because he was ordained, he was ushered, he was the prodigy child, and man, injuries.
And now you have Imai Kalani Deval, who was on the championship tour for just half of the year. Only the second surfer from the island of Maui to qualify for the championship tour. Isn't that amazing?
It's amazing, and it's no easy route. It's a sleepy, cruisy island. I mean, you know, they're enjoying it. It's almost like how, well, San Diego's gotten a lot more competitive, but for so long, San Diego was like this kind of cool, casual, everyone just surfed and ripped, but up north was way more, you know, more and more surfers were coming out, wanting to compete. Anyway.
Yeah.
Being like Rob.
That's why, you know, that's why I like living close to where I live. I see and surf with a lot of great people on a frequent basis, Brett Simpson being one of them.
Yeah,
I surf with Jeff Deffenbaugh quite a bit. First surfer from Huntington Beach to qualify for the championship tour as well.
Yeah.
And now you're seeing somebody like Ignacio Ruggiero, who's been inspired by people like that. I just want to say, Argentina, one of their best surfers of all time, Martín Paseri, is here with his son, who's competing in the U16s, Thiago. So cool. We're going to see him surf later on in the event, and
they show up with passion.
Oh, yeah.
Argentina. Lela Asuna.
Lele.
Lele Asuna, or, well, father and son, right? Lele, yeah. Lele. Oh, man.
So
he in the World Games in Costa Rica, he went really far.
And he was an Olympian last year, too.
Yeah, that's right.
But he's been a two-time event winner here at the Open.
Yes.
So Lele's been a two-time ISA Open world champion. Santiago Muniz has also been
that's right.
a two-time ISA Open world champion.
That always trips me out, the two brothers that hold different flags.
Santiago and Alejo.
Yeah.
They were both born in Argentina.
So one's Brazil, one's Argentina.
They moved to Bombiñas in Santa Catarina at a very young age.
Yeah.
But I believe Alejo and Santiago's dad is here with Team Argentina right
I
now.
saw him. Yeah, that's what made me think about it.
Here we see Francisco Queimado, the heat leader from Portugal, looking to better a 4.5. Ooh, great finish right there from the Portuguese surfer.
Kind of unique. Carved down under the lip. Thought he was going to go up. We'll have to get it from the non-drone angle. The wave must have cupped out at the top.
It seems steep, though, right there at the end.
Yeah, that's what we couldn't tell from that angle.
And that seemed like a paddle from Ruggiero in white. I would think the priority is going to switch after that if Mingjang Liu actually is in priority number 3.
Wow, that would be a big mistake if it does happen, because as he's in second there.
And here's the replay of the last wave of Queimado, the heat leader. So this is the turn you're talking about, Jeff.
Wow, that was
neat how he just came up and pushed his tail like upside down through the lip into that oncoming right.
As critical as it gets right there.
The 1,000 different lines you can take.
That's the beauty of surfing.
Yeah, the adaptation of every wave.
So just over 3 minutes to go. This seems to be the best wave of the surfer in red from Portugal. Looking to better just a 4.5. Gonna do that and a bit more. 3 minutes to go, but it's the surfer in white and blue who are currently in third and fourth respectively. Ruggiero in striking distance from Argentina needs a 4.82. Reed from the Dominican Republic needs a bit more than that though, a 7.01. 2:45 to go, Jeff.
That's a tough ask. And I mean, Sebastian's, having the mid-range 2 and 1, so definitely has to get very busy.
And here we go, Ruggiero. On the backhand, needs a high 4. That's more like it from him.
Yes.
And he's looking to send Mingjiang Liu to the repechage round. And he's stoked on it. Why wouldn't you be? That was a great wave.
Well,
and doesn't need a huge score either. And look at Team Argentina.
Yes, loving it. Oh, man, a bombing set for our heat leader. Whoa. Oh, there we go. So priority use for our Chinese Taipei surfer, knowing that our Argentinian surfer got that great wave to the inside. I don't know if that was a very prudent move. He maybe should have just held on out the back.
With the amount of time that he had left, you think that would have been the right decision?
Yeah, he used his priority, but he was at the end section. I mean, Francisco would have just gone on and gotten a better score, but
well, he could even improve just with that one turn too. He needs to better a 5.5.
That was pretty epic.
And he did kick out in time, did not interfere with Mingjiang Liu. And just for the people that maybe don't understand priority to the point, priority means that you have unconditional right of way depending on the rotation that you're in. So Mingjiang Liu at the moment was in priority number 1. He can go on any wave he wants and nobody else can interfere in any way whatsoever with the wave that he chooses to paddle on.
And it was smart of Francisco. We've talked about some of the countries getting used to, maybe this is the first time they're ever in a priority heat situation. Well, Francisco knows his priority deals. He saw our sort of Ming Yang and said, oh, I'm jumping off immediately, don't want to mess with interference.
And here he goes again, Queimado, who might potentially increase his heat total with this last wave. He'll just finish this wave off, not a ton of scoring potential on that one. The important wave here, though, is White's wave,
yes.
Nacho. He needs a 4.82. There's Martin Passeri, Argentinian legend. And here he is going once again. He doesn't want to leave things up into the hands of the judges. An insider. Great turn right there, just a closeout re-entry.
There it is. Argentina losing it. Spicy turn, aggressive turn. 2 waves to score for him, correct?
And now we go. Mingjiang Liu. This is an important wave too. Doesn't stand up the way he wanted it to though.
Wow, so it could be a buzzer beater. We had 2 waves in to be scored. And we will see if that changes it up, if Ming Yang stays in second or if Ignacio Ruggiero flip-flops it.
And he could even be replacing both of his waves with the last 2.
Just the one big turn right at the end and the combo before that. And Team Argentina is going to be happy when they hear the scores coming through right now. It does seem like the Portuguese surfer in red, Francisco, will be taking the win, though. But either way, what matters here is advancing, Jeff. Still waiting on the scores for Ignacio Ruggiero. A 5.03 was his previous best. He was just needing a 4.82, gets another 5.03. That moves him up into second. Argentina at the last minute switches things around. Chinese Taipei and the Dominican Republic sent to the repechage round. Argentina, stand up for your guy. Look at the celebration when they're going to hear the score right now. Look at them just explode. We're waiting for it.
We're waiting. Have they heard yet? We saw.
They haven't heard yet, Jeff.
Oh my
they haven't
gosh,
heard
the
yet.
anticipation.
But here's the celebration regardless, though. Argentina, Ignacio Ruggiero gets the job done right at the end, gets a 5.8 also, and it extends his second place position. So it's Francisco Queimado and Ignacio Ruggiero who advance right at the end of the heat. Don't go anywhere. These are the ISA World Juniors live from Playa La Bocana in El Salvador.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to face yourself. A right time to enjoy pleasures, to make friends. There's a right time to listen. And a right time to make decisions. There's a right time for fear and for success. There's a right time to find your wave, and there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
And we're back in beautiful Surf City, El Salvador at the ISA World Junior Championships. Mitchell Salazar with Jeffrey Baldwin for the last heat of day number 1 of competition. In the water in red, Mario Racines Molina from Spain. In white, Jonathan Chen from Israel. In yellow, Antoine Habashi from Switzerland. And in blue, Silas Hamran from Norway. Here we go, up and riding in the white. The surfer from Israel, Jonathan. A surfer from Israel qualified for the Olympic Games last year, Anat Lelior. And Jonathan may be inspired by Anat's performance in last year's games. And here we go, the surfer in red, Mario Racines Molina. Beautiful carve to start things off. Goes up into the lip line, combos it up. A nice pace to this wave so far, Baldy, and that should be the best wave of the heat so far.
And then we have the schedule for tomorrow. We're meeting here at 7:30 a.m.
That was a great wave. Mario Molina, España, like, he didn't force anything. The wave just gave him opportunity. Look at the bend in it right there. It's so beautiful, that opening turn. We haven't seen one down carve like that all day. That one was so long and open and just set him up beautifully for the rest of this. Like, it looked like he cut out of that like he didn't even surf a wave.
And the first carve is really the meat of the score right here, Jeff.
Oh, it's gorgeous. Yeah, he just had to do a few little check turns, and then it's really the bookends. It's the first carve down and that one, tidy finish.
I like the way you pronounce Galicia too,
Galicia.
like a real Spaniard. And then Jonathan on his opener too, not a bad way to start.
No. I like how he spells his name.
Jonathan with a Y?
Y-O-N-A-T-A-N.
And here's blue, Silas Hamran from Norway. Let's go down to Shannon Hughes with the winner of the last heat, Francisco.
And it was, the waves are pumping, and I caught like two good waves, and I did two good scores, and that's it. And I'm happy, and I'm enjoying being in El Salvador. This is my first ISA, and it's been a great experience.
What's been your favorite part of the experience so far?
Surfing all day with warm water and enjoying with my friends and representing my country for sure.
And talk to me about Team Portugal. What's the dynamics?
Oh, it's amazing because we're like all focused and we're supporting each other a lot, and it's a great team. I'm loving it.
Have you guys been doing a lot of training and preparation for the event this week?
Yeah, we've been surfing from sunrise to sunset, and I'm loving it. It's been amazing.
Well, a huge congratulations on a big win. We'll see you out there in a couple days.
Thank you very much.
Well, I wonder, Mitchell, if they're like moving up and down the coast, surfing other places, or have they just been focused at these two breaks, you know, which is the norm. And I wonder about a lot of these teams if they're going to stay for a little while. I mean, you've got the next competition after this with the world's best descending not far from here. They're all the way from whatever country. Why not come and hang out and sit and watch, learn some more?
And I don't think there's a time restriction on how long your visa can be as a tourist for El Salvador. It's only a small fee, $14 that you need to pay in cash.
Right.
But it's super convenient, easy to get here, accessible. So why wouldn't you stay? As the kid said, it's warm, the waves are good, we're having a great time. I like it. Keep it simple.
Keep it simple. Stay a while. The water's warm.
The scores dropped in, Jeff. A 6.33 for Jonathan, a 5.5 for Mario, and Silas in blue from Norway drops a 2.0. So the two surfers from the northern part of Europe, Norway and Switzerland, not much so far in their campaign in this heat. Antoine paddling for this though, and Habashi is up on the backhand. Good setup right there for the surfer in yellow. Takes away some speed, ditches the fins, and that was a great maneuver to finish that wave off.
Yeah. Our Swiss surfer, Antonio Habashi.
So you're even speaking like the European names too, and the Latin flair.
I'm just following your lead. Why not? Right?
It seems like blue having a look here. Silas.
You want me to change it up?
Silas?
Antonio Habashi.
The other way is much better. You keep doing you, Jeff.
Yono Tan Chin.
Where's that? Oh, Jonathan.
Come on now. Last heat.
Last heat.
Pick it up.
We're losing our minds.
Finish
Jeff.
with strength. Focus.
So Habashi's wave coming in as the best of the heat at 6.9.
Yeah.
And that finish, one of the best we've seen all day long. Imagine sitting for 6 minutes with priority, not catching a wave, everybody else dropping a score besides you. What is the amount of pressure like when you're waiting for your score, knowing that you performed, and you already have two waves that have been compared to, especially yours?
Well, I mean, these guys sitting with priority for 6 minutes in a 20-minute heat, a lot of them aren't used to that situation, so the pressure must be kind of immense, right? You hear about guys with priority, they'll sit for 20 minutes, but they've gotten used to it over years and years of being in that situation. A lot of these surfers are not familiar or comfortable with that situation. They're looking at their coaches and they're looking at their teammates and they're like, oh my God, I'm here representing my country, what do I do?
And they have longer amounts of time in those heats too,
yeah,
so
that's
you
what
can't
I mean.
maybe prepare the same way in a 20-minute heat, right?
Yeah, so I think, to your point, they feel the pressure big time because it's unfamiliar territory.
12 minutes to go. There you see the Swiss flag. Habashi takes the lead. Jonathan in second with a 6.33. Spain in third with Mario Racines Molina. He has a 5.5. And Silas with a couple of small scores so far.
So that opening wave for Mario, that was the one that we thought was so fluid, that down carve. Maybe he was just too cash.
It seems that way, and the wave shouldered off too. I just really enjoyed the first carve though.
Yeah, and the finish, so that in-between space just didn't allow him to go higher, but potential. We see the potential because now he will be in first priority, and this is a beautiful open face left.
From Jonathan Chen, the surfer from Israel.
I know.
Good flow so far from surfer in white. And a decent finish, too.
Oh,
he loves it.
Why wouldn't he? That wave full of bounty. I thought he was going to end up behind us. He rode the thing so far.
And Team Israel, proud of that last wave of Jonathan.
And that, you know, each time they pan to this is the good example of, well, that maybe that's the whole team, maybe that's some of the team, but generally each team is down in force for each competitor that's in a heat.
All day long.
All day long.
You like the camaraderie, don't you?
I love it.
You're here for it, Baldy.
I'm here for it.
10:35 to go. Scores dropping in for Jonathan. Only needs a 0.58. Going to be that and a lot more. It's even potentially going to be his best score so far. And this is easily going to put him up into the lead with 10 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Habashi's going to drop down to second. Racines Molina from Spain is going to need an even larger score after this. And Silas, who's had 2 waves so far, looking to get something at least in the 5s to compete with the other 3 surfers and their score lines. You got some info for us?
No, well, I don't know. I was just, as we've been talking about El Salvador all day, sitting here in the breadbasket of beauty and surf, El Salvador is committed to show the globe it is a world-class surf destination, and I think we're helping prove that. Along, the athletes are doing a great job. The surf, Mother Ocean is doing a great job. All the posts that the ISA is putting up, you're putting up, I'm putting up in our social media, walking around, the beauty of everywhere. Come on down.
It's like the ad, the place for the right surf.
That's right.
The land of the rights, even though we're surfing mostly a left right now. But El Sunzal is a right. There is a right here at La Bocana too. Try to say El Salvador for me.
So much pressure.
You sound like almost every other name great, though.
El Salvador.
See?
Come
First try.
I know, just bam.
It's like just inviting you to like move down here already, John. It's like
just coaching.
It's telling you. As Jonathan drops the best of the heat so far, a 6.93, casually moving up into the lead now. Just under 9 minutes to go. Habashi in second with only the 1 score of the 6.9. Racines Molina needing just a 1.41, but that's also because Habashi doesn't have a backup wave. Here's the replay, Baldy.
Oh, I mean, he just scored. This is the opening part. It was that little floater that set him up, that rock and roll float. It looks like the wave's going to finish for him. And you just finagles through this soupy section into that last bit. That's the way to show the judges you're pumped and you earned it.
Seeing the drone angle right now, these next 2 turns crucial to the actual development of a good score.
Yeah. So he got to, you know, execute a lot of variety on the wave from start to finish. Each turn was basically different. He never really got the big vertical section, but he kept the speed, power, flow.
You know, the thing that I noticed the most today, Jeff, was the amount of scores in the average and good range.
Yeah.
And the small amount of waves that we had up in the excellent range.
There wasn't very many. A handful of 8 and above, I think 5 maybe.
Maybe 5, maybe
4.
6.
Yeah, in total.
At the most. But with 28 heats, at least 3 people per heat, that's a small amount of excellent scores. They were holding them to a high criteria today.
Yeah.
Especially with the quality of waves we have out here in El Salvador too.
Well, you saw those few surfers. I mean, some of the top seeds get those scores. You saw the one South African, Imsley.
Yep.
You know, same kind of thing. So they definitely made a mark, set a standard, and no one's quite come up to that yet. And there's been visions of 1 turn on a wave, but it hasn't been consistent. 5 turns, 4 turns in that class.
And they're really sticking to their guns. It has to be a combination of major maneuvers in the most critical parts of the wave with speed, power, and flow. Lucas Austin is the one that kind of comes to mind to me, the 8.57.
Yeah.
And then we also had a 9.33, remember?
Yeah,
in one of the first
I
heats
was
of the
trying to
morning.
remember if it was Martin Nunez or...
No, it was Venezuela.
Oh, yeah.
It was Keoni Laza.
That's the one, Keoni Laza.
Lives in the Basque country of Spain, but surfs from Venezuela. His mother originally from Venezuela. Yeah, but not many.
And then he backed it up with a high 7.
He had a 7, yes.
Yeah. That is the way. 6 minutes left in the final heat of the day, heat number 28. We still do have 4 more of this round tomorrow, which we will start the morning off with, first thing.
So are we having a closing ceremony for day number 1 with the band? Are we staying for that, Jeffrey?
Are we? Probably so.
I heard a rumor that you were going to go up on stage and sing like Motley Crue or something like that.
Oh, you didn't know? I'm the MC. I speak perfect fluent Spanish. I'm
MC Hammer? 5 minutes, 35 to go. We're going crazy up here in the booth. Here's Blue. Silas. That could have been his best wave. Shades of goodness, though, from the surfer in Norway. And here's Yellow Habashi, the Swiss surfer. Good combo right there. Got a little stuck on the second turn. And way down the beach, close to where we were staying last year for the ISA Games. This has to be at least 400, 500 yards to the south of where we are right now.
So even the judges where they are 500, 600 yards south of where we are still struggling to see him. That's saying something.
So that's a good walking distance for us right now.
Yeah, that's
we're getting our steps in today, Jeff. I can tell you that.
We're getting our steps. All the hills and stairs everywhere. What do you think we do on our 20-minute, 40-minute breaks? We go walk stairs between. We eat quiche and eclairs and pastries and
I love
cakes.
the food here.
Oh, they served us these little things up at the restaurant, but the other event site, the Quesadilla El Salvador, and it was like a little corn muffin, sort of sweet. It was really nice.
Boy. Yeah. And that was white. Jonathan already has a pair of 6s. Team Israel very happy with his performance so far in the last heat of day number 1 of competition here at the ISA World Juniors. It's been a pleasure being with you all day long. JJ, Jeff, myself, Shannon Hughes, our Spanish commentary team, guys that I've worked with before, Axel Gutierrez, Mateo Rojas, Quetzal Estrada. You can listen to them in Spanish if you would like to. Big thanks to ASP, Action Sports Productions, everybody here at the ISA. 3 minutes 50 to go.
Down we go.
Silas real quick on the backhand, just under 4 minutes. And still waiting on Habashi's score because depending on what he gets, Racines Molina and Hamran are going to need a larger score as well.
When we were waiting for that score for the last heat for Ignacio from Argentina, we were waiting to hear the hubbubaloo. That's when our co-commentator Mateo came running in because he's from Argentina with his glass of mate. His mate
like a
was
true
straw.
Argentinian.
Fists a-blazing. At least he was psyched. we thought the team was going to go crazy on the beach because
I think they were still waiting to hear the score, though.
Couldn't figure it out. Yeah, so he went from 3rd to 2nd. It was a big moment. And we got Mateo's version. We are down to
3 minutes to go, Jeff. A 5.37 for Habashi. That means that Molina now needs a 6.78, and here goes Antoine. Currently in 2nd, now looking to better the 5.37, just a quick one.
Which he doesn't do, and so now Mario with first priority. That wave for our Swiss server didn't change anything in his scoreline, but still a big ask, on the heels of, that's still a high score, 6.78 that he's looking for Mario.
Yeah,
Molina.
because Hamran's looking for 2 scores, basically a pair of 6s is what he needs. Gonna be very difficult to do, not impossible though in 2 minutes. And here's Mario, he's paddling for this. This is an important wave, really gonna decide whether he makes it out of the heat or not. A 6.78. It would have to be the 3rd best wave of the heat so far. A couple of carves, needs a big finish, that won't be it.
I don't know why. Well, was he thinking he could paddle back out? I mean, the first 2 turns, maybe he just knew. I thought he was going to blow tail or throw the fins up into that oncoming section.
And now Silas out the back on the forehand going right. Let's see if he can at least break that 2-point range where he's been stuck in all heat long. This will help out. A couple of decent cars for the surfer from Norway. And he almost gets the finish, but it's nice to see him at least improve his situation.
Yep.
90 seconds though. Molina needs a 6.78. His last just a 3.73.
Yeah, that's it.
And Habashi recovers priority number 2, which is a nightmare for the surfer in red at the moment.
And now he's just up against it. up against it, just lacking a little bit of fire in his belly is what it looks like. I thought from his opening wave we were going to just see kind of fireworks, like build and build. And
he sat for a long time, though, waiting for a good set wave.
Yeah.
Never came through. 50 seconds. It seems like Jonathan won't improve his situation on his last wave.
And now he's kind of pitted as Antonio has the priority.
Antoine just on the defensive end. You're in Latin America. You're saying Antonio.
Yeah.
You're in the El Salvadorian mood.
That's okay.
30 seconds to go. Habashi just playing a little defense right there. And now let's see where Molina is. It's Jonathan Chen, though, the heat leader, with another left. Has a couple of sixes so far. Let's see if Molina can get on a wave before the buzzer ends.
10 seconds. He's in the back.
He's up and riding. And that wave won't do it. It's going to be Israel and Switzerland advancing. Spain and Norway relegated to the elimination round. So Chen and Habashi with some big wins here this afternoon at La Bocana, Jeff.
Well, what a beautiful, look at Team Israel just shouting, going, yes, Jonathan, first place, bring it in.
And there's Habashi, who had a great way to start the event off. Yeah. One of the standout surfers in my mind.
And a 6'9", yeah, nicely done.
So Israel, Switzerland advancing. Do want to say a big thank you once again to our title sponsor, Surf City, El Salvador. This partnership has been going on for its third event in a row. In 2019, the SUP World Championship was here, and in 2021, it was the World Surfing Games. And now we're here for the ISA World Juniors. This is placing El Salvador in the elite surfing map. In June, the World Surf League will also host an event of the World Championship Tour, as you were saying, and it's really showcasing its commitment to be a world-class surf destination, and it has everything for us to have the best time of our lives here.
Well, and when you land, you know, the airport is conveniently located. It's not a long drive.
Nope.
You know, so short flight. Well, for us coming from Cali, but those guys will be coming from Indonesia, so they're going to have a bit longer.
So we do want to thank everybody for joining us on day number 1 of the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. On behalf of Jonathan Jenkins, Jeffrey Baldwin, my name is Mitchell Salazar. From all the crew here, thank you very much. Check out the highlights right here at the end of the day. We'll see you tomorrow morning, 7:30 a.m. start.